Qingha Academy Central Plaza. The June sun burned with a harsh intensity, making sweat bead on foreheads. Yet among the hundreds of 18-year-old youths gathered there, not a single one cared about the heat. Their eyes were filled entirely with anticipation and excitement. For today was the day of their class change awakening. At the very center of the plaza stood a three-meter white stone stele, the class awakening monument. 50 years ago, when Blue Star fused with the otherworldly Wanling continent, this monument appeared. Since then, every human upon reaching the age of 18 can complete their class change through the awakening monument and obtain a unique class and set of skills. From that moment on, they slay monsters, level up, grow stronger, and stand as defenders of humanity. This was a new era that belonged to all humankind. Lin Hao Yu class change complete. Class, warrior. A tall, slender female teacher with refined makeup stood beside the awakening monument. Holding a tablet in her hand, she read out the results one by one. Her name was Lu Rian, homeroom teacher at Qingha Academy. Yes, warrior. Zhou Wanqing class change complete. Class, priest. Chen Daji class change complete. Class. One student after another walked up, pressing their palms against the awakening monument as multicolored lights flared across the stone, signifying each class change. Lu Dazhuang. Lu Rian's lips twitched slightly as she called this name. A burly youth nearly 1.90 meters tall, with a barrel chest and thick waist, squeezed out from the crowd. Each step he took made the ground seem to tremble. Lu Dazhuang slapped his palm against the awakening monument. A deep hum resonated. The monument erupted in an intense crimson radiance. Lu Dazhuang class change complete. Class, Berserker. Lu Rian announced the result, a flicker of surprise in her expression. Ha ha ha. Berserker. I knew it. I was born to cleave people apart. Lu Dazhuang was as giddy as a 200 child. The nearby classmates immediately began to cheer. Dazhuang, you're incredible. Berserker. That's way stronger than a normal warrior. Of course, that class is dominant in the early stages and still has great potential later on. Lu Dazhuang, grinning from ear to ear, stepped down and squeezed into the back of the crowd, bringing his massive palm down on the shoulder of a black-haired youth. Muge, did you see that? Berserker. From now on, I'll shoulder an axe and carve a path for you. The youth whose shoulder he had slapped was called Qin Mu. He stood just over 1.80 meters, not the most handsome, but with a strangely distinct aura about him. He was steady, too steady. An 18-year-old boy should not possess such composure. It was as if he had already lived through countless events. Qin Mu smiled lightly. Not bad. Berserker is a fine class. Of course it is. Lu Dazhuang chuckled. We're all waiting on you, Muge. What class do you want to awaken into? Qin Mu did not answer. Instead, he merely glanced at the awakening monument. His gaze was deep, so deep that it seemed to conceal another world within. Quiet. At that moment, Lu Rian raised her voice. For the next person to step forward was somewhat special. Zhao Heming. The crowd instinctively parted to form a path. A young man in brand-name sportswear, hair immaculately styled, strode forward. There was an innate arrogance in his steps, as though those around him were unworthy to stand at his side. This was Zhao Heming, a prominent figure of Qingha Academy. He was the son of Zhao Yongxing, elder of Jingzhou City's Qin Mu Guild. Raised in comfort, he had received the best physical training and professional education from childhood. Everyone believed him to be the one most likely among this year's cohort to awaken a powerful class. Zhao Heming pressed his palm against the awakening monument. A thunderous boom resounded. The monument burst into a blinding violet storm of lightning. Its reaction was 10 times more intense than anyone else's before. All those present instinctively shielded their eyes. Lu Rian narrowed her eyes against the brilliance, and when she finally read the information on her tablet, her pupils contracted sharply. Zhao Heming class change complete. Class, Thunder Envoy. The plaza erupted in an uproar. What? Thunder Envoy? What kind of class is that? I've never even heard of it. I know. Thunder Envoy is a special class, a mage specialized in thunder elements. It's more than 10 times stronger than a normal mage. Heaven's a special class awakened right at the first transition. Zhao Heming stood before the awakening monument as violet arcs of electricity coiled and danced across his body. The smile on his face grew larger and more flamboyant with each passing moment. He turned to face the crowd, spreading his arms wide as he basked in their shock and adoration. A special class, Thunder Envoy. Though his voice was not loud, every word was laced with irrepressible pride. In the future, I have every likelihood of advancing into a destruction mage. Among all present here, his gaze swept across the gathered students, naked superiority gleaming within it. Who could possibly surpass me? The responses came at once. Heming is too strong, worthy of being young Master Zhao. With a special class like that, his life is set. Zhao Heming reveled in it all. As his gaze drifted over the back of the crowd and landed on Qin Mu, a faint, almost imperceptible hint of mockery touched the corner of his mouth. Next, Lu Rian's voice sounded once more. Qin Mu, Lu Dazhuang nudged him. Muge, it's your turn. Come on. Qin Mu nodded, then walked through the crowd toward the awakening monument. His steps were steady, not flamboyant like Zhao Heming's nor tense like those of the other students. It was as though he were treading a path he had walked many times before. Qin Mu placed his palm upon the monument. A soft hum resonated. The monument lit up. But the light was faint. A dim white glow. It was the weakest reaction among all who had awakened so far. Lu Rian glanced at the tablet, her expression pausing for a moment. Qin Mu, class change complete. Class. She hesitated briefly. Summoner. The entire plaza fell silent for a heartbeat. And then, Zhao Heming was the first to burst into laughter. Summoner. His laughter doubled over him. The weakest combat class on all of Blue Star. That's you. Qin Mu, you're something else. His words were not entirely false. Within Blue Star's class system, Summoner had long been deemed the most useless combat class. The reason was simple. Initial summoned creatures were random, and the vast majority of summoners could only call forth bottom-tier trash like slimes and goblins. A summoner's own body lacked combat prowess, relying entirely on summoned beasts for offense. If the summons were garbage, then the summoner was garbage as well. Statistics gathered over decades showed summoners ranking dead last in average combat strength among all combat classes. It was an undeniable fact. After laughing his fill, Zhao Heming spoke again in a tone of feigned sympathy. Qin Mu, you're destined to spend your life summoning a few slimes to act as meat shields for others. As for me, I'm a special class awakened. You, on the other hand. He shook his head, feigning regret. Forget it, there's nothing more to say. You're a summoner. Just accept your fate. Some around them laughed, others remained silent, and a few looked at Qin Mu with genuine sympathy. Lu Dazhuang's temper flared. Zhao Heming, shut your damn mouth. He lunged forward ready to punch, but two classmates grabbed him tightly from either side. Dazhuang, don't be reckless. You can't afford to offend someone from the Zhao family. Zhao Heming did not even spare Lu Dazhuang a glance. He simply straightened his collar and strode away with his entourage in tow. Lu Dazhuang's face flushed scarlet with anger. Muge, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. What's wrong with being a summoner? A summoner can become strong too. Qin Mu patted Lu Dazhuang's shoulder. It's fine. His tone was very calm. Too calm. So calm that even Lu Dazhuang felt something was off. Qin Mu turned, looking once more toward the awakening monument. Then he lowered his gaze to an attribute panel visible only to his own eyes. Information lay quietly arrayed upon it. Name Qin Mu. Level LV. 0. Class Summoner. Talent. The instant Qin Mu's eyes reached the talent section, his pupils abruptly contracted. For golden characters blazed on the panel, radiating an almost searing brilliance. Wanling Shinchi. Rank SSS. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. What surged within him was not mere joy, but a long-lost emotion, like the poignant warmth of reuniting with an old friend. This life, Qin Mu murmured softly, words audible only to himself. It begins again. His memories from his previous life surged forth like a tidal wave. Wanling Continent. The supreme summoning god king. Ruler of all living beings, sovereign over the world. In the end, he faced the void. Evil gods fought until his strength was exhausted and fell. Then, he was reborn upon this blue star. He had lived 18 years here, all in waiting for this very day. Qin Mu closed the attribute panel and raised his head. The sunlight was piercing, yet his smile outshone even the sun. Qin Mu stood in the corner of the plaza and reopened his attribute panel. This time he examined it with talent. Wanling Shinchi, myriad spirits, divine pact, grade SSS. Effect 1. When forming a summoning contract with any creature, the quality of the summoned being is forcibly elevated to mythic rank or above. Effect 2. Summoned creatures possess limitless loyalty and will never betray. Effect 3. Summoned creatures have an independent evolution path and can grow autonomously. Effect 4. Not restricted by any upper limit on the number of summons. Qin Mu drew in a deep breath. In his previous life, it had taken him 3,000 full years to reach the realm of the Wanling Shinchi. That supreme talent had been earned step by step through cultivation, through countless life and death struggles, through innumerable moments of enlightenment. And now, at the very instant of his class change, he possessed it outright. Effect 1. Quality forcibly raised to mythic rank and above. Qin Mu silently savored this line over and over. On Blue Star, summoned creatures were divided into 7 quality tiers: common, elite, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, genesis. For the vast majority of summoners, being able to summon even a single epic grade creature in their lifetime already made them top-tier powerhouses. Mythic grade. Since records began on all of Blue Star, the number of summoners who possessed mythic grade summoned creatures was not even 0. Because the very existence of mythic grade summons had been classified as a purely theoretical possibility. Like certain particles in physics, valid within theoretical models, yet never once observed in reality. And now the Wanling Shinchi told him, whatever you summon, the lowest it can be is mythic. And effect 4 was even more outrageous. Qin Mu thought to himself, not restricted by any numerical limit. Ordinary summoners could contract at most 3 summoned creatures in their entire lives, yet for me, I can have as many as I desire. At the bottom of the attribute panel, a new notification popped up. Initial summoning quest unlocked. Quest objective: proceed to the novice zone of Qinlan Mountain and complete your first summoning ritual. Hint: the summoning ritual must be conducted at a location where spiritual energy is converging. Qinlan Mountain. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. In the memories of his previous life, deep within Qinlan Mountain, there lay the remains of a high-level summoning array left behind by an ancient summoner. It was a hidden location that ordinary people knew nothing about. Using that array to summon would produce results several times stronger than an ordinary ritual. Of course, for him, with or without that array made little difference. The Wanling Shinshi itself was already the most formidable aid to summoning. Still, having it was better than not. Muge. At that moment, Lu Dazhuang's booming voice rang out from behind him. Come on, let's head to the leveling zone to test our skills. I just learned Berserk Cleave and Battle Roar and my hands are itching. Qin Mu turned back to look at the big fellow whose face was brimming with excitement and smiled faintly. Dazhuang, you go to Shallow Bay to level up first. Huh, you're not coming with me. I have something to take care of. Where are you going? Want me to come along? It's safer with 2 people. It's over by Qinlan Mountain. I'll be fine on my own. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head. Qinlan Mountain. The monsters over there are high level. It's recommended for LV 5 to LV 15. Ow, and you're LV 0 right now. It's fine. Qin Mu's tone was even yet inexplicably reassuring. Lu Dazhuang hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, then Muge, be careful. If anything happens, call me, and I'll come flying over. Okay. Qin Mu patted Lu Dazhuang on the shoulder and turned to leave the plaza. He had only taken a few steps when an icy voice sounded from behind him. Qin Mu. His footsteps paused briefly. When he turned around, he saw Su Qinglan, the acknowledged school beauty of Qinghao Academy. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were exquisitely delicate, and her cool, clear eyes made others instinctively avert their gaze. She had just changed class to Holy Light Priest, and was the highest level in the entire class, LV 6. Su Qinglan looked at Qin Mu, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Qinlan Mountain is dangerous. You're a LV 0 summoner. Thank you for your concern. Qin Mu cut her off, his tone gentle, but leaving no room for argument. But there's no need to worry. With that, he turned and left without another superfluous word. Su Qinglan stood where she was, watching Qin Mu's departing back. She could not shake the feeling that this person was no longer quite the same as before. No, it was not that he was slightly different. He had become an entirely different person. When Qin Mu walked out of the school gates, his phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at it. It was a global announcement issued by the Blue Star system. System announcement: congratulations to Blue Star on the birth of the 11th SS grade Talent Awakener. A flicker passed through Qin Mu's eyes. The 11th. Among the 70 billion people of all Blue Star, there were only 11 SS grade Talent Awakeners. The last SS grade Awakener had appeared 20 years ago. That person was now one of the 3 great guardians of Longhua. The 11th, huh? Qin Mu switched off his phone and walked toward the bus stop. He was going to Qinlan Mountain to complete the first summoning of this lifetime. Qinlan Mountain. To the southeast of Jingzhou City stretches a chain of rolling mountains, one of the leveling zones closest to the urban district. At the foot of the mountain, a massive wooden signboard stands by the entrance. Qinlan Mountain Beginner Zone, recommended level LV 5 LV 15. Warning: hostile monsters roam this area, please proceed in groups. Qin Mu stood alone at the entrance. Around him, scattered groups of freshly advanced novices were forming parties and heading in. They moved in clusters, 3 or 4 at the least, sometimes teams of 5. No one acted alone as Qin Mu did. And no one dared come here at LV 0 as he did. What's with that guy? LV 0. Look at his class emblem. Summoner. ALV 0 summoner at Qinlan Mountain. He's courting death, isn't he? Forget it, let's move. Several teams passing by cast Qin Mu a brief glance, then shook their heads and walked on. Qin Mu turned a deaf ear to their remarks. He stepped forward into the mountain trail. The vegetation of Qinlan Mountain was lush, towering trees intertwined overhead, blotting out the sky. From between the trees, beastly roars occasionally echoed, monsters that made this place their habitat. Ordinarily, beginners would follow the main path, advancing slowly and forming parties to slay any monsters they encountered. But Qin Mu did not take the main path. He turned into a narrow side trail, nearly swallowed by thick undergrowth. This trail did not appear in any guide or strategy manual. For the place it led to was unknown to everyone on Blue Star. But Qin Mu knew. Memories from his previous life were crystal clear. The path grew narrower and deeper with each step. Along the way, he encountered several LV 8 ironback boars. These boars were massive, their tusks razor sharp, an utterly lethal threat in theory to a LV 0 Qin Mu. Yet his steps did not falter for even an instant. His movements were lithe and silent, feline in their grace. This was combat instinct honed over 3,000 years in his previous life. His current body might be that of an ordinary human, but his awareness, judgment, and reaction speed far surpassed any professional on Blue Star. The ironback boars never even noticed him. 20 minutes later, Qin Mu pushed through the last stand of shrubs, and the scenery opened up before him. A hidden clearing encircled by mountains. At its center stood a circular stone platform roughly 10 meters in diameter. The platform was covered in dense ancient runes, their lines blurred and eroded by the passage of ages. Yet Qin Mu recognized it at a single glance. An ancient high-grade summoning array. He stepped onto the stone platform, crouched down, and lightly brushed his fingers over the carvings. Dust fell away in soft cascades, revealing faint blue radiance within the engraved lines. The array was still alive. Excellent, Qin Mu murmured. He straightened and walked to the very center of the formation. He drew in a deep breath. It was time. Following the recollections of his past life, Qin Mu guided the freshly awakened power of the summoner within his body. Though that power was as feeble as a firefly's glow, with the blessing of the Wanling Shinshur, it was more than enough. A low hum resonated. The summoning array beneath his feet flared to life. Blue light spilled from the etched patterns, growing from dim to dazzling, from stillness to swirling motion. The entire platform shuddered. Qin Mu's attribute interface flickered madly before his eyes. Detected summoner talent Wanling Shinshur SSS. Summon quality locked mythic. Initiating first summoning ritual. Connecting to the primordial source of all spirits. Cracks began to spread across the ground. The trees encircling the stone platform bent under an unseen pressure, several uprooted entirely. The sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds veiling the sun. Rather, a pillar of golden light erupted from the heart of the array, spearing straight into the heavens. Its radiance was so intense that it stained the sky for several kilometers around in pure gold. All of Qinglan Mountain trembled. The entire city of Jingzhou could see that golden pillar piercing the clouds. What is happening? Look at the sky. What on earth is going on over by Qinglan Mountain? At that moment, Qin Mu stood at the very heart of the golden light. His black hair streamed backward in the power-laden gusts. His eyes reflected endless gold. Then, a dragon's roar. It resounded between heaven and earth. The sound was ancient, imperious, and domineering, as if echoing from the very end of time. Within the gold, a colossal egg radiating scorching golden divine light slowly drifted into view before Qin Mu. The egg was about a meter in diameter, its entire shell gleaming gold, faint dragon patterns flowing across its surface. New prompts unfolded on his attribute panel. Congratulations. First summoning complete. You have successfully summoned Genesis Divine Dragon Juvenile Form. Quality Mythic. Qin Mu gazed at the golden dragon egg before him. At last, the smile at the corner of his lips could no longer be suppressed. As expected, the Wanling Shinshur never disappoints. The cracks upon the dragon egg grew denser and denser. Golden radiance surged from within those fissures as though a sun had been sealed inside the shell and was now struggling to break free. Crunch. The first fragment of shell broke loose and fell away. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The web of cracks instantaneously spread across the entire dragon egg. With a deafening boom, the sound of imminent eruption filled the air. The dragon egg burst apart. Golden shards flew in all directions, each fragment brimming with terrifying energy, gouging deep pits into the nearby rocks, wherever they struck. When the fragments finally dispersed, the golden light converged. A small figure emerged before Qin Mu, its entire body clad in golden scales, 4 tiny claws gripping the air. A pair of wings not yet fully unfurled trembled upon its back. Its vertical pupils were like 2 condensed stars, dazzling and brilliant. Its body was barely a meter long, resembling an oversized lizard at first glance. Yet the aura it exuded. In that instant, every monster upon Qinglan Mountain prostrated itself upon the ground, regardless of level or species, from the weakest to the strongest. From the level 5 snakes and insects in the grass to the level 15 ironback, wild boar king, all lay flat, trembling uncontrollably. This was suppression that reached down into the depths of their bloodlines. Dragon might. Only Qin Mu remained standing, a gentle smile on his face as he crouched down and extended his hand. The little dragon tilted its head, regarded him for a moment, then naturally rubbed its head against Qin Mu's palm. It let out a high-pitched chirp, utterly at odds with the solemn dignity dragons were famed for, more like a spoiled child's whimper. Qin Mu chuckled softly. Hello. He opened his status panel to inspect this summoned beast's detailed information. Have you heard? That summoner Qin Mu is LV 28. Stats: Strength 128, Agility 96, Vitality 256, Magic 512, Endurance 200. Skill 1 Golden Dragon Breath. unleashes a golden dragon breath, dealing devastating damage within a fan-shaped area in front. Skill 2 Domain of Dragon Might. Releases draconic pressure, causing all creatures within the domain whose rarity is inferior to its own to fall into terror and suppression. Skill 3 Divine Dragon's Protection. Grants the contractor a permanent buff, increasing all attributes by 10%. After reading, Qin Mu drew in a deep breath. A mere level 1 panel, yet these attributes. By his rough estimation, they were equivalent to an elite warrior above level 40. And this was only the juvenile form. Once it matured, it would be terrifying beyond measure. You shall be called Taichu. Qin Mu said, bestowing a name upon the little dragon. Taichu, the beginning of all things, the dawn of creation. The little dragon Taichu seemed very pleased with this name. It curled its tail around Qin Mu's wrist and chirped twice in delight. Qin Mu cradled Taichu in the crook of his arm and rose to his feet. The golden pillar of light had already faded, yet the golden afterglow lingering in the sky had not fully dispersed. At that very moment, the entire city of Jingzhou was in an uproar. At Qinghe Academy, in the principal's office, Principal Fang was quietly drinking tea. He served as principal of Qinghe Academy and was also a fifth-turn king-level professional, now retired from combat and devoted to teaching. The quality of this year's students is quite impressive, he mused. Principal Fang looked with satisfaction at the transfer reports before him. We even have a special class of Thunder Envoy. Quite. His words were cut off abruptly. A terrifying aura swept in directly from the southeast. The teacup in Principal Fang's hand slipped and fell. With a sharp crack, it shattered into powder. Principal Fang sprang to his feet, his expression drastically changed. This is Dragon Might. As a fifth-turn king level, his perception could not be mistaken. This aura was unmistakably the dragon might of a true dragon. Yet the problem was that everyone knew there were no dragons on Blue Star. At least none had ever appeared within the borders of Longhua. And the intensity, cold sweat seeped from Principal Fang's forehead. It far exceeds the upper limit of what I can sense. What level of existence could this be? He rushed to the window, fixing his gaze firmly on the southeast. That was the direction of Qinglan Mountain. The golden pillar of light had faded, yet the strange coloration in the sky remained clearly visible. Principal Fang fell into deep shock and contemplation. Meanwhile, at Jingzhou's City Defense Command Center, alarms were frantically flashing across the giant holographic screens. Report. Ultra-class energy reaction detected from the southeast. Coordinates confirmed, Qinglan Mountain region. Energy level. The operator's voice faltered. What is it? What level? The deputy commander of city defense rushed over. The instruments have maxed out, sir. What? This energy output has exceeded the upper limit of our detection instruments. But our equipment is calibrated to measure up to the highest class energy reactions. Even instruments of that caliber are overwhelmed. The deputy commander's face turned deathly pale, eyes bulging. What kind of monstrous energy could this be? Quickly, report at once. Urgently notify the city lord and station troops. All personnel to first-level combat readiness. Yes, sir. While Jingzhou's city defense was thrown into utter turmoil, Qin Mu at that very moment was leisurely cradling Taichu as he strolled out of the dense forest. He had no idea about the storm he had just stirred up, or rather he simply did not care. Nestled in the crook of his arm, Taichu let out a tiny yawn. Then the little dragon buried its head against Qin Mu's chest and closed its eyes in utter comfort. Qin Mu lowered his gaze to look at Taichu, his eyes soft. Come, he said. I'll take you to level up. In the main area of Qinglan Mountain, Qin Mu did not rush to leave. Instead, he brought Taichu to the very center of the novice leveling zone. All around them were low-level monsters. They were monsters ranging from level 5 to level 10, ironback boars, greenman wolves, venomfang serpents. For freshly advanced novices, these creatures were foes that demanded utmost caution. 3 to 5 people forming a party would have to expend considerable effort just to bring down a single ironback boar. Qin Mu halted upon a broad expanse of grassland where 7 or 8 ironback boars were leisurely rooting through the soil in search of food. The weakest among them were level 5, the strongest level 8. Taichu, Qin Mu called softly. Taichu leapt down from the crook of his arm, and as it landed, its golden scales shimmered brilliantly beneath the sunlight. The little dragon tilted its head, studying the herd of boars. It's time for you to stretch your limbs, Qin Mu said with a faint smile. Taichu obediently opened its mouth. With a single breath, just one, golden dragon fire erupted from Taichu's jaws. It was not flame but pure unadulterated power of annihilation. The golden dragon breath swept across the entire meadow like a raging flood. The 7 or 8 ironback boars did not even have time to scream before they were directly vaporized. They were not merely slain but utterly vaporized, not even a single bristle left behind. System notifications popped up before Qin Mu's eyes. His summoned creature had slain multiple level 5 ironback boars, granting him experience. More prompts followed. His summoned creature had killed level 7 ironback boars, awarding further experience, then level 8 ironback boars, as well, each kill feeding him more and more experience. Level up messages chimed in rapid succession, overlapping one another. Qin Mu's level increased again, and again the barrage of prompts ringing without pause. Qin Mu's level soared from 0 straight to 8, climbing 8 levels in an instant. Anyone else would have been overjoyed, banging drums and racing through the streets in celebration. Yet Qin Mu merely furrowed his brows. "It's a bit low," he muttered. "These monsters are too weak. The experience they give is insufficient." His gaze turned toward the deeper regions of the mountain. "Come on, let's head further in," he said. Taichu happily flicked its tail and nodded. It followed behind, Qin Mu hopping forward with a light, playful gait. Over the next half hour, what unfolded could only be described as a massacre. Qin Mu advanced with Taichu at his side, cutting a path straight through. Packs of level 8 Greenman wolves were annihilated by a single breath of dragon fire. A level 10 Venomfang's Serpent King collapsed in terror under the weight of Taichu's draconic might, then was finished with one more breath. A level 12 rock-armored bear met the same fate, first broken by dragon's dominance, then harvested by dragon fire. Taichu even began to feel bored. Every time Qin Mu called Taichu, it simply opened its mouth and spat out a breath. And then, there was nothing left to do. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's level continued to skyrocket from 8 to 10, then 12, then 15. The more experience they farmed, the faster his level climbed. At last, Qin Mu arrived at the deepest part of Qinglan Mountain, a valley encircled by ancient trees. From afar, he saw a colossal bear-like monster sprawled at the center of the valley, its body as large as a small hill. Its fur gleamed with a bronze sheen, and its eyes were like copper bells. System text labeled it Qinglan Giant Bear King. Level 20. Quality Elite. Description: Hidden Boss of Qinglan Mountain. This was the most powerful monster in all of Qinglan Mountain. Ordinarily, such a foe would require a seasoned party of at least 10 players, all around level 15 or higher, to even attempt to challenge. Yet Qin Mu stood there alone, or more precisely, one man and one dragon. Roar! The Qinglan Giant Bear King keenly sensed the intruder's presence. It raised its enormous head and let loose a thunderous, ear-splitting roar. The roar carried a tangible pressure, making even the air tremble. Had an ordinary novice been here, that single roar would have been enough to turn their legs to jelly. Qin Mu stood unmoving. Taichu, don't use any skills, he instructed. Taichu cocked its head in puzzlement. Just use dragon's might. Taichu seemed to understand. It puffed out its small chest, and then released draconic might. An invisible mountain-crushing pressure surged out from Taichu's tiny body. The Qinglan Giant Bear King's furious roar was cut short. Its massive frame began to tremble, its legs turning weak. The ferocity in its eyes was swiftly replaced by raw terror. In the span of a single breath, the Qinglan Giant Bear King collapsed to the ground, limbs sprawled, head pressed flat against the earth as it let out low, whimpering cries. It had surrendered. A level 20 elite boss had been frightened into outright submission by a single release of Taichu's dragon's might. But the system paid no heed to surrender. The posture of surrender triggered a no-resistance kill condition. The Bear King's health dropped straight to 0. System text flashed: his summoned creature had slain the Qinglan Giant Bear King, level 20 elite, granting an enormous amount of experience. More notifications followed. He had leveled up again and again. At last, the prompt declared that he had reached level 20, the upper limit for first-tier advancement, and instructed him to complete his second-tier quest to continue leveling. Qin Mu studied the information displayed on his panel. Level 20, first-tier max level. He turned to look at Taichu. Taichu turned to look back at him. Man and dragon gazed at one another for 3 silent seconds. Inwardly, Qin Mu thought, so I've already hit max level. Taichu tilted its head expression innocently. Their classmates of the same intake were still back in Shantan Bay, hacking away at level 1 little crabs one by one, while Qin Mu was about to take a young dragon along to complete his class advancement quest. Anyone who heard of this would never believe it. Taichu let out a soft chirp, seemingly in response. Qin Mu sighed. It truly had been a bit too fast. He lowered his gaze to the clusters of glowing orbs scattered where the Bear King had vanished, the loot dropped by the boss. There were many light clusters, and after all, it was a hidden boss. Qin Mu picked them up one by one. Among them was Iron Arm Bracers Silver Grade, Stamina 10, Endurance 8. He also obtained Bear's Might War Boots Silver Grade, Agility 12, with an attached active effect Tremor Step. Alongside these were numerous other Silver Grade pieces of equipment, already top-tier gear for novices. Yet what truly concerned Qin Mu was the final light cluster. He reached out to touch it. A flash of golden light blossomed, and a skill book took form in his hand. Summon Enhancement Art Rare Grade Skill Book. Qin Mu held the skill book, not yet having had time to learn it, when his interface began to pulse wildly. A notification appeared: Talent 10,000 Spirits Divine Pact has been triggered. The skill book's quality was undergoing mutation. Its rarity climbed from rare to epic, then to legendary, and finally to mythic. The book had transformed into Universal Spirit's Resonance Mythic Grade Skill Book. The skill book in Qin Mu's hand changed dramatically in appearance. Its cover shifted from blue to radiant gold, mysterious patterns flowing across its surface. He lowered his gaze, studying the golden skill book for a long moment, then slowly exhaled. "This talent is a bit outrageous," he murmured. Qin Mu studied the Wanling Gongming. Wanling Gongming mythic level effect. All summoned creatures receive a permanent 30 boost to all attributes. The contract between summoner and summoned forged a deep mental link, allowing remote perception of the creature's condition and location. At that very moment, Taichu's body began to emit a soft golden radiance. On the attribute panel, Taichu's figures surged dramatically. His strength leaped from 128 to 166, with all other attributes rising in unison. Taichu let out a joyful draconic roar and circled Qin Mu twice, clearly reveling in his newfound strength. "Enough," Qin Mu murmured as he gathered all dropped items and opened the second-tier job advancement panel. Summoner second-tier quest advancement to Spirit Beastmaster. Task journey to the Yuming Cave and defeat the gatekeeper boss, the Mingzhu Nuhuang LV. 30, elite level. Time limit 7 days. Difficulty rating 5 stars. 5 stars. This was the highest difficulty rating for a second-tier quest. Memories from his past life told Qin Mu that a 5-star second-tier quest signified an extraordinarily high caliber of profession after advancement, perhaps even a hidden class. Yet the dilemma was that the Mingzhu Nuhuang was a level 30 elite boss. Ordinarily, for one who had just reached level 20 as a novice, several more months of training and a formidable team would be required to mount a challenge. Qin Mu glanced down at Taichu. Meanwhile, Taichu was busy chasing his own tail, spinning through 3 circles before tripping over himself. Qin Mu's lips twitched in exasperation. Forget it. Regardless of his foolish appearance, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Taichu let his head to the... Taichu ceased his tail-chasing antics and lifted his head. A spark of excitement glimmered in his golden vertical eyes, as if saying, another target for a fiery feast. Meanwhile, at Shantan Bay, the ideal leveling zone for novices in Jingzhou City, the gentle beach and shallow clear waters belied the docile low-level monsters that roamed. At that moment, the bay teemed with people. Newly advanced students from Qinghe Academy were practicing their skills with fervor. "Hold your ground, brothers." Surrounded, Lu Dazhuang tensed every muscle, wielding a crude beginner's iron axe as he and 3 classmates encircled a level 2 beach crab. The crustacean's shell was extraordinarily tough. Lu Dazhuang swung his axe with a resounding strike. Sparks flew as the crab remained unmoved. The impact left Lu Dazhuang's grip numb. "Damn, how can this crab's shell be so unyielding?" he muttered while a nearby classmate urged Lu Dazhuang, "Use your skill." A classmate cried out, "Berserk Chop's cooldown is still 15 seconds. Then hold it down before it escapes." "Oh, it's pinching me. Ouch, ouch, ouch." After a grueling 5-minute battle, the 4 managed to barely defeat the level 2 crab. Killed beach crab LV2, earning 12 experience points. Lu Dazhuang watched as his experience bar inched upward, wiping sweat from his brow. "Phew, I've finally reached level 4. That was his 6th crab of the day. "Dazhuang, you're already among the top 5 in the class," a classmate consoled. "Nonsense, I am a berserker." Just as Lu Dazhuang was basking in his triumph, a shout arose from another part of the beach. "Look, Zhao Heming." Lu Dazhuang turned his gaze toward the sound. Zhao Heming stood alone on the beach, encircled by purple electric arcs. In front of him loomed a level 3 beach crab. With a raised hand, he unleashed a bolt of purple lightning. Smash! The crab disintegrated into fragments on the spot, a one-hit kill. The surrounding classmates gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible." As expected of a special class, it was an instant kill. "Zhao Heming is so cool." Zhao Heming withdrew his hand, his expression a blend of arrogance and satisfaction. This is the power of the special class. Scanning the crowd, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, where is Qin Mu?" "Seems he hasn't come to Shantan Bay," someone replied. "Oh, not here to level up." Zhao Heming scoffed. "Indeed, what use is a summoner in these trials? He probably hasn't even summoned a slime yet, right? Perhaps he was slain by wild monsters and forced to return to town," a follower joked. "However, rumor has it someone saw him heading toward Qinglan Mountain." Zhao Heming laughed. "LV0 heading to Qinglan Mountain? Haha, only if he's sulking at home would that be possible." Lu Dazhuang, hearing this from afar, seethed with anger. "That bastard Zhao Heming." Lu Dazhuang clenched his axe ready to charge, but a classmate firmly held him back. "Dazhuang, calm down. He's already LV7 now, you stand no chance." Lu Dazhuang gritted his teeth, his face flushed red. "Muge, what exactly are you doing?" Little did he know that his peers were still at levels between 2 and 7, while his fellow classmates struggled with crabs between LV2 and LV7. At that very moment, Qin Mu stood resolutely at the entrance of the Yuming Cave. Behind him trailed a mythic creation-level divine dragon, whose combat prowess outclassed everyone on the beach. It was at level 20, fully maxed out for the first-tier class. It was on the verge of undergoing its second-tier advancement. The Nether Cave, lying quietly beneath the vast mountains in the northern part of Jingzhou, resembling an ancient fierce beast lurking deep within the earth. A warning sign stands here, its text cold and solemn. Nether Cave recommended level LV. 20 LV. 35. Danger level B. Note contains high-level BOSS. It is recommended to enter in a party of 5 or more. The entrance of the cave is filled with a chilling wind, as if whispering from the depths of the Nine Nether. A decaying aura permeates the air, carrying the stench of death and the sediment of time. Qin Mu's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he stepped into this dark realm. Taichu followed closely. The young dragon's golden scales shimmered in the absolute darkness, radiating a soft, yet sacred halo. Like a moving star, it illuminated the path ahead. The structure of the cave is far more complex than Qinglan Mountain. The passage twists and turns with sticky spider silk hanging from the rock walls. This is the territory of the Nether Spider. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of dense footsteps echoed in the darkness. Countless pairs of green eyes lit up deep within the passage. Nether Spiders. Level LV. 22 to LV. 25. Their size is akin to that of dogs, with bizarre purple patterns covering their black shells. Groups upon groups. At least over 30. If an ordinary team encountered such a scale of Nether Spider swarm, it would be a tough battle at best or total annihilation at worst. Qin Mu did not even pause his steps. Taichu. A single phrase. Taichu opened its mouth. The golden dragon breath spread fan-like. The entire passage was filled with the power of golden destruction. Over 30 Nether Spiders were instantly reduced to ashes, not even leaving a trace. You leveled up. You leveled up. Experience points surged once again. Although he had reached the first transition level cap of LV. 20, and could not level up further. Experience points continued to accumulate, waiting to be released upon completing the second transition. Qin Mu pressed forward. Taichu cleared the path with its dragon breath. There was no suspense. Like a bulldozer crushing through a dirt road. 20 minutes later, Qin Mu reached the deepest part of the cave, a vast underground space. The dome rose several dozen meters high, covered with a dense web of spider silk. Tangled in the webs were the remains of some unfortunate prey. There were wild beasts and even human bones. In the center of the space, a massive spider the size of a small building lurked there. Nether Spider Queen. LV. 30. Elite Boss. The 8 sturdy spider legs of the Nether Spider Queen supported its colossal body, with 8 eyes on its head, each glimmering with a cold green light. It sensed the presence of an intruder. HSSSS. The Nether Spider Queen let out a sharp cry, all 8 eyes locking on Qin Mu. In an instant, its mouth spewed forth a thick purple-black mist. Toxic Fog Domain. At the same time, spider silk shot out wildly from its abdomen. Spider silk entanglement. Both skills were unleashed simultaneously. The toxic fog spread, and the spider silk blocked the path. For an ordinary person, even a LV 30 team entering would have to go through considerable trouble to handle these 2 attacks. But Taichu flew forward a meter. Dragon might unleash. The invisible pressure surged like a tsunami, roaring into the space. The Nether Spider Queen's skills were shattered outright. The toxic fog collapsed and dissipated before the dragon might. The spider silk was shattered into pieces as soon as it was shot out. For the first time, fear showed in the 8 eyes of the Nether Spider Queen. It retreated frantically, its 8 legs scraping against the ground with a piercing noise. Taichu Dragon Breath. Qin Mu's voice was calm, yet it sounded like a divine decree. Taichu opened its mouth once more. The golden light coalesced into a beam like a radiant rainbow, pure and fierce, shooting straight towards the body of the Nether Spider Queen. The Nether Spider Queen didn't even have time to scream. The entire massive body was enveloped by the golden dragon breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. The dragon breath dissipated. The Nether Spider Queen vanished. Only a deep pit of several meters remained on the ground, the rock at the bottom scorched into a glass-like state. Your summon has killed the Nether Spider Queen LV. 30 Elite. You gain a large amount of experience points. Second transition task completed. Calculating job transition evaluation. Detected talent, All Spirits Divine Contract SSS. Career advancement path has been adjusted. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to All Spirits Beastmaster. Career quality, Hidden Career. Qin Mu looked at the 5 golden characters of All Spirits Beastmaster flashing on the panel. Not Beast Tamer, but a hidden career, All Spirits Beastmaster. The panel continued to display information. Second transition completed. Level cap raised to LV 40. Cumulative experience releasing. LV 20 LV 21 LV 22 LV 28. The accumulated experience directly pushed his level to LV 28. A new skill slot unlocked. New attributes surged. At the moment of the second transition, Tai Chu also underwent a transformation. Its size grew from 1 meter to 2 meters, and its wingspan expanded from half a meter to 1.5, stretching like clouds. Though still a juvenile, it already possessed the demeanor of a true dragon. Qin Mu patted Tai Chu's head. Not bad, you've grown quite handsome. Alright, let's see what good loot the boss dropped. He shifted his gaze from Tai Chu to the ground full of glowing ore. Among the drops of the Nether Spider Queen were a pile of regular equipment and materials. But Qin Mu's gaze fell on a black pearl among them. This dark and profound black pearl floated quietly, as if it had gathered a piece of the pitch-black night. Qin Mu picked it up and examined it closely. 9 nether dark stone. Type summoning material. Quality epic. Description: an ancient gem infused with the essence of the netherworld can be used to summon nether beings. Qin Mu held the 9 nether dark stone. The stone was cold to the touch, and a distant yet rich life force flowed within it, as if an ancient and ethereal presence was sleeping inside. The all-spirits divine contract began to stir. It was telling Qin Mu, this item contains a mysterious creature that can be summoned. Interesting. A slight smile played on Qin Mu's lips. The material for the second summon was obtained. Qin Mu did not rush to leave the nether cave. The underground space was vast, and after the demise of the queen of the nether spiders, the remaining spiders had all scattered. This place had become an excellent safe zone. Qin Mu found a flat stone to sit on. The 9 nether stone was held in his hand, and its cold aura flowed into his body through his palm. Tai Chu moved back a little. Tai Chu obediently flew to a rock a dozen meters away, tilting its head to look at Qin Mu. Qin Mu placed the 9 nether stone on the ground, guiding the summoning power within him into it. After the second transformation, his summoning power was more than 10 times stronger than during the first. Buzz! The 9 nether stones suddenly trembled violently. Thick black light as dense as ink erupted from the heart of the stone, quickly spreading around. At the same time, a translucent panel appeared before Qin Mu's summoning material, detected 9 nether stone, epic grade talent, all spirits, divine contract activated. Summoning quality is being forcibly enhanced. Epic legendary mythical. Second summoning ritual initiated. Pitch black flames erupted from within the nether stone. This was no ordinary flame. It was the nether fire. Cold, dark, and consuming all light. The flames surged wildly, and wherever they passed, a faint freezing sound of crack echoed in the air. The temperature in the entire cave plummeted in just a few breaths, and a layer of pale frost instantly covered the rock walls. Even the light seemed to freeze and distort. Tai Chu shivered, a thin layer of ice crystals appearing on its golden scales. It let out a dissatisfied hum, releasing its dragon flames to counter the chill. The black flames coalesced, rotating and taking shape in the air. Gradually, a shadowy bird emerged in the flames, its outstretched wings appearing to block out the sun. Qin Mu's pupils constricted, his breath momentarily halted. That outline was no ordinary netherworld creature. It was a phoenix. Another phoenix. Caw! Accompanied by a piercing cry that shattered stone and pierced the soul, the black flames. A majestic, entirely black, giant bird burst forth from the flames, spreading its wings proudly. Its feathers were pure black, but each feather's edge shimmered with ethereal blue flame patterns. Its eyes were like 2 unfathomable cold pools, icy and noble, looking down upon all. Its long tail feathers fell behind like a cascade of ink, each measuring 2 meters long, resembling black obsidian. The 9 nether phoenix has arrived. Meanwhile, the panel information rapidly refreshed. 9 nether phoenix quality, mythical grade, level LV. 1 attributes: strength 96, agility 168, stamina 128, magic 480, endurance 144, skill 1 nether fire, burning the sky. Releases 9 nether fire, burning all matter and souls. Deals double damage to undead and shadow type targets. Skill 2, soul plunder. After killing a target, there is a chance to absorb the target's soul, permanently boosting its own attributes. Skill 3, undying rebirth. Automatically enters a rebirth state upon death, fully reviving after 3 days. Can be triggered once every 30 days. Qin Mu looked at this attribute panel and took a deep breath. Another mythical creature. Moreover, it was of the nether type. It formed a perfect complement to Tai Chu's golden light type. The 9 nether phoenix circled elegantly in the air before gracefully landing on Qin Mu's shoulder. Although its wingspan was 3 meters, it automatically shrank its form when it landed, becoming a small black bird about the size of a fist. The cold beak lightly pecked at Qin Mu's cheek as if to greet him. Tai Chu, seeing this scene, became displeased. It flew over and used its tail to sweep the nether phoenix off Qin Mu's shoulder. The nether phoenix squawked in discontent, flapping a wing at Tai Chu. Tai Chu bared its teeth. The nether phoenix fluffed up its feathers. Qin Mu. He pressed down on Tai Chu's head with one hand, while lifting the nether phoenix with the other. Stop it. We're all partners. Upon hearing this, Tai Chu let out a few grumbles, reluctantly retracting. The Nether Phoenix also huffed coldly, flying back up to Qin Mu's shoulder. Two mythical summons like two children vying for affection. Qin Mu could only smile wryly, yet a warmth surged in his heart. All right, it's getting late, we should head back. He glanced at the darkening sky, turning to walk out of the cave with the two mythical summons. At this moment in the Jingzhou City Defense Command Center, an ear-piercing alarm bell suddenly tore through the comm inside, without warning. Report. An ultra-class energy reaction has been detected in the northern Nether Cave area. The intensity is still rapidly rising. What? It's happening again. The deputy commander of city defense almost lost his balance. Is it the same as the previous incident in Qinglan Mountain? Not the same. This time the energy signature is Nether type, dark attribute. But what? But the energy level has also exceeded the detection limit of our instruments. The new measuring device we bought has exploded again. The deputy commander's face turned ashen. In a single day, two ultra-class energy reactions. One at Qinglan Mountain, the other at the Nether Cave. Two completely different directions. Yet both felt suffocating. Is it the same person, he muttered. Unclear, but if it is the same person. The operator swallowed hard, not continuing. If it is the same person, then what level of existence would this person be? No one could answer this question. In the command center, only the buzzing of the instruments remained, and the chilling sense of dread and awe that lingered in everyone's hearts. In Principal Fang's office, the fifth transformation king had just replaced his brand new purple clay teacup. The previous one had shattered during the dragon might impact this morning. He carefully held the new teacup, just about to take a sip, when he sensed a wave of nether energy coming from the north. His expression froze. His hand trembled. The new teacup slipped from his grasp. Clatter. It shattered. Principal Fang didn't have time to look at the pieces on the ground, immediately staring wide-eyed at the direction from which the energy originated. The expression on his face was hard to define as shock or despair. Again. The sun was setting in the west. Qin Mu returned to Qinghao Academy. Tai Chu and Mingfeng had already been summoned into his summoning space, an independent storage space that every summoner would possess after a job change. On the outside, he appeared to be just an ordinary student. As he entered the dormitory building, he bumped into Lu Dazhuang, looking exhausted yet excited, rushed over. Brother Mu, you're finally back. I leveled up to LV5 today. I'm the third fastest in the class. Not bad, Qin Mu nodded sincerely. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head. What about you, Brother Mu? Did you go to Qinglan Mountain? Did you encounter any danger? It was relatively safe. Did you level up? I did okay, Qin Mu replied casually. Lu Dazhuang didn't think much of it. After all, for a LV0 summoner to return alive from Qinglan Mountain was already impressive. That's good. Let's eat in the cafeteria. The braised pork today is really good. In the cafeteria, everyone was discussing today's job changes and leveling up. I leveled up to LV. I teamed up to take down a LV2 crab. Zhao Hemming can single-handedly take down a LV3 crab. He's so strong. The tables were filled with such conversations. Qin Mu sat quietly in a corner eating while listening to his classmates' discussions. It felt like two different worlds. Shortly after dinner, Lu Rian notified the entire class to gather in the classroom for the first progress review after the job change. Classmates, today, I will use identification techniques to scan your attribute panels and register your levels, professions, and combat power evaluations. This is a routine task by the Academy. I hope everyone will cooperate. Lu Rian sat at the podium holding an identification crystal. This was a device uniformly distributed by the Academy, capable of remotely reading students' basic attribute information. Lu Dazhuang stood up. Lu Rian glanced at him. LV5 profession berserker combat power evaluation 3 stars. Not bad, keep it up. Lu Dazhuang sat down cheerfully. Next, Su Qinglan. Su Qinglan stood up, her cold aura momentarily silencing the classroom. LV6 profession holy light priest combat power evaluation 4 stars. The highest in the class, very impressive. Someone whispered in admiration. Zhao Hemming lazily stood up, a signature arrogant smile on his face. LV7 profession thunder herald combat power evaluation 6 stars. When Lu Rian read his combat power, she paused slightly. 6 stars. Indeed, much higher than a regular mage of the same level. The benefits of a special profession are evident. Zhao Hemming proudly looked around. Did you hear that? 6 stars. Is anyone higher than me? No one responded. 6-star combat power was already a significant gap among novices who had just changed jobs. Zhao Hemming sat down contentedly, propping up his leg. Lu Rian continued to read the list one by one. Among the 40-plus students in the class, the lowest level was LV2, and the highest was Zhao Hemming's LV7. The combat power evaluations ranged from 1 star to 6 stars. Until the end. Qin Mu calmly stood up. Lu Rian raised the identification crystal, directing it at Qin Mu. The crystal lit up. Then an unbelievable scene occurred. Lu Rian's expression froze. She stared wide-eyed, her red lips slightly parted. The identification crystal trembled slightly in her hand. 3 seconds of silence. The atmosphere in the classroom grew strange. "Teacher Lu, what's wrong?" Someone couldn't help but ask quietly out of curiosity. Lu Rian opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but her voice caught in her throat. She swallowed, took a deep breath. Then in a voice she herself could hardly believe, she pronounced the information on the panel slowly. Qin Mu. Level LV 28. LV 28. The classroom instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. And before everyone could recover from their shock, Lu Rian continued, "Second job change completed. Profession Beastmaster of all spirits. This is a hidden profession." Lu Rian's voice trembled. "Combat power evaluation." She glanced at the number, almost dropping the identification crystal in her hand. 120 stars? Boom. The whole class erupted. It wasn't the kind of cheering or exclamation. It was a collective daze after their brains crashed. Everyone was petrified. Lu Dazwang's mouth was gaping wide enough to fit a fist. Su Qinglin's eternally cold eyes showed a hint of shock for the first time. Zhao Heming's propped leg paused in the air for 2 seconds before dropping stiffly. "No, it's impossible." Zhao Heming was the first to explode. He abruptly stood up, his chair sliding back half a meter. He just changed jobs a day ago. How could he be LV 28? How could he have completed a second job change? How could a summoner possibly have a hidden profession? 120 stars of combat power. Our entire class combined doesn't even have 120 stars. He pointed at Qin Mu, his finger trembling. His voice was sharp enough to almost break. "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake." The crowd in the classroom finally snapped out of their petrification, instantly erupting in chaos. "What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? LV 28. We're only LV 5. Qin Mu is LV 28. Is he leveling up like a rocket? Hidden profession. He has a hidden profession. 120 stars. Zhao Heming only has 6 stars. Qin Mu is 20 times stronger than him. 20 times. Lu Dazhuang was the last to regain his senses. He stood up, trembling all over. Not out of fear, but excitement. Brother Mu." His eyes turned red. "Did you go to Qinglan Mountain before? Just for?" Qin Mu glanced at Lu Dazhuang and smiled pretty much. Lu Dazhuang took a deep breath, showing a delighted expression for his friend. Then he whispered, but with immense determination, he said 2 words, "Awesome." "I don't believe it." Zhao Heming almost shouted. The identification crystal must be malfunctioning. How could a summoner complete the second transformation in just 1 day? Lu Rian frowned at his attitude. Zhao Heming, the identification crystal is a precision device provided uniformly by the academy. Then scan it again. Zhao Heming rudely interrupted the teacher's words. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a bit displeased. However, she glanced at Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded indifferently. Lu Rian pondered for a moment. After all, Qin Mu had completed the second transformation in just 1 day, and this matter was significant. If errors were discovered after reporting, then, considering various complex factors, Lu Rian ultimately decided to raise the identification crystal again. Scanning. Reading. Qin Mu LV 28 second transformation, universal beast master, combat power rating 120 stars. This result was identical to the previous one. However, this time Lu Rian projected the detection results as a holographic display to show everyone. Now Zhao Heming's face turned extremely ugly. The atmosphere in the classroom became subtle. All eyes darted between Qin Mu and Zhao Heming. Zhao Heming remained silent for 5 seconds. Then he took a deep breath and forcefully calmed himself down. Having a high level doesn't mean strong combat power. His voice regained calmness, but the jealousy and unwillingness in his eyes could not be concealed. A summoner's combat power entirely depends on the summoned creature. What use is a high level? What is your summoned creature? A slime? A goblin? Zhao Heming sneered as he spoke. If you have the ability, summon it for everyone to see. That would make people believe. This sentence instantly quieted the discussions in the classroom. Indeed, the key for a summoner isn't their level, but the summoned creature. No matter how high Qin Mu's level is, if his summoned creature is trash, then he is still trash. Everyone looked at Qin Mu. His expression remained unchanged. Do you want to see? Of course. Zhao Heming crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin, revealing a triumphant smirk. Are you scared? Qin Mu glanced at him. His eyes were very calm. So calm that it made Zhao Heming feel a twinge of unease. All right. Qin Mu only said 1 word. Then he turned to Lu Rian. Teacher, it's not suitable to summon in the classroom. Oh, let's go to the training ground. Lu Rian didn't have time to respond. A deep voice suddenly came from the classroom door. The training ground is just the smallest specification of the practice area. If you want to go directly to the square. This time using the square is specially approved by me. Everyone was astonished and turned around. Standing at the door was the highest authority of the school, Principal Fang. No one knew when he had arrived, but everyone could see clearly. Principal Fang's expression was quite complicated as he looked at Qin Mu with doubts, surprise, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement in his eyes. As a fifth transformation king, he had already speculated some things from the recent unusual energy fluctuations that shocked the entire city. Now he was very eager to know whether the person who triggered the city's phenomenon was this young man before him. Let's go. Principal Fang waved his hand. All students gather at the square. I will personally supervise the entire summoning process. Yes. 10 minutes later, in the largest square of Qinghao Academy, over 40 students stood at the edge of the square, forming a semicircle. But that wasn't all. News within the campus spread quickly. Students and teachers from other classes in the academy had rushed over to watch. Soon the square was packed with a crowd, and it was impossible to move. There were at least 400 to 500 people. Everyone was whispering. Have you heard? That summoner Qin Mu is LV 28. He reached the second transformation in just one day. Is that true? Isn't Principal Fang personally observing his summoning ceremony to verify the truth of this matter? If it's true, wouldn't that? Huh. Zhao Hemming stood at the front of the crowd, arms crossed with an expression of someone watching a show. A summoner, huh? He deliberately raised his voice so that everyone around could hear. No matter how high the level, what does it matter? If the summoned creature is a slime, I could easily smash it with a lightning bolt. Around him, a few people chuckled in agreement. At that moment, Qin Mu stepped into the center of the square. Principal Fang stood beside him, observing intently. Lu Rian beside him unconsciously tightened her grip on the signature pen. Qin Mu faced everyone with a calm expression, but he didn't rush to take action. Seeing this, Zhao Hemming sneered, "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Qin Mu ignored him. He gently raised his right hand and said one word, "Summon." Boom. In an instant, golden light burst forth. A golden beam shot up from the ground before Qin Mu. The beam was not very tall, only about 3 meters. But that aura. Principal Fang's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized it. That aura was exactly the same as the energy reaction from the direction of Qinglan Mountain yesterday. The golden light coalesced into form. A tumter-long golden little dragon appeared before everyone. Taichu. Its appearance was not overly flashy, but the aura around it, the dragon's might, quietly spread out. Principal Fang's legs bent slightly, and as a fifth transformation king, he barely stood firm with his own cultivation. Lu Rian took 2 steps back, her face pale, and Zhao Hemming and the others. Thud! They fell to their knees. He didn't even know what had happened. His body was completely out of control. His legs automatically bent, and his knees hit the ground with a muffled sound. He wanted to stand up, but no matter what, he couldn't lift his legs. An invisible mountain-like force pressed down on him, making it impossible for him to even look up. Not just him. Among the 300 to 400 people in the square besides Principal Fang, who was barely standing, everyone's legs were trembling. Some people simply sat down on the ground. A deathly silence. Taichu yawned. Then it scratched its nose with its tail. Under everyone's gaze, it leisurely flew to Qin Mu's shoulder, coiled its tail, and closed its eyes, seemingly finding these people exceedingly boring. The silence lasted for 10 seconds. Then Lu Dazhuang erupted with a roar that had been suppressed to the extreme. Mu. Oh, you're awesome. The crowd finally snapped out of their shock and petrification. Is this a dragon? A summoner can summon a dragon. And this quality, the golden light. Is it mythic level? No, I can't be seeing this wrong. Qin Mu's summoned beast is a dragon. Hey. Fang Principal took a deep breath. His hands trembled slightly. It was not fear. He spoke with a trembling voice. Qin Mu, my student. Qin Mu said, nothing, turning to look at Principal Fang. Would you be able to come to my office for a chat? In the principal's office. The moment Principal Fang closed the door, the composed persona he had maintained for decades nearly shattered. Sit. Quickly sit. He fumbled to pour a cup of tea for Qin Mu, then sat down, stood up again, and sat down once more. Taichu lay on Qin Mu's lap, tilting his head to examine the anxious old man. Principal Fang took 3 deep breaths, finally managing to calm himself a little. He trembled as he took out a high-grade identification crystal, which was over 10 times stronger than the one Lu Rian used. The crystal's light focused on Taichu. The identification crystal flickered briefly, then displayed 3 large question marks. The quality exceeds the identification range. Principal Fang's voice became hoarse. This identification crystal can identify up to the legendary level. So your summoned beast quality is at least above legendary. He looked at Qin Mu with burning eyes. Qin Mu remained non-committal. Qin Mu, it'll be straightforward. What is your talent level? Qin Mu was silent for a second before slowly replying, SSS. Principal Fang seemed to be jolted by electricity springing up from his chair. Ouch! The back of his head hit the corner of the bookshelf behind him. But he didn't care about the pain. SSS level. His voice cracked. SSS level talent. There have only been 11 in human history globally, and this 11th is right here in Qinghao Academy. Under my very hand. He paced back and forth in the office like a lion trapped in a cage. Do you know the last SSS level talent awakener appeared in the Dragon Nation 20 years ago? That person is now one of the 3 guardians of the Dragon Nation, the master of all laws Yi Wudao. Qin Mu nodded. Principal Fong halted, gazing deeply at Qin Mu. Your summoned creature is of mythical level, right? Yes. What is its name? Genesis, Divine Dragon. Principal Fong closed his eyes. He needed to digest this information. Genesis, Divine Dragon. Mythical level. SSS level talent. Completing the second transition within a day. Hidden profession. LV. 28. 120 star combat power. When these labels are put together, Principal Fong suddenly opened his eyes. Qin Mu, this matter must be kept confidential. If other countries' factions learn about your SSS level talent, you will be in danger. I understand. Qin Mu politely nodded and continued. Principal Fong, I came to your office this time to ask for your help. Help me suppress the news temporarily at least. I understand, at least until you are strong enough to speak. Principal Fong took over, his gaze shifting. Seeing how polite the young man was, his demeanor was quite measured. Moreover, his thoughts were surprisingly thorough and far-reaching. He couldn't help but raise his evaluation of Qin Mu a bit. The next second, he picked up the phone. I will contact the city defense commander of Jingzhou, as well as the Dragon Nation's Occupational Management Bureau, to request the highest level of protection for you. The call was quickly connected. Principal Fong succinctly explained the situation. There was silence on the other end for a long time. Then the other party said, just one sentence. Principal Fong, are you sure? I swear with my 5th transition King's cultivation. Principal Fang's tone was resolute. The other end fell silent again. 10 seconds later. All right. We will send someone over immediately. Outside the principal's office. After Qin Mu left, Principal Fong slumped alone in his chair. He looked at the shattered teacup on the desk. Suddenly he felt that he might have to buy a truckload of teacups in his lifetime because of Qin Mu. Meanwhile, in Zhao Heming's dormitory, he smashed 3 mobile phones in one breath. Impossible. How could a summoner be so strong? He paced around the dormitory like a trapped beast. It must be the summoned beast's problem. As long as that dragon is not there, he is just a waste. Zhao Heming's thoughts fell into paranoia. He picked up the communicator and dialed a number. Dad, what is it? I need you to help me investigate a person, Qin Mu, from Qinghao Academy. There is a problem with his summoned creature. I suspect he used prohibited items. There was a moment of silence on the other end. With the connections of the Qin Mu Association, it's not difficult to check on a student. Just wait. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Heming sat on the edge of the bed, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. Zhao Heming's father, Zhao Yongxing, was one of the elders of the first guild in Jingzhou, the Qin Mu Association. And the vice president of the Qin Mu Association, Han Tingshuan, is the strongest of the younger generation in Jingzhou. A 4th transition master. Combat power rating of 200 stars. Before Qin Mu appeared, Han Tingxian was undoubtedly the top talent in Jingzhou. Qin Mu. Zhao Heming whispered the name. Just wait. The speed at which news spread in Jingzhou far exceeded Qin Mu's expectations. Despite Principal Fang's confidentiality measures, keywords like Qin Mu's double class change in one day, hidden profession, and summoning the dragon race quickly circulated among the upper echelons of Jingzhou. The reason was simple. The 2 super A-level energy reactions from yesterday had partially public data from the Jingzhou City Defense Center. At least it was public knowledge for the high-level guilds. With just a bit of calculation, it was easy to deduce that the source of those 2 energy reactions was very likely Qin Mu. In Jingzhou at the Tiangang Alliance branch, Deputy Alliance leader Tang Yeqing was handling official business in his office. Tang Yeqing, 45 years old, a 7-turn emperor. With a bushy beard and a robust build, he looked like a hardy mountain bandit. But in reality, he was as cunning as a fox. He was the highest-ranking official of the Tiangang Alliance stationed in Jingzhou. Old Tang, an elder from the guild, rushed in. Big news. A monster has emerged from Qinghao Academy. Tang Yeqing didn't even look up. What monster? Clarify your statement. He completed a double class change in one day, a hidden profession as a universal beast tamer, and even summoned a dragon. Combat power rated at 120 stars. That dragon is suspected to be of mythic level. Hey. The pen in Tang Yeqing's hand stopped. He quickly raised his head. What did you say? The elder repeated it again. Tang Yeqing put down his pen. Prepare the car. I am going to Qinghao Academy. Now. Now. Immediately. Right now. At the Zhangqiong Pavilion Jingzhou branch, the 6th-turn emperor, Han Qing, also received news about the emergence of a super genius from Qinghao Academy. Interesting. Han Qing squinted slightly. Mythic level summoned creature. The first case in the entire Blue Star in 50 years. Might need to check it out. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Qin Mu Association, Zhao Yongxing entered the office of the young Vice President Han Tingshuan carrying a report on Qin Mu. However, the information he brought was a deliberately distorted version. Young Master Han, this student named Qin Mu has an unknown background. Moreover, the quality of his summoned creatures is abnormal. According to my investigation, he is suspected of using banned items for summoners. Han Tingxian sat in the boss chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. 26 years old, a 4-turn master with combat power of 200 stars. He was the pinnacle of the younger generation in Jingzhou. At least that was the case before Qin Mu appeared. Banned items for summoners? Han Tingxian raised an eyebrow. Yes, I suggest submitting an investigation application to the Jingzhou Guild Alliance. If he really used banned items, his qualification as a profession must be revoked. Han Tingxian glanced at Zhao Yongsheng. He certainly understood Zhao Yongsheng's ulterior motives. The fact that his son Zhao Hemming was crushed by Qin Mu at school was no secret within the guild. Naturally, Zhao Yongsheng wanted to use the Qin Wu Association to suppress Qin Mu. But Han Tingxian didn't care about the personal grudges between the Zhao father and son and outsiders. What he cared about was another matter: SS-level talent. Mythic-level summoned creatures. If all this is true, then this person must be either wooed or suppressed. The Tiangang Alliance must not be allowed to take the lead. Have someone investigate. Han Tingxian said indifferently. Additionally, send an investigation letter in the name of the Guild Alliance. As for the reason, just say we received a report suspecting the use of banned items for summoners, and that it's a routine check. Zhao Yongsheng was overjoyed. Understood. At Qinghe Academy, in Qin Mu's dormitory, Qin Mu was organizing the games from today. Tai Chu was sleeping soundly on the bed, while Ming Feng stood atop the bookshelf like a black sculpture. At this moment, Qin Mu was still unaware that chaos had erupted outside because of him. He was studying his universal resonance skill. In an instant, his talent triggered, and its quality directly mutated to mythic level. The effect was all summoned creatures received a permanent 30 boost to all attributes, and a mental link was established. Tai Chu let out a small sound in his sleep, as if sensing the change. Ming Feng's wings slightly unfolded, and then folded again, a hint of satisfaction in its cold gaze. Thus quietly they grew stronger. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door sounded. Qin Mu got up to open the door. He saw a burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard standing at the door. With a beaming smile, behind him stood 2 well-dressed attendants. Young friend. The man cupped his hands in greeting, his posture very humble. My name is Tang Yeqing, Deputy Alliance Leader of the Tiangang Alliance's Jingzhou branch. I wonder if you would be interested in having a chat with me. Tang Yeqing did not put on airs. A 7th-turn emperor treated a student who had just undergone his second job change only 2 days ago with the utmost respect, as if visiting an elder. This was not pretense. He was genuinely astonished by Qin Mu's strength. Qin Mu, it'll be direct. Tang Yeqing sat down across from Qin Mu. The Heavenly Dipper Alliance is willing to provide you with top-tier resource support. He raised one finger. First, a legendary skill book. Though our treasury lacks mythical grade skill books, perhaps none exist on the entire Blue Star, we can allocate a legendary one. He then raised a second finger. Second, rare summoning materials. As a summoner, what you need most are high-quality summoning components. The Heavenly Dipper Alliance has global procurement channels and can prioritize supply for you. Then a third finger went up. Third, an exclusive training ground. The Jingzhou branch of the Heavenly Dipper Alliance has an S-level training room that can simulate various combat environments. From today onward, use it as you wish. Qin Mu listened quietly to the lavish offer being presented. Then he asked calmly, and the condition? Join the Heavenly Dipper Alliance. Tang Yeqing stated bluntly. You won't have to do any grunt work. Just be a member in name. You keep your freedom and do as you please. Qin Mu was silent for a few seconds. In his past life, he had been a lone wanderer. He disliked being constrained. Yet he also understood that in the environment of Blue Star and SS grade talent, without faction protection was nothing but a walking piece of fat. Uncle Tang, Qin Mu spoke. Tang Yeqing was taken aback. The title Uncle Tang flattered him. If any other junior had addressed him so, he would have scorned their sycophancy on the spot. But who was Qin Mu? An SS grade talent. A prodigy who completed his second job change in a single day? To be called Uncle Tang by such a person, Tang Yeqing felt immensely honored. A surge of joy filled his heart. The bond between them instantly grew closer, and it made him feel that recruiting Qin Mu was now quite promising. Qin Mu observed the change in the other's expression, but remained composed. Uncle Tang, please allow me some time to consider this matter. Of course, of course. Tang Yeqing nodded hastily. No rush, no rush. Qin Mu gave a polite nod. Considering the Heavenly Dipper Alliance's foundation reputation and Tang Yeqing's eloquence, Qin Mu had already included them in his considerations. However, such matters could never be agreed upon such as human nature. What is too easily obtained is rarely cherished. So Qin Mu feigned a need for time to think, keeping the other party in suspense for a while. Just then Tang Yeqing seemed to recall something. He pulled a storage ring from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is a welcome gift. Whether you join or not, this is yours. Qin Mu swept his spiritual sense over the storage ring. Inside was a full chest of summoning materials ranging from rare to epic in quality. There was also a special or radiating a fiery red glow. The 10,000 spirits divine contract within Qin Mu pulsed faintly. That or infernal core epic summoning material, it could be used for summoning. Tang Yecheng noticed Qin Mu's gaze lingering on that, and felt a secret delight. It seemed he had hit the mark. This gift was not misplaced. This infernal core was obtained from an otherworldly rift. It's of excellent quality. I hope it proves useful to you. Thank you, Uncle Tang. After a few pleasantries, Tang Yecheng departed in satisfaction. No sooner had he left than Han Qing, a sixth-turn emperor from the Firmament Pavilion, arrived. It was the same recruitment pitched, the same generous terms. Qin Mu did not agree on the spot either. After Han Qing left, Qin Mu closed the door. He looked at the two welcome gifts on the table and curled his lips slightly. Indeed, an SS-grade talent is a golden nameplate. He picked up the infernal core and held it in his palm. The 10,000 spirits divine contract throbbed violently. There's something inside this. Qin Mu's eyes glinted. A high-grade summoning creature slumbering within. Taichu leaped off the bed, sniffed at Qin Mu's hand, then sneezed. It seemed to dislike the fire-attributed aura. The nether phoenix, however, was quite intrigued. It flew down from atop the bookshelf and circled the infernal core twice. Not so fast, Qin Mu said as he put the infernal core away. This place isn't suitable for a summoning ritual. We'll do it tomorrow. He looked toward the door, thinking the news that the Firmament Pavilion had visited him should already be circulating among the intelligence networks of the major guilds. The Heavenly Dipper Alliance must have heard of it too. The timing was about right. A faint smile crept across Qin Mu's lips, and he picked up his phone to dial a number. Uncle Tang. Qin Mu. Yes, well. About joining the Heavenly Dipper Alliance, I agree. On the other end of the line, Tang Yecheng nearly jumped out of his chair. Great. Excellent. He'll make the arrangements right away. Within 2 minutes of hanging up, Tang Yecheng began drafting Qin Mu's membership documents. He muttered to himself as he wrote, this kid only just changed jobs yesterday, and now he's joining the Heavenly Dipper Alliance. Tisk'll have to treat him well from now on. However, just as the news of Qin Mu joining the Heavenly Dipper Alliance had yet to spread, the Golden Crow Society's letter of accusation had already been delivered to Qinghar Academy. Early the next morning, Qin Mu decided to undertake the most crucial task, first summoning. He ventured deep into the school's rear mountains, seeking a secluded and empty clearing. The spot was sufficiently remote and spacious. He retrieved the flame demon core from his storage space. The fiery red radiated a scorching glow under the morning sunlight. Taichu and Mingfeng appeared beside Qin Mu simultaneously, watching his actions with curiosity. Qin Mu placed the flame demon core on the ground and infused it with summoning energy. A resonant hum echoed. A panel prompt appeared. Summoning material detected. Flame demon core epic grade talent myriad spirit pack triggered. Summoning quality forcibly upgrading. Epic legendary mythical. Third summoning ritual initiated. Flames erupted from the ore. Blazing fire shot into the sky, transforming the Dozen Softmeterswide clearing into a sea of flames. Taichu and Mingfeng both retreated, leaving space for the summoning zone. But just as the flames reached their zenith, a sudden mutation occurred. The red fire began to change color, from red to orange, from orange to gray to a chaotic ashen gold. It was no longer fire. It was primordial chaos. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. The mutative power of the myriad spirit pact had exceeded his expectations. The material that should have summoned a flame demon had, under the pact's influence, called forth something entirely different. The chaos energy coalesced, spun, and compressed. Humanoid, but not human. Its entire body was clad in ashen gold chaos armor, muscles bulging like mountain ranges. A pair of golden eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. Humanoid, but not human. Its entire body was clad in ashen gold chaos armor, muscles bulging like mountain ranges. A pair of golden eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. Qin Mu recognized it. It was an ape. A chaos gigantopithecus. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape stamped its foot, causing the entire clearing to sink half a meter. Congratulations. Summoning successful. Chaos gigantopithecus. Grade mythical level 1. Attributes: strength 5, 12 agility, 64 stamina, 6, 40 magic, 32 endurance, 4, 80 skill, 1 chaos fist. Condenses chaotic force into a punch that can shatter mountains and split the earth. Skill 2. Heaven and earth collapse. Strikes the ground heavily, triggering a wide area seismic wave. Inflicts devastating damage to all targets within range. Skill 3. Indestructible body. The chaos armor provides supreme defense with a 30 chance to nullify fatal damage. Strength 512. A defense-oriented mythical summon. Completely different from Tychus all-around type and Mingfeng's soul attack type. The Chaos Gigantopithecus was a pure melee tank and physical damage dealer. At that moment it lowered its head to look at the tiny Qin Mu below, and surprisingly spoke. Master. Its voice was deep as thunder. Hi. The giant ape scratched its head, the gesture unexpectedly endearing. Master, please give me a name. Qin Mu looked up at the five-meter behemoth and smiled without hesitation. Pancher. Pancher. The giant ape savored the name. Good. I like it. It grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming sharp teeth that looked somewhat fearsome. But paired with its simple expression, it created an oddly charming contrast. Taichu flew over, curiously circling Pancher twice, then poked Pan's arm with its tail. Pancher extended a single finger and flicked Taichu on the forehead. Taichu let out a squeak and bared its teeth. Pancher burst into hearty laughter. Mingfeng watched the scene coldly from the side, her gaze radiating an air of immaturity. Qin Mu observed the interaction among his 3 mythical summons and felt a sudden daze. It was like returning to his past life, the summoning temple of the myriad spirit continent. He had once possessed countless companions as well, but now was not the time for reminiscing. He quickly pulled his thoughts back. All right. Qin Mu collected himself. Pancher shrink down first. A 5-meter body is too conspicuous. Oh. Pancher reduced its size to about 2 meters, resembling an exceptionally robust human. Meanwhile, in the school's surveillance room, Principal Fong stared at the footage from the newly installed rear mountain sky cameras. The new teacup he had bought just this morning fell to the floor with a crack. It shattered. Another mythical grade. Principal Fang's mouth twitched. Qin Mu. Just how many more mythical summons does he have? At this moment Qin Mu was still unaware. A report letter from the Qin Mu Association had already been placed on Principal Fang's desk. Yet Zhao Heming was fully aware. In fact, this report letter was pushed forward by Zhao Heming. He did not appear directly. Instead, he used his father Zhao Yongsheng to submit a compliance review application to the Jingzhou Guild Alliance under the name of the Qin Mu Association. The reason: suspicion that Qin Mu, a student of Qinghe Academy, used prohibited items as a summoner, leading to an abnormal quality of the summoned object. This reason seemed very official and quite reasonable. In the history of Blue Star, there have been cases of using prohibited drugs to enhance summoned objects. However, in those cases, the enhanced summoned objects were at most of epic grade, mythical grade. No prohibited item could achieve that. However, Zhao Heming did not care about logic. He only cared about results. As long as the report letter could lead to an investigation of Qin Mu, he would have the opportunity to slander him in public opinion. Even if no problems are found, the label of being investigated is enough to make him uncomfortable, Zhao Heming sneered. Morning. In the school, rumors began to spread. Did you hear? Qin Mu's summoned object might have been summoned using prohibited items. No way. Is that true? The Qin Mu Association has already submitted a request for investigation. If it's true, then his professional qualifications will be revoked. If revoked, exactly, if the situation is serious, the authorities are likely to strip him of his professional qualifications and abilities. Hiss. The rumors spread quickly. The discussions echoed in the corridors. Su Qinglan overheard these discussions in the classroom and cast a cold glance. No evidence. Do not spread rumors casually. Her voice was not loud, but it was as cold as a blade. The discussions instantly quieted down significantly. The school bowtie's face still needed to be respected. Lu Dazhuang was not so restrained. He directly rushed in front of Zhao Heming and grabbed his collar. You did this, didn't you? Zhao Heming was lifted off the ground by his toes, yet his expression remained calm. If you hit me, you are attacking a fellow student. I will call the police. Lu Dazhuang gritted his teeth. Dazhuang, let go. A classmate beside him pulled him back. Zhao Heming adjusted his collar and smiled mockingly. Lu Dazhuang, you are just a brave but foolish brute. Just wait, the Qin Mu Association's people will come to investigate in the afternoon. When the truth comes to light, you will know what kind of person Qin Mu truly is. Lu Dazhuang, but he did not take action again. Not because he was afraid, but because he knew that acting at this moment would only bring trouble to Qin Mu. Afternoon. 2 investigators in Qin Mu Association uniforms arrived at Qinghe Academy. They were at the 4th turn of the master level. They took out a document stamped with the Jingzhou Guild Alliance seal. Investigation letter of suspected use of prohibited summoning items. Principal Fang blocked them at the school gate. What qualifications do you have to check my students? Principal Fang's tone was icy. Although he was retired, the aura of a 5th-turn king was not to be trifled with. Principal Fang, this is an official document from the Guild Alliance. The investigator's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. We are just conducting a routine check and will not make things difficult for the students. Principal Fang stared at the document, his expression turning ugly. His gaze swept across the application signature in the corner of the attachment, and he instantly understood that this was the doing of the Zhao family and the Qin Mu Association. However, this document was procedurally sound. He could not refuse. Principal Fang. At this moment, a calm voice came from the end of the corridor. Everyone turned around. Qin Mu was walking over. His steps were leisurely, and his expression was indifferent. Want to investigate? Sure. He walked up to the investigators, his face expressionless. But after the investigation, his gaze swept like a knife over Zhao Heming among the onlookers in the distance. I would like to ask who submitted this report letter. Zhao Heming's smile slightly stiffened. At the main square of Qinghe Academy, 2 investigators from the Golden Crow Society stood before Qin Mu, while Principal Fong stood beside them, his expression grim. A large crowd of students and teachers had gathered around. News spread too quickly across the campus. Zhao Heming blended into the crowd, a smirk of glee at the corner of his mouth. Let's begin, Qin Mu said. One of the investigators, a middle-aged man with a square face, took out a high-grade identification crystal with a unique color. Student Qin Mu, please cooperate with us in scanning your attribute panel. Rest assured there will be no side effects. This is mainly to verify the source of your talent and whether there is any external interference with the quality of your summon. Qin Mu calmly extended his hand. The square-faced investigator pointed the identification crystal at the palm of Qin Mu's hand. Buzz. The identification crystal lit up. The attribute panel projected above the identification crystal, forming an illusory light screen named Qin Mu Level LV. 28 Occupation Beast Tamer of All Spirits. Second Transition Hidden Profession Talent All Spirits Divine Contract SSS Combat Power Evaluation 120 stars. Both investigators simultaneously saw the 3 letters SSS. The square-faced investigator's hand trembled. The other, a tall and skinny investigator, gasped in shock. SS level talent. The square-faced investigator rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread. But the golden SSS was glaringly visible atop the identification crystal. They had worked in the Golden Crow Society for over a decade. They had seen S-level talents. They had seen visual data of S-level talents. But SS level. They had never had the chance to witness it. That is a living legend. 2 can't be mistaken, right? The tall investigator's voice trembled. This young man is an SS-level practitioner. At that moment, Principal Fong revealed a proud, cold smile. You can retrieve the records from the Awakening Stone at the Jiangzhou Practitioner Management Bureau. You'll know whether it's true or not when the time comes. Principal Fang's words carried significant weight, and the 2 investigators dared not say much more. So, Qin Mu's voice was calm. Are you still going to investigate? The 2 investigators exchanged. Theoretically, they still needed to check the summon. This was a procedure that was clearly stipulated. Could we? The square-faced investigator had already switched from you to you. Qin Mu did not refuse. He raised his hand. Taichu. A flash of golden light appeared. Taichu emerged from the summon space. The golden dragon floated beside Qin Mu, its tumber-long body radiating a gentle golden glow. Then, the dragon's might was released. This was not intentional on Taika's part. It simply sensed the scrutiny of these 2 outsiders toward Qin Mu and instinctively released a hint of dragon might to assert its dominance. Just a hint. But that hint of dragon might caused the 2 fourth transition masters to stagger back 3 steps simultaneously. The square-faced investigator's face turned pale. The tall investigator fared even worse. His legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. A 4th transition master. In the entire Jiangzhou, a 4th transition master was already considered a mid-level combatant. Yet at this moment, they could not withstand even the pressure of a single summon from Qin Mu. What level is this summon? The square-faced investigator's voice broke. Mythical level, Qin Mu said flatly. Mythical level. Those 2 words struck the hearts of all onlookers like thunder on a clear day. The crowd erupted. Mythical level. Did he just say? Mythical level. He has a mythical level summon that the entire blue planet does not possess. No wonder he completed the 2nd transition in just 1 day. My goodness. That's a dragon. A golden dragon. SS level talent combined with a mythical level summon. What a miraculous combination. Zhao Heming stood in the crowd, his face shifting from red to white, then to gray. His body trembled slightly. This reaction was not just from the dragon's might, but also from fear. A pure, unadulterated fear of an invincible power. The square-faced investigator trembled as he took out his communicator and immediately called the headquarters of the Golden Crow Society. The call connected. Han Tingxuan's voice came through. What is the result? The square-faced investigator took a deep breath. Young Master Han. Qin Mu's talent is SS level. The 11th SSS in the world. His summon is mythical level. Our identification crystal cannot fully read its attributes. There was silence on the other end for 5 seconds. What did you say? Han Tingxuan's voice changed. SS level talent, mythical level summon. The investigator's voice trembled as he repeated, Young Master Han, I'm afraid this report was a misunderstanding. There was another silence on the line for 3 seconds. Understood. You all come back. The call ended. Han Tingxian put down the communicator. The glass wine cup he held had shattered at some point with wine and blood mingling and dripping down his fingers. He felt no pain. In the school square, the square-faced investigator put away his communicator, turned to face Qin Mu, and then deeply bowed. 90 degrees. Mr. Qin, we were abrupt. We sincerely apologize. The tall investigator also bowed in response. Qin Mu nodded slightly. The two investigators hurriedly turned and left Qinghe Academy, heads bowed. Zhao Heming watched all of this from the crowd, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Qin Mu retracted Taichu and turned to look at Zhao Heming, his gaze calm. But Zhao Heming felt that gaze was sharper than a knife. As for the report, I won't pursue it for now. Qin Mu's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it. But if there is a next time. He did not finish his sentence. However, Taichu let out a low growl in the summoned space, and a wisp of golden flame aura seeped out from the spatial rift, drifting past Qin Mu. Zhao Heming collapsed directly to the ground, a wet spot forming on his pants. That night, a lavishly packaged delivery box inexplicably appeared at the entrance of Qin Mu's dormitory. To be precise, it was sent by the Qin Mu Association. Inside the box was a formal letter of apology and a case of legendary summoning materials. The letter was courteously written, essentially stating it was a misunderstanding regarding the investigation. We sincerely apologize and have included a small gift to express our sincerity. We hope Mr. Qin can be magnanimous. Signed, Han Dingbong, president of the Qin Mu Association. Qin Mu glanced at the letter of apology, said nothing, and casually set it aside. He then opened the case of legendary summoning materials. The quality was impressive, a notch above the batch sent by Tangyi City. After all, it was the Qin Mu Association's foundation. However, Qin Mu did not feel particularly moved. He was well aware that the Qin Mu Association and Han Tingxian would not let this go. Such individuals had a strong sense of pride, considerable abilities, and many schemes. The grudge of being publicly humiliated would certainly be repaid. But next time he would not resort to such lowly tactics. Instead, he would be even more covert and dangerous. Qin Mu contemplated in his heart. But he was not afraid. With the 10,000 spirits divine contract in hand, his rate of growth far exceeded anyone's imagination. Han Tingxuan, a fourth-turn grandmaster. Give him a week, and he would not be enough to look at. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock at the door. Qin Mu opened it. It was Tangyi City, standing at the door with a beaming smile. Xiao Qin, I heard the Qin Mu Association is causing you trouble. Do you want me to intervene? No need, Uncle Tang, it's already resolved. That's good, that's good. Tangyi City squeezed in and sat down. By the way, your membership procedures have been completed. From today onwards, you are an official member of the Tiangang Alliance's Jingzhou branch. He pulled out a storage ring from his pocket. This is your membership gift package. 5 legendary skill books approved by the Alliance leader, 3 rare summoning stones, and a set of legendary equipment. Qin Mu took the storage ring and swept it with his spiritual sense. Just as Tangyi City had said, it was indeed, as described, 5 skill books, 3 summoning stones, a set of legendary equipment. Uncle Tang, Qin Mu said. My, you are too generous. Tangyi City was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. What are you being polite for? You are the future of the Tiangang Alliance. Use them well, and I look forward to the day you become stronger. Qin Mu nodded and took out the 5 legendary skill books. He studied them one by one. The first one, Elemental Shield Legendary. Learn skill. Qin Mu's gaze sharpened. The 10,000 spirits divine contract was triggered. Quality transformation, legendary mythical. Elemental Shield Legendary transformed into 10,000 spirits barrier mythical. Tangyi City's smile froze. The second one, Mental Whip Legendary. Learning. Transformation. 10,000 spirits will mythical. Tangyi City's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. All transformed into mythical level. The 5 legendary skill books in Qin Mu's hands all became mythical level. Tangyi City was petrified. He looked at Qin Mu, trembling. Your talent can upgrade the quality of skill books. Legendary turns to mythical. Yes. All skill books can do this. It should be so. Tangyi City was dazed for 10 seconds. Then he slapped his thigh vigorously. Your SS level talent is just too outrageous. He stood up and paced around the room 3 times. No, I need to call the Alliance leader. Tell him we found a treasure. No, not just a treasure. It's like our ancestral grave is smoking. Qin Mu looked at Tangyi City, who was excited like a child, and smiled helplessly. He casually donned the legendary equipment. His combat power evaluation instantly soared. Panel updated combat power evaluation 320 stars, 320 stars. The strongest among the younger generation in Jingzhou, Han Tingxuan, only had 200 stars. Qin Mu had effortlessly surpassed him. And this was only the 3rd day since his job change. 3 days after the incident reported by the Golden Crow Society. Entrance of the Trial Secret Realm in Jingzhou. The entrance is located on a small hill in the outskirts of Jingzhou. Usually sealed off by a barrier set by the municipal government, it only opens at specific times. Today is the opening day. The secret realm gate is a blue light curtain hovering in the air 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. A surface with rippling patterns like water. In front of the light curtain, hundreds of professionals have already gathered. The 4 major guilds of Jingzhou, Golden Crow Society, Tiangang Alliance, Songqiong Pavilion, and Zishao Palace, have all dispatched their elite members, along with a large number of freelancers and members from other small guilds. The system-wide announcement stated that the final boss of the secret realm would drop a unique mythic-level equipment for this season. Mythic-level equipment. There are hardly a few seen across the entire Blue Star. It is enough to make all factions envious. Qin Mu stood among the ranks of the Tiangang Alliance. Beside him were several third transformation experts arranged by Tang Yicheng. Lu Dezhuang stubbornly followed. Although he was only level 8, he was completely unqualified to enter the Scrade secret realm. But he said, "I'll carry bags and help Brother Mu." Qin Mu couldn't refuse him, allowing him to follow at the back of the group. It was not out of disrespect, but rather a way to protect Lu Dezhuang. During the wait for the secret realm to open, Qin Mu noticed a particularly striking individual, Yifeng. This young man in black stood alone at the edge of the crowd. He bore no guild insignia. Clearly a freelancer. He had a slender build and a cold demeanor with eyes sharp. Qin Mu's perceptive gaze swept over Yifeng. Third transformation Shadow Master, a level talent Shadow Step, level LV. 35. Such an attribute panel would be considered strong among freelancers. Moreover, his aura was very stable. He was not a third transformation achieved through resources, but one honed through real combat. Thus Qin Mu couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. "Brother Mu, what are you looking at?" Lu Dezhuang leaned over. "Nothing." Qin Mu shook his head. Lu Dezhuang wanted to ask further. Just then, over by the Golden Crow Society, Han Tingxian also arrived. A fourth transformation master, tall and handsome, his golden battle robe stood out in the crowd. He was accompanied by a group of elite members from the Golden Crow Society. There was also a person Qin Mu did not recognize, cloaked in a black hooded cape, wrapping himself tightly. Han Tingxian spotted Qin Mu from a distance, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Then he averted his gaze quietly, saying something to the person in black beside him. The person in black nodded. Qin Mu's eyes swept past Han Tingxian and the man in black. He did not hear what they said, but based on his past life experiences, he had a strong premonition. Han Tingxian was plotting something against him. Qin Mu slightly narrowed his eyes, then withdrew his gaze. Forget it, let him be. After all, no matter what schemes Han Tingxian prepared in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are mere jokes. Boom. Suddenly a loud bang shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. The secret realm gate fully opened. The blue light curtain expanded to 10 meters wide, and a strong energy fluctuation emanated from within. The secret realm is open. Everyone enter in order. Hundreds of professionals surged in. The moment Qin Mu stepped into the light curtain, a hidden prompt popped up: detected talent, all spirits, divine contract resonance. An unknown entity in the depths of the secret realm is calling out to you. Quality estimate. Out of detection range. Qin Mu's eyes flickered. Something in the depths of the secret realm was calling out to him. Interesting. Qin Mu chuckled softly in his heart as the scene before him shifted instantly. First layer of the secret realm, endless insect nest, a space composed of gigantic underground caves, the cave walls covered in disgusting insect slime. The air was filled with a sour stench. Thousands of insect-type monsters surged from all directions, their levels ranging from LV 25 to LV 35. There were sharp-toothed worms, acid liquid worms, armored insect soldiers. A diverse array with a terrifying number. Soon, most teams, after entering the first layer for less than 5 minutes, fell into a fierce battle. The elite squad of the Golden Crow Society barely stabilized their footing, slowly pushing forward due to their numbers and coordination. The situation of Songqiong Pavilion's team was somewhat better, as there were 2 fourth transformation masters holding the line. However, the team from Zishao Palace fared the worst, with their captain sprayed in the face by an acid liquid worm, screaming under the priest's healing. As for Qin Mu's team, Tai Chu Ming Feng Pan Sure. Go. At his call, 3 mythic level summons appeared simultaneously. Tai Chu soared into the air, golden dragon breath pouring down like a torrential flow. Ming Feng followed closely behind, intertwining black inferno with golden dragon breath to form a devastating fiery storm. Pan Sure slammed a fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The shockwave spread out in all directions, shattering all insect-type monsters into pieces. With the combined efforts of the 3 mythic-level summoned beasts, the entire first layer of the insect nest was cleared within 3 minutes. All insect monsters were exterminated. Not just repelled, but utterly eradicated. Not a single egg was left. Qin Mu strolled leisurely through the now sterilized passage, surrounded by his 3 summoned beings. Lu Dezhuang was desperately picking up dropped items behind him. This is silver grade. This is elite grade. Wow, this is rare grade. Brother Mu has dropped so much. His storage space was nearly full. Teams from other guilds watched this scene in shock. What is that? 3 summoned beings. All golden quality. What is golden quality? Legendary, or, I think, impossible, right? Look at their combat power. They cleared the entire layer in the blink of an eye. We've been fighting for an hour and advanced only 100 meters. The 4th transformation master from Songqiong Pavilion looked at Qin Mu's back, his expression complicated. What kind of monster is this kid? Yi Feng observed the battle from a corner. His eyes hidden beneath a black mask followed Qin Mu closely. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile curved at the corners of his lips. Qin Mu cleared the first layer in 3 minutes. Other teams were still struggling in the first layer after an hour. The disparity was simply not on the same level. Arriving at the entrance of the second layer of the secret realm, Qin Mu suddenly halted. The resonance of the all-spirits divine contract grew even stronger. The entity deep within was calling out to him with greater excitement. Closer, Qin Mu murmured. In the second layer, the magma hell, Qin Mu arrived to find an environment completely different from the insect nest. Rivers of flowing magma surrounded him, and the air was so scorching that it could dry out an ordinary person. The ground was made of black volcanic rock. Stepping on it, one could feel the searing temperature emanating from beneath. Being here was extremely uncomfortable and torturous. Anyone who stayed for too long would surely perish from the heat in this space. No wonder it was called magma hell. However, Qin Mu and his companions advanced without any pressure. This made his dungeon experience far superior to that of other players. Especially for the underworld phoenix, this environment was like a fish in water. Its underworld fire could absorb the surrounding fire elements, growing stronger with each battle. The breath of Taichu could crush all fire attribute monsters. The indestructible body of the rock gave him near immunity to high temperatures. Although the monsters in this layer were of higher levels, LV 30, LV 40, they were still as fragile as paper in front of the 3 demigods. As Qin Mu pushed forward, he remained alert to the movements behind him. His past life experience made him highly cautious of ambushes from enemies. At that moment, sure enough, Yi Feng appeared behind him at a distance of several meters. His footsteps were nearly... This was the instinct of a shadow assassin. How long have you been following me? Qin Mu asked without turning his head. Yi Feng paused slightly. He had thought his stealth ability was sufficient to evade this second transformation summoner. But it was clear now that he had seriously underestimated the other party's perception. Since the first layer, Yi Feng admitted with a calm smile having been discovered. Qin Mu stopped and turned to glance at him. What's your purpose? I want to join your team. Yi Feng took off his mask, revealing a stern yet sincere face. My talent is a grade shadow step, and am a 3rd transformation shadow master. That's strong among solo players, but I can't get into a major guild. Because my family is not well off and I have no background. He paused here, his expression darkening, but my eyes allow me to see who the true strong ones are. I hope to follow the strong, endure trials, and become stronger together. Qin Mu examined him for 3 seconds. His past life experiences gave him a remarkably acute judgment of people's characters. Yi Feng's eyes were pure. There was no greed, no scheming, only a thirst for power and respect for the strong. All right, Qin Mu said lightly. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth lifted for the first time. Thank you. Don't be so quick to thank. First, help me with something. What do you need? Find out what the people from the Qin Mu Association are up to. Previously, Han Tingxian brought a man in a black robe. I want to know their plan. Yi Feng's eyes flashed. Give me. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Then Yi Feng's figure swiftly melded into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Taking advantage of this half-hour, Qin Mu continued to easily farm monsters and advance through the map. Half an hour later, Yi Feng returned right on time. I found out Yi Feng's expression was somewhat serious. Speak. Han Tingxuan's team has already reached the 3rd layer ahead of us. That man in the black robe is someone he hired for a hefty price. A 6th transformation emperor. A 6th transformation emperor. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, and then smiled lightly. The Qin Mu Association really has money. Moreover, Yi Feng lowered his voice and continued his report. I overheard their conversation. It seems there is an ancient sealing area in the 3rd layer of this secret realm. Inside, a powerful ferocious beast is sealed at least LV 100 or higher. Han Tingxian plans to destroy the seal, causing the ferocious beast to awaken and rampage, then blame you for a series of events. Blame me? Qin Mu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Qin Mu Association to resort to such underhanded tactics against a newcomer like him. Yes, he intends to spread the word that you recklessly destroyed the seal, causing the ferocious beast to go berserk. If there are casualties in the secret realm, you will be the scapegoat. Yi Feng's face also grew exceedingly grave. Qin Mu fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he smiled. Yi Feng looked at him in surprise. What are you laughing at? Han Tingxuan's plan is quite good, Qin Mu said with a hint of amusement in his smile. Unfortunately, he doesn't know one thing. What is it? That the ferocious beast is not waiting to rampage. It is waiting to be summoned by me. Yi Feng In the third layer, the ancient ruins. The moment he stepped into the third layer, the atmosphere around him changed dramatically. The heat of the magma hell disappeared. In its place was an ancient, desolate, and solemn aura. Crumbling stone pillars, collapsed stone walls, statues entwined with vines. This had once been a glorious civilization, but for reasons unknown it had turned into ruins. The final boss of the secret realm, the guardian of the ruins, was located in the center of the ruins. Most teams were still struggling in the first and second layers. Only a select few elite teams had the strength to barely reach the third layer. Thus human presence was sparse. Qin Mu arrived at the third layer, not heading straight for the boss. He moved toward the direction indicated by the myriad spirit's divine contract. That was the deep eastern side of the ruins. Yifeng followed closely behind him. Lu Dazhuang had been instructed by Qin Mu to wait at the exit of the second layer. It's too dangerous behind you, stay here. Before leaving, Qin Mu said to Lu Dazhuang. It wasn't that Qin Mu didn't want to take him. It was just that the third layer of the secret realm held unknown dangers. After all, a hidden level boss was lurking within. With Lu Dazhuang's rookie attributes, he would likely not withstand it. Plus, the monsters in the second layer had already been mostly cleared by Qin Mu's demigod summon. As long as Lu Dazhuang didn't run off, he would be completely safe. This was Qin Mu's heartfelt consideration for his best friend. But Mu Ge, no need to say more, but it's decided. Qin Mu's tone was authoritative without being angry. Lu Dazhuang finally nodded reluctantly, his eyes full of worry and reluctance. Then, take care of yourself, Mu Ge. Several minutes later. In the third layer deep in the eastern side of the ruins, Qin Mu passed through a narrow passageway and arrived at a vast underground space. This space was larger than any of the previous layers. The dome soared to a height of 100 meters with ancient characters and mysterious array patterns carved all around. At the center of the space was a massive ceiling array with a diameter of 50 meters. In the center of the array was a solidified dark golden energy sphere. Within the energy sphere one could vaguely see a gigantic figure, an ancient entity that was sealed. Cracks had already begun to appear along the edge of the ceiling array. Who were those people? Yifeng narrowed his eyes cautiously. He saw Han Tingxian and his elite team standing beside the ceiling array in the distance. The man in the black robe was using some special tool to damage the seal. The cracks in the seal were widening. Dark golden energy began to leak out. A terrifying, incomparable pressure from the ancient times seeped out from the cracks. Han Tingxian noticed Qin Mu approaching from a distance, and his expression froze slightly. Then he came to his senses and sneered, "Oh, you actually made it here." Quite unexpected however, the triumphant smile on his face remained arrogant. Because his plan was simple. Qin Mu's arrival wouldn't change anything. In fact, it was better. Once the seal broke and the ferocious beast rampaged, Qin Mu would be the first to suffer. Even if Qin Mu didn't die, he could still shift the blame for breaking the seal onto Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, you came at the right time," Han Tingxian shouted loudly. However, he hadn't finished saying right time when the seal shattered with a resounding crash. The man in the black robe completed the final destruction of the seal. Boom. The ceiling array exploded. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the entire underground space. The air in front of Qin Mu was distorted. Han Tingxian and his team were blown away by the shockwave, and the man in the black robe was also pushed back several dozen steps. The entire secret realm was shaking violently. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the defense center of Jingzhou sounded the highest level alarm once again. Nth-level energy fluctuation has appeared within the secret realm. Repeat, this is nth-level energy fluctuation. This is not the reaction of a normal boss. Requesting urgent reports to higher-level experts. In the secret realm deep within the third layer, darkness surged like a tide, accompanied by a thunderous crash that shattered the heavens and the earth. The ancient dark golden seal, sealed for countless ages, exploded violently. A pair of giant eyes, red like molten lava, slowly opened amidst the shattered darkness. Each eye hung in the air like a blood moon, reflecting an ancient majesty that transcended time and space, as if with just a glance it could make all beings bow their heads. Immediately the earth trembled and rocks collapsed into the clouds. A towering figure as grand as a mountain tore apart the seal and stood defiantly. It was 100 meters long, its entire body entwined with rusted ancient chains. Those chains that once bound deities and demons were now breaking apart, inch by inch, falling to the ground. Stones rained down, and the space mourned. It was as if the entire relic was trembling in anticipation of its awakening. Ancient war god. An extremely powerful being sealed here, since ancient times, now reappearing in the world. The panel information flashed wildly: ancient war god level LV 100. Due to the weakening of the seal, the current actual combat power is about LV 60. Quality legendary. At the same moment, in Qin Mu's mind, the voice of talent resonated like a great bell. Talent, all spirits contract, is resonating intensely. Please note, The ancient war god is seeking your help. It wants to be summoned by you. Qin Mu gazed at the colossal figure before him. He glanced at Han Tingshuan, who was not far away, his face pale. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Mu's mouth. To see the ancient war god so easily. Thanks to Han Xiao's assistance in unsealing it, he. Whoosh! A fierce wind howled. The ancient war god completely broke free from its restraints, and overwhelming pressure swept across every inch of space. The entire relic trembled. Debris rained down from above. Han Tingshuan's elite team was instantly flattened to the ground by the pressure. Not even a scream could be emitted as they were crushed to the ground like ants crawling. A Fortern master was like an insect before this ancient being. The man in the black robe, a six-stern monarch, barely managed to stand, but his legs trembled. Han Xiao, something's wrong. This beast's strength far exceeds expectations. The black-robed man's voice was filled with panic. Han Tingxian was also forced to half-kneel on the ground by the pressure, but a sly smile lingered in his eyes. For he saw that the first action of the ancient war god upon awakening was to turn and look at Qin Mu. It really is proceeding according to my plan. Han Tingxian chuckled softly. Qin Mu will become the primary target of. However, before he could finish, his smile suddenly froze. Because he suddenly realized that the gaze of the ancient war god looking at Qin Mu held no murderous intent, but rather an expression filled with fervor and desire. A desire akin to that of a being imprisoned for countless years finally meeting its savior. How could it have such a gaze, eh? Before Han Tingxian could comprehend, the ancient war god had lowered its gigantic and noble head, emitting a deep, gentle whine towards Qin Mu. Like a giant dog that had wandered for 1,000 years finally finding its master. The 100-meter giant god bowed its head in submission to a tiny human. The scene was quite shocking. Qin Mu stepped forward, his steps steady, as if treading upon mountains and rivers. Though his figure seemed insignificant before the giant god, his aura seemed capable of suppressing the heavens. Qin Mu reached out his hand and pressed it against the forehead of the ancient war god. A brilliant light suddenly shone in both their minds. All spirits contract, activated. A dazzling contract divine pattern surged from his palm, flowing like billions of golden rivers spreading across the body of the war god in an instant. Where the light of the contract passed, all the ancient chains on the ancient war god shattered and fell off. The ancient chains were completely shattered, transforming into a sky full of stardust. Talent, all spirits contract triggered. Summoning quality forcibly improving. Legendary mythical. Congratulations. Conquest successful. Ancient war god. Quality mythical. Skill 1, Fury of the war god. Unleash the power of the ancient war god, increasing combat power by 300 for a short time. Skill 2, Armies dispersal. Release a field of battle intent, causing all enemies within the field to fall into fear and weakened state. Skill 3, Immortal battle body. Possessing a strong ability for physical regeneration, non-lethal damage can be automatically repaired within seconds. It seems the talent recorded Qin Mu's habits and preferences. The ancient war god instantly shrank upon being accepted, reducing from 100 meters to within 10 meters. This was evidently to facilitate movement. After shrinking, the ancient war god still knelt on one knee before Qin Mu. Its massive fist gently touched the ground. Master. Its voice was like an ancient bell, deep and solemn. Master. The hidden boss sealed in the secret realm actually called Qin Mu Master. Han Tingxian stared in disbelief at this scene. His expression shifted from rigidity to daze, then from daze to horror and disbelief, until finally, complete collapse. No, impossible. His voice was sharp like a cat having its tail stepped on. That is an ancient ferocious beast. An existence sealed at LV. Above 100. How could it be conquered by a two-turn summoner? This must be a trick. Qin Mu ignored him and turned away. He cast a cold glance at Han Tingxian and dropped a line, Han President. His tone was calm, but each word felt like a knife. You led people to destroy the seal of the secret realm, releasing ancient ferocious beasts. If I had not conquered it, hundreds of people in the entire secret realm would have been buried with it. If this matter gets out, what do you think Qin Mu will do? Han Tingshuan's face turned pale. The black-robed man beside Han Tingxian sensed the danger and turned to flee. The six-stern monarch was extremely fast, instantly covering dozens of meters. Qin Mu, however, didn't even look at him. The ancient war god stood up. It punched out. The air exploded. The sound barrier shattered. A colossal impact like a falling star pierced through the sky, reaching the black-robed man's back. Boom. The stone wall was blown through, and the black-robed man flew away, unsure of how far. A single punch from a six-stern monarch, utterly annihilated. Han Tingshuan's legs softened, collapsing to the ground, his body shaking like a sieve. Qin Mu approached step by step, his shadow looming over him. He looked down at the Gold Crow Society's young master beneath him, who appeared as wretched as a defeated dog, his voice slow but colder than the abyss. You wanted to kill me earlier. Qin Mu's voice bore no anger, but was more terrifying than anger. Now what should be done? As his words fell, a hint of cold amusement, like death knocking at the door, quietly appeared at the corner of his lips. Having left his words behind, Qin Mu did not linger in the sealed area. The matter with Han Tingxian could be settled after exiting the secret realm. PK is not allowed within the secret realm, except for those at the level of Emperor and above. This is the system rule. Therefore, Qin Mu merely allowed the ancient war god to release a wave of pressure that could scatter 10,000 troops. Han Tingxian and his entire team were directly frightened into unconsciousness. Simple, efficient, and within the rules. Afterwards, Qin Mu recalled the ancient war god and led Yi Feng to the center of the ruins. The true final boss lay in silence there. At the center of the ruins, a vast open plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a 10-meter-high statue. This statue was alive. It was the guardian of the ruins. A level 50 epic boss. Ancient runes flowed across the surface of the statue, and as Qin Mu stepped into the plaza, the runes lit up entirely. The statue came to life. Boom. As the statue took its first step, the entire plaza trembled violently. Its eyes shot forth two beams of blue light directly locking onto Qin Mu. Roar. The giant statue swung its fist, striking towards Qin Mu. That punch carried the force of 1,000 pounds, compressing the air to create a sound of explosion. Qin Mu remained motionless. Tai Chu. With a calm call, Tai Chu soared into the sky. Opening its mouth, golden dragon breath cascaded down like a waterfall. The dragon breath directly hit the head of the guardian of the ruins. The runes on the giant statue instantly dimmed. Its entire upper body melted away in the dragon breath, like an ice sculpture meeting the blazing sun. The remaining lower half mechanically took 2 more steps before crashing down. It shattered into countless pieces. Thus, the final boss of the secret realm was defeated in an instant. You have killed the guardian of the ruins, LV. 50 epic. Congratulations. You have completed the Jingzhou trial secret realm first clear. Reward mythic equipment. Crown of all spirits. Qin Mu caught a golden crown that floated out from the light orb dropped by the boss. Crown of all spirits, mythic type, helmet level requirement LV. 20 effect, magic power 500, stamina 300, additional effect 1, summon creature limit 3. Additional effect 2, spirit affinity. The mental link strength between the wearer and all summoned creatures increases by 100. Additional effect 3, spirit light. The wearer can synchronize their buffs to all summoned creatures. 3 additional effects, all related to summoned creatures. Such a panel helmet is simply a godly item for summoners. Although the first effect is of no use to Qin Mu as he already has no limit on summoned creatures. However, possessing this crown of all spirits would undoubtedly empower Qin Mu. Without hesitation, Qin Mu put on the crown. The golden headpiece sparkled upon his black hair. His attribute panel soared once again. Meanwhile, a global announcement suddenly popped up. It was not in the Jingzhou regional channel, but on the global channel. Global announcement: congratulations to player Qin Mu, Dragon Country Jingzhou, for achieving the first clear of the Jingzhou trial secret realm. Time taken 47 minutes. On the global channel, 7 billion people all saw this eye-catching announcement at the same time. 7 billion people erupted. The world channel was instantly flooded with messages. 47 minutes. Clearing the secret realm from LV 20 to LV 40 in 47 minutes. A professional from Dragon Country. Qin Mu. Who is Qin Mu? How have I never heard of him before? Is he a newly promoted 6th-realm emperor from Dragon Country? No, it's more likely he's a 7th-realm emperor. Jingzhou. Isn't that a small city in Dragon Country? How could such a place produce a 7th-realm emperor? You must be joking. Wait, let me check. This person has only been a professional for 3 days. 3 days? Are you sure? I am sure. The global forums, live streaming platforms, and social media all exploded simultaneously. 3 hashtags simultaneously topped the global trending list. Who is Qin Mu? Jingzhou trial secret realm clear in 47 minutes. Monster who turned professional in 3 days. Yi Feng stood behind Qin Mu, watching the frantic messages rolling on the global channel. He took off his mask, took a deep breath, and smiled knowingly. This guy. It seems I chose the right person. Soon Qin Mu's team arrived at the exit. They orderly stepped into the halo. The moment Qin Mu walked out of the light curtain, he was greeted by countless those who were still waiting outside the secret realm. The wandering players and low-level professionals all stared at him intently, because they were all outside when the global announcement popped up. That's him. Qin Mu, the one who cleared it in 47 minutes. He's out. The one with black hair. Quick, take a picture. Quick, start the live stream. This will draw immense traffic. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, countless cameras and live streaming devices were aimed at Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu simply walked calmly through the crowd. The experts from the Heavenly Gang Alliance cleared the way for him, blocking the frenzied crowd on both sides. Only Lu Dazhuang, who was teleported from the second layer, rushed to Qin Mu's front. Brother Mu. The global announcement. I saw it. 47 minutes. You're amazing. He was so excited he was shaking all over, his eyes red. Qin Mu patted his shoulder and smiled knowingly. Yeah, let's go, we should head back first. As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure slowly entered Qin Mu's sight. Oh, Uncle Tang. It turned out Tang Yecheng had been waiting outside the secret realm. Seeing Qin Mu emerge, a smile stretched across his face, forming crow's feet that could reach from Jingzhou all the way to the capital of Dragon Country. Little Qin. Great job. He laughed heartily, as happy as a child weighing 200 pounds. At the same time, he took out his phone and immediately posted a statement on the official account of the Heavenly Gang Alliance. Qin Mu officially joined the Heavenly Gang Alliance the day before yesterday. The photo accompanying it was of Qin Mu exiting the secret realm. 10 minutes after the statement was released, the Heavenly Gang Alliance's popularity skyrocketed by 190. Tang Yecheng was even happier. On Blue Star, social media discussions about Qin Mu were overwhelming. What profession is he exactly? I heard he is a summoner. And a hidden profession, the spirit beast tamer. A summoner. Isn't that the weakest profession? Are you calling clearing its level secret realm in 47 minutes weak? At least before today. Someone analyzed the combat records of the secret realm. He has more than 3 golden quality summoned creatures. Golden quality means mythic. The previous record on Blue Star was 0. 0 to 3. One person has 3 mythic creatures. My god. The discussions grew more intense. Various popular figures, well-known guilds, and official media all rushed to report. The office phone at Qinghao Academy was bombarded. Lu Rian received over 200 calls in a single day. She almost wanted to turn off her phone. Principal Fong had to hold a brief press conference, but remained tight-lipped about Qin Mu's specific talents. This made the school's media frenzy slightly more controllable. Student Qin Mu is an outstanding student of our school. Specific information involves personal privacy and cannot be disclosed. Naturally, no one was satisfied with this. But Principal Fong did not care. Protecting students is his duty. In the capital of Dragon Country, at the headquarters of the National Professional Management Bureau, an old man dressed in a white robe with silver hair sat in the director's office. On the desk in front of him lay Qin Mu's complete profile. SS level talent. Mythic summons 3 confirmed. Hidden profession spirit beast tamer, cleared level secret realm after 3 days of transition. After reading the profile, he closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and pressed the communicator on the desk. Notify Major General Wen Tieshan, send someone to Jingzhou. After reading the profile, he closed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and pressed the communicator on the desk. Notify Major General Wen Tieshan, send someone to Jingzhou to protect this child. Also arrange for a meeting with Qin Mu. A few hours later, Han Tingshuan, covered in dirt and looking disheveled, managed to sneak away from the secret realm under the cover of night. His elite team suffered heavy injuries, resulting in significant losses. They were not injured by monsters, but rather shaken by the oppressive might of the ancient war god. The 6th-turn monarch in a black robe, hired at great expense by the guild, was sent flying deep into the ruins by a single punch from the ancient war god, and his fate remains unknown. Han Tingxian had no face to stay at the scene. He quietly slipped away along a small path near the secret realm, crawling back to the headquarters of the Golden Crow Society. His father Han Dingbong was already waiting for him. Han Dingbong, the president of the Golden Crow Society, a 7th-turn emperor, was a burly man in his 50s with a stern expression, and his face was currently ashen. Kneel down. Han Tingshuan's knees hit the ground. Dad, shut up. Han Dingbang slammed down on the purple sandalwood tea tray on the table, shattering it. You fool. You dare provoke someone with SS level talent. What? That Qin Mu is the 11th SS level in the world. Do you even realize you nearly brought disaster to the Golden Crow Society? I didn't know he was SSS. And you dared to act without knowing? Han Dingbang laughed bitterly in anger. You went to destroy the seals of the secret realm and unleashed ancient ferocious beasts. If Qin Mu hadn't subdued that beast, hundreds of people in the entire secret realm would have perished. Did you even think about how the Dragon Kingdom's Occupational Management Bureau would deal with the Golden Crow Society? Han Tingxian fell silent. He knew the answer. Annihilation. Han Dingbang took a deep breath. From today on, you will stay at home obediently. Without my orders, you are not allowed to go out or have contact with anyone. Do you understand? Yes. Han Tingxian lowered his head, his nails digging deeply into his palm. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He silently gritted his teeth. It's all that Qin Mu's fault. Meanwhile, at Qinghao Academy in Zhao Heming's dormitory, Zhao Heming sat on his bed staring intently at his phone screen. The screen reflected the global rankings. Qin Mu's name stood high above, and Zhao Heming had dropped from 1st to 2nd place in the internal rankings of Qinghao Academy. No, it's not just 2nd. The gap between him and Qin Mu was not merely one of rank, but a difference in one was in the stratosphere. The other was in the Mariana Trench. Zhao Heming slowly turned off his phone. His hands did not tremble, because he had already gone numb. At this moment, the shocked Zhao Heming was still unaware that the top-ranked Qin Mu had already dealt with the matters of the secret realm and returned to Qinghao Academy. The first thing he did upon returning was to organize the apology materials sent by the Golden Crow Society and the gifts for Tangyi City, as well as a large wave of drop rewards he had just obtained from the secret realm's boss. Soon he discovered a special summoning stone from the secret realm among the countless rewards, Heart of Blazing Flame Legendary Summoning Stone. This dropped when the elite boss lava giant was killed on the second layer. Of course, at that time it was instantaneously defeated by Qin Mu's summoned beast. Together with a horde of minor monsters, it had not drawn Qin Mu's attention at all. In fact, even now Qin Mu had no recollection of encountering such an elite boss in the secret realm. Qin Mu smiled wryly. He then carefully stored the summoning stone. He was not in a hurry to use it, but instead surveyed the summoned beasts in his summoning space. Currently his roster of summoned creatures included Taichu Genesis Dragon, Mingfeng, 9 Nether Phoenix Pancher Chaos Giant Ape, and the Ancient War God. For mythological beings. At present that was already quite terrifying. But Qin Mu did not intend to stop. His past life experience told him that the more members there were in the Wanjun Legion, the richer the combination tactics would become. The overall combat power would also undergo exponential enhancement. Continue to expand the depth of the summoning roster. Confidence and determination flowed in his eyes. The next morning, Qin Mu, braving the thick morning mist, arrived alone at the back mountain of the school. This place had become his fixed summoning site. He took out the Heart of Blazing Flame. As before the Wanjun Divine Contract was triggered, the item quality began to undergo a transformation. Legendary mythical. However, this time the transformation process encountered an unexpected event. At the moment it transformed to mythical level, the energy inside the summoning stone suddenly trembled violently. The fire attribute energy that should have summoned the flame demon was distorted by the Wanjun Divine Contract. The crimson light rapidly changed. In the blink of an eye it transformed into a silver blue. Then, the space cracked open. This was not a metaphor, but a literal opening. A fissure appeared directly in front of Qin Mu. The fissure flowed with the light of the stars. An enormous, incredible existence slowly emerged from the crack. Qin Mu looked up. It turned out to be a giant whale, at least 50 meters long, and still continuing to emerge from the crack. Its body was not composed of any known biological material, but rather seemed to be made of solidified starry sky. Starlight flowed across its skin. Its eyes resembled 2 small stars, appearing quite mysterious and magnificent. Congratulations. Successfully summoned Time-Space Giant Whale. Time-Space Giant Whale quality, mythical level LV. 1 skill, 1 Time-Space Jump. Instantly move to any position within visual range. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 2 Star Devour. Open its massive mouth and devour all matter and energy. Attacks that are devoured will be converted into its own health. Skill 3-Dimensional Cut. Use the power of time and space to cut through space, creating irreparable rifts. Any object that touches the rift will be cut in half. Indeed, another mythical being. Qin Mu smiled faintly. He skillfully incorporated the Time-Space Giant Whale into his summoning space. This creature was too large to fit on the back mountain. However, at the moment the giant whale appeared, the sky over Jingzhou City was filled with auroras. Silver, blue, purple, and golden light bands intertwined in the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle. The citizens of Jingzhou City pulled out their phones to take pictures. So beautiful. Is that an aurora? But Jingzhou is not in the Arctic. What's going on? Could it be that some heavenly treasure has descended? By the way, could it be that Qin Mu? Hiss. Now that you mention it, his summoned creatures are all mythical level. No wonder there have been frequent anomalies in the sky lately. At this moment in Principal Fang's office, Principal Fang held a newly bought stainless steel thermos cup, the kind that wouldn't shatter. He sensed the powerful magical fluctuations that nearly left him numb, and then looked out at the aurora phenomenon. The corners of his eyes twitched. This child. Can't he stay quiet for a day? He glanced at the thermos cup in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. He sighed in relief. A non-breakable cup is indeed good. Speaking of which, this is already the 5th one. Qin Mu now has 5 mythical summon creatures. How many of such monsters is he planning to summon? At the instant the global newcomer rankings refreshed, the entire professional community of Blue Star erupted. The top spot, Qin Mu Longhua, 500 stars. Second place, Shangshan Sini Inghuagua, 50 stars. Third place, Kalaosi White Shifeng Lianming, 40 stars. Fourth, Piao Jishuan Banrigua, 38 stars. Fifth, Alifu Hassan Nanyang Lianbong, 35 stars. And others followed. 500 stars versus 50. The first place is 10 times the second. This is not simple domination, it is a blow from an unfathomably higher plane. At that moment in Inghuagua, Tokyo, Shangshan Sini sat in his training chamber, staring at the holographic leaderboard before him. His face had gone ashen. 500 stars. He rose to his feet, his expression grim. A summoner. And from Longwa. He strode to a training dummy and struck it with a single stroke. The figure split in two. He snorted, sheathed his blade, and turned toward the door. Tell the superiors to increase my training load. Before the Asia-Pacific tournament, I will break through to the 4th turn. He paused at the doorway and cast one last glance at Qin Mu's name on the ranking. Longwa's people. Unworthy of standing at the summit. Meanwhile, in the Shifeng Lianmeng London, Kaloosi White, and Steer Talent, a paladin, sat in meditation within a cathedral. A fair-haired, blue-eyed youth of striking features, Kaloosi received the updated ranking from his assistant. He glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth tilted in a faint, cold smile. Interesting. At the World Championship, I shall have to meet this Longwa master of all spirits. In the Longwa capital, Wen Wanning trained at a military facility. She was the daughter of Major General Wen Tieshan herself, a 4th-turn Grandmaster-level elemental mage with Steer Talent, elemental resonance. Sharp and composed in uniform, she was wiping sweat when the leaderboard updated. Qin Mu, master of all spirits. A curious smile touched her lips. An intriguing profession, an intriguing person. At Qinghe Academy, Lu Dazhuang saw the ranking while eating in the cafeteria and slammed his chopsticks on the table. Global number 1. That's my brother. He shouted and spammed the class group chat with praise. Brother Mu is incredible. Brother Mu is number 1 in the world. Messages flooded the screen. Su Qinglan looked at the ranking on her phone. A complex glint passed through her cool eyes. Qin Mu, she murmured the name under her breath. How much strength have you been hiding? Zhao Heming did not even dare open the rankings. His own position was 8,847th. He did not even qualify to ride in Qin Mu's wake. While Zhao Heming brooded in the dorm with a sullen face. The Academy Plaza had already filled to capacity. Today a distinguished delegation had come to Qinghe Academy, the Longwa Vocationalists Management Bureau. Figures of that caliber usually dealt only with the nation's top warriors and high-level officials. They would never casually descend to visit an academy full of newcomers and students. But today was an exception. They had come for a single purpose, to personally see the super newcomer who had recently ignited discussion across every quarter. Principal Fong had received notice in advance. He led Qin Mu through the sea of people and brought him to the center of the crowd. Their 9 figures exuded powerful magical auras as they stood quietly. When they saw the boy beside Principal Fong, all 9 pairs of eyes involuntarily brightened. One after another their faces broke into expressions of astonishment, approval, and hopeful expectation. Then, under the gaze of thousands of onlookers and the assembled faculty and students, Qin Mu received a formal invitation from the Longwa Vocationalists Management Bureau. Mr. Qin Mu, Director Zheng Yuanshan wishes to meet with you. A simple invitation, yet an honor many practitioners could only dream of. Qin Mu nodded his assent. The news quickly spread throughout Jingzhou and reached Tanya City of the Tiangang Alliance. For Qin Mu's safety, Tanya City decided to escort him personally. That day a military plane flew directly from Jingzhou to the Longwa capital. The flight took 2 hours. Qin Mu sat in first class, while Taichu, shrunk to the size of a palm, dozed on his knee. Opposite him sat Tanya City's representative sipping coffee. Little Qin, stick close to me once we reach the capital. The waters there run deep. Every great power is watching you. Especially Tsangqiong Pavilion and Zixiao Hall. They're surely not done trying to recruit you. Yes. And the military. Major General Wen Taizhan has a reputation for iron fairness, but his daughter Wen Wanning is said to be quite interested in you. Perhaps. Uncle Tang. You talk too much. Tanya City made a face, clicked his tongue, and took another quiet sip of coffee. The Longwa capital, the National Vocationalist Management Bureau headquarters, a 100-story silver tower, whose outer walls were arrayed with specialized defensive formations. The entire building was a fortress. Qin Mu and Tanya City's envoy waited in the lobby for less than 3 minutes before an elderly man in white robes with silver hair personally came out to greet them. Zheng Yuanshan, a 9-turn god practitioner, one of the 3 strongest figures in Longwa. He looked kindly, yet Qin Mu felt an unfathomable power within him, as boundless as an ocean. You are Qin Mu. Zheng Yuanshan regarded him with a smile and a gentle scrutiny. Yes, Qin Mu, I'm not bad. Zheng Yuanshan nodded and produced a special appraisal crystal. The crystal in his palm radiated rainbow light, its quality far surpassing the one Principal Fong had once used. The rainbow crystal began a comprehensive scan of Qin Mu. Just as the results were about to appear without warning, the appraisal crystal shattered abruptly. Zheng Yuanshan stared at the broken fragments in his hand and fell silent for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Interesting. It seems your attributes have already exceeded conventional appraisal limits. He closed his hand around the shattered crystal, it collapsed into motes of light, and drifted away into the void. He then escorted Qin Mu into his office with composed dignity and took a seat. Qin Mu, I will be straightforward. Please, Qin Mu replied. Longwa needs you, Zheng Yuanshan said plainly. We are prepared to offer you two options. First, join the national team, accept state protection and resources, and represent Longwa in international competitions. Second, remain independent, but establish a cooperative relationship with the state, assisting when the nation requires your aid. I choose the second option, Qin Mu said without hesitation. To him, freedom outweighed boundless wealth. Zheng Yuanshan smiled and nodded. Very well. Here is a cooperation agreement. We will support you behind the scenes and will not restrict your freedom. The meeting was efficient and concluded in less than 20 minutes. As Qin Mu left the office, he ran into someone in the corridor. Dressed crisply in military attire, her long hair tied into a ponytail, striking features mingled with a hint of delicate charm, she leaned against the wall with arms folded, as if waiting there specifically for Qin Mu. Dressed crisply in military attire, her long hair tied into a ponytail, striking features mingled with a hint of delicate charm, she leaned against. When Wanting. Miss Wen, do you have any instructions? Wen Wanting straightened, smiled faintly, and said, in 3 days a special secret realm will open the Shrank Secret Realm Dark Moon Forest. I'm assembling a team. Would you be interested? Qin Mu's expression remained serene, and he did not immediately answer. Wen Wanting stood a little taller, and added, rumor has it this realm houses the slumbering place of an ancient divine beast. She smiled slightly. For a summoner of your kind, that should be quite enticing, yes. Qin Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of interest. Ancient divine beast. Ancient divine beast. Qin Mu felt a surge of joy within his heart, yet his expression remained as calm as a still pond. What's wrong? Are you not agreeing? Wen Wanting leaned against the wall of the corridor, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow with a hint of charisma. She thought that by mentioning the words ancient divine beast, this young man before her should have his eyes light up and agree immediately. After all, which summoner could resist the allure of an ancient divine beast? It was akin to placing a lavish feast in front of someone who hadn't eaten for 3 days. However, Qin Mu's reaction was beyond her expectation. He did not nod immediately, nor did he even show the slightest hint of urgency. Miss Wen's team. Qin Mu did not directly respond to Wen Wanting's question. Instead, he leisurely inquired about what he wanted to know. Who are the members? My. Wen Wanting paused for a moment. She had prepared a whole speech to deal with a newcomer eager to join, but instead the other party had the audacity to question her team's composition first. This kid was not playing by the rules. A unique glimmer flashed in Wen Wanting's beautiful eyes. I am a 4-star elemental mage. She raised one finger, her tone filled with a hint of self-importance. Additionally, I will bring 2 military escorts, both are 5-star kings. A team led by a 4-star and supported by 2 5-star escorts going to tackle in Glass Secret Realm. She intentionally paused here. Slightly lifting her chin, she raised her tone a notch and said, so do you think this lineup is unworthy of you, the #1 newcomer in the world? Wen Wanting's words were quite skillful. They elevated her own team, while subtly flattering Qin Mu, a mixture of soft and firm. If it were another newcomer, just hearing 2 5-star kings would likely make their legs tremble. 5-star kings. In Jingzhou, they were figures capable of shaking an entire city. Yet Qin Mu merely responded with an O. That O was as flat as if he were listening to someone report today's vegetable prices. Wen Wanting. After years in the military, it was the first time she felt a sense of frustration akin to punching cotton. Miss Wen's lineup is quite luxurious. Qin Mu finally nodded, but then he shifted the topic. However, if I were to join, I have a condition. A glimmer of interest flashed in Wen Wanting's eyes. She wanted to see what conditions this young man who didn't even regard 5-star kings highly would propose. In the team, I want to bring 2 people. Qin Mu extended 2 fingers. The candidates will be chosen by me. Wen Wanting's brows furrowed slightly. This was getting interesting. Logically, she was the initiator, the team leader, and had military backing. The authority to form the team undoubtedly lay in her hands. Yet this invited newcomer actually turned the tables, insisting on placing 2 of his own people in her team. Before this, Wen Wanting had never encountered such a situation. Do you know who you are talking to? A low voice emerged from the shadow behind Wen Wanting. A burly, stern-faced, middle-aged soldier had approached, standing half a step behind Wen Wanting. His name was Luo Zhinshan, a 5-star king. He was also the captain of the Wen family's escort team. His gaze fell on Qin Mu as if examining an object of unknown origin. In Glass Secret Realm, every team member's spot is incredibly precious, Luo Zhinshan said in a deep voice. Miss Wen inviting you is already a huge favor. As a 3-star summoner, instead of being grateful, you are trying to raise your demands. He deliberately emphasized the word summoner. The implication was crystal clear. Summoners were meant to stand behind and cheer. Being given a meal was already something to be thankful for, yet they still wanted to be picky. The atmosphere in the corridor slightly stiffened. However, Qin Mu didn't even raise an eyebrow. He looked at Luo Jinshan and asked, Captain Luo, have you ever entered its glass secret realm? Naturally I have. Luo Jinshan held his head high. 5 years ago at the Blood Marsh I accompanied Major General Wen in an assault facing life and death. Then Captain Luo should know, Qin Mu said calmly. In its glass secret realm the most valuable thing is not the spot. My. Luo Jinshan scoffed, lightly countering. Then tell me, what is the most valuable thing? Qin Mu confidently replied with 5 words, it is surviving to come out. Luo Jinshan was taken aback. Qin Mu continued, whether a team can survive depends on cooperation, trust, and having someone who can shield you at critical moments. Qin Mu's tone remained calm, yet each word struck home. The 2 people I bring, one can detect all ambushes from 100 meters away, and the other can pull you back from the brink of death in an instant. Isn't what Miss Wen desires just a team that can survive to the end? This statement was neither humble nor arrogant with sound logic. Luo Jinshan opened his mouth, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words to refute. He intended to say our military personnel are sufficient for cooperation. But the words got stuck in his throat because it was indeed a fact that military escorts were not skilled in the delicate tasks of reconnaissance and healing. He also wanted to retort, what do you, a newcomer, know? Yet Qin Mu's earlier words about surviving clearly sounded like the words of someone who had been through countless battles. Luo Jinshan suddenly felt that this young man before him was far more complex than he had imagined. When Wanning watched from the side, her interest deepening. She originally thought she was here to recruit a talented newcomer. Now it seemed like she was negotiating a business deal. Moreover, the opponent seated across was a seasoned competitor. Quite impressive, she silently evaluated. 2 people that can be arranged. When Wanning suddenly spoke, interrupting Luo Jinshan, who was about to say something. Luo Jinshan, feeling anxious, said, Miss Wen. Uncle Luo, when Wanning waved her hand, but her gaze never left Qin Mu. He's right, in its glass secret realm having an extra pair of eyes and an extra hand means an extra chance of survival. However, she paused abruptly, shifting her tone. I also have a condition. Here it comes. Qin Mu chuckled inwardly. He knew that the daughter of this major general would not concede easily. Thus he politely smiled and said, go ahead. Hearing this, when Wanning straightened up and walked step by step toward Qin Mu. The close proximity allowed him to see the competitive spark dancing in her eyes. Once we enter the secret realm, let me fight the first boss. I want to see, she gazed at Qin Mu word by word, in front of you the master of all spirits, whether my elemental spells have any place to shine. Her words were soft on the surface, yet firm underneath. On the surface, it was a matter of competing for a chance to strike. In reality, it was this proud genius girl being provoked by Qin Mu's calm and strong aura. She wanted to prove that she, when Wanning, was not here to be someone else's backdrop. Qin Mu looked at her and suddenly smiled. Deal. The first boss is yours. When Wanning was taken aback, not expecting him to agree so readily. She had thought it would take her a long time to negotiate this condition. Aren't you afraid I will steal your spotlight? She asked tentatively. Spotlight. Qin Mu shook his head, a hint of profundity in his gaze that she couldn't comprehend, then left her with a sentence that would linger in her memory for a lifetime. What do I need the spotlight for? I only need a team I can trust to take into the secret realm. The corridor fell silent for a moment. When Wanning stared at him in a daze. For the first time she felt that this young man, who was several years younger than her, bore a weight that was completely unbefitting of his age. It was a calmness born of having weathered many storms. As if a mere glass secret realm was nothing more than an appetizer in his eyes. Luo Jinshan, standing to the side, had a changing expression. He had originally come to support Miss Wen and to reprimand this ignorant newcomer. Yet in just a few words the initiative had unknowingly slipped into the other party's hands. This 5-star king found himself unable to interject much. This kid, Luo Jinshan thought, what exactly is his background? Then it settled. When Wanning extended her hand, smiling sweetly. That smile contained a genuine interest. See you in the Dark Moon Forest in 3 days. You're 2 people you can invite yourself. Qin Mu shook hands with her. A word is a promise. As they exited the management office building, Tang Yecheng approached with a curious expression. Little Qin, what were you discussing with the young lady from the Wen family? I saw from a distance that her expression was quite dramatic. Team up, Qin Mu replied succinctly. Team up, eh? Tang Yecheng's eyes lit up, lowering his voice. You young man are impressive. What kind of person is Wen Wanning? Many talented youths from the capital aspire to befriend her, but can't. Uncle Tang. Moi. Reserve a private jet for me. I need to return to Jingzhou. Tang Yecheng was momentarily taken aback by his abrupt statement. What are you going back to Jingzhou for? Qin Mu looked into the distance, a slight smile appearing on his lips. To invite 2 people. Jingzhou. Night. The training ground of the Tiangang Alliance Division is brightly lit. A black figure is repeatedly practicing footwork in the center of the empty field. His figure flickers in and out of sight, each movement accompanied by a faint shadow moving so swiftly that it nearly leaves an afterimage. Yifeng. Since joining Qin Mu in the secret realm, this boy from a humble background has seemed like a changed person. He has become more silent than before, and more determined, because he knows better than anyone. His position beside Qin Mu is not due to background or talent. It is built upon his own skills and beliefs honed through relentless effort. Therefore he must not hold back. Well done. A calm voice came from the sidelines. Yifeng's figure suddenly paused, and the shadow instantly retracted. He turned around and saw Qin Mu standing at the edge of the field, having appeared there at some point. Brother Mu. Yifeng quickly walked over, his expression unable to hide his respect. Didn't you go to the capital? I've been there and just returned. Qin Mu scanned him with his gaze and nodded slightly. Your shadow step has improved. In 3 days there will be in Slevel's secret realm called Dark Moon Forest. Would you be interested in joining me? Slevel's secret realm. Yifeng's breath momentarily caught. Slevel's secret realm. That is a death zone even many 4th transition masters dare not easily enter. For someone like him, a newly minted 3rd transition rogue assassin, just the phrase Slevel is enough to instill fear. Yet when Qin Mu spoke those words, his expression was as calm as if he were inviting him for a late-night snack. Yifeng opened his mouth instinctively, wanting to ask would my level hold the team back. But as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly recalled the scene from the secret realm. The ancient war god that broke free from an ancient seal, even sending 6th transition monarchs flying, was as docile as a kitten before Qin Mu. Following someone like that, what is there to fear? Yifeng's hesitation vanished, replaced by a nearly fervent light in his eyes. I'll go. He nodded firmly, the single word resounding with conviction. Then he continued, where you go I go. There will be military 5th transition guards in the team, and they may give you some attitude. It doesn't matter. Yifeng replied decisively, my eyes only recognize the strong. Qin Mu patted his shoulder. What he wanted was this kind of spirit from Yifeng. An assassin who can carry out reconnaissance to the utmost, and is absolutely loyal, is a priceless asset in any team. Rest well, and conserve your energy. Watching Qin Mu turn and leave, Yifeng silently expressed his gratitude in his heart. From the moment he followed Qin Mu in the first layer of the secret realm, he had made the right bet. This man would take him to heights he never even dared to dream of. The next day, Qinghe Academy. On the top floor of the library, in a corner by the window, Su Qinglan sat alone, a thick volume of the Holy Light medical canon spread open before her. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass, casting a soft glow on her cool profile. She is recognized as the most beautiful girl in Qinghe Academy, a Holy Light priest who has recently advanced to 3rd transition and become a Holy Light bishop. Proud, cool, aloof. Those pursuing her in the academy could line up from the school gate to the playground, yet none could earn even a glance from her. At this moment, however, she appeared somewhat distracted. She had been staring at the open page of the medical canon for nearly 10 minutes, not reading a single word, because her mind was filled with that name. Qin Mu, the boy who had once been ridiculed by the entire school as the weakest summoner upon awakening. Now he stands atop the global newcomer rankings, having successfully cleared 2 Slevel secret realms in succession as the master of all spirits. These 2 images could not possibly overlap in her mind. How much strength is he hiding? She murmured to herself absent-mindedly. Yet unexpectedly a voice suddenly rang out from beside her. You can come see for yourself. Su Qinglan froze her head, snapping up. She found Qin Mu seated across from her, holding 2 cups of hot beverage leisurely, pushing one of them toward her. Hot cocoa, he said. The library doesn't allow drinks, so keep it low-key. Su Qinglan's face turned bright red, hastily closing the medical canon. When did you arrive? When you said my name. Su Qinglan's grip on the book tightened subtly. This Qin Mu, when did he become so hard to resist? The Qin Mu in her memory was a quiet, taciturn boy who sat in the corner of the classroom, hardly noticeable. But the person sitting across from her now had an indescribable certainty and composure in his demeanor that made her inexplicably averse to direct eye contact. Is there something you need? She tried to restore her cool tone. Yes. Qin Mu nodded straightforward. In 2 days there is in Slevel's secret realm called Dark Moon Forest. I have a team that is short of a healer and would like to invite you. Slevel's secret realm. Su Qinglan's pupils suddenly narrowed. She certainly knew what that meant. With her current strength as a 3rd transition Holy Light bishop, not to mention participating, even obtaining entry qualifications for the Slevel secret realm requires connections. Yet Qin Mu so casually placed such an opportunity before her. Why me? She instinctively asked, her voice betraying a hint of tension she was unaware of. Because you are strong enough. Qin Mu looked at her with no trace of politeness in his tone. Among Holy Light bishops, your healing precision and sustainability are top tier. I checked the newcomer rankings, and among the holy classes you are the best in Jingzhou. And He paused. You want bail at the last moment. Su Qinglan was stunned. She had expected Qin Mu to say something like we are classmates or he'll take you along. She had even prepared to coolly refuse this charity. But Qin Mu did not. He was not offering charity. He was seriously treating her as a teammate worthy of trust. This acknowledgement caused her heart to tremble more than any sweet talk. Who else is in the team? She steadied herself and asked the first question that mirrored Qin Mu's. When watching a 4th transition elemental mage with S-level talent leading the team, Qin Mu listed them 2 5th transition monarch guards, and Yifeng a 3rd transition shadow master. With you that makes 6. Su Qinglan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. When watching, she had heard that name before. The daughter of a military major general, a favored daughter of heaven rumored to be very close to Qin Mu. Her fingertips curled slightly on the table. I'll go. She heard herself say that. There was almost no hesitation. After saying it, she was momentarily taken aback. Clearly just a second ago she had been thinking about how to refuse gracefully. But she quickly regained her usual coolness, lowering her eyes to conceal it, lifting the cup of hot cocoa to take a sip. I agree, not because of you, but because the practical experience of S-level secret realm is very important to me. Qin Mu nodded, showing understanding. Of course. That tone was as dismissive as it could be. Su Qinglan felt a little choked and secretly glared at him, her ears turning red. She lowered her head and reopened the holy light medical canon, pretending to focus. Yet Qin Mu clearly saw that the page she had opened was the one from before. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dark Moon Forest, the entrance to the secret realm. 6 figures gathered before the teleportation array. When watching, dressed in a sharp combat robe with her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuded a heroic demeanor. Behind her, Luo Jinshan and another 5th transition guard stood silently. Yifeng wore his signature black mask, quiet as a shadow. Su Qinglan in a white holy light robe held a staff embedded with spirit stones, exuding a cool and ethereal aura. When Wen Wonking's gaze met Su Qinglan's in midair, the 2 stunning young women almost simultaneously narrowed their eyes slightly. In the air, an invisible spark floated inexplicably. Is this the teammate Qin Mu invited? Wen Wanqing raised an eyebrow, smiling brightly as she looked at Su Qinglan, though her words were directed at Qin Mu, the holy light bishop from Qinghe Academy. Su Qinglan. Truly a name that lives up to its reputation, such a beautiful sister. The daughter of Major General, when personally leading the team as an elemental mage. Su Qinglan replied with calm dignity, a faint smile on her lips. I've long admired you. The 2 exchanged pleasantries. Yet beneath that smile each concealed a sharp needle. Luo Jinshan frowned as he watched from the side, leaning toward Qin Mu and whispering irritably, what kind of people did you bring along? Qin Mu. He suddenly understood why in his past life so many summoners would rather dominate all spirits than manage a small team of 6. Among those present, only Yifeng, understanding the situation, took half a step back, creating a safe distance from the 2 ladies. He observed with a Nozito heart posture, perfectly embodying the model of an outsider. Ahem. Qin Mu cleared his throat, interrupting the smoke-free clash. Everyone is here, let's go in. He turned first, walking toward the teleportation array, emanating a gentle silver light. The others followed suit. Just before stepping into the teleportation array, however, Qin Mu's footsteps seemed to falter for a moment, because the contract with all spirits within him was sending a wave of increasingly clear pulsations. It was a long-lost ancient call. Deep within this forest, shrouded in eternal night, something was awakening from its slumber, opening its eyes toward him. An ancient divine beast. Qin Mu's eyes brightened slightly, a slow smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He mused inwardly. It seems the first boss miss when mentioned will not be easy to handle. Because before that, he stepped forward, entering the silver light. I might need to recruit a new partner first. The entrance to the secret realm. The silver transport light curtain slowly closed. Just as the last glimmer of light was about to extinguish, I'll wait for me, Brother Mu. A broad figure, almost distorting the air as he rushed from afar, stumbled forward. It was Lu Dazhuang. This berserker was sweating profusely, his arms flailing in the wind, colliding with several professionals by the roadside, sending them tumbling. Yet he was still a step too late. The light curtain completely closed before his eyes, leaving only a fleeting image of Qin Mu's back on his retina. Who? Lu Dazhuang stopped, bent over, resting his hands on his knees, his chest heaving violently. He knew he was not qualified to step through that light curtain. In S-level secret realm, newcomers simply served to provide the boss with performance points. Yet he still wanted to send Qin Mu off. Taking a high-speed train from Jingzhou, transferring to the subway, and then catching a taxi, he had rushed for half a day just to shout a single phrase before the secret realm closed. Even if it was just one phrase. Brother Mu. Lu Dazhuang looked up at the closed light curtain, his eyes reddening. You must come back safely. The wind blew past the edge of the light curtain, stirring up a few fallen leaves. No one answered him. But Lu Dazhuang wiped the sweat from his brow and began to laugh. because he suddenly thought of something absurd. Was he really worried about Brother Mu's safety? He laughed out loud, his laughter growing louder until he was doubled over with mirth. Am I worried about Brother Mu? Am I really worried about Brother Mu? Haha, I must have been brainwashed by the berserker skills. Brother Mu isn't entering a secret realm, but rather a backyard. Several professionals passing by looked at the burly man laughing to himself on his way back. They quickly diverted their paths, their eyes filled with the word madman. Level secret realm, Dark Moon Forest on the other side of the light curtain, was another world. The ground beneath their feet was made of an obsidian-like material, creating faint silver ripples with each step. There was no sun overhead. Only a gigantic, almost distorted silver moon hung in the center of the eternal night sky. Ancient giant trees towered into the clouds, their crowns intertwined into an endless dome, allowing moonlight to filter through the gaps, casting mottled patches of light. The air was cold enough to form a thin layer of frost on the skin. The low growls of monsters could be heard from all directions, near and far, as if the entire forest was whispering. Monster levels start at LV 50, Luo Jinshan said solemnly, his long knife already drawn, a cold silver light shimmering along the blade. Everyone maintained formation spread out in a V shape. The momentum of two fifth-turn kings was instantly unleashed. One Wanting walked in the second position of the group, gathering a fiery red magic ball in her palm, the elemental energy swirling around her. She was here to prove herself. She may not secure the top position globally, but in this level secret realm, she wanted that boy named Qin Mu to see that the title of Elemental Grand Mage was not to be trifled with. Su Qinglan tightened her grip on her staff, holy light gathering at the tip. Yifeng's figure melted into the shadows, his shadow steps blending seamlessly into the eternal night, making it difficult even for Luo Jinshan to pinpoint his exact location. Everyone was prepared. The atmosphere was tense. However, just as the tension was building, the first LV 55 Dark Moon Wolf pounced from behind the trees, its fangs bared, lunging towards the foremost Qin Mu. Luo Zinshan's gaze sharpened, ready to strike. Who? A strand of golden flame shot out from Qin Mu's shoulder. The palm's eyes Taichu yawned lazily, exhaling half a dragon breath. Half a breath. Just half a breath. The LV 55 Dark Moon Wolf didn't even have time to scream before its skin and fur were reduced to a pile of ashes, leaving no bones behind. Luo Zinshan's long knife, raised halfway, froze in midair. He looked at the pile of ash ahead, and then at his knife, finally sheathing it in silence. Good. If he didn't have to strike, he wouldn't. As a fifth-turn king, he still had some dignity. But the next second he realized his dignity wasn't worth much. Awo! 3 LV 58 Dark Moon Wolves pounced from different directions. Luo Jinshan grasped his knife again. Whooshed! The black wings of the 9 Nether Phoenix spread wide, and 3 streaks of dark fire cut through the night sky. 3 wolves, 3 piles of ashes. Luo Zinshan's fingers barely grasped the hilt. This time he couldn't even be bothered to draw his knife. On the other side, when Wanning's carefully gathered 6th-tier fireball spell had already reached 90% in her palm, she aimed at LV 60 Dark Moon Wild Boar elite monster preparing to launch. However, the chaotic giant fist of the rock had already crashed down. Boom! The Dark Moon Wild Boar turned into a pile of meat paste. The fireball spell in when Wanning's palm halted, unable to advance or retreat. She wanted to launch it, but the target was gone. She wanted to withdraw her power, but felt it too wasteful to let the elemental energy dissipate. Finally, the fireball awkwardly made a poof sound in her hand and scattered on its own. When Wanning's smile froze on her face, Su Qinglan held her staff, having waited the whole way as the holy light spell gathered at the tip, only to scatter and gather again. Because no one was injured. Not only was there no injury, but there was not even a chance of a scratch. She finally couldn't help but sneak a glance at the boy standing with his hands behind his back ahead. That figure walked slowly, as if really just taking a stroll in his backyard. Su Qinglan lowered her head, her lips unconsciously curling upwards. She suddenly felt that today's trip to this level secret realm might be the easiest day she had experienced since enrolling. In the middle of the group, Yifeng's figure emerged from the shadows. He edged half a step behind Qin Mu, looking at the mess of corpses ahead. Actually, there weren't even corpses, just ashes, and whispered, "Brother Mu, how about we slow down a bit? Huh? If we go too fast, they'll feel awkward." Qin Mu glanced at the formerly taciturn shadow assassin, noticing a rare mischievous smile on Yifeng's face. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You've learned to be bad. Learned from Brother Mu." Luo Jinshan in the back of the group heard it all clearly. The expression of this veteran fifth-turn king had transformed from solemnity to an inscrutable complexity. He had originally come to protect Miss One. However, as they walked, his presence as a protector was even lower than that of the little assassin hiding in the shadows. Luo Jinshan endured for a long time and finally gritted his teeth to speak. "Mr. Qin Mu, with you like this, what is our role?" This question was asked with restraint and grievance. 3 hours ago, if this fifth-turn king had been asked such a question by a third-turn newcomer, he would have drawn his knife on the spot. But now he had to ask, because he really didn't know what he was doing. Qin Mu stopped turning to look at him. There was not a hint of mockery in his eyes, but rather a kind of almost gentle seriousness. Captain Luo, you are my insurance. Insurance. In ins-level secret realm, accidents can happen at any time, Qin Mu replied calmly. I cannot guarantee that none of my summons will ever have issues. If something unexpected occurs, it's you and your companions who can pull your teammates back at the most critical moment. He looked at Luo Jinshan. So your purpose is to hope that you will never have to be needed. Luo Jinshan stood there in shock. This sounded like a formality, but upon careful reflection, it carried a respect that made one's bones feel weak. As a veteran guardian captain who had fought on the battlefield for most of his life, he had been politely served by countless people, cautiously guarded against and humbly begged by many. Yet no one had ever looked at him so honestly. Understood. Luo Zinshan's voice was 8 degrees lower than before. He tightened his grip on the hilt, rejoining the team, and no longer spoke a word. However, the fifth-turn guard behind him keenly noticed something. Captain Luo's ears had turned red. The team continued to advance. Although there were many monsters in the Dark Moon Forest, they were as easy to cut down as vegetables in front of the 3 mythic-level beings. But just as the team advanced into the third Moonlight Grove, Qin Mu suddenly stopped. Up ahead, he said. Yifeng immediately sprang from the shadows. Report 200 meters ahead, there is a LV 65 Dark Moon Berserk Bear, an epic elite boss. It's the Lord-level creature of this area. A Dark Moon Berserk Bear. When Wanning's eyes instantly lit up. After walking this distance, she was almost internally injured from suppressing her excitement. What she wanted was not an easy fight, but a real opponent. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear LV 65A epic level was precisely the limit of what she could challenge with her current strength. She turned to Qin Mu, her eyes sparkling with unabashed competitiveness. Qin Mu, we agreed before. The first boss is yours. Qin Mu nodded, his tone calm. Taichu. Taichu huffed, unwillingly retracting back onto his shoulder. The Nether Phoenix and Rock also obediently retreated to the back of the team. When Wanning took a deep breath, she knew that everyone's eyes were on her, including that boy who had been so hard to understand throughout. This battle she could not afford to lose face. Here we go. She stepped forward. The power of the elements erupted around her. Fire, ice, and lightning elements coalesced simultaneously, forming 3 rotating magic arrays around her. This was her proud talent of elemental resonance, manipulating 3 elements at once. Come forth. When Wanning waved her hands downwards, a Dark Moon Berserk Bear over 3 meters tall charged forth, roaring from the dense moonlight forest. Its body was covered in a mane of intertwined black and silver fur, its eyes crimson, with fangs sharp as knives. Roar! The roar shook the entire forest. When Wanning did not retreat, instead she stepped forward, fireball spell triple hit. 3 blazing fireballs hurled towards the Dark Moon Berserk Bear. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear rolled to the side, managing to withstand 2 of them with its fur, while it swatted the third one to pieces with a paw. Huh. When Wanning frowned. Its fur can resist fire attributes. Not just that, Yifeng's voice came from the shadows. Its mane absorbs energy from the dark side of the moon, giving it resistance to both fire and ice elements. When Wanning's pupils constricted, this was troublesome. The 2 elemental types she excelled at were countered, leaving her relying on the lightning element. But the lightning element was the weakest of her 3 types. Thunderstorm ninefold. A storm of purple lightning descended. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear was charred black, emitting an angry roar, but its massive size absorbed the light. It let out a low growl, sweeping its forepaw fiercely towards When Wanning. Be careful. Luo Jinshan instinctively rushed forward. But a black shadow moved faster than him. Yifeng emerged from the shadows, pulling When Wanning back half a meter. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear's claw swept past When Wanning's nose, creating a gust of foul wind. Hiss! When Wanning gasped. The tip of her left shoulder was grazed by the bear claw, leaving 3 shallow blood marks. Healing spell. Su Qinglin's staff shone brightly, a pure white light, enveloping When Wanning. The blood marks healed at a visible speed, leaving no trace behind. When Wanning took a deep breath, stepping back half a pace to re-establish distance. She glanced at Yifeng. Thank you. Yifeng slightly nodded, disappearing back into the shadows. Su Qinglan continued to hold her staff aloft, the holy light swirling around When Wanning, providing continuous buffs. For the first time, a hint of gravity appeared in When Wanning's gaze. She realized something. The elite boss she had imagined could be easily eliminated had nearly injured her. This was something Qin Mu could easily handle with a single summon passing by. She suddenly understood the meaning behind Qin Mu's words before setting off. Whether a team can survive depends on cooperation, trust, and having someone to block the knife for you at crucial moments. At that moment, she truly absorbed it. Here comes again. Wen Wanning regathered the magic array. This time she stopped pursuing glamour and adopted the simplest, yet hardest-to-master battle strategy. Fire, ice, and lightning elements struck in alternating sequences. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear had to divide its focus to withstand each elemental attack, preventing it from recovering. This was the true terror of elemental resonance. It wasn't the explosive power of a single type, but the rotation of 3 types. This strategy was mentally exhausting, but once activated the effects were astounding. The Dark Moon Berserk Bear's roars grew weaker. Its mane was singed, frostbitten, and struck by lightning. Finally, Wen Wanning raised her hand, coalescing the last elemental core that fused all 3 types. Go! The core struck the Dark Moon Berserk Bear's forehead. A woo! The Dark Moon Berserk Bear crashed to the ground, dissipating into a flurry of light. Wen Wanning panted heavily, beads of sweat already forming on her brow. Luo Zhinshan let out a long sigh, the tension finally easing. Su Qinglan put away her staff, a subtle smile on her lips. Well done. Yi Feng emerged from the shadows, giving a brief evaluation. Wen Wanning took a deep breath, turning to Qin Mu. Qin Mu was also looking at her. How was that? Wen Wanning straightened her back, her tone carrying a hint of stubborn pride. My elemental spells have their uses right. She expected Qin Mu to mock her for struggling against an epic elite. She thought he would say my Taichu could take that down in a second. She thought he would use that nonchalant tone to put her back in her place again. But Qin Mu simply nodded seriously. You are much stronger than I had anticipated. A single short sentence. Wen Wanning froze. This phrase was simple to the point of being simplistic. Yet spoken from this boy's lips, it carried a weight that left her speechless. Because she knew that this boy's anticipation was based on his view from above all beings. If she could elevate his anticipation, even just a fraction, it was already a tremendous acknowledgement. Let's go. Wen Wanning turned her long hair, whipping out a sharp arc. But when Su Qinglan turned back, she clearly saw that the ears of this proud girl were so red they could bleed. The gazes of the 2 girls crossed in the air for a moment. A hint of knowing amusement flickered in Su Qinglan's eyes. Wen Wanning immediately turned her head the other way. Ahem, what are you looking at? The team continued to advance. The deeper they went, the more ancient the forest became. The trunks of the giant trees were so thick that 10 people combined couldn't encircle them, with luminescent silver moss crawling up their bark. The moonlight also became denser, flowing like liquid through the gaps in the leaves. Qin Mu's steps gradually. He could feel the resonance of the myriad spirits' contract becoming increasingly strong. Just ahead, in that patch of land perfectly illuminated by moonlight, there was an existence awakening from sleep, opening its eyes towards him. We're here. Qin Mu stopped. Everyone followed suit. Before them lay a vast, almost perfectly circular clearing. All the trees at the edge of the clearing automatically parted, as if they dared not approach even a step closer. In the center of the clearing, a massive silver giant wolf lay quietly asleep under the moonlight. Its size was more than 10 times that of an ordinary wolf, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulders. Its silvery fur emitted a dreamlike soft glow under the moonlight, each hair seemingly condensing a glimmer of moonlight. Its breaths were long and deep, and the silver scales on its chest rose and fell gently with each breath. Identifying. Silver Moon Divine Wolf, Ancient Divine Beast, Level LV. 80 Quality Legendary. Warning: the Divine Beast is in a semi-awake state. Do not approach actively. Hiss. Luo Zhinshan gasped in cold air. LV. 80. A legendary ancient divine beast. Such an existence should normally appear in a hidden dungeon of the 7-turn Emperor strategy. Yet it appeared deep within its glass secret realm. Miss, when we cannot proceed any further. Luo Zhinshan's voice was more serious than ever. With our current strength, confronting such a being would result in total annihilation. I know. Wen Wanning's expression was grave to the extreme. The recent battle with the Dark Moon Mad Bear had already made her aware of her own position. At LV 65, an epic level, she needed to give her all. At LV 80, a legendary ancient divine beast, she didn't even have the qualification to strike. Let's retreat. Wen Wanqing said solemnly, we have already gathered enough without clashing with such an existence. Her words were left unfinished. Because she noticed that Qin Mu had not moved. Not only had he not moved, but he also took a step forward. Qin Mu. Wen Wanning's pupils constricted. Su Qinglan instinctively tightened her grip on her staff. Yi Feng's gaze sharpened. Luo Zhinshan's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. But Qin Mu did not turn back at all. He continued to walk forward step by step into the moonlit clearing. Are you insane? Wen Wanqing couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice. No need to be nervous. Qin Mu's voice was light, yet it rang clear in everyone's ears. It is waiting for me. Waiting for you. Wen Wanqing almost thought she had misheard. Just as she was about to say something more, she saw the sleeping Silver Moon Divine Wolf suddenly open its eyes. Its silver eyes resembled 2 smaller moons. The might of the divine beast erupted instantly. A whoa! The silver moon divine wolf howled long and loud, distorting the moonlight across the entire clearing with its roar. Silver light spread out like a storm. Luo Jinshan and another 5-turn guard turned pale simultaneously, instinctively stepping back 3 paces, both spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Su Qinglan's staff nearly slipped from her grasp, but Yifeng's quick reflexes caught it. Wanqing gritted her teeth forcibly, using elemental power to shield her body. Yet Qin Mu remained standing still. His robes were rustling in the wind of the divine beast's might, but his figure did not budge. He even smiled. "Don't be so fierce." He looked up at the silver moon divine wolf, his tone gentle, as if coaxing a petulant kitten. "I know you've waited for a long time." The roar of the silver moon divine wolf abruptly ceased. It lowered its head, the scarlet killing intent in its eyes slowly fading, replaced by a near-confused bewilderment. It seemed not to understand why it would stop attacking because of this boy's words. At that moment, the Taichu on Qin Mu's shoulder leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of golden light hovering before him. The palm-sized golden dragon slowly unfolded its wings, instantly expanding to a size equal to that of the silver moon divine wolf. The might of the creator dragon clashed head-on with the beastly might of the ancient divine beast in the air. Boom! At the instant of the collision of the two primal mights, the ground of the entire moonlit clearing cracked, and trees within 100 meters radius were snapped by the shockwave. The moonlight was twisted into a bizarre spiral by the two pressures. Luo Jinshan and another 5-turn guard both knelt on the ground, unable to stand again. Wanqing barely held on her elemental shield covered in cracks. Su Qinglan's holy light spell was timely protected by Yifeng, and the two retreated dozens of meters before stabilizing their stance. But at the center of this storm of might, Qin Mu still stood firm. The gaze of the silver moon divine wolf exhibited genuine signs of wavering for the first time. It could sense the ancient bloodline contained within the golden dragon before it, something that surpassed its realm of understanding. It could also sense a certain aura. An aura emanating from that boy, a feeling it had suppressed for countless years, yet could never forget. The contract of all spirits. It was a force of contract that transcended races, life and death, and countless epochs. In the eyes of the silver moon divine wolf, its aggressiveness completely dissipated. In its place was an almost humble longing that had been suppressed for countless years. It longed to be understood. It longed to be taken away. It yearned to finally find someone it could follow. Qin Mu raised his hand, signaling Taichu to retreat. He stepped forward 1 step at a time to stand before the silver moon divine wolf, extending his hand, palm facing upwards. "Will you come with me?" He did not say the words "I am willing," because he knew that the being before him had waited far too long. In that moment, everyone's breath stopped. Wanqing's eyes widened. Su Qinglan covered her mouth. Luo Jinshan knelt on the ground, staring at the slender, yet seemingly world-overbearing figure of the boy ahead, his throat rolling violently. Yifeng stood silently, a hint of a smile he had long been accustomed to at the corners of his lips. The silver moon divine wolf slowly lowered its massive head. The cold, damp tip of its nose gently touched Qin Mu's palm. Buzz! The contract of all spirits activated. Talent contract of all spirits triggered. Target detected. Silver moon divine wolf, legendary ancient divine beast summoning quality, forcibly upgrading. Legendary mythical. Congratulations. Conquest successful. Name: Silver moon divine wolf. Quality: mythical. Skill: 1. Moon god's light releases the power of the silver moon, providing a buff effect to all friendly units within the area. 20 to all attributes. Skill 2. Silver moon howl emits a howl of the silver moon, dealing mental damage to all enemies in the area, and has a chance to confuse them. Skill 3. Pack of wolves summons a pack of silver moon wolves to assist in combat. Number increases with the level of the silver moon divine wolf. In the moment the conquest contract was completed, the silver moon divine wolf's massive form shrank from 3 meters tall to about 1 meter in a nimble form. This was its portable form after the contract. It circled around Qin Mu twice before obediently sitting by his feet, rubbing its massive head against Qin Mu's calf. This scene left Wanqing utterly speechless. Her lips parted, unable to close for a long time. The ancient divine beast that had made everyone retreat just moments ago now behaved like a large domestic silver fox acting cute by Qin Mu's feet. Su Qinglan's fingertips trembled. In her eyes, Qin Mu's figure radiated an inexplicable light, not in a physical sense, but a light that was impossible to look away from. Luo Jinshan propped himself up on his knees, struggling to stand from the ground. He looked up at the boy standing there with his hands behind his back, his throat dry and unable to produce a sound. A few hours ago, he had been questioning this boy about what was so great about being a summoner. Now, just a few hours later, he witnessed this boy use one action, one sentence to make an LV. 80 ancient divine beast willingly prostrate at his feet. It was I who was blind. Luo Jinshan thought bitterly. He had originally thought he was here to act as a bodyguard on this mission. only to realize now that this trip was to broaden his horizons. Yifeng walked over and gently patted Luo Jinshan on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Luo Jinshan glanced at him, noticing the usually taciturn little assassin wore an expression of someone who had been through it. Luo Jinshan suddenly felt a bit envious of this little assassin. At least Yifeng had taken the first step, getting used to a life trailing behind such a monster. The Silver Moon Divine Wolf returned to the Legion of All Spirits. Qin Mu now possessed 6 mythical-level summoned beings: Taichu Mingfeng Ponshi, Taiku Warlord Time, and Space Behemoth, and Silver Moon Divine Wolf. In less than a week since his class change, Qin Mu did not linger. With the newly joined Silver Moon Divine Wolf, he pressed deeper into the Dark Moon Forest. At the deepest part of the Dark Moon Forest, the Moon God Altar, a circular altar built of black moonlight stone, floated in midair, entwined by countless black moonlight threads. In the center of the altar, a tall figure sat cross-legged. He wore a rotting elven robe, his skin displaying a strange gray-black hue, with long pointed ears quivering slightly. The Dark Moon Lord, LV-70, a legendary boss. An ancient elf king corrupted by the dark side of the moon. When Qin Mu and his group reached beneath the altar, that seated figure slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were murky gray. Mortal. His voice was hoarse and lengthy, as if drifting from an ancient grave. You have disturbed this king's slumber. He slowly stood up, scanning the crowd, before finally resting his gaze on Qin Mu. A 3-turn summoner. The Dark Moon Lord suddenly laughed. That laugh was as hoarse as stones grinding against each other. Ridiculous, you actually let a summoner lead a challenge against me. The Dragon Kingdom's blue star has fallen to such a state. A summoner. A pathetic profession that trembles at the back. Dare to stand before me. The Dark Moon Lord raised his hand, and countless black moonlight threads extended from his fingertips, sweeping toward everyone. Die. Luo Jinshan narrowed his eyes, about to draw his sword to intercept. But a silver light was faster than him. The Silver Moon Divine Wolf leapt out, letting out a long howl. A whoa. Skill Moon God's light activated. Pure silver moonlight erupted from the Silver Moon Divine Wolf, enveloping the entire altar. The Dark Moon Lord's black moonlight threads collapsed the moment they came into contact with the Moon God's light. They were not severed. They were disintegrated from the very source by the pure primordial power of the Silver Moon. What? The Dark Moon Lord's pupils contracted sharply. Silver Moon Divine Wolf. You actually tamed the Silver Moon Divine Wolf. The Dark Moon Lord's expression showed fear for the first time. He was the Elven King corrupted by the dark side of the moon. And the Silver Moon Divine Wolf was the supreme symbol of the light side of the moon. He had a primal level reaction of restraint against the Silver Moon Divine Wolf. Impossible. How could the Silver Moon Divine Wolf submit to a summoner? It has slept for 3,000 years, and even the priests of the Moon God throughout the ages could not awaken it. How could it be taken away by a mere junior like you? The Dark Moon Lord roared in a hysterical manner. Qin Mu ignored him. He simply raised his hand, pointed at the Dark Moon Lord, and spoke in a tone that was almost indifferent. Taichu. Roar. Taichu soared into the air. The palm-sized golden dragon once again expanded. Golden Dragon Breath surged forth. Creator Dragon. Golden Dragon Breath Light attribute deals double damage to shadow types. Heavenly golden light intertwined with the silver light of the Silver Moon Divine Wolf, forming a world-destroying dual-colored beam that slammed toward the Moon God altar. No. The Dark Moon Lord's last roar was completely swallowed by the beam. The Moon God altar collapsed within the beam. The Dark Moon Lord didn't escape with even a trace of his soul. From the moment he opened his mouth arrogantly to his complete disappearance, it took less than 10 seconds. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Qin Mu Dragon Country Jingzhou for being the first to clear class Secret Realm Dark Moon Forest. Time taken 2 hours 14 minutes. Breaking the historical record. Previous record 47 days. System rewards have been distributed. The global announcement echoed across Blue Star. Occupational forum homepage. Hot topic. It's Qin Mu again. Does this person live in this glass secret realm? 2 hours 14 minutes. Am I seeing things? I just rubbed my eyes 3 times. The average clear time for Dark Moon Forest is 47 days. How on earth did he do it? There's a rumor circulating within the Tiangang Alliance. It is said that Qin Mu now has 6 mythical level summoned beings. 6. What did you take? I didn't take anything. The source of the news is an internal member of the Tiangang Alliance in Jingzhou, a 3-turn master. 6 mythical level. I would rather believe he just came down from the moon. Wait a minute. Wasn't Wen Wanqing with him when they entered the secret realm? The daughter of the military major. Oh wow, she really is. Even the eldest lady of the Wen family is on Qin Mu's team. I feel like this world is becoming unrecognizable to me. In Tokyo, in a secret training room, Yusuji Shinichi smashed the 3rd training dummy. He stared intently at the rolling global announcement on the holographic screen, his pupils blood red. 2 hours 14 minutes. 2 hours 14 minutes. He murmured to himself, then suddenly raised his head to notify the instructor. I will enter seclusion. Before the Asia-Pacific competition, I won't come out. Outside the secret realm, 6 figures emerged from the teleportation array. When Wanqing walked slightly behind Qin Mu. She had originally planned to have a good chat with Qin Mu once they exited the secret realm. But now that they had truly come out, she found herself unable to say a word. In the end, she simply looked deeply at Qin Mu and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Your strength far exceeds my expectations. She paused, regaining her composure. Qin Mu, the Dragon Kingdom needs more people like you. Qin Mu nodded and said nothing more. He looked down at his phone. There was a new message on the screen from Han Dingbong, the president of the Qin Mu Society. Mr. Qin, the previous matter was instigated by my son, and the Qin Mu Society is willing to compensate fully. I hope you can give an old man a chance to apologize in person. Qin Mu glanced at it and turned off the screen. He didn't need the Qin Mu Society's compensation. What he needed, the Qin Mu Society could not provide. Meanwhile, Su Qinglan put away her staff, secretly glancing at Qin Mu, then at Wanqing. She keenly sensed something. The way that celestial beauty looked at Qin Mu was already different from before they entered the secret realm. Su Qinglan bit her lip, lowering her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her holy light robe. Yi Feng observed this scene, silently shifting his gaze to the sky. Luo Zhinshan walked up to Qin Mu's side, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke in a low voice. Mr. Qin, today I was blind. If you need anything next time, just say the word. Uncle Luo. There won't be a next time. Qin Mu looked at him, his tone calm. We are teammates. Luo Zhinshan's Adam's apple rolled violently. He deeply cupped his fist toward Qin Mu and did not speak again. But that one gesture spoke more than 1,000 words. At that moment, Qin Mu's notification bar suddenly vibrated. He pulled up his job panel and looked closely. System notification: four-turn quest is now available. Only a week after his class change. He was already set for a 4-turn. Qin Mu smiled slightly, but the next second his smile froze. Because right after the system popped up a second message that caught his attention even more. System global announcement: the Dragon Kingdom's rookie trials will officially commence in 1 month. All rookie players ranked in the top 100 in the Dragon Kingdom are required to participate. The champion will represent the Dragon Kingdom in the Asia-Pacific Professional Players Competition. Qin Mu raised his head, gazing at the horizon. Under the moonlight, his eyes gradually brightened. A competition? He chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of playful interest. On the night of his return from the Dark Moon Forest to Jingzhou, Qin Mu did not rest. The first thing he did was accept the 4 transition quest. Tangyi City had prepared a celebratory feast for him at the Heavenly Gang Alliance. However, all they saw was Qin Mu passing by the entrance, entering his room, and then exiting again. Tangyi City's hand holding the wine cup froze in midair. Xiao Qin, you just got back? Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Let's celebrate. Not tired. Qin Mu held the quest scroll and walked out without looking back. I'll just take care of the 4 transition first. Just take care of it. Tangyi City repeated these words, took a big gulp of wine, and nearly choked. Just taking care of a 4 transition quest. By the time he reacted, Qin Mu had already walked far away. He looked at Qin Mu's disappearing figure and slammed his cup down heavily on the table. The several master-level elders sitting at the table exchanged glances. One elderly man with a grizzled beard cautiously asked Tang what did he mean by just taking care of it. Which just is he referring to? It's the literal meaning of just. The table full of masters fell into silence. A 4 transition quest. Among them, the one who took the longest spent 3 months completing it, while the shortest took 21 days. And Qin Mu. He said, just northwest Jingzhou. A wasteland shrouded in black mist year-round. 4 transition secret realm nightmare abyss. The surface here churned like sludge. The air was thick with black mist where countless distorted faces flickered in and out, each one embodying the remnants of the spirits of past failure strategies. A black halo encircled Qin Mu, automatically blocking out spiritual erosion. He walked alone into the mist, not bringing any of his other summons. He walked slowly, not because the path was difficult, but because he was waiting for the boss to reveal itself. Indeed, before he reached the center of the secret realm, the black mist ahead began to surge violently. Mortal. A whispering voice, as if millions were simultaneously murmuring, surrounded him from all directions. The black mist coalesced into a 10-meter-tall humanoid shadow. It had no features, only 2 deep black holes for eyes. BOSS Lord of Nightmares, level LV. Realm legendary. The suddenly appearing Lord of Nightmares looked down upon Qin Mu. The chaotic light swirled in those black holes. Do you think you can challenge my domain with just a few little pets? In the spiritual world, summoners are the weakest existence. Your spirit has been divided into countless pieces to feed your summons. The dispersed spirit is a flawed spirit. Its tone held a pitying disdain, looking down upon ants. It spoke with reason. Up until now, any third or fourth transition summoner entering the nightmare abyss would be torn to shreds by its spiritual attack, because their spirits were indeed scattered. The Lord of Nightmares was clever. It knew where the summoner's weakness lay. It scoffed at those summons only needing to directly tear apart the summoner's spirit. Kneel mortal. It reached out a hand formed of black mist, and countless distorted faces surged from its fingertips, opening their mouths to pounce on Qin Mu. Offer your spirit to me. Perhaps I'll let you die a bit more comfortably. But Qin Mu simply raised his head. He looked at this boss that treated spirits as its hunting ground, his gaze calm, as if observing a piece of unnecessary furniture. You're right. The summoner's spirit is indeed dispersed. But unfortunately, a faint glow gradually rose in the depths of Qin Mu's eyes. It was a kind of spiritual power that had undergone countless reincarnations and traversed through numerous time and space. In his past life, he was the god king of summoners. The ancient deities he had conquered were far beyond the level of this Lord of Nightmares. Among those deities, one of them was precisely the master of the spiritual realm. What you have encountered is not an ordinary summoner. The countless twisted faces that surged towards him halted 3 meters away from Qin Mu. They trembled. They screamed. Then they collapsed. Not severed, but erased from the source by a kind of primal spiritual power they could not comprehend. The black hole eyes of the Lord of Nightmares displayed emotion for the first time. It was a kind of fear that it had not experienced in hundreds of years. Who are you? Your spirit. How can it have this structure? Impossible. This purity of the spiritual core has only appeared on the legendary master of the spiritual realm. How could you have? Qin Mu did not answer. He merely raised his hand. Primordial. Roar. The golden dragon on his shoulder slowly opened its eyes. The palm-sized golden dragon leaped from his shoulder, rapidly expanding in midair into a true form 20 meters long. Its golden scales shimmered with the brilliance of the ancients, each one emanating an overwhelming pressure that could annihilate the heavens and earth. This was the creator dragon Primordial. It was a being originally not belonging to this secret realm, level suppressed by Qin Mu's spiritual power. Roar. Primordial let out a long howl, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. The golden light covered the entire nightmare abyss. The black mist was burned away without a trace. The shadow of the Lord of Nightmares did not even issue a complete scream before being completely evaporated by the golden light. 4 transition quest completed. Career advancement: Spirit Overlord, Spirit Monarch, Super Rare, Hidden Career. New abilities: Spirit Amplification, Summon Combat Power, increased by 50. Combat Assessment, 500 stars, 1000 stars. Just as the Lord of Nightmares dissipated, a golden light pattern that had never appeared before surged within Qin Mu. The light pattern traveled along his meridians and ultimately merged into the slumbering Primordial on his shoulder. Primordial narrowed its eyes as if sensing something. A layer of intricate ancient runes appeared on its golden scales. This was the Spirit Amplification, the first ability unlocked by the 4 transition, increasing summon combat power by 50. Qin Mu clenched his fist, feeling the new power within him. He knew that if he had used this power earlier, the Lord of Nightmares wouldn't have even had time to scream. For transition successful. Hee. Qin Mu smiled and retracted his gaze. The black mist of the nightmare abyss completely dissipated, revealing the charred ground beneath. From entering the secret realm to the boss's dissolution, how much time had he used? 23 minutes. The next morning, Qin Mu set off early. Just as the sun rose, he arrived at the entrance of the 5 transition secret realm rift gate. This time he summoned Primordial Rock, Ancient War God, and Silver Moon Wolf. And Tangyi City was very cautious this time. He specifically sent an assistant. However, when the assistant saw Qin Mu's imposing manner, he could only shrink back at the other end of the teleportation array, not daring to breathe. He was a high-level 4th transition practitioner who had ranked in the top 5 of the provincial rookie list at the age of 28. Yet at this moment, he completely dared not approach Qin Mu's team. The aura of 4 mythical level summons standing together exceeded anything he had ever endured in his life. Mr. Qin. He swallowed hard. Do you need me to wait for you to come out? No need. Qin Mu turned his back to him. I'll be back in the afternoon. Afternoon. The assistant opened his mouth. The average cycle for conquering a 5 transition secret realm is 1 month. This person said he'd be back in the afternoon. The assistant did not dare to say more, silently closed the car door and drove to the safety zone 5 kilometers away. He was not afraid of something. Instead, he was afraid of seeing things he should not see. Qin Mu was unconcerned as he stepped into the teleportation vortex with his summoned beasts. 5 transition secret realm rift gate. The space was torn apart by countless intersecting purple fissures, and every step could lead into a dimensional trap. Such a secret realm even required 6th transition monarchs to approach with caution. Qin Mu's group reached the deepest part in just 40 minutes. BOSS Rift Demon General Level LV 100. Realm legendary, a humanoid giant composed of distorted space, standing 50 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with flowing purple spatial patterns. It looked down at the intruders, letting out a cold laugh from deep within its throat. Youngster, do you think you can intrude here with just a few little toys? Even 6th transition monarchs must tread carefully in my domain. You a fledgling just at the 4th transition. It paused, seemingly searching for the right words. Ultimately, it chose the most fitting one. You are not even worthy to be my appetizer. Qin Mu stood beneath it, looking up. He said nothing. He simply calmly extended his hand, palm facing up. Come out. The figures of 4 mythical level summons manifested simultaneously. Primordial Rock, Ancient War God, Silver Moon Wolf. Each one was entwined with a faint golden light pattern. That was the spirit amplification he had just unlocked yesterday. 4 mythical level beings with a 50 combat power increase. This pressure stacked together had already exceeded the limit of an ordinary 6th transition monarch. The pupils of the Rift Demon General suddenly constricted. It felt it. It sensed the pressure emanating from the young man before it that made it instinctively tremble. Impossible. Aren't you just at the 4th transition? How can the aura of your summons have such a degree of... Qin Mu did not answer. He merely raised his hand and calmly pointed at the Rift Demon General. Rock. Roar. The Chaos Giant Ape threw a punch, striking the Rift Demon General's left shoulder. The left shoulder of the Rift Demon General shattered. It was about to tear open the space to escape. Ancient War God. The Ancient War God punched it in the chest. The chest plate cracked. It was about to counterattack. Silver Moon Wolf. The silver moonlight locked onto its entire body, suppressing its speed to 1/3 of its original. It was about to beg for mercy. Primordial. Roar. The golden dragon breath covered it. The Rift Demon General didn't escape with even a wisp of its soul. From its boastful opening to its complete dissolution. 8 seconds. 5 transition quest completed. Career advancement, Spirit Monarch, Spirit Overlord, Legendary, Hidden Career. New ability, Spirit Domain. Summon skills within the domain have no cooldown and no endurance limit. Combat assessment, 1,000 stars, 2,000 stars. At the moment the Rift Demon General dissipated, a faint golden light membrane emerged from beneath Qin Mu's feet. The light membrane expanded slowly to a radius of 300 meters. Within the range covered by the light membrane, he could clearly feel that the status of all summons entered a state of almost perpetual motion. Skill cooldowns reset to 0. Endurance was infinite. This was the Spirit Domain. The core ability unlocked at 5 transition. Qin Mu stood at the center of the golden light membrane and slowly clenched his fist. He could feel that if he had activated this domain during the battle, the boss of the Rift Gate would not last even a second, but he no longer needed it. The light membrane quietly dissipated, merging into his body. When Qin Mu exited the secret realm, the sunlight was just right. He glanced at his watch. It was 2:41 in the afternoon. The assistant, seeing him emerge from the teleportation array from afar, stood frozen beside the car. Qin. Mr. Qin. You. The assistant trembled, pointing at the teleportation array behind him. You came out. Yes. The 5 transition secret realm. You came out. Are you planning to eat something before going back in? Go back in. Qin Mu looked at him with a hint of confusion. What for? I've already defeated the boss. Hey. The assistant was stunned into silence. He stood there wide-eyed for a full minute. He completed the 5 transition quest just like that. As Qin Mu rode back to the city in the car driven by his assistant, his combat power updates had already been synchronized to the newcomer leaderboard. 2,000 stars. This number detonated like a deep-sea bomb within the circle of professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. The first to receive the report was Tang Yicheng. He was drinking tea. The cup was a gift from the Wen family, a Ming Dynasty Tianqing glaze worth 8 figures. When he saw the briefing paper handed to him, he was stunned for 3 seconds. Then he did something he had never done in his life. He gently placed the teacup back on the table. He did it extremely lightly, steadily, and slowly, as if that teacup could shatter at any moment due to his breath. All right, you can report now. Tang Yicheng. He had now learned to set down any valuable items before hearing news about Qin Mu. The assistant, seeing Tang Yicheng's unusual behavior, was quite surprised and cautiously asked, Mr. Tang, are you all right? I'm fine. Would you like some water? No need. Tang Yicheng waved his hand. At least I'm not drinking anything right now. Why, oi? Even if I drink it, I'll just spit it out. Meanwhile, at Qinghao Academy, while Principal Fang received the news, he happened to be holding a bottle of mineral water. Ever since Qin Mu first cleared this level secret realm, he had replaced all the teacups and coffee mugs in his office with mineral water bottles. The reason was simple: bottles wouldn't shatter when dropped. After reading the briefing, the mineral water bottle slipped from his hands. Bang! It fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Principal Fang glanced at the water on the floor and then at the briefing. 5 transitions. He murmured. He raised his head, looking out at the athletic field of Qinghao Academy. A group of newly transitioned students was noisily demonstrating their skills. Most of them were still around LV 10, and it would take them over a decade to reach the threshold of 5 transitions. As for Qin Mu, he had only taken 2 weeks to step into this realm. Old Li Principal Fong pressed the intercom, connecting with the vice principal. What do you think our Qinghe Academy can still teach Qin Mu? Vice Principal Old Li's voice came from the other end of the line lazily, saying, Old Fong, calm down. I am calm. You're not calm, you've already asked me that question 5 times. After a moment of silence, Principal Fong said, Old Li, promise me one thing. Go ahead. In the future regarding Qin Mu's intelligence and report cards, you help me look at them, don't let me see them. The vice principal sighed on the other end of the line. You're avoiding this. I know, but am afraid for my heart. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Wen family, Wan Ning had just finished organizing the strategy report for the Dark Moon Forest, preparing to hand it to her father, General Wan. On the last page of the report, she marked a line in red. Comprehensive assessment: Qin Mu's current strength has reached the mid-level of 4 transitions. It was estimated that he could complete 4 transitions within 3 months. She wrote it very cautiously. She even felt that estimating Qin Mu's speed at 3 months was quite aggressive. However, when Qin Mu's somewhat handsome and confident face appeared in her mind, she could not help but write it that way. Just as she closed the report, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and then froze. At that moment, her father, General Wan, happened to walk in. Wan Ning, is the report ready? When Wan Ning raised her head, her eyes vacant. Dad, the report, let's discard it. General Wan frowned. Why? When Wan Ning swallowed hard. He has reached 5 transitions. General Wan, he clearly didn't hear clearly and asked again, what did you say? Qin Mu has reached 5 transitions. When Wan Ning handed her phone to her father, and he completed 4 and 5 transitions today. General Wan took the phone and glanced at the screen. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Qinghe Academy library, Su Qinglan was reading by the window. Suddenly, several girls beside her started screaming. Oh my god, oh my god. Senior Qin has leveled up again. 5 transitions. 5 transitions. It's only been 2 weeks. Is this speed even humanly possible? Is he from another world? Su Qinglan's fingers paused for a moment. She closed the holy light medical cannon, raised her head, and looked out the window. Outside, it was a clear day and golden sunlight spilled onto the glass. She took out her phone from her pocket and opened the chat window with Qin Mu. The chat window was blank. Since the Dark Moon Forest secret realm, they had not been in contact. Su Qinglan's fingers hovered over the screen for a long time. She wanted to send a message saying congratulations, but when she did, it felt too deliberate. She wanted to say keep it up, but sending that would also seem superfluous. She wanted to send an emoji, but there were no suitable emojis in her chat window. In the end, she turned off the screen. She put her phone back in her pocket. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, in a hidden training room, Yusuji Shinichi smashed the 3rd training dummy, breathing heavily like a dying beast. On the holographic screen, the latest data of the global newcomer leaderboard was rolling. First place, Qin Mu Dragon Kingdom Jingzhou, 2,000 stars. Second place, Yusuji Shinichi Sakura Country, 200 stars. He gritted his teeth, his breathing growing more rapid. He originally thought the gap was tenfold, but now he realized that the gap was still tenfold, only the base number had changed. 200 versus 2,000. Yusuji Shinichi slowly knelt in the center of the training ground. He did not cry. He just raised his head, looking at the ceiling lights, his voice barely audible. APAC Grand Tournament. I await that day. He raised his hand, gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. I will personally turn you into my 201st star combat power. After causing a stir around the world for 2 days, Qin Mu sat calmly in the training room of the Jingzhou branch of the Tiangang Alliance. On the table in front of him lay a black gold summoning stone. This was a special product that had fallen from deep within the Dark Moon Forest. Tang Yicheng had sent the best appraiser to study it for 3 full days, ultimately reaching a conclusion. This summoning stone contains the ancient Judicator bloodline, corresponding to a species level not lower than legendary, possibly even mythic. Legendary. As Tang Yicheng pronounced these 2 words, the muscles on his face twitched. Legendary items were already highly coveted rare treasures in this world. But for Qin Mu, it had become a hindrance. After all, it was the entire array of mythic-level summoned beasts that had stirred a sensation nationwide. Tang Yicheng was worried. If he accidentally summoned a legendary creature, it might tarnish Qin Mu's reputation. Little Qin, are you sure you want to use it? What if a legendary one is summoned? I'm afraid. Don't worry. Qin Mu interrupted him. I have the universal spirit contract. Tang Yicheng. Right? He almost forgot. This young genius summoner's talent was the universal spirit contract. All summoning qualities are forcibly elevated by 1 rank. Therefore, there is no legendary classification that would emerge from this individual. It would either be mythic or A higher rank. Tang Yicheng silently took 3 steps back. Little Qin, I suggest you summon outside. Why, oi? Because my office has just been lavishly renovated. After a moment, Qin Mu arrived at the open training ground outside the training room. Qin Mu placed the black gold summoning stone in his palm, showing no hesitation. The universal spirit contract was triggered directly. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the summoning stone exploded in his palm. Black gold energy rose from the ground, transforming into a massive shadow of an altar. Above the altar, the sky was violently torn apart, revealing a black rift. Within the rift, a black gold beam of light slowly descended. In the beam of light, a tall figure stepped forward, clad in black and gold armor, with ancient judgment emblems engraved on each piece of the armor. Holding a double-bladed greatsword as tall as himself, the blade was as dark as ink, yet the edges sparkled with dazzling golden light. His face was as stern as a stone sculpture. His eyes resembled 2 flames of black and gold. With each step he took, the ground rippled with black and golden waves, as if it was not feet that touched the ground but the very will of a civilization's judgment. Abyssal Judge. Summoning successful. Name Abyssal Judge. Quality: mythical skill 1, Sword of Judgment, a strike that decides all, inflicting devastating damage on a single target. Skill 2, Abyssal Judgment pronounces the target's death sentence. All damage taken by the target in the next 10 seconds is doubled. Skill 3, Indestructible Abyssal Armor. The black and gold armor provides exceptional defense, absorbing 20 of the damage taken and converting it into health. The Abyssal Judge approached Qin Mu, towering over him by 2 heads. Yet at a distance of 3 steps from Qin Mu, he slowly knelt on one knee. The greatsword lay horizontally across his knees, producing a dull echo. Master. His voice was deep and solemn, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. My sword fights for you. The training ground fell into silence. Tang Yicheng knelt by the railing, dumbfounded as he watched everything unfold. Several old masters from the Tiangang Alliance looked pale, no one daring to speak. Even Principal Fong, who had hurried over to observe, forgot to tighten the cap on the water bottle in his hand. Water spilled onto his pants, but he remained still. 7. Tang Yicheng's voice trembled. 7 mythical beings. In the history of Blue Star, there have never been 7 mythical summons together. And now they are all under him, he muttered to himself. Principal Fong beside him slowly took out a fast-acting, heart-saving pill from his pocket and swallowed it. He sighed. Old Tang, I've made a decision. What? I should send Qin Mu his graduation certificate in advance. To avoid one day accidentally glancing at Qin Mu's transcript and sending him off directly. Tang Yicheng. You old man. The 2 elderly men, nearly 100 years combined, exchanged glances and sighed together. This was the profound torment that Qin Mu brought upon them. Now, the Legion of All Spirits. 7 mythical beings officially gathered. Taichu the Creator, Dragon All-Purpose Output Core. Mingfeng the 9 Nether Phoenix Soul Auxiliary Output. Poncher the Chaotic Giant Ape Tank Melee. Taiku War God Pure Combat Power Vanguard. Time and Space Whale Time and Space Control Support. Silver Moon Divine Wolf Moon System Group Buff. Abyssal Judge Single Target Executioner. Attack Defense Control Support Execution Buff Damage. All covered. This was no longer a team. This was a walking army. By the training ground, Lu Dazhuang, who had received a special invitation from Qin Mu, had just arrived, looking pale as he gazed at it all. Brother Mu. His voice was dry. How many more do you plan to summon? How many? Qin Mu smiled. You don't know. Lu Dazhuang swallowed hard, suddenly gathering his composure. Brother Mu, does that mean I shouldn't enter the arena in the future to avoid embarrassing you? No. Qin Mu patted his shoulder. You still need to participate in the competition. Huh. I saw your resume. You've already made it into the top 100 of the newcomer rankings. Lu Dazhuang. You're ranked 87th. Lu Dazhuang murmured in shock. When did I make the list? I didn't even know I was in the top 100. You've been soaking in the leveling area, working very hard. Hee brother. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head, looking embarrassed. However, being noticed by Qin Mu made him feel extremely happy. Yifeng appeared by his side at some point. Leaning close to Lu Dazhuang's ear, he whispered, actually, the leveling area you used was specially cleared out by Brother Mu, so it's so efficient. Lu Dazhuang was silent for a long time. Finally, he felt deeply moved and silently sighed. It seems that following the right person really can save 800 years of struggle. System announcement for all servers. The Dragon Nation Newcomer Trial Competition will officially open in 1 month. All top 100 professionals in the Dragon Nation Newcomer rankings must participate. Other professionals may voluntarily register. Competition format: group elimination, grand final scoring mix. The final top 10 will represent the Dragon Nation in the Asia-Pacific Newcomer Competition. The champion will represent the Dragon Nation in the Asia-Pacific Professional Finals. The announcement sent the entire newcomer circle of the Dragon Nation into a frenzy. Lu Dazhuang ranked 87th. Su Qinglan ranked 19th. Yifeng selected as a free agent ranked 34th. Zhao Heming barely hanging on at 98th place thanks to the Golden Crow Association's desperate efforts. After the talents from various provinces were announced, they were swarmed by the media. Jingdu Province. First place, Osong Qin S-level talent, all swords return to origin, third transition, Sword Saint. Summoner. As he uttered these 3 words, a hint of undisguised mockery curled at the corner of his lips. After all, he is just someone's. As he left the martial arts arena, reporters rushed to him. Mr. Song Qinyu, what do you think of Qin Mu? Song Qinyu sheathed his sword and glanced at the reporters with Summoner. As he uttered these 3 words, a hint of undisguised mockery curled at the corner of his lips. After all, he is just someone standing by. His strength is derived from the strength of his summons, not his own. My sword. He raised his hand, gripping the hilt at his waist, needs nothing to stand in front of it. On the battlefield a month from now, I will make everyone see clearly. The swordsman is the strongest of this era. The reporters were excitedly scribbling away. The competitive tone of his words was unmistakably directed at Qin Mu. Nanjiang Province. First place, Meng Yao. S-level talent, all poisons return to source, third transition, Poison Master. With her long black hair tied into a braid, her expression was indifferent, and her lips were pale to the point of transparency. During the interview, she only spoke one sentence: the rankings do not represent everything. After saying that, she walked away, not even looking back at the reporters' questions. Both provincial number 1 speak up. Sword Saint Song Qinyu versus Poison Master Meng Yao versus Summoner Qin Mu. This newcomer competition is going to be explosive. The media headlines were increasingly sensational. The entire professional circle of the Dragon Nation focused its attention on the battlefield a month later. Qin Mu did not pay much attention to these remarks. He simply glanced at them casually before putting his phone down. However, Lu Dazhuang was furious. Song Qinyu said, "Brother Mu stands behind." What? Does he want to say that again? I'm taking the high-speed train to Jingdu right now to make him say it to my face. Qin Mu pressed him down. In a month, he will naturally say it. What will he naturally say? Qin Mu kept him in suspense, not revealing the rest of his words. Seeing this scene, Lu Dazhuang's mouth twitched slowly. He suddenly felt that his berserker's killing intent, compared to Brother Mu's calm killing intent, was like a child's tantrum. But at that moment, there was someone who was 100 times more anxious than Lu Dazhuang. That was Zhao Heming. He was relying on the 98th place achieved through the desperate efforts of the Golden Crow Association. From the moment the announcement was released, he became the target of ridicule. Isn't Zhao Heming, who is third from the bottom of the 100, the one Qin Mu has beaten twice? The Golden Crow Association really has no one left, letting him cling to the tail end. If he gets eliminated in the first round of the competition, it would really make me laugh out loud. These voices reached Zhao Heming's ears. He gritted his teeth. Growing up in the palm of someone's hand, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? His persona must be re-established, and it must be done before the competition. Thus, he set his sights on the upcoming pre-competition event a few days later. It would be held every time. It was the largest media meet before the competition, and all selected newcomers from Jingzhou had to attend. At that time, it was the best stage for Zhao Heming to regain his face. Qin Mu, just you wait. Time flew. A few days later. Pre-competition event, Jingzhou branch. Lu Dazhuang, wearing his newly bought suit that was still tight enough to burst, followed behind Qin Mu, trying to scrounge some food. Brother Mu, over there are the crayfish. Brother Mu, over here are the grilled skewers. Brother Mu, over there. Lu Dazhuang. Huh. You are here to participate in the pre-competition, not to eat a buffet. Hee. Just then there was a commotion at the entrance of the venue. Zhao Heming entered with several new recruits from the Golden Crow Association swaggering in. He wore a high-end formal suit with silver thread embroidery, his hair slicked back, and his chin raised almost to the ceiling. Upon seeing Qin Mu's table, he sneered and walked straight over. Yo. His voice was filled with sarcasm. Isn't this the so-called global #1 newcomer? I thought you wouldn't bother showing up at such a small occasion with your 2,000 stars. Lu Dazhuang put down the grilled skewer in his hand, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Heming. What are you doing here? Me. I'm here to attend the pre-competition event, of course. Zhao Heming sneered. What berserker don't you want me to? How dare you show up as 98th place? What's wrong with being 98th? Zhao Heming remained unfazed. Being 98th is still in the top 100. Being in the top 100 grants the right to stand here. He paused, turning his gaze to Qin Mu. Qin Mu. His tone carried a deliberately suppressed hatred. You'd better be careful in the competition. The competition is public and there are many loopholes in the rules. If something goes wrong, no one will cover for you. This was almost an overt threat. Several tables of newcomer professionals nearby heard it, and their eating actions froze in unison. Reporters in the corner of the venue quietly raised their phones. They were all waiting for Qin Mu's reaction. But Qin Mu merely lowered his head and cut a piece of steak, not even lifting his eyelids. Huh. Zhao Heming thought he had misheard. Unwilling to relent, he added, did you hear what I said? Qin Mu stuffed the steak into his mouth, chewing slowly. You said in the competition, there are people who don't want me to walk out of the arena alive. Zhao Heming's face changed instantly. He hadn't said walk out alive. He had merely hinted at it. Yet Qin Mu managed to translate his insinuation directly and accurately. Once such words were spoken plainly in public, if anything happened later, it could directly become Zhao Heming's handle. You. Zhao Heming's face turned ashen. But Qin Mu had already put down his knife and fork. He raised his head, finally looking directly at Zhao Heming. That gaze made Zhao Heming instinctively take half a step back. Zhao Heming, you think such a threat can make me nervous? If you or your backers truly had that kind of power, you wouldn't have sent a useless person like you to be a messenger. Useless? Zhao Heming was so furious he could hardly speak. Qin Mu picked up his knife and fork again. If you're sensible, keep your distance from me during the competition. Otherwise, he cut a piece of steak. The way you die will be more gruesome than you can imagine. The air froze in that moment. Lu Dazhuang was the first to react. He put down the skewers and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Zhao Heming, did you hear? Brother Mu wants you to stay 3 competition zones away. 3. You better engrave these words on your forehead. Zhao Heming's face turned an ugly shade of green and white. His henchman tried to step up to support him, but a shadow suddenly emerged from behind them. Yi Feng. No one saw how he got there. He simply stood behind Zhao Heming's henchman, a dagger pressed against one of their throats. Cold. Sharp. Want to make a move? Yi Feng's voice was as cold as ice. The henchman instantly froze, not daring to move a single finger. The reporters in the corner of the venue had their eyes wide open. This scene was recorded in its entirety. Tonight's headline was secured. Zhao Heming's face turned the color of liver. He realized he hadn't achieved his purpose today. The persona he wanted to establish had backfired, and he was instead nailed down by Qin Mu's words of messenger and useless. But he didn't dare to make a move. He knew he would lose if he did. He could only grit his teeth and squeeze out a sentence. Qin Mu will see. In a month. See you. Zhao Heming glared at them fiercely, leaving with his henchmen in disgrace. Whispers erupted in the venue. Wow. Qin Mu just slapped the Golden Crow Association in the face. The key is that Zhao Heming doesn't dare to retort. Is this the confidence of having 2,000 stars? It's not just 2,000 stars, but the confidence of having 7 mythical beings. When Qin Mu returned to his assigned apartment in the Tiangang Alliance, there was an envelope at the door. No sender. The white stationery was sealed with a Golden Crow emblem. Qin Mu opened the letter. There was only one line of text. Mr. Qin Mu, please be cautious during the competition. Someone does not wish for you to walk out of the arena alive. Qin Mu's gaze gradually sharpened. Not because of the warning itself, he had anticipated this level of warning. His eyes fell on the Golden Crow emblem in the lower right corner of the letter. He recognized the seal very well. This was not the official seal of the Golden Crow Association. This was the private seal of a certain hidden high-ranking member within the Golden Crow Association. Han Dingbong, the current president, had personally sent him an apology text. Han Tingshuan, the young master, had been confined. Then who else would use a private seal of this level to warn him? Qin Mu's pupils gradually contracted. He thought of a possibility, one he had vaguely read about in some ancient scroll fragments in his past life. The Golden Crow Association was never a monolith internally. Its nominal leader was Han Dingbang, but its true controllers were never the Han family. Instead, it was someone hidden behind the Han family, a presence he had almost forgotten, one that had been silent for 300 years. So that's how it is. Qin Mu murmured to himself. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. The night breeze blew in through the window, gently rustling the papers on the desk. The abyssal judge hovered behind him, its black and gold eyes slowly glowing. Master. The judge's voice resonated deeply. Do you need to eliminate the threats? Qin Mu shook his head. He raised his finger, pressing it against the outline of the Golden Crow emblem. Not urgent. A subtle smile slowly curved at the corners of his mouth. Since someone wants to jump out, let them jump a little higher. He lifted his head, gazing at the night sky. I enjoy the sound of prey that leaps high when it falls. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, at the outskirts of Chang'an, stood the Xingyao Arena. This arena, reputed to be the largest professional arena in the Dragon Kingdom, resembled an ancient phoenix poised to take flight. The glazed tile roof shimmered with golden light under the morning sun, appearing alive from a distance. The audience seats, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, were already fully occupied 3 hours before the competition began. On the electronic screen outside the arena, the words Dragon Kingdom Newcomer Trial Competition were particularly eye-catching. Below, the introductions of the contestants were playing in a loop. Each introduction was accompanied by highlights from the contestants' past performances. The sword light of the sword Saint Song Xinyu from the capital, the purple mist of the poison master Meng Yao from the southern border, the giant axe of the berserker Wu Taizhan from the northern region. However, the name that appeared repeatedly magnified and marked with a red highlight was always one Qin Mu. From Jingzhou of the Dragon Kingdom SS level talent, Wanling Divine Contract 5th Transition, Wanling Overlord. Global Newcomer ranking first 2,000 stars. 7. Mythical level summons. Beside the introduction was a clean photo of Qin Mu as a young boy. Below the photo was a line of bold red annotation. Top contender for the championship, suggested odds no bet. The betting company directly abandoned the odds. When the phrase no bet was announced, the entire internet exploded. I've lived for over 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a betting company actively write no bet. What does no bet mean? It means no one dares to bet against him. Even the betting company doesn't dare to make money on this. Is this the treatment of 2,000 stars? 2,000 stars, what a joke. This is the treatment of someone with 7 mythical level summons. In the front row of the VIP audience, Tang Yeqing sat beside Principal Fong. Both elderly men were holding a bottle of mineral water. Tang Yeqing glanced at Principal Fong. Old Fong, you're about to retire, and yet you still came to watch the match. Principal Fong slowly took a sip of water. Old Tang, aren't you here too? In the vice president of the Tiangang Alliance Jingzhou branch, it's normal for me to be here. In the principal of Tsinghua Academy, I'm here for the same reason. The two exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. In truth, they both knew they were not here because of their titles. They might never witness such a grand occasion again in their lives. To see the person they once trained ascend to the top of the global newcomer ranking. Just for this moment it was worth it. Tang Yeqing suddenly spoke. Old Fong, shall we make a bet? Bet on what? Bet on how many moves Xiao Qin will make in the first round. Principal Fong thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1 move. Tang Yeqing shook his head. You overestimate him. Principal Fong, Xiao Qin won't make any moves. What do you mean? I mean he doesn't need to make any moves. Principal Fong was stunned for 3 seconds, then slowly tightened the water bottle in his hand. On the other side of the VIP seats, Major General Wen sat calmly, his expression steady. Beside him sat Wen Wanning, dressed in a neat military uniform with her long hair tied in a ponytail. She hadn't wanted to come at first, but her father, Major General Wen, insisted she attend. His exact words were, Wanning Qin Mu is likely to become the face of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. You must observe him closely, understand him, and build a connection with him. When Wanning had looked down at that point, Dad, do you want me to? Major General Wen patted her shoulder. There's no pressure. Just do as you see fit. At this moment, she sat in her seat, staring intently at the contestant entrance. She was waiting for that young man to appear. Not far away in another section of seats, Su Qinglin's parents were chatting with several teachers from Tsinghua. Su Qinglin's father held a cup of tea, smiling humbly. My daughter, Xiaoqing, managed to squeeze into the top 100, all thanks to classmate Qin Mu. The principal's assistant immediately waved his hand. Mr. Su, you're too modest. Xiaoqing is a genius of the holy profession at Tsinghua Academy. Her entering the top 19 is due to her own strength. Su's mother chuckled lightly. That's true, but she has indeed changed a lot recently. The once cold child is now. She didn't finish her sentence, casting a meaningful glance at the distant electronic screen. On the screen, Qin Mu's profile was playing in a loop. Su's father followed his wife's gaze and sighed. A daughter grows up and cannot be kept. Meanwhile, in the last row of the VIP section, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a sinister expression sat quietly. He was dressed in a deep purple Zhongshan suit with a bird-shaped emblem resembling a Jinwu embroidered on his chest. But upon closer inspection, it was not the official emblem of the Jinwu Society. It was an owl. He was not affiliated with Han Dingbong, the current president of the Jinwu Society. He belonged to the inner hall of the Jinwu Society. The surface-level Jinwu Society was controlled by the Han family. However, the true roots of the Jinwu Society were hidden within a family from 300 years ago. They called themselves night owls. The middle-aged man raised his teacup and took a slow sip. His gaze drifted toward the entrance of the contestants' passage. Qin Mu, he murmured to himself, a nearly imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Old man has been waiting for you for a long time. Half an hour later, the contestant entrance ceremony began. The first to appear was Song Qianyu from the capital. Clad in white with a sword at his waist, he bore the unique arrogance of a swordsman. As he walked through the passage, he cupped his hands toward the audience. The audience from the capital erupted into enthusiastic applause. The second to enter was Meng Yao. She wore a set of lightweight black armor, her black hair braided her expression indifferent. She didn't even nod to the audience, walking straight to the corner of the contestant seats and quietly sitting down. The audience from the southern border applauded as well, but not as fervently as those from the capital. Meng Yao had that kind of personality. The third to enter was Wu Tieshan, the berserker from the northern region. A burly man, he carried a giant axe as tall as a person, and every step he took made the ground thud. My axe is starving today, he roared, raising his axe and waving it toward the audience, eliciting waves of cheers. Next to enter was the Three Swords of Nanhai Province. This trio was the most controversial group on the newcomer ranking for this competition. 3 youths all under 20 walked side by side. Although their talents were only a level, it was said that their combined sword formation could unleash S-level destructive power. The media from Nanhai province had packaged them as the dark horse challenging Qin Mu. The youth leading them was named Lin Yixiao. As he passed through the contestant passage, he deliberately paused, glancing back at the contestant entrance where others had yet to arrive. I heard that Qin Mu is also in this round. His voice was just loud enough for nearby reporters to hear. He scoffed, I want to see how he can withstand our 3 swords of Nanhai without his summons as a shield. The reporters immediately pressed their cameras closer. Lin contestant, do you mean you are going to actively challenge Qin Mu in the first round? Not an active challenge. Lin Yixiao stood proudly. Our goal as the 3 swords of Nanhai is the championship. Since we aim for the championship, we should send the summoner home in the first round, so he won't act all high and mighty later. Both swordsmen behind him nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with undisguised disdain. The reporters excitedly recorded every word. The provocation of Qin Mu by the 3 swords of Nanhai was the first significant viral news following the opening of the competition today. When this statement was broadcast on the electronic screen, the entire audience heard it clearly. A murmur erupted among the audience. 3 swords of Nanhai. Arrogant. Do they really dare to challenge Qin Mu? The A-level talent combined sword formation, said to unleash S-level destructive power. But Qin Mu is SS level. Bro, you're reminding me a bit too suddenly. Contestants continued to take the stage one after another. Zhao Heming also made his entrance. He was dressed in a high-end suit, his chin held high, yet he walked with noticeable caution compared to usual. The reporters' cameras scanned him briefly, almost without pause. He silently made his way to the most inconspicuous corner of the contestant seats and sat down. He received even less attention than an unknown free agent. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, pretending to adjust his protective gear. The last to enter, of course, was the center of attention. Qin Mu. He wore no special outfit, just a simple black. Perched on his shoulder was a palm-sized golden dragon Taichu. The moment he walked through the passage, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. 100,000 spectators. No one cheered. No one clapped. Only 100,000 gazes fixed intently on that young man. It was a silence tinged with awe, as if everyone was confirming. This young man before them was truly the one who topped the global newcomer ranking with 2,000 stars and 7 mythical level summons. Qin Mu. Qin Mu paid no attention to the stares. He walked to the contestant seats and sat down near the passage. Taichu on his shoulder yawned. At that moment, a loud clap resonated from the other end of the contestant seats. It was Song Qinyu. He sat in his place, suddenly clapping his hands, his gaze calmly fixed on Qin Mu. This was the swordsman's tribute to a true rival. Clap, clap, clap. Meng Yao also lightly applauded. Then the other contestants joined in. Then came the audience. 100,000 people clapping together. The applause thundered. Only the 3 swords of Nanhai did not applaud. Lin Yixiao coldly glared at Qin Mu, a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. Just a show. Just wait until the competition starts. Let's see if you can remain so calm. The applause lasted a full 10 minutes. Until the applause subsided. The host finally appeared. Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom Newcomer Trial Comp. In the first round, a 100-person free-for-all. The rules are as follows. All 100 contestants will be teleported to a virtual competition space, a 10-kilometer radius with diverse terrain for free combat. Being knocked out of the competition space or losing combat capability will be considered elimination. The final 50 remaining in the arena will advance to the second round. Now all contestants take your positions. No sooner had the words been spoken than light columns descended. 100 figures disappeared simultaneously. The lights in the audience dimmed, and the giant holographic observation screen above the arena lit up. 9 screens displayed real-time images from different areas. Global live broadcast signals were simultaneously pushed out. In that instant, billions of eyes from around the world converged in one place. In the virtual competition space, within a 10-kilometer radius, there were grasslands, hills, rivers, and forests featuring diverse terrain. 100 contestants scattered in various corners. At the start, most contestants immediately took action, forming alliances, seizing advantageous terrain, testing their opponents. Several pairs of contestants with long-standing grudges on the newcomer ranking immediately engaged in battle. In the forest, an archer stealthily lurked, beginning to hunt down solitary targets. Wu Taizhan from the northern region smashed the top of a hill with his axe, shouting loudly to find his opponents. Su Qinglan chose to team up with 2 other holy profession contestants, forming a stable output cycle. Yi Feng disappeared into the shadows, making it hard for the observation screen to capture his figure. Lu Dazhuang swung his ugly big hammer, following a group of free agents as a meat shield, occasionally smashing a few isolated weaklings. As for Zhao Heming, he rushed into the nearest dense forest, found the thickest, tallest tree, and climbed up, curling up in the densest part of the canopy. He had only 2 words for his strategy: survival. And then there was Qin Mu. He stood still, not moving an inch. He even had his hands in his pockets. Taichu on his shoulder was still yawning. On the observation screen, the global audience witnessed this scene. The online comments exploded. Qin Mu isn't moving. He has no summons. What is he waiting for? Waiting to be surrounded? Or is he? Just as everyone was in a frenzy of confusion, a sharp sword light cleaved from behind a distant hill. Following that were the second and third strikes. The three swords of Nanhai Lin Yixio's trio had activated their sword formation and were rapidly advancing toward Qin Mu. They wasted not a second. The strategy was quite clear. In the first round of the 100-person free-for-all, the most efficient way to score was to directly eliminate the top-ranked Qin Mu. Summoner. Lin Yixio's voice rang out. After the sword formation merged, his voice was amplified by the sword energy clear throughout the entire area. Are you ready? The three swords of Nanhai will send you home first. No sooner had he finished speaking than three sword lights combined into one, forming a sword rainbow that pierced toward Qin Mu. At the same time, for reasons unknown, a dozen contestants who had been observing from the sidelines saw the three swords of Nanhai strike first. They also surged forward in a frenzy. Indeed, they wanted to band together and take advantage of the situation. If the three swords of Nanhai could even just breach Qin Mu's defenses, then others could rush in to deliver the final blow and share in the credit for eliminating Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, 16 figures had rushed in from all directions to attack Qin Mu. The hearts of the entire audience were in their throats. Look, Qin Mu is being surrounded. 16 against 1. How can he fight that? Quick dodge, Qin Mu. Dodge. Don't be naive, that's 16 people. Every angle was blocked. How could he dodge? Hey, it seems Qin Mu only has a dead end ahead. Who told him to be so famous? He's the target now? In front of the observation screen, Tang Yecheng listened to the noisy debates around him, slowly taking a sip of water. Principal Fong beside him didn't even glance. What they were waiting to see was not how Qin Mu dodged, but how these 16 contestants would be knocked away. After all, Tang Yecheng and Principal Fong, as true experts from Jingzhou, they knew very well that these 16 newcomers were not even enough to fill the gaps in the teeth of a legendary-level boss. And Qin Mu had single-handedly taken down those terrifying legendary-level bosses in less than half a day. So, at that moment, Qin Mu moved. He pulled his right hand out of his pocket and lightly snapped his fingers. Pancher. The moment the words left his mouth, the ground began to tremble. A massive gray-golden figure materialized from the void. 10 meters high. The giant figure was shrouded in gray-golden chaotic energy. Its limbs bulged with muscles like mountains, and every hair emanated an ancient primordial pressure. The chaotic giant ape Pancher. As soon as it appeared, the virtual terrain within 100 meters instantly warped. The grass on the lawn all flattened outward. The surface of the river was deeply dented. Everyone who witnessed this scene widened their eyes in shock. And Pancher merely lowered its head and glanced at Qin Mu beneath it. Qin Mu raised his hand, pointing at the 16 people charging over. Clean them up. Roar. Pancher let out a primal roar, raising its fist, which was like a mountain slowly pulling back. The gray-golden chaotic energy coalesced around its fist, growing thicker and denser. Before the fist was even swung, the entire virtual competition space began to tremble. The hearts of the global audience were in their throats. The sword rainbow of the three swords of Nanhai had already charged within 10 meters of Qin Mu. On Lin Yixio's face, doubt emerged for the first time. He felt it. That punch hadn't even swung out yet. But the overwhelming magical power had already destabilized his sword formation. What? He had just opened his mouth when Pan's fist suddenly fell. Bang! It wasn't a thunderous roar. It was simply a bang. After the bang, the sword rainbow of the three swords of Nanhai shattered abruptly. The three youths were sent flying by the shockwave like three pieces of paper caught in a wild wind, drifting backward. Not just the three swords of Nanhai. The other 13 contestants following behind were likewise swept away by the shockwave. Some were blasted out of the competition space's boundaries, directly sent flying by the teleportation array. Others were stunned to the ground by the shockwave, losing their combat capability. 16 individuals. In an instant, all eliminated. In front of the observation screen, the audience fell into silence. Tang Yicheng gazed at the image on the screen of the light curtain, putting down the mineral water bottle in his hand. He turned to Principal Fong, his expression calm and smiling. Old Fong, how many moves did I bet on just now? Principal Fong silently twisted the mineral water bottle in his hand, producing a squeaking sound. I'm not betting anymore. Why, oi? Qin Mu doesn't even need to make a move against fellow newcomers. Even if I say half a move, it's still a loss. At that moment, outside the live broadcast screen, the commentator's voice trembled as if it had caught a cold. Qin Mu's summoned beast. A punch. 16 people eliminated. The South Sea three swords, along with the 13 allied contestants, have all been eliminated. Contestant Qin Mu. He swallowed hard and continued to report. Contestant Qin Mu has not moved a single step since the beginning. I repeat, contestant Qin Mu has not moved a single step from the start until now. The audience erupted. The first wave of screams. The second wave of screams. The third wave of screams. Then the cheers of 100,000 people rang out in unison. The cheering nearly blew off the protective layer of the arena's dome. Fortunately, the judging panel reacted quickly and urgently activated the backup silencing array, saving the city a significant amount of exorbitant expenses. In the audience section, Wen Wanning leaned against the back of her chair, slowly lifting her exquisite coffee cup and taking a sip. She had thought she was mentally prepared. After all, she had witnessed Qin Mu conquer the ancient divine beast with her own eyes. But that punch still made her heart race a little. She turned to glance at her father. Major General Wen sat calmly, his expression very tranquil. Only the fingers gripping the teacup turned slightly pale. Daddy. You mentioned before that he might become a representative of Longhua in the future. That's right, wife. Major General Wen glanced at his lovely daughter, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It seems that now. Wen Wanning chuckled lightly. He might be more than just a representative. Major General Wen was slightly taken aback, then slowly put down the teacup and nodded. He then said meaningfully, he might be our trump card. In the virtual competition space, 84 contestants remained. All of them stopped in their tracks. They looked at the boy standing still in the distance, hands in pockets, with eyes full of the gaze they would reserve for a monster, and the 10-meter-tall chaos giant ape that guarded him. Then one contestant took the first action. Everyone almost simultaneously turned around. They changed direction and silently moved away from Qin Mu. This action was unanimous. No communication was needed, no consultation. Everyone was making the same decision with their feet. Stay 500 meters away from him. No, better yet, a kilometer, 10 kilometers. If possible, it would be best never to encounter him on the same map in this lifetime. And so a bizarre scene unfolded. In the virtual competition space, all contestants were battling each other except for the peaceful area within 500 meters around Qin Mu. A tranquil scene. The grass was serene and the atmosphere peaceful. The air was filled with the scent of virtual spring grass. Qin Mu strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Pan Shi followed behind him like a loyal gigantic pet 10 meters tall. When he got tired, he found a flat patch of grass to sit down. Pan Shi glanced at him and squatted down as well. His squatting position was exactly like that of a well-behaved dog. His massive shadow cast a cool shade under the virtual sunlight. Qin Mu leaned against Pan Shi's leg, looking up at the virtual sky. The Tai Chu on his shoulder yawned, curled up, and fell asleep. In front of the live broadcast screen, 3 billion viewers worldwide witnessed this astonishing scene. The bullet screen went wild. Is this a competition or a picnic? Contestant Qin Mu is having a picnic, enjoying the scenery, yawning. And even the Tai Chu on his shoulder has fallen asleep. Just now, Pan Shi's punch wasn't because Pan Shi was strong. It was the pressure that Qin Mu himself quietly exuded that caused the South Sea Three Swords formation to lose stability. As the viewing area buzzed with excitement in the competition arena behind the distant hills, Song Qin Yu tightened his grip on the sword handle. He had been paying close attention to Qin Mu's movements. He could see clearly. He could see better than anyone else. Just now, Pan Shi's punch wasn't because Pan Shi was strong. It was the pressure that Qin Mu himself quietly exuded that caused the South Sea Three Swords formation to lose stability from its very foundation. Summoner. Song Qian Yu murmured. It turns out that a true powerhouse even has their summoned beasts as mere extensions of their strength. He hasn't made a move himself. He's waiting. Waiting for the top 8. Waiting for the finals. Waiting for the unknown stage. I want to face him openly on that stage. Song Qian Yu sheathed his sword and turned to leave. He chose to eliminate some other opponents to accumulate experience and points. In another part of the forest, Meng Yao stood quietly under a large tree. On the grass beside her, 3 fallen bodies of other contestants lay, their bodies glimmering with an eerie purple hue. She eliminated her opponents and accumulated points in the most economical way. In her personal live stream, the scene of Qin Mu basking in the sun on the grass was pushed to her screen. She watched for a few seconds and slowly squinted her eyes. He really is strong, but the weakness of a summoner has never been in combat power. She evaluated softly. Stretching out her hand, a faint purple mist appeared at her fingertips, and in. She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she quietly withdrew the purple mist back into her sleeve. The battle continued for half a day. The first round ended. Promotion list: first place, Qin Mu. Second place, Song Qian Yu. Third place, Meng Yao. 12th place, Yi Feng. 19th place, Su Qinglan. 38th place, Lu Dezhuang. 49th place, Zhao Himing. Zhao Himing was the 49th contestant to advance. When he climbed down from that tree, his legs were still shaking. He had been hiding for a full 40 minutes and hadn't made a single move. He was one away from elimination. He wiped the cold sweat off his brow and awkwardly exited the competition space, glancing at the distance where Qin Mu was chatting with Lu Dezhuang. Liu Dezhuang saw him, grinned, and made a gesture. A thumb pointing down. Zhao Yiming's face turned iron gray and he turned to leave. After a moment's rest, the next round is a scoring match with the top 32 advancing. Third round 32 elimination match. Fourth round 16 elimination match. In these rounds, Qin Mu himself still had not made a single move. To be precise, after Pan Shi it was replaced by Ming Feng, and after Ming Feng it was replaced by Yin Yushin Lang. He was rotating his summoned beasts, letting each one make an appearance. Ming Feng's cry eliminated one genius soul master among the 32. Yin Yushin Lang with a beam of moonlight took out a holy knight among the 16. In every match, Qin Mu had not moved at all. Su Qinglan stopped at the 32. She faced another holy knight. The confrontation between two holy professions purely compared output and sustainability. The opponent was 4 turns while Su Qinglan was 3 turns. The gap was evident. Su Qinglan fought very tenaciously and dragged the opponent to the 3rd stage before conceding. She had done her utmost. As she stepped down from the ring, she looked up at Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded at her. Just that gentle gesture. Su Qinglan's eyes turned slightly sour. She turned away and quickly walked back to the contestant passage, not allowing anyone to see her expression. Liu Dezhuang stopped at the 16. He faced a 4-turn elite gunner, a genius from the Jingmen militaries. In a pure clash of strength, Liu Dezhuang's berserker talent was pushed to the extreme, withstanding the opponent's 7 shots. On the 8th shot, he knelt on one knee, the giant hammer propped on the ground, gasping for breath and grinning. Thank you. The opponent returned the salute seriously. Though defeated, you still have honor. As Liu Dezhuang left the stage, Tang Yicheng and Principal Feng stood up together to applaud him. This was the first time he received such genuine respect on a stage watched by thousands. At this moment, he was more excited than winning the championship. Yi Feng was defeated by Meng Yao in the 16. Assassin versus Poison Master was naturally a conflict. Meng Yao's poison mist covered too wide an area, and Yi Feng's proud shadow step lost all meaning in the poison mist. He held on for 5 minutes before ultimately being poisoned and collapsing on the stage. When he was revived by the healer, he was still murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mu Go. I couldn't hold on." Qin Mu stood in front of him, gently patting his shoulder. "You fought well. But I lost. Victory and defeat are common in battles. Don't take it to heart too much." Qin Mu consoled him. Yi Feng was taken aback and then nodded earnestly. His eyes were full of emotion. Soon the draw for the top 8 began. The entire venue held its breath. Every draw result was met with gasps from the audience. The last 2 spots. The names on the screen slowly scrolled. Qin Mu versus Song Qianyu. The audience erupted. This was the most anticipated match of the entire competition. Summoner versus Sword Saint. The #1 newcomer globally vs the #1 newcomer from Kyoto. The media's cameras flashed like crazy. The bullet screen directly broke through the platform's limits. Wow. It's happening. It's happening. The most anticipated match online. This is Song Qianyu. He is not the hollow arrogance of Zhao Yiming. He is a true genius. He possesses genuine pride. In the center arena of the Starry Arena, 2 figures faced each other. A figure clad in white as snow vs a young man in black. Long sword at the waist vs empty hands. Song Qianyu reigned in his usual smile, his gaze sharp as a sword. Qin Mu. He tightened his grip on the sword handle. I have waited a whole month for this battle. What I am waiting for is not just a battle. He raised his head, looking straight into Qin Mu's eyes, continuing, what I am waiting for is to prove that summoners are not the strongest in this era, but swordsmen are. Qin Mu said nothing. Song Qianyu paused and added, those who stand ahead wielding swords will always be more memorable than those who hide behind and command. His words struck the ground with force. The entire arena held its breath. This speech had no vulgar provocation. Every word came from the deepest obsession of a true swordsman's heart. This is Song Qianyu. He is not the hollow arrogance of Zhao Yiming. He is a true genius. He possesses genuine pride. He is qualified to say these words. Qin Mu quietly watched him. He could feel the purity of the sword intent emanating from the opponent. S-level talent, 10,000 swords return to 1, a 3-turn sword saint with sword intent refined to the extreme. If you were to fight at the same level Song Qian, you would undoubtedly be a top genius. If he stood before you Suji Shinichi Meng Yao, or any other 3-turn or 4-turn peer Song Qian, you would have a chance of winning. Unfortunately, Qin Mu was not an opponent of the same level. He surpassed Song Qianyu by 2 entire realms. You are strong. Qin Mu finally spoke slowly, his voice calm. You deserve me to take you seriously. Song Qianyu frowned slightly. Why did this sound like a condescending remark? But the next second Qin Mu made a move that took everyone by surprise. He did not summon Tai Chu. He did not summon Pan Shi. He did not summon any mythical beast. He simply raised his left hand and placed it on his chest. The ruler of all spirits, professional passive spirit fusion activated. Confuse the abilities of a mythical level summoned beast into oneself, lasting for 10 minutes. The host chose the fusion target Tai Chu, the creator dragon. A golden light surged out from Qin Mu's body. In the light, the illusion of Tai Chu slowly overlapped with Qin Mu's body. Two golden dragon wings unfolded from Qin Mu's back. His eyes changed from black to gold, and his pupils turned into slits. A strand of golden dragon breath coiled around his clenched fist. The ancient dragon might of mythical level radiated for the first time from a human body. The entire venue. An uproar. He transformed. What skill is this? It seems like he is going to take the field himself. The summoner is personally stepping onto the stage. Wait, those are dragon wings behind him. Did he turn into a dragon? The commentator's voice trembled. Contestant Qin Mu. What on earth has happened to him? It seems he has fused the power of the creator dragon into himself. He is going to personally confront the Sword Saint as a summoner. The roar from the audience nearly toppled the dome. Tang Yicheng in the VIP seat froze for 3 seconds, then slowly turned to Principal Fong. Old Fong. My, what astonishing things does this kid have hidden up his sleeve? Principal Fong tightened the bottle of mineral water in his hand and shot him a glance. How would I know? On the stage, Song Qian's eyes showed real wavering for the first time. He felt it. The power Qin Mu was exuding at this moment far exceeded his imagination. That was not the power a summoner should possess. It was a pressure of an ancient bloodline transcending professional boundaries, nearly godlike. All of Song Qian's instincts as a swordsman screamed, "Run! Run immediately!" But Song Qianyu did not move. A swordsman does not retreat. He tightened his grip on the sword handle, taking a deep breath to suppress all his fear. Huff! He raised his head, the sword intent exploding. What I, Song Qianyu, am waiting for is your full strength. Swish! Song Qianyu shouted, drawing his long sword. 10,000 swords return to one first form. Sword breaks the sky. A sword energy refined to the extreme slashed toward Qin Mu. This sword was Song Qian's opening strike. He had practiced this move since he was 16, using it countless times to defeat pure geniuses. But this time Qin Mu did not dodge. He simply raised his right fist. The golden dragon breath on his fist was condensed to the extreme. He met it heat. Boom. The air exploded. The shockwave caused the protective array around the arena to hum. He simply raised his right fist. The golden dragon breath on his fist was condensed to the extreme. He met it heat. Boom. The air exploded. The shockwave caused his strength was much weaker than Qin Mu's. But he did not give up. Second move. He held the sword with both hands and hundreds of phantoms emerged on the sword body. 10,000 swords returned to one second form. All swords returned to one. Hundreds of sword energies merged into one, turning into a sword light capable of cutting through everything, slashing diagonally toward Qin Mu. The residual waves of the previous sword still swirled above the arena. The second sword had already struck. The entire audience of 100,000 forgot to breathe. They had just witnessed the summoner Qin Mu using his flesh and blood fist, bravely withstanding the first sword strike of the Sword Saint from the capital. There were no summoned creatures blocking the way. No shields, no substitutes. It was just his own fist smashing heat against that sword energy refined to perfection. This scene overturned everyone's perception of the term summoner. Just as the shock in the arena had yet to subside, a sharp shout suddenly erupted from the stands in the capital. "Senior brother Song, don't rush in." The shout came from a young man dressed in the attire of the sword sect, cupping his hands around his mouth and shouting at the top of his lungs. "Qin Mu's dragon power is borrowed. It must have a time limit. You need to stall him. At least hold out for 10 minutes after that. He might just be a defenseless summoner." This shout was perfectly captured by the audio array at the edge of the arena, amplified and echoed throughout the entire competition venue. The entire crowd fell silent. Immediately discussions erupted like a tidal wave. That's right. Such a skill should have a time limit. As long as Song Qianyu can hold on, once the time limit passes, Qin Mu's dragon wings will disappear. Damn, is this Qin Mu's only flaw today? The comments on the observation screen surged as well. 10 minutes. That's something. If Song Qianyu is smart enough, he should run around wasting time with him. Hurry, Song Qianyu, run. Don't clash with him, Heaton. In the VIP section, Tang Yicheng squinted, taking a sip of mineral water. Principal Fong beside him looked calm and composed. "Old Tang, my, do you think Xiao Qin will give him the chance to stall?" Tang Yicheng pondered before shaking his head. "No." "Why? Because time is precious." The shout, "If he can stall for 10 minutes, then he's a waste," reached Qin Mu's ears. His golden vertical pupils glanced faintly towards the stands in the capital. There was no anger, not even a hint of expression. Yet that fleeting glance made the sword sect youth who shouted shiver inexplicably. The latter half of his phrase, "Run, senior brother Song," got stuck in his throat. Qin Mu withdrew his gaze. He knew someone wanted Song Qianyu to become a rabbit darting around in panic. Unfortunately, he would not give that opportunity. He aimed to finish this fight in the shortest time possible within those 10 minutes. He wanted those waiting to see him turn back into a waste summoner to not even have time for a sip of tea. On the other end of the arena, Song Qin heard the shout as well. His hand gripping the sword unconsciously tightened for a moment. Stalling time. Those 3 words were indeed his only theoretical chance of victory at this moment. As long as he gave up attacking and kept moving around, exhausting Qin Mu's 10 minutes, then, when the dragon wings disappeared, perhaps. The 2 words, perhaps, barely surfaced in his mind before Song Qin extinguished them himself. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the trace of wavering in his gaze had completely vanished. The victory or defeat of a swordsman should be decided on the sword, not in fleeing. He raised his head to look at Qin Mu, his eyes devoid of any distraction, filled only with the pride of a pure swordsman. Even if I, Song Qin, lose today, I must do so honorably under your full strength, not win after you are exhausted. The entire venue fell silent. Then thunderous applause erupted. At that moment, countless spectators who had previously shouted "run" closed their mouths. They suddenly felt a twinge of shame for their earlier shout of "running around." In the capitals stands the young man from the sword sect who shouted, turned beet red, unable to utter a word. He wanted his senior brother to take shortcuts. But his senior brother had rejected that idea. In the VIP section, when Wanning softly exclaimed, "This Song Qin." She tilted her head to whisper to her father, "He has a bit of substance." When Xiaojun sat upright, slowly nodding. His sword's spirit has not broken. He evaluated succinctly, such a person losing a match might instead become a great talent. With that, when Wanning glanced at Qin Mu in the center of the arena, her lips curling slightly. So encountering Qin Mu might actually be a good thing for him. On the arena, Song Qin held his sword with both hands, countless phantoms coalescing around the sword. 10,000 swords returned to 1 second style, all swords returned to 1. Countless sword energies converged into one, transforming into a sword light capable of cutting through everything, slashing diagonally toward Qin Mu. This strike, Song Qin used 30% of his internal strength. This was his Allen giving up all trickery for a single powerful strike. He was betting on Qin Mu to take it. Only if Qin Mu took it heated would he have the chance to use the rebound from the first sword to exploit Qin Mu's flaw and connect with the essence of the third style. This was his only tactic. This was the best solution he could think of as a third-turn sword saint facing a fifth-turn monster. He had bet correctly on the tactic, but he had bet wrong on his opponent. Because Qin Mu did not take it heated, Qin Mu dodged. The dragon wings simply stirred slightly. Before the afterimage could dissipate, his figure had already appeared out of thin air behind Song Qin. That speed was so fast that the eyes of the entire audience could not keep up. The high-speed camera on the big screen captured only a golden phantom. Fast to the point of being invisible. The commentator's voice faltered. The movement speed of contestant Qin Mu. This can no longer be described as fast. This is a level of instantaneous movement. The young man from the capitals stands who had shouted that summoners only know how to hide behind gaped in disbelief. Hide behind. The fastest mover in the arena, the one most daring to close in, was actually the summoner he had repeatedly mocked as someone who only knows how to hide behind. He could not find his voice. His face was paler than Song Qian's sword light on the arena. At the same moment, Qin Mu appeared behind Song Qin. With a reverse punch, the fist infused with golden dragon breath crashed against the sword energy shield that Song Qin hastily erected. Boom! The sword energy shield shattered. Like thin ice, it cracked upon impact. Song Qian's body was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, the front of his shirt ripped open by the surging wind, blades oozing blood. He staggered, using his sword to support himself on the ground, barely stabilizing his form. He gasped violently, raising his head, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with a near-manic clarity. He knew that in this battle he had only one last move left. He also knew that this last move would likely still not break through the boy before him. Yet he smiled. As expected, he murmured, "I must use it. I have forged a sword for 10 years. Today it is time to strike." In front of the observation screen, 3 billion viewers around the world held their breath. In Sakura Country, Tokyo. In a hidden training room, Yusuji Shinichi stared intently at the screen. His fists clenched, making cracking sounds. He knew better than anyone how strong Song Qin was. Not long ago, he had a chance encounter with Song Qin. The two fought until the 300th round before a victor emerged, and he won with great difficulty. But now this man who had made him struggle so hard. Before Qin Mu, he had already 1 foot in defeat, without even launching his final move. Qin Mu. Yusuji Shinichi's nails dug into his palm. How great is the gap between us? He did not dare to think further. In the southern border, the poison master Meng Yao sat in a corner of the contestants' seats, observing from afar. While others were watching the spectacle of how Qin Mu crushed the sword saint, she was watching for insights. In her pitch-black eyes reflected the golden figure on the arena, her expression calm, without a ripple. Power myth level. Speed instantaneous movement level. Defense unyielding. She mentally archived Qin Mu's combat data item by item. With each entry others would despair a little more. But Meng Yao's gaze grew brighter. Because what she was looking for had never been these. A heating clash, no chance of victory. Her thin lips parted slightly, uttering a string of words only she could hear. However, no matter how strong the body, how fast the movement, or how thick the defense, cannot stop the poison corroding from within. She slowly lowered her eyelids, her fingertips unconsciously tracing a complex detoxification array known only to the southern border poison sect on her knee. Halfway through she paused. She thought of a question she desperately wanted to ask Qin Mu in person before the match. In the center of the arena, Song Qinyu slowly closed his eyes. The entire venue fell back into a dead silence. All the spectators were waiting. All commentators held their breath. Even the two members of the judging panel unconsciously straightened their bodies. On the arena, Song Qianyu's sword energy began to retract. It was not dissipating, but gathering. Thousands of strands of dispersed sword energy like rivers flowing back to the sea converged into the long sword in his hand. His entire being melded slowly with the sword in his hand. His breath synchronized with the vibration of the sword body. His heartbeat resonated with the pulse of the sword spine. He no longer resembled a human. He seemed like a peerless sword sharpened for a decade about to be drawn from its sheath. He opened his eyes. Within those eyes there was no trace of distraction. Only one word. Sword. 10,000 swords returned to one ultimate essence, clear, sword heart. He stepped forward. His entire being transformed into a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth. This sword light bore the weight of his 10 years of cultivation. It carried all his pride as a swordsman. It embodied his unwavering belief that swordsmen are the strongest. This sword light stabbed directly at Qin Mu. At that moment, almost all the spectators stood up. Lu Dazhuang clenched his fists tightly in the contestant seats, his throat dry. Brother Mu. Su Qinglan, not knowing, when had already risen from her seat, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest, her knuckles white. Yifeng stood quietly in the shadows of the corridor, his gaze unblinking. He had lost to Meng Yao and knew how terrifying the full power of a top genius could be. But he was even more eager to see how Qin Mu would respond. Qin Mu did not dodge. This time he didn't even need to dodge. He raised his right fist. Golden dragon breath surged wildly, coalescing on his fist. The surface of his fist visibly displayed scales of golden dragon. That was the most solid, fierce, and primal power of the creator dragon. Creator dragon, primordial dragon breath coalesced fist. He too stepped forward, facing that sword light, which carried a swordsman's entire life hidden. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color. Blinding golden light and fierce sword energy exploded in the center of the arena. The shockwave spread outward in visible rings, instantly destroying the first layer of protective array around the arena. The judging panel's expressions changed drastically, urgently activating the backup shields. The lights in the entire arena flickered violently, nearly plunging into complete darkness. 100,000 spectators were thrown back by the residual wave, instinctively raising their arms to shield themselves. The brilliance lingered for a long time. The venue was silent. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the cloud of light and mist in the center of the arena that had yet to disperse. Victory or defeat? It was within that cloud of light and mist. The light and mist slowly dissipated. In the center of the arena, a white figure knelt on one knee. Song Qianyu. His long sword was deeply embedded in the arena floor before him, the sword body still trembling slightly. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, supporting his almost collapsing body. He trembled violently. His distinctive white attire was stained with glaring blood. Not Qin Mu's blood. It was his own. The backlash from the ultimate essence overloaded his meridians. Yet he still held his head high, looking at the boy standing before him. Across from him, Qin Mu stood quietly in the center of the arena. The golden dragon wings were slowly retracting, strands merging back into his body. His training outfit had not a single crease. He was uninjured. He stood motionless. From start to finish, he had not moved a single step from his position. This was the answer. The answer between the entire lifetime of a third-turn sword saint and a casual punch from a fifth-turn monster. You are strong. Qin Mu spoke slowly, his voice calm, devoid of any mockery. But still not enough. This sentence struck like a heavy hammer on Song Qianyu's heart. It also struck the hearts of every person in the capital's stance. The young man from the sword sect who had shouted stall for 10 minutes, slumped in his seat, his face as pale as paper. In less than 3 minutes. He had called for that 10 minutes. Qin Mu had not even used up a third of it. His so-called attrition tactic had turned out to be a massive joke from the beginning. Song Qianyu remained silent for a long time. A very long time. Among the 100,000 in the audience, no one urged him, no one spoke. They all waited for the sword saint of the capital's response. Finally, Song Qinyu smiled. It was not a bitter smile, not one of reluctance, even less a sneer. It was a smile filled with immense relief after shedding a decade-long obsession. He had always thought that swordsmen were the strongest. He had always believed that the one standing in front wielding the sword was always more worthy of remembrance than the summoner hiding behind. But today that summoner hiding behind had stood in front of him with fists faster than his and a body stronger. He was wrong. Strength had never been defined. The sword was just a path. And Qin Mu walked a path he had never seen before, a broader path. I lost. Song Qinyu supported himself with his sword slowly rising. He solemnly returned the long sword that had accompanied him for 10 years back to its sheath. Then he took a step back, cupping his fists towards Qin Mu and bowing. This was the highest courtesy a swordsman could give to a true strong opponent. Qin Mu. He raised his head, a light of relief in his eyes. You are not a summoner. You are a genius. His voice was not loud, yet it was clearly captured by the audio array on site, spreading throughout every corner of the arena. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then, applause erupted like thunder. 100,000 people stood up, the applause resounding endlessly, nearly overturning the phoenix-shaped arena. At that moment, the swordsmen of the capital officially bowed their heads to the world's #1 newcomer. At that moment, the phrase "summoners are the weakest profession," which had accompanied the Blue Star for 50 years, was completely nailed into the coffin by a boy using his flesh-and-blood fists. In the last row of the VIP, the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a night owl crest embroidered on his chest slowly set down his teacup. He had not applauded throughout. He simply watched the boy on the arena, quietly, complex emotions swirling deep in his gaze. The fundamental power of the creator dragon can actually be extracted and infused into the body. This kid's waning spirit contract is even scarier than what the intel described. He raised his teacup, then set it down again. It seems that the little tricks in the semifinals were far from enough. He stood up, adjusted his deep purple tang suit, turned, and disappeared into the shadows of the VIP passage. No one noticed his departure. Everyone's attention remained focused on that spotlighted boy. Qin Mu walked. He ignored the thunderous applause and cheers behind him. He slowly walked back to his resting room through the contestant passage. The corridor was quiet. The staff had been evacuated outside. His footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty corridor. On the big screen at the end of the corridor, the matchups for the semifinals were being repeatedly played. Semifinals first match, Qin Mu versus Meng Yao. Seeing this matchup, the audience and commentators outside the corridor had already started a new round of discussion. Qin Mu is facing Meng Yao next, the poison master from the southern border. Now that's a tough character. Song Qinyu was a straightforward sword, but Meng Yao is different. Her poison is very insidious. But no matter how insidious, can it outdo 7 myth-level beings, eh? Well, that's hard to say. The discussions gradually faded behind Qin Mu. He reached the door of his resting room, extended his hand, and pushed the door open. As soon as the door opened, his footsteps stopped, because someone was already waiting for him inside the resting room. That person leaned against the window, clad in black armor with her black hair tied into long braids. It was Meng Yao. Her fingertips were slowly playing with a strand of light purple mist. The mist swirled around her fingers like a living creature, appearing and disappearing, emitting a strange, sweet, and fishy scent that could corrode the air. The setting sun outside the window streamed through the glass, casting a half-light and half-dark shadow on her indifferent face. She lifted her head, looking at Qin Mu at the door. Her expression was devoid of any ripples. Qin Mu, she spoke, her voice as cold as a bottomless ancient well. Next match, it's you and me. Qin Mu stood at the door, quietly observing her and the enchanting purple mist at her fingertips. He did not speak. I have a question I want to ask you in person before the match. Meng Yao's fingertip moved, and the strand of purple mist suddenly thickened, almost solidifying. Speak. Qin Mu's voice revealed no emotion. Meng Yao looked at him, a very slight cold curve slowly appearing on her indifferent face. Can your summoned beast? She paused as the strand of purple mist blossomed into a small, enchanting purple flower at her fingertip. Cure all poisons in the world. Outside the window, the last ray of the setting sun slowly sank below the horizon. That fading light fell perfectly on the purple poison flower at her fingertip. Eerie, enchanting, like an invitation from hell. The semifinals and finals are scheduled for the same day. The semifinals in the morning and the finals in the afternoon. This means that those who advance to the finals must face 2 grueling matches within a single day. For the vast majority of contestants, this is a dual test of physical strength and mental state. For Qin Mu, however, it is merely a stroll in the morning followed by a casual afternoon. In the first match of the semifinals, Qin Mu faces Meng Yao. The central arena of the Xingyao Arena is once again locked onto by 100,000 gazes. Meng Yao, donned in black armor with her black hair tied into a long braid, slowly steps onto the stage. Her expression remains cold and indifferent, showing no signs of emotion. Meng Yao, donned in black armor with her black hair tied into a long braid, slowly steps onto the stage. Her expression remains cold, and Meng Yao pauses briefly. Confident. Her thin lips part slightly, her voice cold. In a heating clash, I have zero confidence. The reporter is taken aback. Her honesty is striking. However, her next sentence causes the air in the venue to tense. But I don't plan to clash heating with him. She turns her gaze towards the boy coming from the other end of the stage, her black eyes fixated on him. I only want to verify one thing. She says no more. Yet that single phrase, to verify one thing, paired with her unflinching face, sends chills down spines more than any harsh words could. Meng Yao has a trump card. Did she go see Qin Mu yesterday? No matter what her trump card is, can it withstand 7 legendary beings? True. But her expression doesn't look like someone about to lose at all. This makes it even more exciting. Tang Yicheng squints his eyes. Old Fong. This girl is different from Song Qianyu. Principal Fong nods. Song Qianyu is a straightforward sword, but this girl is a hidden blade. Tang Yicheng slowly remarks, a blade hidden in her sleeve that can strike from an unknown angle at any moment. He pauses. I am somewhat curious now, what does she want to verify? As he speaks, their gazes focus on the stage. On the stage, Qin Mu stands opposite Meng Yao. Qin Mu quietly observes her. He can sense a danger emanating from this woman, one that is starkly different from Song Qianyu. The danger from Song Qianyu is a glaring sword edge, while Meng Yao's danger is intangible. It's a coldness that permeates the air, hidden in every breath, leaving one defenseless. About the question you asked me yesterday. Qin Mu suddenly speaks up. I still haven't answered. Meng Yao's eyelashes flutter slightly. Now you can witness the answer with this match, Qin Mu states. Meng Yao falls silent for 2 seconds. Then, it is her first smile since stepping onto the stage. Faint and cold. All right. She raises her hand, fingers spread wide. Then I shall be more serious. The sound of the gong announcing the start of the match rings out. Meng Yao strikes first. With a leap from her toes, her fingers flutter, and a torrent of purple-black poisonous mist erupts from her sleeves, fingertips, and beneath her feet. The poisonous mist spreads like a tidal wave, unleashed, rapidly engulfing the entire stage at a visible speed. In less than 3 breaths, the arena within 100 meters is completely enveloped in purple-black poisonous mist. Immediately after, Meng Yao lets out a low cry and forms seals with her hands. All poisons return to source curse domain. In the mist, a layer of dark red, constantly flowing curse runes appears. The poisonous mist is responsible for continuous damage. The curse is meant to weaken and control. The dual domains unfold simultaneously. This is Meng Yao's signature tactic. She never engages in a battle of raw power. What she seeks is to trap her opponent in an inescapable death cage, slowly wearing down their life with poison and curses. This tactic has allowed her to exhaust 2 opponents who had higher speeds than her in the top 16 and top 8 matches. The commentator's voice rings out. Meng Yao begins with full force. The dual domains have been unleashed. This is her forte. But against Qin Mu, does this consumption tactic really work? On the stage, Qin Mu stands in the thick poisonous mist. He doesn't even furrow his brow. Ming Feng, he calmly utters. A clear phoenix cry resonates through the venue. A phoenix entirely covered in black Ming fire soars into the air behind him. 9 nether Ming phoenix Ming fire burns the heavens. The black Ming fire spreads like ripples from the Ming phoenix. Wherever the Ming fire passes, the purple-black poisonous mist evaporates and dissipates instantly, as if it were frost meeting the blazing sun. In less than 2 seconds, the poisonous mist within 100 meters is completely burned away. The audience gasps in astonishment. The poisonous mist has been burned away. What kind of fire is that? On the stage, Meng Yao's pupils contract slightly for the first time. Ming. Fire. She murmurs in disbelief. That is a flame on the level of the soul. Meng Yao instantly understands. Her poison fundamentally erodes the soul and life. And the Ming fire precisely burns everything on the soul level. This is a fundamental counter. So that's how it is. Meng Yao collects her thoughts, a wicked smile appearing. No wonder you dare to stand still. The entire audience, including the commentators, believes Meng Yao is about to lose. Her first domain has already been broken. Yet there is no trace of panic on Meng Yao's face. On the contrary, that cold smile deepens. Because everything that just happened was merely her first move. Meng Yao slowly speaks, her voice, chilling. Your summoned creature can purify my poisonous mist and dispel my curse. She raises her right hand. A thin, faint, almost transparent purple thread forms at her fingertips. This thread does not flaunt itself like the previous poisonous mist. It is quiet, restrained, and even carries a hint of an elusive sweetness. But Meng Yao's gaze suddenly sharpens. No matter how strong they are, they can only shield you from the front. They can protect your body, but can they protect what lies within your body? In the moment her words fall, everyone is taken aback. That transparent purple thread does not fly towards Qin Mu. It disappears into thin air. All poisons return to source. Ultimate secret poison return to source. The venue falls silent. No one saw where that thread went. But the next second the commentator's voice suddenly rises, trembling with disbelief. Qin Mu. Qin Mu's expression has changed. The live broadcast camera zooms, and suddenly, on the stage, Qin Mu's face indeed shows a fleeting subtle change. His brow furrows imperceptibly. You've been hit. Meng Yao softly states, for the first time a flame-like light igniting in her eyes. My return to source is colorless, odorless, and formless. It does not travel through the skin or through the mouth and nose. Instead, it seeps directly into your blood, infiltrating your organs. Your summoned creatures can shield you from the heavens and the earth, but they cannot stop the death that sprouts from within your own body. At this moment, the venue falls into silence. Then chaos erupts. A poison targeting the body. The summoned creatures can't defend against it. Is this Meng Yao's killer move? In the VIP seats, when Wan stands up abruptly, her face slightly pale. This Meng Yao. Her voice tightens. From the very beginning, she never intended to win against Qin Mu's summoned creature. What she wants to kill is Qin Mu himself. As for Tang, Yicheng, his fingers grip the armrest of his chair tightly. This old fox, who has experienced countless battlefields throughout his life, has discovered for the first time someone who can see the fatal flaw of the word summoner so clearly and exploit it so deeply. What a ruthless girl. He mutters. No, she is a remarkably clever girl. At this moment, Meng Yao stands opposite Qin Mu, quietly observing him. This is the moment she has been waiting for. Since entering this competition, she has watched Qin Mu dominate, witnessing 7 legendary beings sweep through the arena. She knows better than anyone that in a heated clash, she would barely withstand a single attack. So she took an alternative route. What she gambled on is the only flaw shared by the strongest summoner in the world and all summoners. The summoner themselves. I told you. Meng Yao looks at the slightly changed expression of Qin Mu, a hint of joy in her smile. I only wanted to verify one thing. Now I have verified it. So the conclusion is. Qin Mu raises his pale face to look at Meng Yao, his voice slightly hoarse. The conclusion is. Qin Mu, you are indeed a monster. But you are also a monster that can be poisoned. The hearts of the entire audience jump to their throats. Lu Dazhuang leaps up from the contestant seats, his voice cracking. Brother Mu. Su Qinglin's face turns pale, instinctively tightening her grip on the staff in her chest, her knuckles turning white. Yifeng stands in the shadow of the passage, his pupils narrowing suddenly. He has lost to Meng Yao before and knows better than anyone how terrifying her poison is. But he never expected that her deepest hidden killer move would directly target the essence. Brother Mu. Yifeng's fists clench tightly. Even the commentators who have been observing coldly stand up. What will happen to Qin Mu after this poison? The defenses of the summoner's essence are notoriously weak. Could it be that the biggest upset of this tournament is about to unfold in the semifinals? Or are we about to lose a super genius who is yet to fully grow? Amid the cacophony of noise in the venue, in the center of the stage, Qin Mu, deemed by all to have been poisoned to death, slowly raises his head. He gazes at the girl across from him, whose eyes are burning with delight. Then he smiles. That smile carries no panic, no pain. Only a sense of nostalgia. The return to source poison. Originating from the myriad spirits continent, from the depths of the corruption abyss, the mother tree of all poisons. This poison is colorless and odorless, using blood as a guide, sowing poison within the human body, killing without knowledge. Your sect has obtained a fragment of it, treating it as a treasure, never passing it down. Hearing Qin Mu's words, Meng Yao's smile suddenly freezes. The color drains from her face bit by bit. You. Her voice trembles for the first time. How do you know about the mother tree of all poisons? This is the highest secret of my poison master sect, the Southern Jiang Poison Gate. Even my master said this poison is unparalleled, that no one in this world can resolve it, and that no one has ever seen its origins. You, a summoner. How could you possibly know? This is the first time she has lost her composure since stepping onto the stage. Her meticulously planned killer move, which even her master declared unresolvable and unrecognizable, is a globally unrivaled death poison. Yet this boy before her not only recognizes it at a glance, but even speaks of its origins. It is as if he has seen that mother tree that gives birth to this poison. As if in his eyes this unparalleled death poison is merely a weed he is overly familiar with in the fields. Because Qin Mu raises his hand, looking at his palm. A faint purple aura slowly, obediently seeps out from his fingertips like a servant being shooed away. It is the return to source poison that Meng Yao had planted within him. It did not kill Qin Mu. He easily invited it out of his body without a scratch. The roots of the mother tree of all poisons are buried in the corruption abyss. Qin Mu raises his eyes, gazing at the pale-faced Meng Yao, and speaks lightly. And that corruption abyss was once my backyard. The entire venue falls into a deathly silence. Then a wave of astonishment erupts like a tsunami, shaking the entire arena. The poison was forced out. He forced out the death poison, targeting his essence with his bare hands. How is this possible? What kind of physique is this? In front of the observation screen, Meng Yao's prideful return to source poison now floats above Qin Mu's palm like a submissive wisp of green smoke. Meng Yao stands dazed at her spot. Her meticulously prepared hidden opportunity that she had risked everything to find the flaw she had discovered was effortlessly resolved by Qin Mu in a manner she could not comprehend. No, not just resolved. He even recognized her poison. He even claimed that the birthplace of that poison was his backyard. It seems that it is indeed something impossible to achieve. Meng Yao murmurs to herself, her gaze distant. Not even his true self can be killed. Then the flaw of the summoner does not exist at all. Yet deep within her eyes a flicker of surprise and hope quietly rises. She slowly lowers her hand. The runes of the cursed domain dim and extinguish bit by bit. She raises her head, looking at the boy standing in the center of the stage. This time there is no longer any pretense on her face, which had been impassive throughout the entire tournament. Only a complete and utter acceptance of defeat remains. I lost. Her voice is soft yet extraordinarily calm. You are not a monster that can be poisoned. You are a monster that even poison recognizes as its master. She pauses, looking deeply at Qin Mu. In that gaze there is reluctant shock, but more of a sense of relief that comes from meeting an equal, yet losing gracefully. About that question from yesterday, she softly states, I have received the answer. I will come to find you again. Saying this, she turns and steps down from the stage. The audience erupts in thunderous applause. At this moment, the poison master of Southern Jiang formally bows to the world's #1 newcomer. Qin Mu advances to the finals after the first match of the semifinals. The other semifinal match concludes 2 hours later. The victor is Lei Wuji, the #1 from the Northern Region province. Level talent, indestructible, third transformation, undying combat body. A towering giant 2 meters tall with muscles like cast iron. His talent is to push defense to the... In the semifinals, he withstands all attacks from his opponent with his impenetrable, indestructible body, exhausting them until they are out of strength, then finishing them with a single punch. He is nicknamed Iron Wall. It is said that since his debut, he has never suffered even a single effective injury. In the afternoon, the finals. The Xingyao Arena is filled to capacity. 3 billion people worldwide are glued to their screens waiting for the crowning moment of the Longwen Newcomer Tournament. Lei Wuji strides onto the stage, bare-chested, his bronze muscles glistening with a metallic sheen under the lights. He clasps his fists, looks at Qin Mu, and speaks in a voice like thunder. Qin Mu, I admire the power of your summoned creatures, but I have not been broken since my debut with this indestructible body. He grins, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile devoid of malice, only a pure competitive spirit of a warrior. I do not seek to win. I only want to know how many moves my iron wall can withstand under your hands. His words are not arrogant. They even carry a sense of the straightforwardness and openness of a northern warrior. The audience responds with warm applause for this tough guy. Qin Mu looks at him and nods slightly. Your defense is indeed very strong. Strong enough that it allows me to use a partner that has rarely made an appearance. Lei Wuji is taken aback. Qin Mu has already raised his hand. Judgment. The 3 words fell. A black fissure suddenly opened in the sky behind the arena. A column of black and gold light poured down from the crack. Within the light column, a towering figure clad in black and gold heavy armor, wielding a giant sword as tall as itself, slowly stepped out. Its eyes burned like 2 flames of black and gold. The Abyssal Judge, the 7th mythical being, making its first appearance in the competition. As it emerged, the temperature on the arena suddenly dropped. It exuded a cold, emotionless aura of judgment from the abyss. Lei Wuji's muscles instantly... He could sense the terrifying pressure this black and gold war god brought upon him. Yet he did not retreat. He planted his feet firmly, adopting a stable stance, crossing his arms to protect himself. A layer of golden protective energy surged around him. Come on, he shouted. Let me see if you can break my indestructible barrier. The Abyssal Judge turned to look at Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded. With the approval, the Abyssal Judge slowly raised its giant sword. It did not look at Lei Wuji. In its black and gold eyes there was only a detached indifference as it pointed the giant sword towards its target. Abyssal Judgment. A beam of black and gold light struck Lei Wuji. In that instant, Lei Wuji felt a sudden heart palpitation, as if something had declared him doomed. The target has been judged. All damage received in the next 10 seconds will be doubled. A massive debuff immediately after the Abyssal Judge swung its sword. Just one swing. The black and gold sword light descended, striking down on Lei Wuji's crossed arms. That layer of indestructible protective energy he was so proud of, which had never shattered since his debut. Like a thin piece of paper, it crumbled. Lei Wuji's iron-like arms were forcefully pushed down by the residual power of the sword light. His towering figure was cleaved and sent flying crashing heavily against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He had never suffered effective damage in his iron wall body since under this sword strike, it was completely shattered. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into deafening cheers. One strike. Another strike. The indestructible Lei Wuji was broken in one blow. This is the 7th mythical being. They made it all the way to the finals, and contestant Qin Mu still has summoning beasts that haven't appeared. His summoning pool is simply terrifying. Amidst the thunderous exclamations of the crowd, Lei Wuji struggled to slide down from the protective barrier, collapsing onto the ground, gasping heavily. He stared blankly at the young man in the center of the arena. After a while he suddenly grinned, laughing joyfully. One strike. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Haha, I managed to last a strike under your hand. He pushed against the ground, struggling to stand up. He solemnly clasped his fists toward Qin Mu and deeply bowed. Qin Mu, you are the strongest person I have ever encountered. I am completely convinced. Qin Mu gave a slight nod and a smile. Meanwhile, a loud announcement echoed from above. The champion of the Dragon Kingdom newcomer trial competition has been decided. Champion Dragon Kingdom Jingzhou. Qin Mu. The entire audience of 10,000 rose to their feet. A wave of cheers erupted, almost lifting the phoenix-shaped arena into the sky. Qin Mu. Qin Mu. Qin Mu. Brother Mu is amazing. What Brother Mu? That's God Mu. God Mu is amazing. Amidst the earth-shattering cheers, the award podium in the center of the arena slowly rose. Qin Mu stood at the highest point, receiving the dazzling championship trophy. On the big screen, a line of golden characters slowly emerged. In recognition of the terrifying strength displayed by contestant Qin Mu throughout this competition, far surpassing the era. By unanimous decision of the Dragon Kingdom Practitioners Alliance, he is specially awarded the exclusive title, Master of All Spirits. The title spread through the global broadcast signal, reaching every corner of Blue Star. At this moment, countless people remembered this name. The prejudice that had accompanied Blue Star for 50 years, summoners are the weakest class, was completely shattered by an 18-year-old boy with a championship trophy and a title that resonated throughout the universe. At this moment, in the contestant seats, Lu Dazhuang cried uncontrollably, wiping his tears while grinning, shouting, "That's my brother Mu. The most brilliant is my brother Mu." Su Qinglan stood in the crowd, gazing at the golden figure on the podium, her eyes slightly misty. She did not cheer like Lu Dazhuang. She quietly etched that scene into her heart. The gentle gaze from the VIP seats looked at the podium. A smile graced her lips. She turned to her father and said, "Dad, I think I understand what you meant by trump card now." General Wen sat upright, slowly nodding. His eyes held undisguised seriousness. He is no longer just the Dragon Kingdom's trump card. General Wen said solemnly with a profound meaning. He may become the confidence that underpins the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Yeqing and Principal Fong sat side by side. This time Principal Fong did not smash his cup or take out a heart-saving pill. He simply watched the podium quietly for a long time. Old Tang. I have taught for a lifetime. I thought I would only teach a few pillars of the 4th or 5th transition, but I never expected. He chuckled, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. I never expected to teach a strong person who will rewrite the entire era. Tang Yeqing said nothing. He lifted the mineral water in his hand and raised it toward the direction. After a night of celebration, the competition came to an end. Qin Mu's name spread across the Dragon Kingdom overnight with millions of fans. The Tiangang Alliance received a flurry of membership applications because of his presence. Major guilds, various factions, and media outlets all wanted to associate with this master of all spirits who had emerged. He became the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom, the undeniable benchmark. But some were not pleased. Extremely displeased. Han Tingshuan, the vice president of the Qin Mu Association. In this competition, the highest his few trusted aides achieved was only 32nd place. They were blocked by an unknown 3rd transition archer. The prestigious 1st Guild of Jingzhou became the laughingstock of the entire internet. The Qin Mu Association was left in disgrace. His father Han Dingbong had already issued a death order to confine him to reflect, forbidding him from causing any more trouble. But Han Tingxian could not take it in. He was consumed by jealousy and humiliation. He recalled the scenes of being crushed and humiliated by Qin Mu time and time again since his rise. He remembered his father humiliatingly apologizing to that summoner to quell the incident. He thought of his once proud identity, now reduced to a joke for everyone to laugh about. Why? In his room he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Why can a summoner Why should I, the noble young master of the Qin Mu Association, have to curry favor with him? Although reason told him his father was right, he should not cause any more trouble. But his jealous, burning mind overwhelmed his rationality. He made a decision that could lead the entire Qin Mu Association to ruin. He secretly contacted someone. An existence that roamed in the darkness, asking no questions of cause and effect, only price. A professional killer. A sixth transition emperor level. The price was the entire profit of the Qin Mu Association for 3 years. I want him dead. Han Tingxuan's voice trembled slightly with excitement and madness. Strike as he returns to Jingzhou. One-hit kill. Leave no survivors. The other end of the communicator fell silent for a moment. Meanwhile, at the Qin Mu Association headquarters in Jingzhou, in a dim secret chamber, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a night owl emblem embroidered on his chest sat quietly in the shadows holding a cup of tea. Before him floated a light screen. On the screen was the entire video and audio of Han Tingxian contacting the killer. He listened from beginning to end, his face showing no expression. Fool. He set down the teacup and casually uttered 2 words. He did not stop it. Instead, a meaningful smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Good. Just right to use this foolish knife to give it a try. Let's see that little monster who can force out the source poison with bare hands and break the indestructible barrier with a single sword. Facing a full power strike from a 6th transition emperor, how many trump cards will he reveal? He picked up the tea and took a gentle sip. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 3 days later, Qin Mu set off back to Jingzhou. Tang Yeqing originally wanted to dispatch several experts from the Tianyang Alliance to escort him closely, but Qin Mu refused. No need. Qin Mu's words were simple. I am enough on my own. The more people, the more uncomfortable the journey would be. Tang Yeqing could not go against him, and only arranged for 2 escort vehicles to follow. The accompanying guards were only at the 3rd and 4th transition levels. Before 7 mythical beings, even higher-level guards seemed merely ornamental. Yi Feng, as Qin Mu's teammate, volunteered to accompany him. He sat silently beside Qin Mu, staring out at the rapidly retreating scenery. His demeanor was even more alert than usual. The competition had just ended, and he felt that something was lurking in the shadows. At 3 in the afternoon, the convoy was driving on a remote stretch of highway on the outskirts. Dense and deep woods flanked the road. At that moment, Yi Feng's pupils suddenly constricted without warning. Be careful. He nearly shouted these 2 words. But it was already too late. A dark red blade light shot out from the depths of the woods beside the road without any warning. That blade was incredibly fast. It was ruthless to the extreme. It tore through the air with a sharp screech. Like cutting through a thin sheet of paper, it tore a gaping hole in the solid protective barrier of the escort vehicle. This was a full-powered strike. The target of the blade light was none other than Qin Mu inside the vehicle. At the critical moment, a shadow moved faster than the blade light. Yi Feng. He used all his strength to step into the shadow, instantly shifting in front of Qin Mu. He raised the short blade in his hand, firmly meeting that dark red blade light. Clang. A sharp sound of metal clashing resounded. Sparks flew in all directions. Yi Feng's 3rd transition short blade emitted a mournful cry under the pressure of the 6th transition emperor's blade light. His entire body was sent flying by the terrifying force. He crashed heavily against the inner wall of the vehicle. A mouthful of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. 3rd transition against 6th transition. He had already reached his limit in using all his reactions and loyalty to block that strike for Qin Mu. Brother Mu. Yi Feng struggled to lift his head, his voice hoarse. There's an ambush. It's a 6th transition. Outside the vehicle, the silhouette of the assassin slowly emerged from the woods. Dressed in black combat gear with an expressionless iron mask covering his face. He held a long curved blade in his hand, the blade shimmering with an ominous dark red glow. A 6th transition emperor. With combat power at least over 3,000 stars. This was a top-tier assassin in the darkness that could instill fear in any ordinary city. His cold gaze locked onto Qin Mu in the car through the gaps of the iron mask. Target Qin Mu. His voice was flat, devoid of any human warmth, like a precise killing machine. He slowly raised that dark red curved blade, the killing intent around him reaching its peak. The 2nd strike was about to fall. Yi Feng could not block this one. Brother Mu. Hurry. Run. Get away. Yi Feng pressed on his chest, using his last bit of strength to urgently shout at Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu inside the vehicle simply pushed the door open slowly. He stepped out, his face showing no signs of panic. No shock from the assassination, no gravity in facing the 6th transition emperor. He was as calm as if he were just getting out of a car to take a breath. He raised his eyes to glance at the murderous assassin. Then he calmly uttered 2 words, Taigu. At the moment, the sky above the convoy suddenly darkened. An ancient figure 10 meters tall and enveloped in dark golden battle intent descended from the void with a thunderous crash. The ancient battle god. As it appeared, the air within 100 meters seemed to be firmly suppressed by the overwhelming battle intent emanating from it. The assassin's pupils abruptly constricted beneath the iron mask. He was a 6th transition emperor. He recognized at a glance the terrifying aura of this battle god before him, one that belonged to the mythical level surpassing the realm of ordinary practitioners. Mythical level summoning creature. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The ancient battle god slowly raised its fist as dark golden battle intent crazily gathered around it. It didn't even need to gather energy for long, for it crushing a mere 6th transition emperor did not require full power at all. The fist descended. The air was violently torn apart beneath its fist. A visible distorted sound barrier erupted around the fist. The assassin raised his curved blade wanting to block. But before that earth-shattering fist wind, his dark red curved blade, which had severed countless protective barriers, was as fragile as a straw. Bang! A sound that was incredibly dull. The assassin's 6th transition emperor body with 3,000 stars of combat power was sent flying like a ball struck hard by a baseball bat. His entire being was directly slammed into the mountain wall by the residual force of that punch. The hard mountain wall was deeply indented, creating a large human-shaped pit. Rubble and dust fell. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. The 6th transition emperor, with 3,000 stars of combat power, a top assassin in the darkness that instilled fear in countless people. Under the punch of a mythical level summoning creature, he couldn't even execute a complete move before losing consciousness. Inside the vehicle, Yifeng propped himself up, looking at the deep human-shaped pit in the mountain wall, the blood at the corner of his mouth still not wiped clean. But he couldn't help but smile weakly. He had nearly lost his life trying to block a strike from a 6th transition emperor. Yet in Brother Mu's hands, that emperor couldn't withstand even a single punch. Indeed, he leaned back against the seat, murmuring softly, his eyes filled with pride. Following Brother Mu, any demons or monsters are just made of paper. Qin Mu did not pay attention to the admiration behind him. He slowly walked to the large pit in the mountain wall, looking down at the unconscious assassin. He raised his hand, and a faint golden light enveloped the entire assassin. Identifying. Target: Shadow Assassin Mo Ya, 6th Transition Emperor. Current status: severely injured, unconscious. Hiring information detected: an anonymous hiring contract. Employer source: Qin Mu Association. Client: Han Tingxian. Qin Mu's gaze darkened when he saw those 2 names. It became icy. The Qin Mu Association. Han Tingxian. He should have realized long ago. That vice president who had been crushed by him countless times, who was confined, ultimately could not swallow his pride. He even used the Qin Mu Association's power to hire a 6th transition emperor, just to stab him in the back. Qin Mu stood quietly for a moment. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Uncle Tang. Qin Mu's voice was calm, but carried a chilling undertone. The Qin Mu Association. He raised his head, looking toward Jingzhou. There, a massive entity that had loomed for decades awaited him. Jingzhou, headquarters of the Qin Mu Association. On this night, the colossal entity that has dominated Jingzhou for decades felt for the first time what it meant for the sky to collapse. In the office of the president of the Qin Mu Association. Crack! Han Dingbang smashed the purple sandalwood tea tray on the table with a slap. Shards of porcelain scattered, and scalding tea splattered everywhere. His face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, staring at the trembling subordinate kneeling before him. Han Dingbang's voice was extremely low, as if each word was squeezed out between his teeth. What did The subordinate lowered his head even further, not daring to breathe. The young president contacted an assassination organization privately. He hired a 6th transformation emperor, Mo Ya, who made a move on Qin Mu while he was on his way back to Jingzhou. The office fell into a dead silence. Han Dingbang slowly closed his eyes. As the president of the Qin Mu Association for 30 years, as 7th transformation emperor, he was a being that could shake Jingzhou with a stomp. At this moment, he felt a chill running up his spine, straight to the crown of his head. Did it succeed? He heard his own voice trembling. He hoped it hadn't happened. He wished that they hadn't really targeted that person. The subordinate swallowed hard. It didn't succeed. Mo Ya was punched into the mountainside, severely injured and unconscious, captured by Qin Mu on the spot. Hearing this, Han Dingbang finally sighed in relief. However, before he could completely relax, the subordinate's next words struck him like a bolt from the blue. The contract was stripped clean by Qin Mu's identification technique. With a muffled sound, Han Dingbang staggered and clutched the edge of the table. In his life, he had fought countless hard battles and faced numerous tempests. But he had never felt such a bone-deep fear as he did at this moment. Hiring a killer. Assassination. And the target of the assassination was a young man who had just won the national newcomer competition, hailed by the Dragon Kingdom's professional alliance as the master of all spirits in SS-level talent awakener. This was no longer a matter of enmity between guilds. This was a crime severe enough to uproot the entire Qin Mu Association and reduce it to ashes. Fool. Han Dingbang's lips trembled, darkness swirling before his eyes. Fool. Meanwhile, Tiangang Alliance, Jingzhou branch. Tang Yicheng hung up the phone. He had just received a call from Qin Mu, who was on the highway outside of town. On the phone, the boy's voice was terrifyingly calm. "Uncle Tang, the Qin Mu Association is about to have a major incident." Hearing this, Tang Yecheng stood motionless for 10 seconds. This old fox, who had navigated the political and martial circles of Jingzhou for a lifetime, showed no sign of panic, only the coldness of a hunter locking onto his prey. Having lived for so many years, he was the first to recognize Qin Mu's potential. He knew better than anyone the consequences of offending this young man. He understood even more what he needed to do. "Old Zhou." He slowly opened his mouth to the communicator. "Compile all evidence of Mo Yas assassination attempt along with the source records of the identification panel into a dossier. Leave nothing out and submit everything to the Dragon Kingdom's Professional Management Bureau." The assistant on the other end was momentarily stunned. "Alliance Master, do you want to report this to the Management Bureau? This matter has escalated. The Qin Mu Association is." "Qin Mu Association?" Tang Yecheng chuckled softly. That laugh contained an indescribable meaning. "An association that dares to lay hands on the master of all spirits." He picked up the teacup on the table, lifted the lid, and said lightly, "Has already been sentenced to death." "Yes, I will do as you say." Just 10 minutes later, Dragon Kingdom headquarters of the National Professional Management Bureau. In a solemn hall, an old man with graying hair but an upright posture sat at the head seat. His name was Zheng Yuanshan, director of the National Professional Management Bureau, a 9-transformation divine being, one of the few individuals at the very top of the entire Dragon Kingdom's professional system. Before him lay the dossier sent overnight from Jingzhou. Each page of the dossier bore the same few words: assassination, SS-level treason. Zheng Yuanshan read each page slowly. After finishing the last page, he slowly closed the dossier, and a glint of brilliance burst forth from his murky eyes. "Good." His voice was not loud, yet it made the law enforcement officers standing beside him tense up. The first genius in the last 50 years of the Dragon Kingdom to break 2,000 stars in combat power at just 18 years old. The first newcomer personally awarded a title by the Alliance. A child who can carry the future of our Dragon Kingdom. He raised his head, his gaze like lightning. How dare anyone hire a 6-transformation emperor to take his life on the way to triumph? Bang! Zheng Yuanshan slammed his palm heavily on the table. The pressure of the 9-transformation divine being instantly erupted, causing the air in the entire hall to seem to freeze. Hiring an assassin to attack an SS-level talent awakener. He pronounced each word deliberately, each syllable resonating like thunder from the abyss. "This is an act of treason. Send my orders. Immediately seal the Qin Mu Association. No one involved is to escape." The command from the 9-transformation divine being rang out. The downfall of the Qin Mu Association came faster than anyone had imagined. Fast enough that even Han Dingbang's attempts to manipulate relationships hadn't had a chance to materialize. The guild was gone. He had struggled. He had utilized all his connections built over 30 years. He made countless phone calls overnight to Jingzhou's defenses and several old connections in the province. At first, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. He thought no matter how strong Qin Mu was, he was just an 18-year-old child. The Qin Mu Association had been operating for decades, intricately woven. How could they not bring down the face of a mere novice? He had even thought of a justification. The young president was impulsive and easily swayed, and he was willing to spend his entire fortune to compensate. If worst came to worst, it would be nothing more than cutting off the tail to survive. Throwing Tingxian out to take the blame, the foundation of the Qin Mu Association could still be preserved. This was the survival strategy he had calculated his entire life. But when he dialed the first number, the old friend he had called brother for 20 years simply said one sentence. "Old Han, I can't help you with this matter. The one in charge of this case is Zheng Yuanshan." Han Dingbang's hand froze. Zheng Yuanshan, 9-transformation divine being, director of the Management Bureau. That was a figure standing on top of the clouds. It was someone in his lifetime whom he might not even have the privilege to. The moment that name was mentioned, all his connections, all his relationships, all his calculations instantly became a grand joke. No one dared to lift even a finger in a treasonous case, personally supervised by a 9-transformation divine being. Han Dingbang dejectedly put down the phone. He finally understood. From the moment Tingxian pressed that call to hire a killer, the Qin Mu Association had already died. The outcome was without any suspense. The evidence was solid. Qin Mu Association, sealed, disbanded. After more than 30 years, the banner of Jingzhou's first guild collapsed with a resounding crash. President Han Dingbang, guilty of harboring and shielding, deprived of 7-transformation emperor status, sentenced to life imprisonment. Young President Han Tingshuan, mastermind behind the hiring and murder, treasonous crime, sentenced to life imprisonment. As for the elder of the Qin Mu Association, Zhao Yongxing, who had once made a fuss and framed Qin Mu in the name of the Qin Mu Association, As an accomplice, he was relieved of all duties and permanently banned from engaging in guild-related industries. In one night, the once towering behemoth that countless people in Jingzhou looked up to, fawned over, and revered vanished into thin air. Qinghe Academy. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Principal Fong sat in his chair holding a recently delivered notice of action. The notice boldly bore the name of student Zhao Hemming. Colluding with external forces, participating in framing classmates, severe circumstances, expelled from school. Principal Fong looked at the line of text and let out a long sigh. This time he neither smashed the teacup nor took out a life-saving pill. He simply placed the notice gently on the table. Teacher Liu. He spoke slowly to the homeroom teacher standing by the window. Your class is down another student. Liu Rian's exquisitely made-up face showed little expression. She quietly gazed out the window. Outside was the gate of Qinghe Academy. A black enforcement vehicle was. Several law enforcement officers were escorting a disheveled figure toward the vehicle. That figure was Zhao Hemming. Once he was the most radiant prodigy of Qinghe Academy. The Thunder Messenger, a wealthy heir surrounded by admirers. He looked down on everyone, especially despising that weakest profession, the summoner. But now, he resembled a dog stripped of its spine being dragged toward the vehicle that would take him to the depths of despair. At that moment he lifted his head. And then he saw, not far from the school gate stood a boy, dressed simply, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Qin Mu. Zhao Hemming's pupils suddenly constricted. All his fear, unwillingness, jealousy, and humiliation transformed into overwhelming madness at the sight of that face. Qin Mu. He screamed like a madman, struggling and shouting toward Qin Mu's direction. It's you. You ruined me. You destroyed the Qin Mu Association. You ruined everything for me. His voice became sharp, saliva flying. His eyes were bloodshot. You wait for me. You will face retribution sooner or later. Someday. His frenzied curses echoed in the quiet school gate, drawing the attention of passing students. But the boy he cursed with all his strength just quietly looked at. There wasn't a ripple of emotion from beginning to end, as if watching a gesture entirely unrelated to him, until Zhao Hemming exhausted his voice, panting heavily, to stop. Only then did Qin Mu slowly speak. His voice was very soft, yet it clearly reached Zhao Hemming's ears. I told you this is what you brought upon yourself. 9 words. No anger, no extra explanations, not a hint of emotion. Yet it was these 9 words that made Qin Mu's extraordinarily calm demeanor strike Zhao Hemming's heart like a heavy hammer. He opened his mouth, but could not refute a single word, because he knew, from the moment he first provoked Qin Mu to inciting his father to frame him, to the Qin Mu Association's repeated dark actions, every step was taken by themselves. Every knife was thrust into their own backs. Take him away, the law enforcement officer commanded. Zhao Hemming was shoved into the enforcement vehicle. The moment the door slammed shut, he saw Qin Mu's back as he turned to leave through the window. That back was very calm. So calm it was despairing. In the classroom building's window, Liu Rian witnessed this scene in its entirety. She looked at the figure of the boy, leaving with composure for a long time. After a moment, she gently sighed. Principal Fong. Moi. Do you remember? Liu Rian's voice carried an indescribable complexity. A little over a month ago, when he had just switched jobs for a short while. The moment the national announcement popped up that he was SS level, the whole place erupted. At that time I thought, after so many years, I finally taught a student who could make it to the stage. She paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of her lips. But now I realize I was wrong. This child. She gazed at the back that had long since vanished into the crowd, softly murmuring, he is already beyond my teaching capacity. Principal Fong fell silent for a moment. He picked up the bottle of mineral water on the table, twisted the cap off, and took a large sip. Then he looked out at the sky, slowly saying, it's not just that you can't teach him. In this world, who can teach someone destined to change an entire era? In a dim secret chamber, the news of the Qin Mu Association's downfall flashed silently across the screen. Han Dingbang sentenced to life imprisonment. Han Tingxian sentenced to life imprisonment. The Qin Mu Association sealed and disbanded. Each announcement sounded like a death knell for the clandestine chess match that had been played for 300 years. But the man sitting in the shadows showed no signs of emotion. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were calm and still. He wore a deep purple Zhongshan suit with an embroidered night owl on his chest. He raised his hand, gently swiping the screen, displaying the news of the downfall, turning it off, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust that had fallen on the chessboard. The Han family piece has ultimately failed. He lifted the teacup beside him, took a sip, and spoke to himself. His tone revealed no hint of regret. To him, the Han family was merely a facade on the surface, an old knife that had been used for decades and was now ready to be discarded. The true roots of the night owl were buried much deeper than this. However, he set down the teacup, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. There were gains nonetheless. He recalled that boy, The one who could force out the return source poison that the Southern Poison sect cherished, and with a single sword strike, shattered the indestructible body of Iron Wall Lei Wujing. This time using Han Tingxian as a foolish blade, he at least tested something. A full-force strike from a 6th transformation emperor. Qin Mu didn't even need to lift a finger. He only summoned a myth-level creature which was knocked into severe injury with a single punch. What did this indicated that the 7 myth-level creatures in this 18-year-old boy's hands likely far exceeded the realm of a 6th transformation emperor. 7. The man narrowed his eyes. A faint flicker of interest flashed behind his gold-rimmed glasses. A newcomer's 7 myth-level creatures, and his body can also merge for battle. This hidden card is a bit unreasonable. He leaned back against the chair, blending himself into the thick shadow. It seems that the person the master instructed us to pay attention to is much more interesting than expected. The secret chamber fell silent once again. Only the night owl embroidered on his chest seemed poised to take flight in the dim light. The downfall of the Golden Crow Society was like a massive boulder crashing into the tranquil surface of a lake. The entire guild landscape of Jingzhou was thoroughly reshuffled. The once balanced tripartite situation collapsed overnight. The Tiangang Alliance now stood alone at the top. Everyone understood that its dominance was not solely due to its own strength. The most crucial factor was the youth bearing the name of the Tiangang Alliance. Qin Mu. His name now represented more than just the rookie champion. It had become a glittering signboard for Jingzhou and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Countless guilds, families, and factions were eager to connect with him in any way possible. Yet all this commotion and adulation were quietly kept at bay by Qin Mu. To him, the disturbances in Jingzhou were merely a minor interlude from the very beginning. His vision and aspirations had long surpassed this small city, looking toward a more distant horizon. 3 days later, in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, military training base, the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's new talent competition had formed the national representative team, gathering here to prepare for the Asia-Pacific new talent competition a month later. The head coach of this national team was a figure that made all newcomers dare not even breathe. Major General Wen Taizhan. An 8-turn saint. A soldier with graying hair, yet a posture as straight as a spear. When he stood on the training ground, the aura of years of battle and iron-blooded ruthlessness made all the talents present lower their heads in unison. When Taizhan's gaze slowly swept over every face in the line. Finally, it landed on the calm youth standing in the corner. He walked over. Everyone instinctively held their breath. How would this 8-turn Saint Major General treat the Lord of all spirits praised across the internet? When Taizhan came to a halt in front of Qin Mu, he said nothing, merely using his sharp eyes as keen as a hawk's to scrutinize Qin Mu for a full 3 minutes. It was a soldier's unique scrutiny. Emotionless, yet as if able to see through a person completely. 3 minutes later, when Taizhan suddenly extended his hand. Well done, young man. Just that one sentence left the surrounding newcomers collectively stunned. It is known that Major General Wen Taizhan is extremely strict in his military conduct, and he has never been one to smile easily. For him to take the initiative to extend his hand and say well done is a remarkable acknowledgement. Qin Mu looked at the outstretched hand and calmly shook it. At the moment their palms clasped. When Taizhan's brow slightly twitched. This young man's grip was heavier and steadier than he had imagined. This was not the strength one would expect from an 18-year-old. It was a kind of deep, unfathomable stability, as if it could bear 1,000 pounds. In Wen Taizhan's eyes, the initial assessment quietly faded away, replaced by genuine solemnity. He said nothing more, only gave Qin Mu's shoulder a firm pat. The training officially begins. The core content of the training was to simulate the combat styles of seed players from various Asia-Pacific nations for targeted practice. Through the intelligence gathered from official sources and the Tiangang Alliance over the past few days, Qin Mu gained a general understanding of his main opponents in the Asia-Pacific arena. Sakura Nation, Yu Suji Shinichi. S-level talent Bushido. He was hailed as the swordsmanship prodigy of Sakura Nation, appearing once in a century. A man who has consistently ranked second on the rookie list. It is said that after being spurred by Qin Mu's combat data last time, he has since gone into closed-door training and has not emerged to this day. The outside world has no way of knowing his latest status. All that is known is that he made a bold statement. In the Asia-Pacific competition, he intends to take back what was lost. Half-Island Nation Park Jihun. S-level talent Spirit Messenger. 3 turns combat power 500 stars. Also a summoning type, but following the spirit route, controlling spirits for group battles. Nanyang Federation Heir of Hassan. S-level talent Alchemist. 3 turns combat power 400 stars. Skilled in using various bizarre alchemical tools to strike from the shadows. Each one is a talent that their respective countries can be proud of. However, when all this intelligence was presented before the number 1 on the rookie list with a combat power of 2,000 stars, it seemed somewhat flimsy. The instructor responsible for explaining the intelligence found himself at a loss halfway through, because the more he explained, the more he felt that this was not an introduction of opponents to Qin Mu. Clearly this was a preemptive eulogy for those opponents. After the first day's intelligence introduction session song, Qin Mu proactively approached Qin Mu. This white-clad sword saint, the top of the capital, had completely shelved all his pride after being defeated by Qin Mu in the top 8. He approached Qin Mu with an unprecedented seriousness. Qin Mu. He clasped his fists. Losing in the top 8 was the first time I saw Qin Yu lost so wholeheartedly. On the international stage, opponents will not be as straightforward as they are within the Dragon Kingdom. So you just move forward. I will guard your flank. This is the most solemn promise a swordsman can make. Qin Mu looked at him, a trace of approval flickering in his eyes. Good. On the other side of the training ground, Yifeng remained as silent as ever. He practiced the shadow step repeatedly in the shadows alone. Thanks to the company of a 5-turn king-level instructor during practice, his assassin skills were advancing at a visibly rapid pace. In the battle against the assassination on his way back, he used his 3-turn body to block a strike from a 6-turn monarch. Though he nearly lost his life, that battle allowed him to personally experience the terror of the strong. It also awakened something deep within him. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be the true blade that could stand by Qin Mu's side. Not far away, Meng Yao quietly observed all of this. This top poison master from the southern border had undergone a radical change in attitude ever since being forced to reveal her poison by Qin Mu's bare hands in the semifinals. She walked over to Qin Mu. Rarely she took the initiative to speak. I have studied all your combat footage. Her voice remained cold, but the indifference of the past was gone. Your summoning lineup with attack, defense, control, and support all interlinked has no weaknesses. Logically, the only flaw lies in the summoner's body. However, you happen to possess combat power that is not weak at all. This means that. She raised her head, looking at Qin Mu, and spoke word by word. You are completely unassailable. An opponent cannot even find a method to target you. This is the highest praise she who relies entirely on calculating and targeting to win can give. Qin Mu smiled faintly at her words. He did not refute or downplay the compliment, because what Meng Yao said was the truth. The days of training progressed in an orderly manner. To Qin Mu, this so-called training was merely another stroll. He spent more time familiarizing himself with the vast military base. On the evening of the 3rd day of training, while wandering in a remote corner of the base, Qin Mu accidentally discovered an inconspicuous hidden door. Behind the door was a secret underground chamber sealed with layers of restrictions. Ordinary people could not approach it at all. However, those seals were as flimsy as air in the eyes of this former supreme summoner. He casually summoned a time-space giant whale, which easily devoured the restrictions, instantly unraveling the spatial barrier. Then he put away the giant whale and strode inside. The underground chamber was small and empty. In the center, on a stone platform, quietly lay a summoning stone. The stone was pitch black with ancient and twisted patterns swirling across its surface. What caught Qin Mu's attention the most was the aura emanating from this summoning stone. It was a distant and unfamiliar aura that did not belong to Blue Star. He raised his hand, and a pale golden light of appraisal enveloped the stone. The panel slowly lit up. Appraising. Target Otherworld Summoning Stone. Level. System prompt. The power contained within this summoning stone exceeds the current tolerance range. It is recommended that practitioners above the 6th-turn attempt to use it. 6 turns. Qin Mu looked at this prompt, his eyes flickering slightly. He was currently at 5 turns. Just one step away. For ordinary people, a turn is a chasm that requires years of hard training to cross. But for him, Qin Mu extended his finger, lightly brushing over the cold surface of the pitch-black summoning stone. This summoning stone, which even the military had sealed tightly and did not belong to Blue Star. What would it transform into in his hands? He recalled the special trait of his talent. Any summoning creature would transform into a myth level beginning in his hands. Then what about a otherworld summoning stone that not even its level could be identified? His lips gradually curled upward. It seems that I need to break through to 6 turns first. The aura of the pitch-black summoning stone lingered in Qin Mu's mind throughout the night. This hint was almost equivalent to a warning: do not attempt in this lifetime. Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th rank was a chasm that countless talented individuals faced. How many have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 5th rank? They have painstakingly cultivated for 10 or 20 years, yet they cannot even touch the threshold of the 6th rank. But for Qin Mu, this chasm was merely a step he could take at any time. Early the next morning, he sought out Wen Taizhan. Instructor, when Qin Mu stated directly, I wish to apply for the national team's resources for the 6th rank tasks. When Tieshan, who was reviewing training plans, paused with his pen in hand. He slowly raised his head, a hint of surprise flickering in his sharp eyes. 6th rank tasks. He set down his pen and leaned slightly forward. Kid, do you know what you're saying? You're currently at the 5th rank. When Taizhan's tone was grave. Moreover, as far as I know, you've only been at the 5th rank for just about a month. This 8th rank sage, who had seen countless geniuses throughout his life, understood all too well what the transition from the 5th to the 6th rank entailed. It was not simply a matter of defeating a few more monsters or leveling up a few times. It was a transformation of the practitioner's life level, requiring a complete reconstruction of one's foundation. A moment's carelessness could lead to total destruction of one's cultivation and the collapse of one's foundation. How many have spent half their lives refining at the pinnacle of the 5th rank before daring to knock on the door to the 6th rank? When Taizhan fixed his gaze on Qin Mu, enunciating each word carefully, you've just been at the 5th rank for a month, and you want to rush into the 6th rank. You're being too hasty. This was a heartfelt warning from an elder. But Qin Mu merely gazed at him calmly. Instructor Wen, thank you for your reminder. He paused, his eyes showing no hint of hesitation, but I know what I'm doing. When Taizhan fell silent, he stared into the young man's eyes for a long time. In those eyes there was no reckless fervor of youth, nor any naivety. Only a sense of certainty, as if he had already gone through this countless times, easily grasping the situation. This certainty left Wen Tieshan, an 8th rank sage, momentarily speechless. He suddenly recalled the handshake he had with Qin Mu 3 days ago. That unfathomable composure. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated this young man once again. Fine. When Taizhan pondered for a moment, let out a long breath, and stood up. I'll open the passage for the 6th rank secret realm for you. He walked up to Qin Mu and firmly patted his shoulder, his expression complex. With a serious tone, he cautioned, remember, if anything feels off, retreat immediately. Your life is more precious than any 6th rank resource. Understood. Qin Mu met Wen Taizhan's meaningful gaze and nodded firmly. Thank you for the reminder, Major General Wen. The news that the nation would specifically open the 6th rank secret realm for Qin Mu quickly spread. The entire training base was in an uproar. Have you heard? Qin Mu is going for the 6th rank. Is he crazy? He's only been at the 5th rank for a month. Going for the 6th rank after just a month at the 5th rank. Is he trying to destabilize his own foundation? In the training grounds, the talented newcomers from all over the country were buzzing with discussions. Each of them was a prodigy in their own right. Yet despite this, they all held a deep reverence for the term rank transition. Only one person treated it as I bet he'll be stuck in the secret realm for half a month. A newcomer shook his head. Half a month. The nearby Meng Yao suddenly interjected, coldly cutting him off. Everyone was taken aback. This southern poison master had been silent since the start of the training. Yet at this moment she was speaking out for the first time. You're overestimating the secret realm and underestimating him. Meng Yao gazed in the direction where Qin Mu had left, her expression calm. I bet. She parted her lips, slightly uttering 3 words. One day, the venue fell silent. One day, the previously outspoken newcomer nearly jumped up one day to break through to the 6th rank. Are you serious, Meng? Meng Yao ignored him. She merely recalled the semi-final stage where that young man had effortlessly dispelled her prideful poison of return, as if driving away a servant. For someone like him, one day might even be considered too much. Meanwhile, Qin Mu would not waste a single. Under the allowance of national authority, he arrived at the area of the 6th rank secret realm. The 6th rank secret realm passage. Void Corridor, 6th rank trial zone. This was the highest level of trial secret realm for the national training team, specially prepared for those aspiring to reach the 6th rank. This way the prodigies of Long Country would not need to risk their lives searching for rank transition secret realms in the wild. However, dangers still lurked within the secret realm. The space here was distorted with void rifts scattered throughout. Each rift was filled with chaotic void currents strong enough to grind ordinary 6th rank rulers into dust. However, dangers still lurked within the secret realm. The space here was distorted with void rifts scattered throughout. Each rift was filled with chaotic void currents strong. The creation god dragon spiraled above him, its palm-sized body yawning. The Taigu war god stood silently by his side, its dark golden battle intent forcefully pushing back the chaotic void currents by 3 feet. The emergence of 2 mythic-level beings made the entire void corridor tremble. As he advanced, it was as if he had entered a realm without anyone else. The chaotic void currents, which could terrify even 6th rank rulers, automatically parted to create a pathway under the pressure of the 2 mythic beings. Soon he reached the deepest part of the trial zone. 6th rank, trial final BOSS, Lord of the Void Rift. Level LV. 120 realm, a level 120 legendary boss. In the deepest part of the void, a massive figure composed purely of void power slowly opened its eyes. It was a colossal being formed entirely of black void. Standing 100 meters tall, it was surrounded by countless turbulent flows that tore through space. It looked down upon the tiny human beneath it, a disdainful rumble emanating from the depths of the void. Another ant here to deliver itself to death. Its voice seemed to come from the edge of the universe, cold and arrogant. Ant, do you know where this place is? This is a void corridor that even a 7-transformation emperor must exert all their strength to traverse. I am the nightmare of countless prodigies. How many self-proclaimed geniuses approaching the 6 transformations have ultimately become souls under my claws? The master of the void fisher looked down from above. The black void power surged wildly. The entire space of the secret realm began to tremble violently. And you? It paused, seemingly confirming Qin Mu's level and realm. In the next moment, that massive body erupted into a mocking roar. 5 transformations. Huh. A fledgling of 5 transformations dares to step into my domain. Do you take this place for your backyard training ground? It was extremely arrogant. With its legendary realm looking down upon a 5 transformation, it indeed had the capital to be so. Qin Mu stood beneath it, gazing up at it. He did not become angry, nor did he refute. He simply raised his hand calmly, palm facing upwards. Do you take this place for your backyard training ground? It was extremely arrogant. With its legendary realm looking down upon a 5 transformation, it indeed had the capital. At that moment, the master of the void fisher suddenly sensed an aura that made it instinctively tremble. That aura emanated from the 2 toys. Ancient, terrifying, transcending its own existence. Its mocking laughter came to a sudden halt. What? What is this aura? Its massive void body involuntarily recoiled slightly. Impossible. How can a 5 transformation ant summon something with such mythic pressure? It finally panicked. Having lived for who knows how many years slaughtering countless 6 transformations and even 7 transformations powerhouses. But it had never seen such a thing. A 5 transformation human could actually summon an existence that transcended its own. This contradicted everything it understood. Taigu War God. Qin Mu disregarded its shock and calmly uttered the first name. The Taigu War God moved. The void beneath it suddenly erupted, and its entire 10-meter-tall body transformed into a dark golden stream of light. A punch struck the chest of the master of the void fisher. Boom. The massive body, composed purely of void, was forcefully smashed, creating a huge hole. The master of the void fisher let out a piercing roar, trying to tear open space to escape. Taichu. Qin Mu summoned the second name. The Genesis divine dragon above expanded in size. A 20-meter golden dragon coiled in the void, opening its mouth. A brilliant golden dragon breath erupted with a thunderous roar. Golden dragon breath. The light attribute of the dragon breath naturally restrains all void and shadow powers. Where the golden light passed, the massive void body opposite it swiftly evaporated and dissolved like snow under the sun. The master of the void fisher couldn't even let out a complete scream before it was burned to nothing in that dazzling golden light. From its arrogant words to its total annihilation. In just an instant. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 6th transformation trial. Job advancement, Lord of all spirits, Emperor of all spirits, legendary hidden class. New ability, resonance of all spirits. When multiple summons release skills simultaneously, total damage stacks quadratically. Combat power evaluation, 2,000 stars, 5,000 stars. At the moment, the master of the void fisher was annihilated. A strand of previously unseen mysterious power, like the vibration of a string, slowly flowed through Qin Mu's body. He could clearly feel that the connection between him and the 7 summons had become unprecedentedly close. It was a wonderful resonance. He closed his eyes and simulated it once in his mind. If Tai Chu's dragon breath, the punch of the puncher, the sword of the judge, and the dimensional slicing of the giant whale all erupted simultaneously, the combined power would no longer be a simple 1+1, but rather a terrifying torrent capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth at a squared level. This is the resonance of all spirits. The innate ability unlocked at the 6 transformations. Qin Mu slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding passing through his gaze. 5,000 stars. He glanced at the combat power evaluation on his panel, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Then he clenched his fist, calmly turned and walked toward the exit of the secret realm. From stepping into the void corridor to completing the 6 transformations, less than half a day had passed. At the Dragon Country training base in the command center, the officer responsible for monitoring the global newcomer rankings was holding a cup of hot tea, preparing to take a short break. Suddenly, the holographic screen in front of him emitted a series of urgent alarm sounds. Alarm: global newcomer leaderboard data anomaly. The officer jolted, nearly dropping his teacup. He leaned closer to the screen, and when he saw the scrolling data, he froze completely. First place, Qin Mu, Dragon Country. Combat power evaluation updated from 2,000 stars to 5,000 stars. 5,000 stars. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misread, but the glaring numbers were clearly displayed before him. He abruptly grabbed the communicator on the table, his voice trembling. Report to Major General 1. Urgent intelligence. What's so surprising? The voice of Wen Taizhan came through the communicator, slightly reprimanding. Major General 1. Qin Mu's combat power data has doubled. He has probably broken through to the 6 transformations. What did you say? On the other end of the communicator when Tieshan, who was inspecting the training ground, paused in his steps. His eyes widened, his expression suddenly frozen. In the next second, he raised his wrist to check the time. From the moment Qin Mu entered the secret realm until now, it had barely been half a day. This old general in 8 transformation saint, having fought all his life, remained unshaken even in the face of a great calamity. Yet at this moment the hand holding the communicator tightened slightly. Half a day. He looked in the direction of the void corridor, murmuring to himself. 1 month for 5 transformations, half a day to break through to 6 transformations. His combat power directly promoted to 5,000 stars. Beside the training ground, Meng Yao stood quietly. She had heard the officers shout. On her usually indifferent face, there was no hint of surprise. Only a faint curve of understanding appeared. See, she softly said within the team, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. I said 1 day was still an exaggeration. And behind her, the newcomer who bet on half a month gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. At that moment Qin Mu was still unaware of the commotion outside. Upon exiting the secret realm, he immediately returned to the hidden underground chamber. On the stone platform, the pitch-black otherworldly summoning stone still quietly emitted an aura not belonging to Blue Star. This time, Qin Mu's eyes were devoid of any hesitation. He raised his hand and pressed it against the cold summoning stone. All spirits, divine contract. He whispered in his heart. Rise. In an instant, the ancient and twisted patterns on the summoning stone suddenly lit up. A power so vast it was beyond description surged violently and awakened from within the summoning stone. Qin Mu's talent, all spirits, divine contract, began to trigger his unique and heavenly mutation. The mutation of an ordinary summon occurs in the blink of an eye. But this time, the process of mutation lasted a full minute. This was the longest duration Qin Mu had experienced since his rebirth. The underground chamber began to tremble violently. No, it was not just the underground chamber. The entire military training base along with the ground beneath it began to rumble and shake. An earthquake. No, it's above. Look at the sky. The newcomers practicing on the training ground exclaimed, all looking up. At that glance, everyone's breath stopped. Above the base, the originally clear blue sky had split open, revealing a massive vortex at least 100 meters in diameter. The vortex was deep, as if connecting to some unreachable, mysterious high-dimensional realm. Silver blue, like the Milky Way, pouring down a vast starlight, cascaded from that vortex like a waterfall. The power contained within that starlight was profound, grand, and solemn. It stirred an impulse in every practitioner who looked up at it, wanting to worship it from the depths of their souls. What is this? What kind of power is this? Buzz, 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 buzz. The base alarms blared. Countless experts rushed out from every corner, gazing up at the starlight vortex that consumed half the sky, their faces pale. And the first to reach the scene was when Taizhan. This 8 transformation saint looked up at the 100-meter vortex, gazing upon the silver blue starlight pouring down like a river. Having fought all his life with a mind as steady as a rock, at this moment, he felt a hint of violent tremor. He could sense the aura contained within the vortex was terrifying and vast, far beyond his understanding. It made him, an 8 transformation saint, instinctively feel a tinge of insignificance. What is this power? His voice was dry and hoarse. He had lived for most of his life and had never felt such an aura. Amidst everyone's shock and awe, the cascading starlight slowly converged and solidified. From the depths of that 100-meter vortex, a figure stepped down amidst the stars. It was a humanoid, dressed in a robe woven from the vast starry sky. On the robe, countless stars flickered and flowed, resembling a miniature universe. Its face was solemn and dignified, like a deity creating the heavens. And those eyes, like 2 ancient and indestructible stars, deep and vast, gazing down upon all living beings. It was surrounded by countless slowly rotating, dazzling star fragments. With each step it took, the void beneath its feet automatically unfolded into a dazzling river of stars. As everyone stood in shock, a prompt sounded loudly from a deep room. Congratulations. Successfully summoned. Star Realm Arbiter. Quality Mythic High Tier. Skill 1. Star Realm Rules establishes battlefield rules using Star Realm power within the rule domain. All enemy attributes decrease by 50. Skill 2. Dimensional Judgment condenses Star Realm power to launch a cross-dimensional judgment strike, ignoring all defenses. Skill 3. Eternal Power. The Arbiter originates from the essence of the Star Realm, never tires, immune to all abnormal statuses, with limitless combat endurance. Mythic. High Tier. These 5 words caused even Qin Mu's usually calm eyes to ripple with. This represented a higher level within the mythic grade. In other words, the power of the Star Realm Arbiter before him had surpassed any of his existing summons. Star Realm. Qin Mu looked at the deity figure gazing down upon all beings, and a flicker of brightness passed through his eyes. The existence of a high-dimensional world. No wonder even he, the supreme summoning god king of his past life, needed a full minute to completely mutate and summon it. As the Star Realm Arbiter descended to the earth, it slowly lowered its head. Its starry eyes pierced through everything, looking at Qin Mu. Then this majestic being akin to a deity slowly bent its body toward the dark chamber where Qin Mu was. A standard submissive greeting. Arbiter at the master's command. Its voice sounded as if countless stars were whispering simultaneously, solemn and grand. On the training ground, the crowd, confused and unaware, fell into a deathly silence. When Taizhan looked up at the celestial deity in the starry sky, frozen in place, this 8 transformation saint opened his mouth, but his throat felt as if it had been blocked, unable to produce a complete syllable for a long time. What is this? After a long while, he squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Having battled for decades, he had seen abyssal monsters, otherworldly beasts, and far too many terrifying existences. But he had never felt this kind of aura before. As if transcending all laws, it was a terrifying presence akin to a deity descending. I have never felt such a terrifying aura, he murmured, his eyes revealing unhidden astonishment. Not far away, Song Qianyu, who had just learned of Qin Mu's return and rushed over, stood frozen in place. This proud sword saint looked at the starry deity, his hand gripping the sword hilt turning white. He opened his mouth, and in the end, all words turned into a long sigh. This momentum, this pressure, could it be another of Qin Mu's summons? I guarded his side. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, murmuring, I was too arrogant. It seems behind him there really is no need for anyone to protect him. Yifeng stood in the shadows, his pupils contracting violently. He recalled the blade he had barely stopped at the cost of his life on the way home. He thought of the 6th transformation emperor who had been sent flying by the Taigu war god. And now, by Qin Mu's side, there was another deity that even 8 transformation saints feared, Brother Mu. He gazed at the sprawling starry sky, his eyes filled with pride. If this continues, even the heavens may have to collapse to give him a step up. And among the crowd, Meng Yao looked up at the Star Realm Arbiter. On her indifferent face, for the first time, there was a true expression of astonishment. 1,000 miles away, in Jingzhou, in that dim chamber, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a teacup, browsing the information on the screen. Suddenly, an encrypted, urgent message popped up on the screen. The military of Dragon Country has detected an unknown high-dimensional spatial fissure energy level. Unquantifiable. Note, this event has been classified as top secret. The man's hand holding the teacup froze in midair. He stared at the words, unquantifiable. A hint of genuine seriousness swept across his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. He knew better than anyone what it meant for the military of Dragon Country to be unable to quantify the energy. And that base just happened to house the boy he had been watching. High-dimensional. The man set down his teacup, slowly leaned back against the chair, and shrouded himself once more in the dense shadows. What was tested this time is more than just a trump card. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his voice revealing no joy or anger. This is a variable that even we may not be able to see clearly. He fell silent for a moment. This matter must be reported to that esteemed person as soon as possible. In the underground chamber, Qin Mu raised his eyes, looking at the starry deity, bowing in submission. Behind him, the phantoms of Tai Chu Ming Feng Ponshir Tai Gu War God Time, and Space Giant Whale, Silver Moon Divine Wolf, and Abyssal Judicator appeared one after another. Now he would add this Star Realm Arbiter. 8 mythic grade summons. Attack, defense, control, assistance, slashing, enhancement, soul, vanguard, judgment. A true, all-spirits legion, capable of sweeping away all experts in a city, had already taken shape. And all of this, only a little over a month since he awakened that SS grade talent at the job change platform in Qinghao Academy. In total, it had been just over a month. Qin Mu stood tall, looking towards the direction outside the underground chamber, towards Tokyo. There, the Asia-Pacific newcomer competition was about to begin. Yusuji Shinichi from Sakura Country, the man who had made fierce remarks and entered seclusion to train, was also waiting for him there. 8 now. A faint smile curved Qin Mu's lips. It's time to let those who can't sit still in Asia-Pacific see the strength of Dragon Country. In the land of cherry blossoms, Tokyo, the Asia-Pacific New Talent Competition has commenced. This is a professional gathering held once every 4 years in the Asia-Pacific region. The top young talents from 16 countries and regions have gathered here to compete for the glory of being the best in Asia-Pacific. The opening ceremony takes place in the Tokyo Dome, which can accommodate 100,000 people. At this moment, the vast venue is filled to capacity. The stands are a sea of people with countless flags from various countries waving, and the roar of cheers nearly shakes the dome. Dozens of hovering cameras surround the arena, broadcasting this grand event live to the world. Delegations from various countries enter one after another. When the banner of the Dragon Nation delegation appears in the entrance passage, all eyes in the Tokyo Dome simultaneously focus on one person. It is a tall, calm young man, Qin Mu, ranked first on the global newcomer leaderboard. Combat power rating 5,000 stars. He has been personally dubbed the Master of All Spirits by the Dragon Nation's professional association. He hasn't even made a move, and simply standing there has already made him the undeniable center of attention in the entire venue. Is that Qin Mu? That's him. 5,000 stars. The monster who ranks first on the leaderboard with a clear gap. I heard he just changed his job a little over a month ago. How can he have 5,000 stars in just 1 month? Something unusual is afoot. There must be a problem. Exactly, a newcomer can't be this strong. Once the competition begins, let's see if he has any flaws. Yes, if he shows any mistakes in the Asia-Pacific competition, it would be a disgrace for the entire Dragon Nation. In the stands of various countries, discussions rise and fall. Countless gazes intertwine, filled with astonishment, apprehension, and deep curiosity. At this moment of extreme attention, a voice full of provocation suddenly erupts from the direction of the Cherry Blossom Nation's delegation. Qin Mu. The voice, infused with internal energy, cuts through the noise of the venue, clearly reaching everyone's ears. All eyes in the arena are instantly drawn to it. A young man stands proudly among the Cherry Blossom Nation's delegation. He is clad in traditional samurai armor with a long sword named Amaterasu at his waist. His brow is marked by an unyielding arrogance. Yusuji Shinichi, a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy of the Cherry Blossom Nation S-grade talent Bushido. He was previously ranked second among newcomers. Yet he was spurred to seclusion and rigorous training after Qin Mu's data of 2,000 stars provoked him. Now he has re-emerged in the martial world. His first act is to issue a challenge to Qin Mu in front of the entire Asia-Pacific. The title of leaderboard first. Yusuji Shinichi declares, each word dripping with unmasked ambition. I will eventually take it from you with my own hands. He isn't satisfied with just that. His gaze sweeps across the Dragon Nation's delegation, arrogance pouring out of him. You Dragon Nation people are unworthy to stand atop this peak. As soon as he says this, the entire venue erupts in an uproar. The Dragon Nation's audience instantly boils over. What nonsense is this cherry blossom person spouting? Unworthy. You better open your eyes and see whose name is on the leaderboard before you speak. Yusuji Shinichi, just wait to be humiliated by Mu God. The Dragon Nation stands are filled with furious shouts. Spectators from various countries are ignited by this sudden provocation, and the atmosphere in the Tokyo Dome instantly turns tense. Everyone's gaze is focused on the young man who has been called out. They all want to see how this top-ranked youth from the Dragon Nation will respond to such blatant humiliation. Will it be a thunderous wrath or a sharp rebuttal? However, Qin Mu's reaction leaves everyone dumbfounded. He remains expressionless throughout. To the raucous insults and the arrogant provocation, he seems utterly oblivious. He simply turns his gaze towards the source, casting a faint glance at Yusuji Shinichi. In that glance, there is no anger, no contempt. There isn't even the slightest emotional ripple. It is as calm as watching an inconsequential passerby. Then he looks away, turns, and leaves. It is decisive and clean without a moment's pause. The arena falls into a dead silence. Everyone is left in shock. Ignoring. A blatant disregard. Qin Mu's turn has crushed Yusuji Shinichi's carefully prepared provocation along with his face. It has been thoroughly trampled into the mud. Yusuji Shinichi's face instantly turns a deep shade of crimson. The so-called first genius of the Cherry Blossom Nation challenges Qin Mu in front of 100,000 spectators and global live broadcast. Yet he was completely ignored, as if not a single word was worth a response. This humiliation is 1,000 times worse than being scolded to his face. Qin Mu, how dare you ignore me? He trembles with rage, gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that veins bulge. At that moment, Song Xinyu, who was passing by, halts. The white-clad sword saint of the Dragon Nation casts a sidelong glance at Yusuji Shinichi, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You misunderstand. He is not ignoring you. He simply cannot be bothered to speak to an ant. With that, he no longer looks at Yusuji Shinichi's ashen face. He takes a step and catches up to Qin Mu's figure, leaving Yusuji Shinichi frozen in place, his blood boiling, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The interlude of the opening ceremony quickly escalates as the competition officially begins. The Asia-Pacific competition's group stage has begun. Qin Mu's first opponent appears on the sky screen. The genius from the Southern Pacific Federation, Arif Hassan. S-grade talent alchemist. A rival known for his deceptive tactics. He especially excels at creating various alchemical puppets and powerful alchemical bombs. As soon as the whistle for the match sounds, Arif does not hesitate to reveal his trump card. Come forth, my masterpiece. He swings his hand vigorously, and 10 streaks of metallic brilliance suddenly fly out from his alchemical pouch. The brilliance lands, transforming into 10 alchemical puppets, each 3 meters tall and forged from black alloy. Meanwhile, his fingers deftly dance. He quickly sprinkles alchemical bombs glowing faintly across the entire arena. In an instant, the stage is transformed into an impregnable death battlefield filled with puppets and bombs. His strategy is clear and cunning. He intends to use 10 puppets to wear down and entangle his opponent while sealing off all escape routes with the scattered bombs. He aims to exhaust and blow up the so-called leaderboard first in this battlefield with an overwhelming numerical advantage. Summoner. Arif hides behind the group of puppets, revealing a confident sneer. No matter how strong your summons are, can they withstand the assault of my 10 puppets and the barrage of hundreds of bombs? This battlefield will be your grave. Numerous spectators in the stands are sweating for Qin Mu. Arif's setup is indeed airtight and ruthlessly deceptive. But in the center of the ring, Qin Mu remains calm. He doesn't even lift his eyelids. Come. He calmly summons a single creature. A black gold heavy armor reflects a cold sheen. A gigantic sword as tall as his body is firmly propped up on the ground. Its eyes burn like 2 clusters of black gold flames. Abyssal Judge. The moment it appears, it kneels before Qin Mu, issuing its signature deep respect. Master, my sword fights for you. Go. Qin Mu says indifferently, clean it up. The Abyssal Judge slowly rises. It makes no flashy movements. It simply grips the sword's hilt tightly, slowly raising the pitch-black giant sword above its head. The black gold destructive sword energy gathers and surges wildly on the blade. Sword of Judgment. With just one strike. Merely one strike. The gigantic sword in its hands, with an unstoppable, terrifying momentum, crashes down from above, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Boom. A dazzling black gold sword energy, like a crescent moon that rules all, instantly sweeps the entire arena. Where the sword energy passes, the 10 indestructible alchemical puppets, along with the hundreds of bombs scattered across the arena, are disintegrated in the same moment. There are no earth-shattering explosions, no sorrowful cries of metal shattering. Those puppets and bombs seem to have been forcefully erased from existence by a power of a higher dimension. They all turn into a sky filled with metallic dust. After one strike, countless spectators widen their eyes. In the center of the empty arena, a straight-cut mark extending 100 meters and seemingly bottomless appears. Meanwhile, Arif, who thought he was certain of victory, is now completely stunned. He stares in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind blank. His carefully arranged, prideful death battlefield has just been cleared with a single sword. How is this possible? He mutters, his face drained of color. But even before he could finish a coherent thought, a chill of sword intent presses against his throat. He stiffly, slowly lowers his head. The cold, sharp blade of the Judgment sword has, unbeknownst to him, been steadily placed against his neck. The icy blade presses against his skin. It raises a chilling sensation that makes his scalp tingle. I concede. Arif, pale as death, raises his hands high, not daring to hesitate for even a second. Ding. Group stage match 1, Dragon Nation Qin Mu victory. Time taken 11 seconds. The entire venue falls silent. Responsible for the commentary of this match is a senior commentator from the Cherry Blossom Nation. He gapes, looking at the glaring timer on the big screen, his throat emitting a dry sound. He nearly crushes the microphone in his grip. 11 seconds. It only took 11 seconds. How strong is Qin Mu from the Dragon Nation? If the first match merely shocked the audience, then the subsequent second and third matches left everyone utterly. In the second match, Qin Mu summons the Silver Moon Divine Wolf. The light of the Silver Moon envelopes the arena, rendering his opponent completely unable to move, and he is defeated in one move. In the third match, Qin Mu summons the Chaos Giant Ape. With a furious roar, he slams down with a punch, sending his opponent and their defenses directly off the stage. In 3 group matches, Qin Mu summoned only one creature each time. In every match, he concluded decisively within a minute. The total time for the 3 matches is less than 3 minutes. This isn't a competition. This is clearly a one-sided execution. The audience transitioned from initial gasps to silence and finally to numbness. They finally concerning Qin. As for the group matches, they barely count as warm-up exercises. At this moment, in a secluded resting room of the Cherry Blossom Nation's delegation, Yusuji Shinichi was staring intently at the holographic screen before him. The screen was repeatedly playing back the recordings of Qin Mu's 3 matches. The Judgment sword that dismantled 10 puppets in 11 seconds. Opponents frozen under the silver moonlight. The chaotic giant ape that hurled everything away with a single punch. His breathing grew heavier. The hand gripping his fist trembled slightly. It was not fear, but a deep-seated unwillingness and anger. No, I don't believe it. He squeezed out these words through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. I spent an entire month in seclusion to cultivate. I am far stronger than I was before. I absolutely do not believe there is such a huge gap between me and that summoner. He slammed his fist onto the table with great force. Yet on the screen the figure of the youth calm and unhurried, as if strolling, pierced deeply into his heart like a needle. Soon the group matches came to an end. The Asia-Pacific tournament entered the quarterfinals. The Long Country delegation had 3 members strongly advancing into the top 8. Qin Mu, Qin Mu, and Meng Yao. The quarterfinal battles were fierce matchups. The first highlight match was between the Sword Saint of Long Country Song Qinyu and the genius from the semi-national country Park Jihun. Park Jihun's profession was that of a tricky elf summoner. He could summon elemental spirits of wind, fire, water, and earth, making his tactics exceedingly varied and difficult to handle. This was a hard-fought battle. However, Song Qinyu was no longer the Song Qinyu of the past. The defeat at the hands of Qin Mu in the Long Country tournament shattered all his pride like a thunderclap. It also fully awakened the potential he had kept hidden. Over the past month, his sword intent became increasingly refined and pure. In the arena, Park Jihun commanded dozens of elemental spirits, overwhelming Song Qinyu in the center. Song Qinyu, dressed in white, his sword like a rainbow. He single-handedly clashed with the sea of spirits from his opponent, trading blows for a full 30 minutes. It was a thrilling and evenly matched contest. Until the very end, Song Qianyu's sword intent reached its peak, unleashing a clear whistle. The sword intent converging into one point shattered Park Jihun's last shield formed by all his spirit. The sword tip stopped just an inch from Park Jihun's throat. I concede. Song Qinyu sheathed his sword and calmly uttered those 2 words, exuding an air of nobility. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. This was a true battle of strong contenders, and Song Qinyu won fairly. The second match featured Meng Yao against Hardy from the Commonwealth of Australia. Hardy raised a ferocious pack of battle beasts exuding a fierce aura. Unfortunately for him, he faced Meng Yao. Once this southern poison master unleashed her source of all poisons. The colorless and tasteless deadly poison instantly permeated the entire arena. Hardy's entire pack had yet to launch their charge before they all succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground. The outcome was without suspense. The atmosphere in the arena reached its peak once again, of course, due to Qin Mu's battlefield. Qin Mu's opponent in the quarterfinals was the genius from the Indian Federation, Gandhi Shi. Level talent, immortal golden body of 4th turned battle monk. In the Asia-Pacific arena, he was known by a resounding title, the first in defense. It was said that once his immortal golden body was activated, it granted him a golden body that was impervious to blades and bullets. Even ordinary 6th-turn monarchs found it hard to breach his defenses. Because of such an extraordinary trump card, Gandhi, she was an arrogant man to the core. The moment he stepped onto the stage, his gaze fell contemptuously upon Qin Mu. You are the #1 summoner on the leaderboard. He pressed his palms together, his face revealing undisguised disdain and mockery. Ha, summoner. All you can do is hide behind your summoned creatures and play tricks with sneak attacks. He took a step forward, his energy surging, golden light flickering. But what you are facing today is me. In front of my absolute defense and melee attacks, you summoners who can only hide behind your summons. He spoke every word with extreme arrogance. Are merely a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the stands secretly nodded in agreement. It was a well-known bias that summoners were weak in combat. And a battle monk like Gandhi Shi, who focused on ultimate defense and melee combat, was indeed a natural enemy of summoners. They were all waiting to see how Qin Mu would deal with this tricky opponent. However, Qin Mu on the stage smiled upon hearing this. His smile was faint, yet it made Gandhi's eyes heart tighten inexplicably. Hiding behind my summons. This time I will come personally. What? Gandhi Shi had not reacted in time. Before him, as Qin Mu's voice fell, a brilliant dark golden light began to rise from within him. All spirits fusion activated. Fusion target ancient battle god. In an instant, Qin Mu's aura changed drastically. A terrifying battle intent belonging to the ancient battle god erupted explosively from him. The air around him seemed to solidify and twist due to this battle intent. He summoned no summoned creatures at all. He simply stepped forward. Try this. Gandhi Shi was stirred by that battle intent, his heart racing. But he forced himself to calm down, arrogantly activating his ultimate technique. Immortal golden body. Boom. His energy exploded. A thick hologlow-infused golden armor instantly covered his entire body. The golden body was immensely thick, as if it could withstand all attacks in the world. Come on. Gandhi Shi grinned sinisterly, spreading his arms in a fearless posture. Let me see if your strength can break my golden body. Qin Mu no longer wasted words. He stepped forward, his arms slightly heavy. With a punch seemingly ordinary, he struck toward Gandhi's golden body. This punch appeared to use minimal strength. But at the moment of impact between the fist and golden body crack, a sharp piercing sound of shattering echoed throughout the arena. The layer of golden armor claimed to be difficult even for sixth-turn monarchs to shake cracked and shattered like glass from the point of contact with Qin Mu's fist crazily splintering in all directions. The golden body, crushed, just like that, shattered by a single punch. The sinister grin on Gandhi's eyes face froze instantly. What replaced it was a pervasive, unbelievable shock. How is this possible? He stared blankly at his shattered golden body, and it felt like all the blood in his body froze at that moment. His immortal golden body. The absolute defense that made him famous and had never been breached by anyone. How could it not withstand even a single punch from Qin Mu? His astonishment lasted only a moment. Qin Mu's second punch had already arrived with a thunderous boom. This punch struck fiercely against his chest, which was no longer protected by armor. Gandhi let out a muffled groan, his entire body flying back like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the edge of the stage, rolling directly off the arena. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Everyone gaped in shock, staring blankly at this scene. That so-called first in defense, the arrogant Gandhi, the one who had declared that summoners were merely lambs to be slaughtered in front of him. After that summoner stepped onto the stage in just 2 punches. He lost completely, utterly defeated. He used only 2 punches. The commentator from the Cherry Blossom Nation spoke in a voice that was almost out of tune. Gandhi's immortal golden body. It only withstood 2 punches. In the stands, countless spectators were dumbfounded, murmuring, "Summoners are weak." Who said that? Now who dares to say it again? The deeply ingrained prejudice against the profession of summoner was directly shattered by Qin Mu with 2 heavy punches. With Qin Mu's astonishing victory, the quarterfinals concluded. The matchups for the semifinals were subsequently confirmed. In an instant, when those 2 names appeared side by side on the big screen, the entire Tokyo Dome erupted. Semifinal first match: Long Country Qin Mu versus Cherry Blossom Nation Yusuji Shinichi. All eyes in the Asia-Pacific and even the world focused at this moment. The number 1 on the leaderboard faces the man who vowed to take the first place. The Lord of all spirits versus the martial arts genius who has returned from seclusion. This was undoubtedly the most highly anticipated peak showdown since the start of this Asia-Pacific tournament. In the stands of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Yusuji Shinichi slowly stood up. He gazed at the big screen, showing his name alongside Qin Mu's. The face that had been pale from humiliation during the opening ceremony rekindled with fervent battle intent for the first time. The semifinals. He tightened his grip on the amaterasu at his waist, each word ground out through clenched teeth. "Wait for me." He raised his head, looking toward the Long Country delegation, his voice filled with madness, as if victory were a certainty. "By then I will let the whole world see how utterly pathetic the number 1 on the leaderboard of Long Country is under my sword, Yusuji Shinichi." His eyes burned with intense battle intent. He viewed this battle as his only opportunity for vindication, revenge, and ascension. He was fully prepared to fight Qin Mu to the death. But what he did not know was that this semi-final, which he regarded as a matter of life and death, did not stir even the slightest ripple in the heart of his opponent. At this moment, in the VIP box on the other side of the Tokyo Dome, Qin Mu stood alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the tumultuous arena below. He paid no heed to the man on the big screen, nor to the overwhelming battle intent and provocation, because he slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes falling to the ground beneath him. Through the vast Tokyo Dome, through the steel and concrete foundation, in the deeper, further depths of the earth, a faint yet familiar tremor was coming, pulsing rhythmically. That was the tremor from his talent, all spirits contract. Just like before, every time a myth-level summoner descended, there was that inexplicable pull. He had experienced this tremor 8 times since his rebirth, and at this moment it was the 9th time. Qin Mu's fingertips paused lightly on the window ledge. A hint of faint interest flickered in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that something extraordinary lay buried deep beneath the Tokyo Dome. The 9th one. He looked at the ground beneath him, the corner of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. As for that opponent, named Yusuji Shinichi, and that so-called highly anticipated semifinal, he didn't even have the interest to think about. Semifinal day. Tokyo Dome. As the names displayed on the big screen lit up along with the opening bell, under the vast dome that accommodates 100,000 people, a roar erupted powerful enough to lift the roof. Long Qin Mu versus Yusuji Shinichi. This battle saw the number of viewers for the global live broadcast exceeding 1 billion an hour before the match began. 1 billion. This was an astronomical figure never seen since the inception of the Asia-Pacific newcomers competition. In the commentary booths of various countries, the hosts had lost their voices. The trending topics on social media were completely dominated by this semifinal from 1st to 10th place. And everyone was well aware that the reason this battle reached such a boiling point was not merely due to strength. Rather, it was Yusuji Shinichi's words during the opening ceremony spoken directly in front of all Asia-Pacific attendees. You people from Longhua are unworthy of standing at the pinnacle. This short statement, like a burning needle, pierced deeply into the hearts of both nations. On the stands of Huagua flags waved like a sea, and the cheers were filled with fervor and determination. In contrast, the stands of Longhua were filled with a different kind of silence and anger stifled to its peak. They were waiting for the boy who had been publicly humiliated to return the favor with interest, to slam it back in that madman's face. The entrance passage opened. Yusuji Shinichi was the first to step onto the stage. He wore the traditional samurai armor of Huagua. The armor still bore the fine scratches left from a month of intense training and seclusion. At his waist was the long blade named Amaterasu. Step by step, he walked slowly and steadily. Each footfall felt like it was stepping on the heartbeat of 100,000 spectators. Reaching the center of the stage, he slowly raised his gaze. In his eyes was an unyielding arrogance and an almost obsessive madness. How he endured this past month was known only to him. Stimulated to the point of blood vomiting by a battle power data of 2,000 stars, he knelt in humiliation on the training ground. Locking himself in a chamber, he crazily smashed training dummies over and over. In the midnight dreams, the image of that boy walking calmly in the match footage stabbed like a needle into his bones, filled with unwillingness. All of this culminated today, transforming into the burning battle intent in his eyes. Opposite him stood Qin Mu, hands clasped behind his back. In a simple Longhua team uniform, his expression was calm, as if he had merely come to attend an unimportant appointment. The two faced each other from a distance, one exuding murderous intent, the other as tranquil as a deep well. Qin Mu. Yusuji Shinichi articulated each word clearly, his voice not loud, yet resonant throughout the venue. At the opening ceremony, you humiliated me with a mere turn of your back. Today I will use this battle to make you smash that turn along with your Longhua's pride down. His hand slowly gripped the hilt at his waist. I want you to know what truly makes a strong person. In the stands, in the resting area of the Longhua delegation, several gazes quietly fell upon the center of the stage. Song Qianyu held his sword leaning against the railing, dressed in white as snow. He looked at Yusuji Shinichi's tense posture without an ounce of worry in his eyes. Only a hint of almost pitying calmness. He still doesn't understand. Song Qianyu softly spoke, as if addressing someone beside him, yet also as if talking to himself. He overvalues this battle. So much so that he believes that as long as he fights for his life, he will have a chance. Beside him, Meng Yao casually glanced at the stage. This poison master from the southern frontier displayed no emotion on her indifferent face. He has no chance. Her voice was light, yet resolute. Not even a shred. I have studied all his information. After a month in seclusion, with his full talent unleashed, he might truly reach 1,000 stars. She paused. Her gaze again fell upon the boy standing with his hands behind his back. But so what? In front of that person, 1,000 stars and 100 stars are no different. They are just numbers. Not far away, Yifeng stood silently in the shadows. He recalled the moment on the way back where he nearly lost his life to block that strike. He remembered the six-stern emperor who was blasted away by the ancient war god's punch. He understood better than anyone what terrifying abyss lay beneath Qin Mu's seemingly calm surface. At this moment, the only one with a complex expression was Wan Ning, sitting in the VIP seats. This elemental grand mage was impeccably dressed in military attire, yet her gaze couldn't help but keep darting back and forth between the two. She was not worried that Qin Mu would lose. Rather, she also wanted to see this boy who could move her father, an 8-turn sage, and summon the celestial deity that could tear the heavens apart. How he would respond to an S-level talent going all out in this so-called pinnacle showdown. Qin Mu. She gently clenched the armrest of her seat, whispering, "What will you do?" Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Longhua, in a bustling public hall of the Tiangang Alliance, countless people crowded in front of the massive light screen. Lu Dazhuang stared fixedly at the screen, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his honest face flushed red. "Mu Gu," he shouted at the screen, his voice echoing, saliva flying. "Go get him. Kill that foul-mouthed Hua brat. Let him know how formidable our Mu Gu is." Beside him, Tang Yicheng leisurely twisted open a bottle of mineral water. This old fox of the Tiangang Alliance wore a profound smile on his face. Unlike Lu Dazhuang, he was not excited. He merely took a sip of water, squinting his eyes, watching the fierce Huagua warrior on the screen. He slowly shook his head. What a pity. This Huagua kid is about to become a backdrop for our young genius under the cameras of all Asia-Pacific. What a shame, such a good whetstone, but today it seems there won't be enough use to sharpen it. On the stage, In the face of Yasuji Shinichi's murderous declaration, Qin Mu's reaction he did not get angry, nor did he retort. He did not even bother to raise his eyelids. He merely looked at Yasuji Shinichi with a faint indifference, as if watching a gleeful clown. Are you done? Just 2 words. Calm, casual, even with a hint of barely concealed disdain. These 2 words held more lethal power than any rebuttal. Yasuji Shinichi's pupils suddenly constricted. His carefully prepared declaration, meant to crush his opponent's defenses, was effortlessly dismissed by the other party's 2 words. Good. Very good. The pent-up frustration Yasuji Shinichi had held for a month could no longer be. He stopped wasting words. He would use strength to drag this arrogant boy down from the cloud. Clang. The famed sword, Amaterasu, slowly unsheathed. The blade shone brightly, reflecting an otherworldly golden light under the Venu's illumination. Qin Mu, open your eyes and watch closely. Yasuji Shinichi held the sword with both hands, the tip angled towards the ground. His blood and energy surged wildly without reservation. This is the true power of Yasuji Shinichi. My talent, the essence of the samurai way. He bellowed fiercely, his voice like thunder. Martial God descends to the world. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy exploded from within him. Centered around him, a visible wave of golden aura frantically spread in all directions. It caused the dust on the arena floor to roll back. Immediately after, behind him, a phantom slowly took shape. It was a majestic martial god phantom clad in ancient samurai armor, holding a long sword towering dozens of meters high. As soon as the phantom appeared, the temperature of the entire Tokyo Dome seemed to drop a few degrees under that chilling aura of slaughter. Warning. Inghua Gyusuji Shinichi talent fully unleashed. Battle power assessment from 200 stars soaring to 1,050 stars. The glaring data popped up on the screen above the stands. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. 1,000 stars. He actually reached 1,000 stars. Last time he was at 200 stars. What on earth did he go through this month's seclusion and hard training? It turns out it wasn't just empty talk. Yasuji Shinichi had truly undergone a transformation. Even many competitors from other countries who had initially looked down on him were moved at this moment. From 200 stars to 1050 stars. In just 1 month, his battle power multiplied 5-fold. What a terrifying growth rate. This accumulation and explosion were enough to instill genuine fear in any pure genius. 1,000 stars. The stands of Inghua erupted. Yasujikan did it. He broke through. 1,000 stars. This is our Inghuagua's unseen century talent. Longgua's summoner has a maximum of 2,000 stars. Now Yasujikan has reached 1,000 stars. Who will win is still uncertain. The people of Inghuagua believe that Qin Mu's battle power was still at the widely circulated 2,000 stars. But they did not know, just a few days ago, that boy had already quietly crossed the chasm known as 6. They did not know that the battle power assessment field hanging in that boy's record now bore a number that could suffocate. On the stage, Qin Mu looked at the towering martial god phantom. Rarely he nodded. Stronger than any opponent I have faced before. This evaluation came from the heart. He held no contempt. 1,000 stars achieved through a month of seclusion. This talent and mindset were top-notch in the entire new generation of Blue Star. Upon hearing Qin Mu's acknowledgement, Yasuji Shinichi felt no pride, instead his eyes went cold. He knew that the other party was not complimenting him. Rather it was stating a fact. A fact of, you are strong but that's all there is to it. This feeling of being looked down upon with a sense of condescension was more infuriating than being undervalued. Words got stuck in his throat. Let me be serious this time. With that, he did not merge any summoned creatures, nor did he call forth just one like before. He slowly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, pointing towards the sky. In that moment, he calmly uttered 4 words, "Come forth, all of you." At first, the audience didn't grasp the meaning of his words. But in the next instant, a sudden change occurred. The entire arena centered around Qin Mu suddenly illuminated with 8 dazzling pillars of light shooting into the sky. Golden light, black light, gray gold light, dark gold light, silver blue light, silver light, black gold light. Along with a vast starlight that surpassed all. 8 colored divine lights bloomed at the same time. Instantly, the entire Tokyo Dome was lit up as bright as day. Within the first beam of golden light, the primordial began to howl into existence. The originally palm-sized body erupted, transforming into a 20-meter-long, fully golden-scaled creator dragon coiling in the void above Qin Mu. Opening its dragon mouth, a brilliant golden breath had already coalesced between its teeth. In the second beam of black light, the 9 nether phoenix unfurled its 3-meter giant wings, blocking out the sun, with cold black flames silently burning between its every feather. In the third beam of gray gold light, the chaos giant ape fell to the ground with a thunderous roar, its massive body over 10 meters tall, smashing its fist down. The entire arena shook violently, chaos energy roiling. In the fourth beam of dark gold light, the ancient battle god stood with a sword, and the ancient battle intent that could deter 10,000 armies once released caused the surrounding air to solidify and warp. In the fifth beam of silver blue light, the time-space giant whale floated in the dome, its massive body 50 meters long formed from a dazzling star river, causing ripples in the space it passed. In the sixth beam of silver light, the silver moon divine wolf howled at the sky, the pure silver moonlight intertwined with the starlight, bathing the entire arena. In the seventh beam of black gold light, the abyssal judge drew its sword from its sheath, the black gold giant sword, as tall as its body, pointed at the sky, its eyes burning with two clusters of black gold flames. And the eighth light was starlight. When that figure draped in a starry robe with a face as solemn as a deity slowly stepped out from that dazzling star river, the entire venue fell silent. The star realm arbiter. It was surrounded by countless slowly rotating star fragments. With every step, the void beneath its feet automatically unfurled into a vast star river. It didn't even make any movements. Just its very existence caused the laws of this world to begin to silently twist and submit. Mythical level. Ascendant. 8 mythical level summoned creatures appeared simultaneously. 8 terrifying mythical level auras collided and intertwined above this small arena at that moment. Buzz. The protective array set up by several experts in the arena claimed to withstand the full force of a 7-turn Emperor's strike. Under the combined impact of these 8 auras, it began to emit a piercing, creaking sound, straining under the pressure. Countless tiny cracks visibly spread across the massive energy shield. The few Sakura Nation experts responsible for the shield turned pale. They frantically poured energy into it, barely stabilizing the precarious array. And this was merely the aftershock brought on by the appearance of the 8 summoned creatures. They had not even made a move yet. Upon witnessing this scene, the 100,000 spectators fell completely silent. A deathly stillness. Everyone gaped, staring in daze at everything happening on the arena. Their minds went blank. 1 dragon, 1 phoenix, 1 ape, 1 battle god, 1 whale, 1 wolf, 1 judge, 1 deity. 8 beings. Each radiated a terrifying mythical level of pressure capable of making a 6-turn emperor tremble in submission. Yet they all obediently circled around the seemingly ordinary young man. Like the stars surrounding the moon. Like the 100 gods on pilgrimage. What is this? The commentator from Sakura Nation for this match nearly crushed his microphone. He gaped his throat, making a dry hoarse sound, each word coming out with immense difficulty. This is Qin Mu from Long Nations. The Legion of All Spirits. His trembling voice echoed through the live broadcast signal, reaching the ears of 1 billion viewers worldwide. In the stands of various nations, the previously questioning, probing, and doubtful voices vanished without a trace. In their place was a hushed gasp, nearly suffocating in its intensity. In the stands of Sakura Nation, faces turned pale. Those who had just been cheering madly for 1,000 stars were now frozen in place. Their proud genius. Their ancient century pride. Before those 8 deities, they seemed incredibly insignificant. 1,000 stars. A spectator from Sakura Nation murmured, their voice trembling uncontrollably. What does 1,000 stars matter in front of such beings? The stands of Long Nation also fell into a brief silence. But soon a thunderous eruption of excitement broke forth. 8. A full 8 mythical level beings. My God, what does Mu God intend to do? Is he going to summon all 8 at once? This isn't just a match. This is clearly a divine descent crushing the mortals. In the VIP section, when Wan stood up suddenly, her bright eyes filled with indescribable shock. She had seen Qin Mu summon 5-6. But witnessing 8 mythical level beings simultaneously manifesting 8 pressures combining to erupt this scene was something she had never seen before. 8. At once. She stared blankly at the brilliant light, forgetting to breathe. Is he being serious? Beside her song, Qin Yu slowly stood up, gazing at the deity in the starry sky. The hand gripping the sword turned slightly pale. He opened his mouth. Ultimately, all his words turned into a long and complex sigh. He does not regard his opponent as an opponent at all. In his eyes, this battle from the very beginning should have no suspense. In a distant place in the hall of the Tianyang Alliance in Jingzhou, Lu Dazhuang, who had been shouting loudly just moments ago, was now completely dumbfounded. He gaped at the screen, showcasing the 8 mythical level summoned creatures. After a while, he finally reacted. He smacked his thigh, his eyes turning red, shouting hoarsely, Mu Gu. Mu Gu is amazing. 8. I counted. A full 8. Who else in this world can do that? Beside him, Tang Yicheng held a bottle of mineral water, yet he had not taken a single sip. This old fox, accustomed to seeing great storms, gazed at the deity on the screen, his usually narrowed eyes slowly widening. After a long silence, he let out a deep breath. He raised the bottle of mineral water in his hand, gently shaking, as if paying tribute to the young man who had long exceeded all his expectations. Mythical level. Ascendant. He murmured softly, his tone filled with indescribable emotion and gratitude. The most discerning thing I've done in my life is that time when I was the first to knock on that dormitory door. At this moment in the center of the arena, Yusuji Shinichi stood frozen in place. The martial god phantom he had painstakingly summoned, using all his energy, standing over several meters tall. Under the combined pressure of the 8 mythical auras, it began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not Yusuji Shinichi trembling. It was the spirit of the martial god he had forcibly summoned using his entire talent. Under the primal pressure of the 8 mythical beings, a sense of fear began to rise from the depths of its soul. The hand holding the blade trembled. The majestic body of the phantom shook. It seemed as if it would collapse and vanish under this overwhelming pressure at any moment. Why? Why is this happening? Yusuji Shinichi stared incredulously at his proud martial god phantom. That was his talent, his pride. It was the strongest trump card he had gambled a month of his life to obtain. Yet at this moment this trump card didn't even have the courage to strike. It merely trembled incessantly. In fear. In submission. A cold chill surged up Yusuji Shinichi's spine, spreading wildly, instantly freezing the blood in his entire body. He finally understood. Understanding the meaning behind Meng Yao's words, there is no difference between 1,000 stars and 100 stars. He understood what Qin Mu's statement, "Let me be serious this time," truly represented in terms of despair. He understood. From the very beginning. They were simply not on the same dimension. The 2,000 stars he had risked everything to pursue was merely one of the countless insignificant footprints left far behind by that young man. No. His face drained of color inch by inch. His hand, gripping Amaterasu, trembled violently, nearly dropping the sword. Impossible. This is impossible. At that moment across from him, the young man, surrounded by 8 mythical beings, slowly fixed his gaze on Yusuji Shinichi's suddenly pale face. Impossible. This is impossible. At that moment across from him, the young man, surrounded by 8 mythical beings, he suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud. It could even be described as gentle. Yet in the deafening silence of the colossal arena, every word he uttered was crystal clear to the 10,000 present, and even the billion viewers worldwide. "You said." He tilted his head slightly, looking at the once invincible man who now appeared pale. "People from Long Nation are not worthy of standing at the peak." A short sentence, calm without a ripple, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, fiercely landing on Yusuji Shinichi's heart. It also struck the hearts of every audience member from Sakura Nation. The entire venue was quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the young man's next words. Qin Mu did not keep them waiting long. He slowly raised his hand. Behind him, the auras of the 8 mythical summoned creatures surged to their peak at that moment. Dragon breath, blazing nether fire, flickering chaos, surging battle, intense soaring star rivers, hanging upside down moonlight, like a ribbon, sword light, chilling stars revolving. 8 forces capable of destroying heaven and earth began to converge towards the same point. Qin Mu looked at Yusuji Shinichi. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a faint smile, enough to plunge the other into an ice abyss. "Then let me show you," he articulated clearly. "What is a dimensional strike from someone of Long Nation? From someone from the Dragon Kingdom? A dimensional strike." The moment Qin Mu's voice fell, the audience in the Tokyo Dome fell silent, so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeat. As Qin Mu slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers suddenly closed together. At this moment he calmly uttered 4 words, 10,000 spirits resonance. These 4 words were light and airy, as if merely a casual remark. Yet the instant they landed, the 8 mythic summons behind him suddenly moved in unison. This was on the day of the 6th transition deep within the void corridor. It was the awakening of his innate ability following the annihilation of the master of the void fissure. Since awakening, Qin Mu had never fully unleashed it in any direct confrontation. Now it was his first time. The primordial dragon raised its head. A 20-meter golden dragon opened its mouth, and a brilliant golden dragon breath erupted forth. The nether phoenix flapped its wings, cold black nether fire pouring down from each feather, burning the very air itself. The stone beast roared its massive body, punching out the gray-gold chaotic power, tearing apart the void beneath. The silver moon divine wolf howled to the heavens, the bright moonlight transforming into a tangible silver light that surged forth. The abyssal judge raised its sword overhead, black gold world-destroying sword light erupting violently from the blade. The ancient war god stepped forward, the ancient battle intent that could scatter an army transformed into the purest power pouring forward. The time-space whale opened its massive mouth, devouring everything around it, the sharp edge of dimensional cutting coalescing between its teeth. And that deity in the starry sky. The Star Realm Arbiter slowly raised its hand, condensing a strand of Star Realm power capable of penetrating dimensions and ignoring all defenses. 8 mythic-level attacks erupted simultaneously from 8 directions. Yet they did not land separate. Instead, in the air above the arena's center, they crazily converged, intertwined, and fused into one point. 10,000 spirits resonance. This was not a simple sum of 1 plus 1. When multiple mythic-level summons simultaneously unleashed their skills and resonated with each other, the combined power would skyrocket exponentially, madly, endlessly upwards. The gold of the dragon breath, the black of the netherfire, the gray of chaos, the silver of moonlight, the sword light, and battle intent, the devouring and star realm. 8 colors of divine light were forcibly twisted into a single energy at that point. Then it exploded with a roar. A cataclysmic energy column over 20 meters in diameter and swirling with rainbow hues shot up from the center of the arena. It surged straight towards the unreachable dome. The moment the light column took shape, alarms blared throughout the Tokyo Dome. Warning. The energy readings within the venue exceeded the limit. Warning. The protective formation is under pressure beyond the critical value. Who? The row of Sakura Nation experts responsible for maintaining the arena's shield almost simultaneously spat out blood. They watched helplessly as the energy in their hands was like a drop of water thrown into the ocean. The residual waves spilling from that light column easily tore through and consumed everything. Quick! Reinforce the shield. We can't hold on. This energy density. This is not the power a newcomer should possess. Behind the control panel, several Sakura Nation officials responsible for judging and security were pale with fear, frantically operating the controls. Cold sweat soaked their backs. They never expected that this arena prepared for newcomers and said to withstand a full-force strike from a 7 transition emperor would be so fragile before that youth, as if it were a layer of paper that could be pierced with a poke. What terrifying power is this? At this moment, Yusuji Shinichi, standing before that light column, truly felt the breath of death for the first time. Not a metaphor. The power contained within that light column was pure destruction, enough to completely erase him along with his war god spirit from this world. His instincts screamed. Adrenaline urged him to dodge immediately to escape this certain death zone. However, he did not move. He tightened his grip on Amaterasu. A warrior does not retreat. Even in death, one must face their opponent. Strike out with the blade. This was the final dignity carved into his bones. A faint yet tragic and crazy smile squeezed out from his pale face. What a formidable dimensional strike. You are the first Qin Mu to force me to draw this blade. Yusuji Shinichi no longer looked up at the mythic beings that looked down upon all. He closed his eyes, channeling all the power of the war god descending into the world, all the gains from a month of intense training. He poured every bit of his understanding of the path of the blade over the past 18 years into the blade Amaterasu. At this moment, suddenly a brilliant golden light surged from the blade, bright enough to almost burn the eyes. He slowly raised the sword above his head. The towering war god spirit behind him moved in sync, lifting its own ethereal blade. In that moment, man and god became one. The war god descends. He opened his eyes, determination burning in his gaze, ultimate essence. He whispered, his voice hoarse, but filled with a fearless life or death will. Blade released. No trace. Swish! With one strike, he severed downwards. That strike did not have earth-shattering momentum, but it was the fastest, purest. A blade light as fine as a hair, yet capable of cleaving heaven and earth, ruthlessly slashed down towards the rainbow light column. This was his all. It was the most extreme strike that a martial arts genius could unleash. In the stands, countless spectators from Sakura Nation instinctively clenched their fists. Yusujikin. This strike. It has to work. It must. Even in the Dragon Kingdom's stands, many held their breath, shocked by the momentum of this strike. This strike was so beautiful. Beautiful enough to make one forget what it was about to collide with. Cling. The white blade light collided with the rainbow light column with a thunderous crash. Everyone's eyes widened. They awaited a world-shattering clash, waiting for the brilliant sparks that would erupt from the collision of the two powers. However, nothing happened. The white blade light, which condensed all of Yusuji Shinichi's life, and will disappear the moment it touched the light column. It was as if it simply vanished. No explosion, no resistance, not even a moment of stalemate. Like a firefly hitting the blazing sun. Silently, it was swallowed, erased. Not even a ripple was stirred. And that rainbow light column did not even slow its advance by a hair's breadth. It continued forward with a relentless, all-crushing stance, completely unharmed, enveloping Yusuji Shinichi, along with the already trembling war god spirit behind him. Together it gently yet cruelly enveloped. Boom. The first layer of the arena's protective formation shattered with a sound. The second layer of the protective formation followed, closely collapsing with a roar. Activate the level 3 emergency shield. All of you, hurry. The head judge shouted hoarsely from behind the control panel, slamming down on the red button that had never been activated. 3 golden emergency shields of the highest level erupted around the arena. Layer upon layer, they forcibly suppressed and constricted the rampaging energy. Even so, the terrifying residual waves from that energy still spilled out through the gaps in the shield. The violent wind caused the front row spectators to pale and lean back. The entire Tokyo Dome let out a dull rumble under this residual wave. For a long time, the world-destroying rainbow light column finally slowly dimmed and dissipated. The light faded away. Smoke and dust filled the air. 100,000 pairs of eyes in the audience were glued to the center of the arena. As the smoke was gradually blown away by the venue's ventilation, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. Yusuji Shinichi. He lay straight face up in the center of the arena. The armor that once made him so proud had completely shattered, turned into scattered fragments on the ground. The famous sword, Amaterasu, was broken into 2 halves at the hilt. It lay desolate beside him. His entire body was emitting thin wisps of white smoke, eyes tightly closed, having long lost consciousness. He lost completely, without a single intact part. Yet when the medical personnel rushed to check, everyone was stunned. He was still alive. Not just alive. Apart from exhaustion and minor skin injuries, he had not suffered any truly fatal internal injuries. That terrifying light column, which could have erased him completely, ultimately landed on him, being precisely controlled at the line of collapse rather than destruction. Everyone understood. That youth from the Dragon Kingdom had never intended to take a life. What he wanted was to win this battle in the most honorable and indisputable manner. To reclaim the dignity and glory of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, everyone suddenly realized. Beneath that world-destroying power lay a near-cold, heart-driven control. This was more chilling than mere slaughter. On the arena, Qin Mu slowly withdrew his hand. The 8 mythic-level summons behind him quietly retracted their aura. He had not taken a single step from the beginning. Behind the control panel, the Sakura Nation's head judge stiffly raised his hand, pressing it against the microphone on his chest. He opened his mouth. His voice was so dry it felt like it had been rubbed with sandpaper. Victory. He struggled to spit out the following words: the victor. Qin Mu. These 2 words reverberated through the venue's sound system, spreading to every corner of the Tokyo Dome. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then this silence was completely detonated. The entire Tokyo Dome erupted with a fervent cheer that could almost topple the dome itself. In the Dragon Kingdom's stands, everyone immediately stood up. Countless bright red flags waved madly in the stands, forming a boiling sea of red. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Mu forever. Mu God. Mu God. Mu God. The waves of sound surged higher and higher, almost breaking through the clouds. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation spectators, who had just been going wild over 1,000 stars, fell utterly silent, a dead hush. Countless faces were filled with confusion, disappointment, and a deeply ingrained awe. The prodigy they were so proud of had unleashed a month's worth of hard work in one strike. Yet before that youth's power, not even a ripple had been stirred. This was no longer resentment. This was despair. Meanwhile, the global live stream comments went completely out. Qin Mu, forever a god. The strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. The strongest summoner. Who would dare say summoners are the weakest profession? A single strike. Yusuji Shinichi's full force strike, not even a splash of water was raised. This isn't a competition. This is an execution. What is a dimensional strike? This is it. A textbook-level dimensional strike. 8 mythic-level summons unleashing skills together. I declare this is the most stunning scene I've ever seen in my life, bar none. The comments flooded the screen, almost drowning out the entire live broadcast. In the VIP section, Wan stood up suddenly. She gazed at the figure of the youth standing on the arena, surrounded by 8 deities. In her bright eyes, a unique light flickered, one she had never noticed before. It was shock. It was admiration. And a hint of an unusual thrill that she herself was reluctant to delve into. So this is what it means to stand at the pinnacle. She murmured, lost in thought. This is what it looks like to stand at the peak. Beside her song, Qin Yu slowly. He gazed at the figure on the arena, speechless for a long time. This proud swordsman had once lost to that youth in the Dragon Kingdom competition. He had also solemnly promised during the training camp to protect his flank. But now, as he looked at those 8 mythic-level summons and the terrifying power that crushed the 1,000 stars, the last remnants of his desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with him finally turned into a relieved sigh, to be born in the same era as him. He gazed at that figure, a genuine smile slowly appearing at the corners of his lips. How lucky we are to live in the same era as him. In the shadows not far away, Yifeng watched Qin Mu on the arena, his usually silent and cold face unexpectedly showing a rare shallow smile. He said nothing. He only silently tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist. He knew that he was still far, far away from Qin Mu. But so what? To be able to follow such a person, to witness such an era with his own eyes. This dagger was worth the grind. Among the crowd, the usually indifferent southern poison master Ming Yao looked up at the arena, a clear ripple appearing on her usually calm face. Her lips parted slightly as if speaking to herself, yet also as if declaring to the world, indeed, I was never wrong. Far beyond in the Dragon Kingdom, Jingzhou, the public hall of the Tiangang Alliance. When the image of the rainbow light column consuming Yusuji Shinichi appeared on the massive screen, the entire hall exploded. Lu Dazhuang sprang up from his chair, his honest face flushed red as tears streamed uncontrollably. He won. Brother Mu won. He waved his thick arms, shouting hoarsely, while crying messily, complete. Brother Mu, you are amazing. The brightest star in the arena will always be my brother Mu. A classmate nearby tried to hand him a tissue, but there was no time. He could only watch helplessly as this 200-pound man turned into a crying mess. Next to him, Tang Yeqing let out a long sigh of relief. The old fox's previously inscrutable smile had transformed into an unabashed shared joy. He raised his cup high, shaking it heavily towards the screen as if toasting to a resounding victory. Well, he chuckled softly, this isn't just a dimensional strike against the Sakura nation. This is a lesson for all of Asia Pacific and the world. Meanwhile, in Qinghao Academy, in the principal's office, Principal Fong stared at the live broadcast screen on the wall motionless. The moment the judge announced Qin Mu victory, the stainless steel thermos cup in his hand clattered to the ground. The cup did not break. But this principal, who was used to witnessing Qin Mu's miracles, felt his hand quivering slightly as he reached out to steady himself on the table. This time he did not exclaim as he had in the past. He simply stared blankly at the screen, at the youth surrounded by all spirits glowing brilliantly. The corners of his eyes quietly became moist. After a long while he let out a long sigh. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "Good boy. Truly, a good boy." He recalled the silent summoner youth who had stood on the transition platform, laughed at by the entire audience more than a month ago. Now looking at this figure standing at the pinnacle of Asia Pacific, causing a billion people to go mad, he felt a moment of daze. In his life devoted to teaching with countless students, he had never imagined he could witness a youth grow step by step into an era. In the Tokyo Dome, in the center of the arena, the cheers of the crowd swelled like a tide, engulfing the figure of that youth. The victory in the semifinals had been sealed. The ticket to the finals leading to the pinnacle of Asia Pacific was firmly in hand. By all accounts, this was a glorious moment belonging to a victor. Yet Qin Mu did not revel in the glory that everyone expected. He did not even glance at the opponent being carried off the stage, who had completely lost their threat. He merely stood quietly in place, letting the deafening cheers explode around him. Yet his brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Because just earlier, at the moment of the explosive resonance of the 10,000 spirits, when the 8 mythic level auras peaked, beneath his feet, deep within the foundations of the colossal Tokyo Dome, the subtle tremor that had been present since the opening ceremony suddenly grew stronger. Once again, that familiar pull from the talent 10,000 spirits contract was piercing through thick foundations and rock layers, knocking on his heart lake. Much clearer, more urgent, and more intense than on the night of the opening ceremony. As if the slumbering presence beneath the ground had sensed the aura of those 8 mythic beings above. Through hundreds of meters of crust, it sent him a silent call. Qin Mu slowly lowered his gaze, his eyes passing over the jubilant crowd, landing on the silent earth beneath him. The surrounding cheers, flags, glory, and noise seemed to fade away at that moment. In his world, only the increasingly clear tremor beneath his feet remained. It seemed he slowly smiled, faintly filled with anticipation. You too cannot wait any longer. Deep beneath the Tokyo Dome, that incredibly important thing he truly cared about seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, even earlier than he had imagined. The clamor of the semifinals. It continued for a considerable time, only gradually calming down under the repeated guidance of the staff. Amidst the thunderous cheers, only one person remained silent and out of place. Qin Mu stood in the center of the arena, his gaze lowered to the silent ground beneath his feet. Deep within, the faint pulse that had been present since the opening ceremony had not subsided after the resonance of all beings erupted. It struck again and again. Stubbornly clearly it knocked on the lake of his heart. Like an existence that had been asleep for countless years, awakened by the overwhelming aura of the 8 mythic beings above. Separated by thousands of meters of heavy crust, it called out to him silently, yet urgently. Qin Mu's fingertips moved imperceptibly at his side. He recognized this feeling. Since his rebirth, he felt such a thread of unseen pull before every mythic summon appeared. For the previous 8 times without exception. And this was the 9th. Don't rush, he said softly in his heart to that unknown existence. At this moment, the eyes of 100,000 spectators were focused on the stage, and a billion pairs of eyes around the world were watching him through the lens. He could not possibly tear apart the foundation of the Tokyo Dome before the whole world. Wait until this farce is over. He slowly withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then I'll come to meet you again. The pulsation from beneath seemed to understand his words. It truly eased slightly, transforming into a quiet, dormant weight. Qin Mu no longer cared about it. In his view, this thread of pull had been sleeping underground for countless years. A mere few hours of waiting was nothing unusual, but he did not expect that some things would not always stay in place waiting for you to turn back. He raised his head, looking towards the other end of the arena. The passage leading to the finals. The final match of the Asia-Pacific tournament. The finals. To him, it was just another inconsequential procedure in this long coronation ceremony. Before the finals, there was a whole day of rest. During this day, the public opinion across Asia-Pacific was ignited entirely by one name. Qin Mu, the master of all spirits. The seven-colored light beam that devoured Yusuji Shinichi's full-strength strike in the semifinals was edited into countless versions and spread wildly across the global network. The view count skyrocketed into the billions. On the forums of professionals from various countries, there were cries of despair. 8 mythic beings can still stack in power. How do we fight this? This is impossible to fight. Our era from the Southern Ocean Federation, such a powerful alchemist, only lasted a few seconds in front of him, just a few seconds. Stop comparing. Since he summoned the first Genesis Divine Dragon, there has only been one suspense in this Asia-Pacific Championship. How will he win the championship? At this moment, the other protagonist of the finals was bearing more direct pressure than anyone else. The resting area of the Western Alliance contestants. Carlos Vitter sat alone in his room. The holographic screen in front of him was looping the footage of Qin Mu. He was a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, the top newcomer of the Western Alliance S-Class Talent Paladin. Dressed in silver-white holy armor, he looked exceptionally dignified. Once upon a time in the ancient church in London, when he first saw that ranking list, he had even sneered disdainfully at Qin Mu's name. Master of all spirits. Interesting. He thought at the time that he would meet this genius from the Dragon Country on the world stage. But now he stared at the earth-shattering seven-colored light beam on the screen at the 8 godlike summons. The color drained from his face little by little. He repeatedly rehearsed in his mind, imagining how he would respond if he stood on that stage. Holy light. In front of that light beam, even Yusuji Shinichi's life or death strike was like a firefly colliding with the sun. How long could his holy light last? Holy light spear. Before he could condense it into shape, he would probably be evaporated along with the spear by the Genesis Dragon's breath. He rehearsed dozens of, no hundreds of plans. Each inning was the same. Death. Clean and neat without a hint of suspense. Carlos slowly closed his eyes. After a long while he laughed self-deprecatingly. This proud paladin, who considered himself the best in the West. For the first time he felt a sincere awe towards a peer. The day of the finals arrived. The Tokyo Dome was once again packed to capacity. 100,000 spectators held their breath. Countless flags from various countries adorned the stands, creating a vibrant sea. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of thunderous means the young man would use to draw a perfect conclusion to this Asia-Pacific tournament. Soon, amidst the deafening cheers and the sound of gongs, both finalists entered the arena. Qin Mu, dressed in the Dragon Country team uniform, remained as calm as ever, standing at one end of the stage. And across from him, when Carlos Vitter appeared in his silver-white holy armor, a considerable stir arose. This ace of the Western Alliance was also a focus of attention. It started. The finals have begun. Our Carlos is on stage. So stylish. Stylish. Can stylishness compare to our Dragon Country's shepherd? Our Carlos is not as weak as you Easterners. Let's see the real deal later. There was a lot of discussion in the stands. In the VIP seats, when watching Song Qin Yu Ming, Yao Yifeng, and other representatives of the Dragon Country also looked towards the stage. This Carlos is the strongest of the current generation of the Western Alliance. Song Qianyu said, holding a sword. The defense of the Holy Light system is said to be unbreakable. He paused, gazing at the calm figure in the center of the stage, the corners of his lips slightly raised. However, in front of Qin Mu, even the most unbreakable shield is merely a layer of tissue paper. Meng Yao beside him said nothing, merely staring indifferently at Carlos. Her beautiful eyes shimmered. After a moment, she suddenly spoke softly. He won't fight. When Wan Qing was taken aback, instinctively looking at her. What do you mean by that? Meng Yao's gaze fell on Carlos' overly calm face. Look into his eyes. Her voice was very soft. Those are not the eyes of someone ready to fight. Those are the eyes of someone who has already figured everything out. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the stage. On the stage, the chief judge stood firm, took a deep breath, and was about to announce the start of the match. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Across the way, Carlos Vitter, under the astonished gazes of everyone, slowly raised his right hand. He did not summon the holy light, did not condense the divine spear. He did not take any stance for battle. He simply raised that hand high. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The meaning of this action was known to, but the more they knew, the less they dared to believe. I concede. Carlos' voice clearly echoed through every corner of the venue via the sound system. His tone was calm, but each word was resounding. The whole venue erupted. Concede. This is the finals. This is the finals. He didn't even fight, and just conceded. A top-tier contestant of the Asia-Pacific Finals and ace of the Western Alliance actually chose to forfeit without even striking. I can't possibly be mistaken, right? The scene instantly erupted. Someone in the stands from Sakura country stood up, their face filled with absurdity and disbelief. Their Yusuji Shinichi had wagered his life, unleashed that earth-shattering strike before losing. But this Carlos had even neglected to draw his sword and just conceded. Behind the control desk, the chief judge was also stunned. He adjusted his earpiece, confirming he hadn't misheard. He finally managed to speak. Carlos, you need to be cautious. This is the finals. Once you concede at me, I know. Carlos interrupted him, his expression calm and unyielding. It means I will miss out on the Asia-Pacific Championship. Then may I ask you, are you sure? I am sure. Carlos' response did not have a hint of hesitation. He slowly lowered his hand, facing the disbelieving gazes of 10,000 spectators. He actually smiled calmly. I am a paladin, but not a fool. He turned around, looking towards the always calm figure at the other end of the stage, his gaze frank against him. I couldn't take even one move. Rather than going up to die and unnecessarily damage the reputation of my Western Alliance, it's better to gracefully acknowledge this gap in strength. He paused, his voice revealing no hint of humiliation. Instead, it carried a sense of relief after seeing through things. Conceding is not shameful. To be precise, it is losing to an opponent not even on the same dimension. It's not shameful. As soon as he said this, the entire venue first fell silent, then erupted into a more complex wave of discussions than any cheers. Some mocked him for his cowardice, but more, after understanding his words, fell silent. Indeed, they had just been betting on how long Carlos could last. But they had forgotten, under that light beam in the semifinals, what kind of desperate scene Qin Mu's opponent had faced. Yusuji Shinichi's life-or-death strike had not even created a ripple. What difference would it make if Carlos went up, instead of repeating that destined, utterly undignified defeat? The choice of this Westerner to concede became a remarkably clear and even courageous choice. This guy truly sees through it. In the VIP seats, Qin Mu sighed lightly. A hint of barely noticeable appreciation emerged in his gaze. Knowing he cannot win, he simply concedes decisively, never engaging in futile struggles nor wagering his life for an illusory face. This clarity and decisiveness are far stronger than Yusuji Shinichi. Meng Yao slightly nodded, acknowledging this judgment. Only when Wanqing looked at the Western youth, who calmly conceded. Then she glanced at her own country's boy, who hadn't even moved an eyebrow, and couldn't help but murmur, one is a stubborn person who wagers his life for a battle. One is someone who decisively gives up after seeing the outcome. But in front of Qin Mu, she gently shook her head. A trace of helpless, yet proud smile appeared at the corners of her lips. They have no differences at all. At this moment, in the center of the arena, facing Carlos' concession, Qin Mu's calm face showed no hint of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. Carlos adjusted his holy armor and stepped forward willingly, extending his right hand to the younger boy. Congratulations. He looked at Qin Mu, his golden pupils filled with undisguised sincerity and respect. Master of all spirits. Qin Mu quietly glanced at him, raised his hand to shake his. You are a smart person. This was Qin Mu's only and highest evaluation of this opponent. Carlos smiled at these words. He shook his hand firmly and then released it. Whether I am smart or not, I do not know. He shrugged and turned to leave. However, he suddenly turned back, glancing at the sky of Sakura country outside the Tokyo Dome. A hint of meaningful mockery passed through his golden eyes. I just know that at least at this moment I can still stand here intact and dignified. Not like some Sakura country person who lies in the hospital shattered into two pieces along with his sword. The finals concluded in a way no one had anticipated. There were no earth-shattering battles. Only calm handshakes and conversations. Yet the name of that young man was engraved in the hearts of all Asia-Pacific, and even the entire world, with a sense of oppression stronger than any bloodshed. So powerful that it drained the courage to fight from his opponents. So strong that in the finals no one could battle against him. This is what true loneliness in pursuit of defeat must feel like. After the finals, the award ceremony was quickly set up. It was held grandly in the center of the Tokyo Dome. When the big screen lit up with that name alongside the words Asia-Pacific Newcomer Tournament Champion, the entire Tokyo Dome erupted with the most fervent wave of sound since the opening. Qin Mu walked step by step onto the highest podium. And at the moment he stood still, 8 divine lights surged into the sky once again. Tai Chu transformed into a golden light, lazily yawning on his right shoulder. The 9 nether phoenix folded its 3-meter wings and landed steadily on his left shoulder. The chaos giant ape stood majestically behind him like an unshakable mountain. The ancient battle god knelt on one knee, its ancient battle intent transformed into the most loyal guardian. The phantom of the time-space whale circled high in the air, sprinkling starlight. The silver moon divine wolf lay gently at his feet, the bright moonlight flowing. The abyss judicator stood with its sword clad in black gold heavy armor. And that deity of the starry sky, the star realm arbiter, floated in the highest place, surrounded by rivers of stars cascading down. One dragon, one phoenix, one ape, one battle god, one whale, one wolf, one judicator, one deity. 8 mythic summons surrounded that young figure like stars surrounding the moon. This scene was solemn, magnificent, like a myth descending. 100,000 spectators watched this scene, all of them trembling in their hearts. Countless flashes of light crazily illuminated. This scene, destined to be recorded in history, was forever frozen. The golden trophy was handed to Qin Mu's. Under the reflection of countless lights, it sparkled brilliantly. Qin Mu, Qin Mu, Qin Mu, master of all spirits. The light of the dragon country. The roar like a mountain and tsunami surged from all directions. It nearly flipped the entire dome. And in the center of all this glory, Qin Mu's expression remained. He lowered his head, looking at the heavy trophy in his hand, then glanced at the 8 partners who had followed him all. A hint of faint warmth flashed across his eyes. Then he slowly raised his head, looking beyond the boiling sea of people. At the pinnacle of the Asia-Pacific. To others this was an unattainable destination. But to him this was just in his memories of his past life, those colossal waves hidden behind layers of mist capable of overturning the entire blue planet were slowly approaching this world. The great competition of the world tournament. The covetousness of the Abyss Demon Clan. And even the impending twilight of the gods. Compared to those, this small trophy before him, this noisy arena, truly seemed insignificant. The excitement is about over, he said gently in his heart. Lowering his eyes, his gaze once again pierced through the jubilant sea of people beneath him. It sank deep into the earth. The surrounding cheers, flags, and glory all faded away in that moment. In the depths of his dark eyes, the thread of interest that had been suppressed for 2 days finally began to burn slowly. It was time to go meet that guy. But just as his thoughts stirred, as he prepared to follow that thread of pull probing into the depths of the earth, his brow furrowed slightly. The pulsation that had lingered for 2 days, tightening with each beat suddenly and without warning, was severed. It was not weakening, not calming down, and certainly not falling into a deep sleep. But like a string pulled to its limit, it was suddenly snapped by an invisible hand. Clean, and without any echo. That existence which had been calling out to him from 10,000 meters beneath the earth just a moment ago, had vanished. Qin Mu's hand holding the trophy paused imperceptibly. The calm on his face finally experienced a slight change. It was a feeling long absent, almost unfamiliar. Shock. This thread of pull from the master of all spirits had come to him for a total of 8 times. Each time it arrived as expected. Each time he firmly grasped it. The previous 8 times were all without exception. Never once had it abruptly severed like this under his very eyes. What on earth happened? Even with his supreme vision and experience traversing the world of spirits, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. That thing did not die. He could confirm that. The last moment before the thread of pull vanished was not a complete extinguishment of life. Rather, it seemed like something had forcefully taken it away. Or perhaps it had sensed something and fled in a panic and resolutely. Qin Mu slowly narrowed his eyes. He focused on the faint trace that passed just before the thread of pull was severed. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the international airport in the capital, outside the international arrival hall, the square has been crowded since morning. Thousands of fans are holding light boards and banners tightly blocking both sides of the exit. Security personnel formed several human walls, barely maintaining order. Qin Mu, Qin Mu, Qin Mu, master of all spirits, Dragon Kingdom's light. The cheers surged like waves, nearly lifting the glass dome of the terminal. Numerous journalists armed with cameras struggled to maintain their balance amidst the crowd, yet they fiercely protected their lenses. Fearing to miss the moment, the youth stepped out. They're coming. The Dragon Kingdom delegation is out. With a shriek, the crowd suddenly erupted in excitement. At the end of the passage, a group of people walked out slowly. Leading the way was a tall, calm youth. Qin Mu. He was still dressed in the simple uniform of the Dragon Kingdom team. Perched on his shoulder was a palm-sized golden little dragon Tai Chu. Just standing there, thousands of gazes in the square were fixed upon him. It's him. It's really him. Oh my, he looks even better than on the live stream. Countless people were so excited they could barely speak. Amidst this sea of humanity, one figure stood out more than any other. A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, was waving a 5-meter-long banner energetically, standing right in front of the human wall. The banner, written in crooked red letters, read, "Welcome back, Mu Ge. World's #1. Forever a god." The handwriting was so poor it was touching, showing it was hastily drawn by him overnight. Mu Ge. Over here. It's me Mu Gu. Lu Dazwang's loud voice pierced through the noise of the entire terminal crashing into Qin Mu's ears. Qin Mu turned towards the sound and saw that atrociously ugly banner. A smile finally broke through his previously calm expression. This fool had watched the live stream during the Asia-Pacific competition in the hall of the Jingzhou Tiangang Alliance. Seeing Qin Mu crush Kamishiro in the semifinals, he had cried his eyes out. Now that he had triumphantly returned, this guy had hurried all the way from Jingzhou to the capital airport to hold up a banner. Mu Gu, you finally come back. Lu Dazhuang squeezed through a gap in the human wall, his eyes red as he rushed forward. His honest big face was full of pride. I counted. You released a total of 8. 8. Who else in the entire Asia-Pacific, the whole world, can do that? Thanks for making this trip. Qin Mu patted his sturdy shoulder. Not a bother at all. Lu Dazhuang grinned broadly, wiping away tears while grinning. The brightest in the whole place will always be my Mu Gu. Just then another person squeezed over, dressed in a sharp suit, beaming with vitality, holding a silver-gray titanium alloy thermos. The kind that doesn't break. Principal Fong. Qin Mu. This principal of Qinghe Academy quickly approached, his voice trembling with excitement. Well done. You've brought glory to the school and to the Dragon Kingdom. He patted Qin Mu's shoulder vigorously. The eyes that had seen countless storms were surprisingly moist. Principal, you also came specially. Qin Mu said politely. Of course. I had to come. Principal Fong nodded vigorously. The hand holding the thermos was surprisingly steady, showing no sign of loosening. I'll tell you when we get back to Jingzhou. I'll have someone hang a banner at the school gate. Congratulations to our student Qin Mu for winning the Asia-Pacific Championship. He gestured, getting more and more excited. Hang it 20 meters long. Let all of Jingzhou see what kind of person our Qinghe Academy has produced. Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh. Principal, it doesn't need to be that exaggerated. Exaggerated. Principal Fong hugged the thermos to his chest, speaking with conviction. Is that exaggerated? Qin Mu couldn't help but laugh. Principal, it doesn't need to be that exaggerated. Exaggerated. Principal Fong hugged the thermos to his chest, was now holding a shatterproof titanium cup, and had not once dropped it. The person he was most proud of in his life was now standing beside him. At this moment, on the outskirts of the crowd, a girl in a white long dress stood quietly in the shadow of a pillar. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her brows and eyes exuding a cool demeanor. Su Qinglan. She hadn't wanted to come to such a crowded occasion. She hadn't joined the team for the Asia-Pacific competition, spending the past half-month in the country. Watching the youth crush his opponents on a small screen, burying the idea that summoners are the weakest profession. She originally thought it would be enough to just watch from the screen. But when she woke up this morning, inexplicably she still came. At this moment, she tiptoed, peering over the heads of the crowd, gazing far at the figure surrounded by countless people at the center of the crowd. He was smiling. His lips were slightly raised, amused by Lu Dazhuang's ugly banner. Sunlight filtered through the glass dome above, shining on his shoulder, as if even the little golden dragon yawning beside him was coated in a layer of golden light. Su Qinglan's heart inexplicably trembled slightly. She didn't scream like the other girls, nor did she push forward. She just stood there quietly, engraving this scene into her heart. Just like every time before, the Saint of Light from Qinghe Academy didn't go to the Asia-Pacific live event, but came to the airport to welcome someone. A clear female voice tinged with a hint of teasing suddenly rang out beside her. Su Qinglan turned her head. The newcomer was dressed in crisp military attire, her long hair tied back in a ponytail. Her features exuded a sense of charm amidst their heroism, looking at her with a half-smile. Wen Wanqing, the daughter of a military general, the elemental mage who returned with the national team. She had somehow made her way to Su Qinglan's side. The two beautiful girls locked eyes, and an invisible spark seemed to drift through the air. General Wen's daughter personally led the team through the Asia-Pacific event. That must have been tough. Su Qinglan said with a hint of aloofness at the corner of her mouth, neither subservient nor overbearing. It was fine. Wen Wanqing glanced meaningfully at the distant Qin Mu, then shifted her gaze back to Su Qinglan's cool face. But you specially making this trip, it seems you couldn't get enough of watching from the screen. Su Qinglan's ears turned slightly red. She didn't respond, only continued to gaze at the figure in the crowd center, softly stating, I just wanted to see what the person at the peak looks like upon returning. Wen Wanqing followed her gaze. She recalled the 7-colored light beam that had swallowed Kamishiro Shinichi in the semifinals, remembering the 8 deities that surrounded the coronation stage. A flicker of something she herself didn't wish to delve into quietly passed through her bright eyes. Indeed, she murmured softly, the person standing at the peak. The two girls, each with their own thoughts, stood side by side outside the crowd. For a moment no one spoke. Not far away, Song Qianyu, who returned with the team, stood with his sword dressed in white like snow. Looking at the Qin Mu surrounded by thousands, he smiled with relief. Meanwhile, the usually silent Yifeng stood alert in the shadows, his gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning every suspicious corner of the crowd. even though Qin Mu no longer needed anyone to guard him. This blade of his remained ever vigilant. As for Meng Yao, the poison master from the southern border, she merely cast a disinterested glance at the bustling scene. Then, wearing her hood, she quietly slipped out through a side door. The festivities were for others. She wanted to go back and study the man who recognized even her source poison as his master, pondering what terrifying realm he would reach next. Just then, the global newcomer ranking was updated again. This refresh caused a more intense uproar in the global professional community than the last time. First place, Qin Mu Dragon Kingdom, 5,000 stars. Second place, Heir of Hassan Nanyang Federation, 300 stars. 5,000 stars compared to 300 stars. A difference of a full 16 times. But what was even more suffocating than this 16-fold gap was another matter. The second place has changed. The man who once firmly held the second spot and boldly declared to personally take the first place was Kamishiro Shinichi. His ranking had plummeted from second to seventh. The entire internet exploded again. 16 times. I must be seeing things. The first place is 16 times the second place. This is not a ranking list, this is a list of one person. There are only two kinds of people on the ranking list, Qin Mu and the rest. Qin Mu has truly vindicated the summoner class. Kamishiro Shinichi fell to 7th from provocative to being crushed, and then out of the top 5 all in less than a month. Stop laughing, at least he's still in 7th place. You and I can't even touch the edge of the list. A chorus of lamentation filled the various countries' professional forums. Not long ago, those who doubted Qin Mu saying, "There must be a monster behind this unusual occurrence," were waiting to see him expose his flaws in the Asia-Pacific competition. Now all those voices had vanished without a trace, replaced by a near-desperate silence. They had waited for Qin Mu to stand on the Asia-Pacific stage only to personally tear apart all doubts, and their own little luck. At this moment, the place where public opinion backlash was the most intense was the Cherry Blossom country. Just half a month ago, the entire Cherry Blossom country was still madly cheering for Kamishiro Shinichi's 1,000 stars. Kamishiro did it. A once-in-a-century talent. Who will win? It's still uncertain. At that time, how spirited they were. But now, the 7-colored light beam that engulfed Kamishiro Shinichi's full-force strike in the semifinals has been edited into countless versions and spread globally. That breathtaking scene became an unhealable scar in the hearts of everyone in the Cherry Blossom country. Even the public opinion within the Cherry Blossom country had completely reversed. What a disgrace. So arrogant at the opening ceremony, and what now? The shame of the Cherry Blossom country. A full-force strike didn't even make a splash. Not even able to withstand a single move did he still have the nerve to provoke the world's #1. The once revered genius was overnight completely torn apart by the domestic media and public. And that man who once felt invincible was now lying in a special care unit of a hospital in Tokyo. After fainting from exhaustion for 2 whole days, he finally awakened. The battle with Qin Mu had shattered his Dao heart, causing his combat power to plummet. Outside the window were waves of news cursing him. He didn't look. He just stared blankly at the ceiling, gripping the hilt of his Amaterasu, which had long been broken in two, remaining speechless for a long time. Was he unwilling? Yes. But more than that, it was an unprecedented clarity. He finally understood that before that youth, whether it was 1,000 stars or 2,000 stars, it had always been an insignificant number. The barrier between them was not the number of stars, but rather a chasm that he could never cross in his lifetime. 1,000 miles away in the Western Alliance, within a heavily guarded ancient castle, a high-level closed-door meeting was being held in tension. Around the long table sat significant figures within the Western Alliance's professional system. A massive screen repeatedly played footage of Qin Mu's battles in the Asia-Pacific competition. The pressure of 8 mythical summoned creatures appearing simultaneously. The 7-colored light beam that erupted from the resonance of all spirits. In the finals, even Carlos had raised his hand and conceded without a fight. The meeting room was dead silent. You all saw it. A general-level figure sitting at the head of the table slowly broke the silence. His voice was deep and serious. The Carlos we sent was the best paladin of this generation. Yet he didn't even withstand a single move and chose to concede. At first I had my reservations about this. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. But after watching these recordings, I must admit, Carlos's choice was the only correct decision in this match. At the other end of the long table, an elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow. A newcomer who has only been in his new profession for just over a month. The astonishment in the old man's voice could not be hidden. With a combat power of 5,000 stars, 8 mythical creatures, and he can even personally participate in battle. This kind of growth speed. He fell silent for a moment before finally articulating what everyone was most reluctant to admit word by word. This is not a growth speed that a human should have. This statement caused the temperature in the meeting room to drop several degrees. Indeed, No matter how stunning the geniuses in this world are, they always have a trace to follow. But Qin Mu's almost divine rise in speed has completely surpassed their understanding of the term genius. Even more terrifying is that he is still growing. The general-level figure leaned back into his chair, his gaze sharp as a knife, and it shows no signs of stopping. Therefore, there is a variable we cannot gauge rapidly rising in the East. This is certainly not good news for the World Championship, nor for our Western Alliance. He tapped the table, his voice carrying an undeniable resolution. From today on, keep a close watch on. We need to know every one of his matches, every new summoning creature, every breakthrough. At the first moment, everyone in the meeting room nodded solemnly. No one spoke anymore, but everyone understood. From this moment on, that youth far in the East has officially been placed on the highest level of the attention list by one of the top powers on this planet. A storm is quietly gathering on the other end of the world. Night. Qin Mu declined all welcoming banquets from guilds and forces, returning alone to his dormitory. He closed the door. The noise was cut off outside. Tai Chu leaped off his shoulder, transforming into a golden light that lay on the bedside. Comfortably stretching out, it curled its tail and closed its eyes to sleep. Qin Mu didn't rest. He sat down at his desk and casually opened the attribute panel. As expected, the message bar was already piled up with a dense array of unread messages. Offers from various guilds at sky-high prices. Probes from various countries, forces veiled in secrecy. Countless fans showering him with congratulations. He scrolled through them one by one, his expression flat. Those olive branches, enough to make any newcomer ecstatic, stirred no ripples in his eyes. Until a warning message from an official encrypted channel suddenly popped up without warning. Qin Mu's scrolling finger suddenly stopped. System warning. In the East China Sea of the Dragon Kingdom, unknown spatial fluctuations detected, energy characteristics abnormal. Preliminary judgment indicates a suspected precursor to an abyssal rift. Please relevant departments increase vigilance. East China Sea. At the moment he saw those two characters, Qin Mu's expression changed suddenly. He leaned back in his chair, and a flicker of interest that had been forcibly suppressed at the coronation stage slowly reignited. Just 2 days ago, deep beneath the Tokyo Dome, the restless feeling of the ninth summoned creature that had lingered for 2 days abruptly vanished as he reached out. Before it disappeared, the last trace of its pull pointed in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's vast and misty East China Sea. Now, the official monitoring device had also captured abnormal fluctuations indicating a precursor to an abyssal rift in the same sea area. There are not so many coincidences in this world. One was the ninth summoned beast that even he, the supreme summoner king in his past life, could not see through. The other was a sign of an abyss that could overturn the entire blue star. These two seemingly unrelated clues now strangely pointed to the same deep blue domain. Heh! Qin Mu murmured to himself, a deep curve forming at the corner of his lips. In his past life's memory, the abyssal invasion was the most terrifying calamity blue star would face. It was 100 times more dangerous than any international competition. But that should have been a more distant storm. Yet now it had exposed its first sinister signs beneath the surface of the East China Sea. So, what kind of intricate connection existed between the ninth summoned beast that fled towards the East China Sea and the abyss that was about to awaken? A series of mysteries like the deep blue waters of the East China Sea were unfathomable. Qin Mu slowly stood up. He walked to the window, gazing into the heavy night in the east. Since it has appeared in the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, his gaze deepened with a hunter's focus, his voice low enough for only he could hear. Then this time, let's have a good meeting. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. And thousands of miles away in the East China Sea of the Dragon Kingdom, beneath that unfathomable deep blue sea, a faint yet sufficient disturbance capable of stirring the entire blue star was quietly spreading towards the shore. In the Sakura Kingdom, Tokyo, deep within the private estate of the Yasuji family, in an ancient dojo, the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Yasuji Shin was kneeling upright on the cold wooden floor. His back was straight, yet his forehead hung low. The samurai armor he once wore with pride now hung loosely, the straps not even tied. He had been directly invited back from the hospital by his family. Exhausted and unconscious for 2 days, his body was still covered in wounds. Even his clenched fists trembled slightly. Yet this pain was nothing compared to the suffocating presence of the figure kneeling before him. Yasuji Shinichi, the head of the Yasuji family, an 8 transcendent saint. One of the 3 guardians of the Sakura Kingdom. This old man with hair and beard as white as snow stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture as straight as a sword. He did not look at his son, only gazing up at the ancestral sword on the wall of the dojo, a symbol of the family's century-long glory. His voice was cold and devoid of warmth. You have lost the face of the Yasuji family. Yasuji Shinichi's body quivered ever so slightly. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. At the opening ceremony, you issued a challenge in front of the entire Asia-Pacific. Yusuji Shinichi's tone was flat, yet every word struck like a slap, but then he finally turned around, looking down from his height at his kneeling son. In his deep well-like eyes was an unshakable disappointment. One move. You couldn't even withstand a single move. The dojo was enveloped in deathly silence. Yusuji Shinichi buried his head lower, his knuckles digging deep into his palms. He wanted to argue. He wanted to say that the opponent was not an ordinary one, possessing 8 mythic-level summoned beasts that surpassed the 6 Transcendence Monarch, able to unleash a dazzling pillar of light that even his life's ultimate move, Blade Unseen, couldn't ripple against. But these words, as they reached his lips, were forcefully swallowed back down. Because in the Yusuji family's rules, losing was losing. Reasons are things only the weak need. Yes. After a long pause, he squeezed out this single word from between his teeth. 3 months of house arrest reflect here in this dojo. Yusuji Shinichi withdrew his gaze and said flatly, "You may leave when you understand where you lost." After saying this, he did not look at his son again, turning to walk out of the dojo. The heavy wooden doors slowly closed behind him. In the vast dojo, only Yusuji Shinichi remained kneeling all alone. He maintained his kneeling position motionless for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Outside the window, news articles full of vitriol directed at him flooded in. The shame of Sakura. A disgraceful idiot. You can't even withstand one move and dare to challenge the world's best. Those voices had once fervently exalted him just half a month ago. Now they rushed to trample him into the mud. In fact, while on that hospital bed, he had a moment of clarity. He clearly saw that the gap between him and that boy was not merely a matter of skill. It was a dimension he could never surpass in a lifetime. At that moment, he almost accepted this humiliating defeat gracefully, like that white-clad swordsman. But ultimately he could not. Pride, along with the century-old glory of his family, weighing on his shoulders like an invisible hand that crushed the flicker of relief that had just emerged. It was ground into the boiling fire of unwillingness. He lifted his head. In his eyes, which once burned with fighting spirit, only a cold, eerie silence remained. He slowly extended his hand. From the inner lining of his samurai armor, he pulled out a small black encrypted communicator. This item did not belong to the Yusuji family, nor to any official channel of the Sakura Kingdom. It had been quietly slipped into his hand by a friend whose face he hadn't even seen not long ago. At that time he had dismissed it. But now, he stared at that communicator for a long time. A samurai sword should be held honorably in one's. He knew that once he activated this device, it meant that his sword would be stained with shame. But thinking of that boy who stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, too lazy to even give him a glance. The last remnants of hesitation in his eyes were crushed. He pressed down. The communicator beeped 3 times and connected. Shinichikin. On the other end, a voice overly gentle came through. The tone was calm, as if discussing the weather, yet it felt as if he had been waiting for this call. "You must feel terrible about the defeat at the Asia-Pacific tournament." Hearing this, Yusuji Shinichi's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't said anything yet, but the other party had already casually exposed his most painful scar. This meant that from his provocation to his miserable defeat to kneeling in this dojo, now every action he took had likely been observed by the other party. The depth of the other party's connections sent chills down his spine. "I need some information." Yusuji Shinichi suppressed the chill in his heart, his voice hoarse about Qin Mu. His talent mechanism, the origins and weaknesses of his 8 summoned beasts. "I want everything." The other side fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a very slight, meaningful laugh followed. "I naturally have the information." The gentle voice revealed no emotion. "Moreover, it is more detailed than you can imagine." But the other person changed the subject. "In return for this great gift, you must agree to do me a small favor." "What favor?" "No hurry." The other party chuckled. "When a certain day comes in the future, you will stand before that boy once again. At that time, do something for me. As for what that is, you will naturally know then." The air in the dojo seemed to freeze. Yusuji Shinichi gripped the communicator tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He was not a fool. Quite the opposite. It was precisely because he was smart enough that he understood in an instant. Behind this deal lay a vast web he could not see the edges of, and he himself would become a pawn on this board bound by others. He lowered his head, gazing at the deep bloodstain carved into his palm by his nails. The dignity of a samurai clashed with the nightmarish shame brought upon him by that boy, tearing at his heart repeatedly. In the end, shame and pride triumphed. "Deal." The words escaped him as if squeezed from the deepest part of his chest. The connection was cut off. Yusuji Shinichi slowly returned the small black communicator to its lining. He lifted his head. He looked out at the distant sky belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. His gaze gradually sank into a cold darkness. Qin Mu. He silently chewed on that name in his heart. "This time, I will collect the debt with interest." Little did he know, from the moment he pressed that number, his once honorable sword had quietly been handed into someone else's sheath. And behind the hand that passed the sword, what kind of face was hidden? Even he could not see clearly. Longjingzhou, Qinghe Academy Back Mountain. A world entirely different from the gloomy dojo in Tokyo. The midday sun filtered through the treetops, casting fragments of golden light across a spacious clearing. Qin Mu stood calmly in the center of the clearing. The palm-sized Taichu lay on a nearby piece of bluestone, its golden little head nodding as it dozed off. At the edge of the clearing, in the shade of the trees, a silent shadow stood quietly. Yifeng. Since returning from the Asia-Pacific, this taciturn assassin had almost always remained by Qin Mu's side like a shadow, even though he knew better than anyone that with Qin Mu's current strength, nothing could threaten him. Yet Yifeng still, this was the only thing his sword could do for Qin Mu. Bromu. Yifeng couldn't help but speak, a trace of subtle concern in his voice. You've been practicing this for the past few days. Qin Mu did not turn around. He was practicing, not summoning, nor the resonance of myriad spirits, but the fusion of all spirits. To be precise, it was something he had never attempted in this life. Dual fusion, simultaneously merging the power of two mythic-level summoned beasts into himself. This thought had truly ignited after he received the alert from the East Sea. Deep within the East Sea lay the ninth beast which had escaped. It was a precursor to the abyss, a rival, a mist even he couldn't see through. He did not know what awaited him, and he only knew that the experience of battling in the myriad spirits continent in his past life taught him a simple principle: the more he faced the unknown, the more he must prepare his cards to the fullest. The legion of summoned beasts was already terrifying enough, but his own body capable of joining the fray was still not strong enough. One more time, Qin Mu thought to himself. He raised his left hand and pressed it against his chest. Myriad Spirits Emperor passive skill, Myriad Spirits Fusion activated. Detected that the host is attempting to fuse two targets simultaneously. Warning: power conflict, severe fusion stability, extremely low. The golden dragon breath and the cold underworld fire surged from two veins within his body. This was the pair he chose, and it was the most challenging. The golden dragon breath of Taichu, pure and fierce, was the essence of light. The nine nether underworld fire of the Ming Phoenix, cold and dark, was capable of burning souls. One yang, one yin. One light, one darkness. The two powers, inherently conflicting, collided violently within him. It was like two raging torrents tearing and clashing within his veins. Ugh! Qin Mu's brow furrowed tightly. This was already the third time he had attempted this in recent days. The first time, the two powers repelled each other violently upon contact, nearly tearing his veins apart. The second time, he gritted his teeth and stabilized it, pushing the fusion to 80%. Then it collapsed. And this time, the golden and black light frantically intertwined and flickered around him. The fusion rate slowly climbed bit by bit. 70%, 80%, 90%. Just as the fusion rate was about to complete, the two primal forces, as if charged like gunpowder to the limit, suddenly exploded. Boom! A violent shockwave burst forth from within Qin Mu. He let out a muffled groan as he was violently pushed back several meters by the backlash. His back slammed heavily against a tree with a trunk as thick as a bowl. Crack! The tree trunk cracked in response. Bromu. Yifeng's pupils contracted, his figure turning into an afterimage, instantly rushing to Qin Mu's side to support him. Taichu was also startled awake, flapping its little wings as it flew over, anxiously chirping around Qin Mu. I'm fine. Qin Mu brushed off the bark that had fallen on him and slowly stood upright. He wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no signs of discouragement, but instead growing brighter. Yifeng tightened his grip on him slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to advise Qin Mu to take a break, but the words were swallowed back down. He suddenly realized that this man before him would never stop just because he couldn't do it. Each of his repeated failures was not just holding on. He was inching closer to a door that had never been pushed open before. Yifeng silently loosened his grip and took a half step back. He knew that the only thing he could do at this moment was to wait here, watching Qin Mu personally push that door open. This time the direction was wrong. Qin Mu murmured softly, a faint light flickering in the depths of his gaze. In his past life, as the supreme summoning god king, he had once infused dozens of ancient divine powers into himself. His understanding of summoning far exceeded that of others. The two powers should not be forcibly mixed together. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at his palm. Yin and yang complement each other, not merge. They should not be mixed, but rather interwoven. At that moment he understood. Like two spiraling dragons, entwined yet distinct, each moving along its own trajectory, resonating with each other, not contending through devouring. One last time, Qin Mu closed his eyes again, pressing on his chest. This time he did not attempt to touch the most difficult yin-yang flames. He chose a more docile pair. The golden dragon breath of Taichu flowed through his left meridian. The chaotic power of Panshir flowed through his right meridian. The two powers rose from within him, but no longer collided or mixed forcibly. Instead, they transformed into two entwined dragon forms, one left and one right, spiraling upward. Golden and gray gold. intertwined, resonating with each other. Yet each followed its own path, mutually untainted. Buzz! A mysterious light sound echoed from within Qin Mu. Golden dragon wings suddenly unfurled from his back. At the same time, a layer of chaotic armor shimmering with gray-gold light covered his entire body. Dragon wings, and armor, golden radiance, and chaos. Two vastly different powers coexisted perfectly for the first time within the same body. Myriad Spirits Fusion Dual Mode unlocked successfully. Current Fusion Taichu Genesis Divine Dragon Panther Chaos Giant Ape. Temporary Battle Power Increase 5. Qin Mu slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. In his left hand, the golden dragon breath that could annihilate everything. In his right hand, the chaotic power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. An unprecedented, overwhelming sense of power surged through him from all his limbs. He casually raised his right fist and lightly shook it towards a boulder taller than a person. Bang! But that hard boulder, along with the entire mountain wall behind it, collapsed and crumbled under that punch, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, turning into a cloud of dust. A fist mark several meters deep was imprinted on the collapsed mountain. Under the shade of the trees, Yifeng froze completely. He stared at that terrifying fist mark, a hoarse sound escaping his throat. He had seen Qin Mu merge with Tai. That was already power enough to make the six Transcendence monarchs tremble in fear. But at this moment, the terrifying strength contained in that punch had far surpassed what his assassin instincts could measure. What? This isn't fusion at all. Yifeng muttered, shock written all over his usually calm face. Bro Mu. He is wearing the powers of two mythic beings at the same time. He suddenly recalled that boy surrounded by 8 deities on the Asia-Pacific stage. At that time, he thought Bro Mu's strength had reached its peak. But now he understood. That mountain peak he thought was unreachable had layers upon layers of clouds above that he could not see. And Qin Mu was continuously traversing through these layers of clouds. At this moment, Qin Mu, with the golden dragon wings and gray gold armor, gradually dimmed and receded. Ultimately transforming into 2 strands of light patterns, they merged back into his body. He moved his shoulders, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The dual mode was a success. Though with his current skills this state wouldn't last long. The powers he could merge were limited to docile ones like Panther. The Yin and Yang dragon breath and underworld fire were still beyond his control for now. But that was enough. At the very least, before stepping into the unknown depths of the sea, he had another heavy trump card in hand. East Sea. He raised his eyes, looking toward the east. Just then the communicator at Qin Mu's waist vibrated urgently, without warning. It was not an ordinary ringtone, but a short, sharp, special vibration representing the highest priority. Qin Mu's expression shifted, and he raised his hand to answer. A line of encrypted text instantly projected into the void before him. Dragon Kingdom Practitioner Management Bureau Military Joint Highest Priority Investigation Order. Abnormal spatial fluctuations in the East Sea upgraded from waves to substantial rift. Abyssal aura confirmed. Situation urgent. Seeing the name at the end, Yifeng also leaned over, his expression serious. The director of the Management Bureau 9 Transcendence Deity, Zheng Yuanshan. To have this top figure standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom personally sign off and use the word request. Such a situation. In the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom, there might be only a handful of instances. But Qin Mu's gaze was focused on another 2 words. East Sea. A flicker of interest reignited in the depths of his eyes. It seemed the prelude to the abyss was rapidly worsening at a visible speed. That fleeing 9th summoned beast, and that impending abyssal rift. These 2 seemingly unrelated events were becoming increasingly intertwined beneath the same unfathomable dark blue. What connection lay between them? Who had taken the 9th summoned beast there? And who had quietly pried open that abyssal door that should not have been opened so soon at the bottom of that sea? A series of mysteries. Like the waters of the East Sea, deep enough that he couldn't see the bottom. Qin Mu slowly clenched his fist. Just right. He murmured softly, a hunter's curve appearing at the corner of his lips. Then he said to Yifeng beside him, please inform Uncle Tang to prepare the fastest flight to the East Sea. Understood. Yifeng's eyes sharpened as he nodded emphatically. Qinghe Academy Back Mountain. The midday sun blazed fiercely, scattering golden light through the treetops, illuminating the ground that had been battered into countless ravines. Ever since he grasped the secret of dual fusion, Qin Mu had remained here, continuously honing his proficiency with this newfound ability. He no longer touched the pair of extreme Yin and extreme Yang, which had nearly shattered his meridian's dragon breath and nether fire. Instead, he repeatedly reviewed the only successful pair from yesterday. The golden dragon breath of Taichu, intensely radiant. The chaotic power of the rock, heavy as a mountain. One was for offense and the other for defense. This was the most gentle and compatible combination he had experimented with. Not far away on a piece of bluestone, the palm-sized Taichu sprawled, its golden belly puffing up and down. This was the form of a young creator dragon. Its master had flattened the nearby mountains as casually as taking a nap in the sun, a common afternoon pastime. It was even too lazy to open its eyes. One more time, Qin Mu murmured to himself, placing his hand on his chest. 10,000 spirits, Emperor profession passive, 10,000 spirits, fusion activated. A layer of chaotic armor shimmering with gray gold luster climbed up his limbs, enveloping him completely. Dragon wings and heavy armor golden brilliance. A layer of chaotic armor shimmering with gray gold luster climbed up his limbs, enveloping him completely. Dragon wings and heavy armor golden brilliance and chaos. Two completely different powers, like two giant dragons spiraling upwards, intertwined and resonating, yet distinct, each following its own path. Qin Mu raised his eyes, gazing towards the end of the open ground. There stood a small hill towering 50 meters high. He made no elaborate gestures, simply raising his right fist calmly. He lightly swung in the direction of the hill. Bang! A muffled sound, initially not sounding severe. But in the next moment, that 50-meter-high hill composed of hard rock vanished into thin air under the bright. It did not crumble. Crumbling would at least leave scattered stones and dust. But this hill left not a single pebble behind. It was obliterated by a punch infused with dragon breath and chaotic power from the foot of the mountain to the peak, completely vaporized. Only a patch of scorched smooth ground remained with wisps of white smoke rising. It seemed as if the hill had never existed at all. Dual fusion state battle power evaluation, 25,000 stars. A line of golden numbers floated quietly on the panel before Qin Mu. 25,000 stars. It was a full 5 times his battle power at the 6th transition. The new skill was indeed powerful. At this moment, under the shade of trees at the edge of the open ground, a silent shadow had been guarding there ever since returning from the Asia-Pacific. Yi Feng. He had first seen that punch being thrown. With the instinct of an assassin, he had thought that the hill would be left with at most a hole. But at the moment the entire hill vanished into thin air, his calm eyes widened in shock. When his gaze fell on the panel displayed by Qin Mu, that line of 25,000 stars data, his pupils constricted sharply. He remained silent for a full 20 seconds. On his face, usually hidden in shadows, emotions began to surface, revealing a sense of near-numb shock. Mu Gu. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a dry sentence from between his teeth. Are you still human? Qin Mu smiled and retracted his fist. The golden dragon wings and gray gold armor slowly retracted, merging back into his body. He turned to glance at Yi Feng, his expression calm. Of course I'm human. A human can obliterate a mountain with one punch. Yi Feng's voice carried a hint of dryness he himself was unaware of. Qin Mu paused, and not entirely impossible. Yi Feng. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He silently turned his head away. Suddenly he realized that the distance in strength between him and Qin Mu could no longer be described as a mere gap. It was not a gap. It was a sea of clouds that he might never reach in his lifetime. Strangely, looking at that sea of clouds, he felt not a shred of jealousy or frustration. Instead, a strange warmth surged within him. He had once thought that catching up to Qin Mu's back was merely a matter of time. Now he understood. That back was moving further away at a speed he could not reach. But so what? A fine blade never needs to compare speed with its wielder. It only needs to be sharp enough at the moment it is drawn. Yi Feng silently tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, his gaze calming once more. He would always guard this place, even if it was just to ensure he would not disappoint Qin Mu when he occasionally looked back. But Qin Mu was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in the heart of this taciturn assassin. He flexed his wrist, a glimmer of understanding passing through his eyes. He had become proficient with the combination of Taichu and rock. Meanwhile, his thoughts on dual fusion were unfolding one by one. If he could fuse Taichu with the ancient war god, it would be the ultimate dual explosion of dragon breath and the war god's fury. If he could fuse the abyss judicator with the ancient war god, the sword intent of slaying combined with the indestructible battle body would yield another terrifying power. Each combination concealed its unique tactical value. However, these thoughts remained in the realm of speculation for now. With his current foundation, mastering them all would still require time and practice. As for that pair of extreme yin and extreme yang dragon breath and nether fire, he lowered his eyes, looking at his palm. That was currently the only forbidden area he could not forcibly control. Yesterday's backlash had nearly shattered his meridians. Yin and yang are complementary, but not melding into one. He had comprehended this truth. But to let those two inherently restraining primal forces simultaneously invoke and coexist within his body with this recently reborn and shallow foundation. This door could not be pushed open for now. No rush. Qin Mu smiled lightly. There is still plenty of time. At this moment, just the gentle combination of Taichu and rock was enough for him to possess a solid trump card in that unknown deep sea. Meanwhile, in Jingzhou at the Tiangang Alliance branch, in a spacious office on the top floor, Tang Yeqing was leisurely preparing to sip from a purple clay teacup. This vice leader of the Tiangang Alliance's Jingzhou branch, a 7th transition emperor and seasoned veteran over 40, had developed a new habit in recent days. Whenever news related to that kid Qin Mu came in, he would first steady the precious item in his hand before listening. No other reason, he had suffered too many losses. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door, and a subordinate hurried in presenting a document with a strange expression. Leader, this is Mr. Qin Mu's strength evaluation report from his recent training on the back mountain. Tang Yecheng's eyelids twitched. Reflexively, he steadied the purple clay cup on the table before leisurely accepting the report and looking down. Yet, even with ample psychological preparation, when his gaze swept over the heavily circled data on the report, the hand holding the report trembled violently. Dual fusion state battle power evaluation, 25,000 stars. 25,000 stars. Tang Yecheng's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees. He jumped up from his chair, staring at the line of numbers, looking back and forth 3 times, nearly believing his old eyes were failing. This was battle power. The battle power of a summoner. Not that of those 8 mythic-level summoned beasts that surpassed the 6th transition emperor. But Qin Mu himself, the strength of his flesh and blood. Tang Yecheng could hardly believe his eyes. Once upon a time, it was well known that the greatest weakness of a summoner was their frail body. Thus, summoners were often referred to as lambs awaiting slaughter in close combat. But now, this kid's body had grown into a terrifying beast capable of obliterating a mountain with a punch. Tang Yecheng paced back and forth in the office, taking a deep breath. He grabbed the dedicated communicator on the table and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. On the other end, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. It was the 9 transition deity, the anchor of the entire Tiangang Alliance. Old Tang, what's the matter? Leader, that kid Qin Mu has evolved again. Tang Yecheng suppressed his voice, his tone complex. Oh, how did he evolve? He has mastered a skill that allows him to fuse 2 summoned beasts simultaneously with battle power, skyrocketing to 25,000 stars. Tang Yecheng paused, spitting out that statement he himself found absurd. I estimate that in terms of close combat, this kid could probably hold his own against an average beginner 8th transition. The other end of the call fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Tang Yecheng thought the signal was lost, that authoritative leader suddenly spoke. His voice revealed a hint of uncertainty. How long has he been transitioned? 1 month, a few days. The other end fell into a long silence. Then a busy tone suddenly rang out. The leader hung up. Tang Yecheng held the communicator that was still emitting a busy tone, staring blankly for a while before letting out a helpless laugh. He understood the leader's feelings all too well. If it were him, hearing such a statement would most likely make him want to hang up the phone, to take a moment alone. After all, a newcomer who had just transitioned for a little over a month dared to compare battle power with an 8th transition saint who had been dominating the battlefield for decades. Such a thing, who would believe? But unfortunately, it was the truth. Back on the mountain, Qin Mu's self-polishing was nearing its end. He wiped away a thin layer of sweat that had formed on his chin. Currently, his control over dual fusion could be described as proficient. Although he couldn't say he was thoroughly skilled, he was more than sufficient to handle ordinary situations. At this moment, the virtual attribute panel before him lit up again, displaying an encrypted military report from the official Dragon Country Practitioner Management Bureau Military Joint Highest Priority Inquiry Order. Abnormalities in the East Sea region have escalated from fluctuations to substantial fissures. Abyssal aura confirmed, situation urgent. Signed, Jing Yuanshan. Qin Mu's gaze lingered. He paused for a moment on the words East Sea. Within his calm eyes, a spark of interest that had been suppressed for 2 days reignited. Now, with a new it was time to personally head to the East Sea. With that thought, Qin Mu slowly turned his head, gazing at the shadow that had been silently standing under the trees. Yi Feng. Mu Gu. Yi Feng immediately stepped forward. How is the flight that Uncle Tang helped? I just received the news. Yi Feng's expression grew serious as he nodded firmly. Everything is in order and ready to depart at any time. Good. Qin Mu raised his eyes, looking towards the eastern horizon, where the misty waves stretched far and wide, a predatory smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then let's set off now. 10,000 miles away, East Sea of Dragon Country. A fleet of hovering warships was cutting through the thick sea fog, rapidly gathering in the same maritime area. On the deck, countless practitioners wore solemn expressions, all gazing at the dark sea beneath them. Just a few hours ago, this place had been an ordinary deep blue. On the monitoring instruments, at most a few weak anomalies had flickered. But at this moment, deep beneath the dark sea, a sinister fissure was slowly opening. A stream of decaying, cold, and malevolent aura was seeping and rising through that fissure. The first few experts to arrive only brushed against that aura from a distance. Their expressions changed in unison. They were among the elite of Dragon Country. Yet at this moment, gazing into that bottomless sea, they felt an inexplicable chill emanating from their very souls. as if what lay sleeping beneath the sea was not an ordinary fisher but an ancient beast that had slumbered for millions of years about to awaken. "How long has the encrypted message been sent out?" a high-ranking commander on the battleship asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the commander that person should already be on the way. The commander gazed at the increasingly restless sea, slowly exhaling. He did not know if the young man personally requested by Director Zheng Yuanshan could stabilize the imminent tumult. He only knew that their time was running out. P.S. A new book has set sail, and it still needs the nurturing and care of all readers. Please support this book with collections, urging updates, rewards, and positive reviews. The more the better. The little author thanks you here. Wishing all readers good fortune, prosperity, and that all your wishes come true. Time quietly passed amidst unrest. In the East Sea of the Dragon Kingdom, deep within 300 kilometers from the coastline, the dark sea surface, which had been gently rippling a few hours ago, had completely changed its appearance. A thunderous roar resembling the sound of muffled thunder rolled in from the horizon where the sea met the sky. A purple-black spatial rift seemed to be violently torn apart by some unseen colossal force from midair. The rift was 100 meters wide and 50 meters high. Its edges were laced with unstable purple lightning flickering unpredictably. From a distance, the gaping chasm that spanned the boundary between sea and sky resembled a slowly opening eye. Cold and greedy, it seemed to be peering at this unfamiliar blue planet from the ancient darkness. And just beneath this eye, countless pitch-black figures were continuously pouring out from the rift. Abyssal insect soldiers. They were as large as bulls covered entirely in a pitch-black shell. 6 limbs sharp as blades with clusters of spines radiating a faint purple toxic glow growing on their backs. Monster abyssal insect soldier level LV. 60 LV. 80. These insect-like monsters surged forth in a dense mass blocking out the sky and sea. In just a short moment the number that had poured out exceeded 1,000, and it was crazily increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As soon as they entered this world they emitted piercing shrieks and dashed towards the distant unfamiliar land. The East Sea Fleet of the Dragon Kingdom was urgently mobilized. 3 destroyers cut through the waves in formation, with 2 frigates providing support on the sides. A steel behemoth of an aircraft carrier firmly stationed at the center of the formation. In the command tower atop the carrier, an elderly general clad in military attire stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing the vast holographic maritime chart. When Taizhan, a major general of the Dragon Kingdom's military and 8-turned saint. Not long ago, he was the head coach of the national team's Asia-Pacific training camp. He had witnessed the miraculous feats of that young man, which challenged all perceptions. Now, with the smoke of the Asia-Pacific competition just dispersing, he was urgently appointed to command this East Sea defense line. He gazed at the crimson light spot on the maritime chart that represented the swarming army of insects which was continuously expanding. His brows knitted into a tight line. This general, who had spent half his life on the battlefield, was usually unflappable even when faced with great danger. At this moment, however, his expression was as grave as iron. He was not afraid. With his cultivation as an 8-turned saint personally, descending to slay these low-level insect soldiers would be as easy as flipping his hand. But the problem was never with these numerous insects. It was the rift that continuously spewed them forth. This was a rift to the abyss. As long as it remained open, the insect soldiers within could pour out endlessly with no end in sight. No matter how strong one person's power, there would always come a moment of exhaustion. But this door to the abyss seemed to know no fatigue. This was a war of attrition that could not be won by sheer brute force. Relay the orders. When Taizhan's voice was not loud but steady as a rock, instantly suppressing all the noise within the command tower. All fleet main cannons fire at will. Prioritize suppressing the insect swarm to buy time for the rear coast. Yes, the command was given. In the next moment, the entire sea area erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom, 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 bang, 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 rumbling, rumbling. Shells of large caliber trailing sharp whistles smashed fiercely into the dense swarm of insects. The violent explosions sent up towering columns of water dozens of meters high. They blasted the insect soldiers to smithereens, their remnants mixed with black blood falling onto the sea surface. Hit, hit. On the deck, several young professionals aboard the ship couldn't help but exclaim, their faces showing a hint of excitement. However, this excitement did not last long. Before the smoke had cleared, even more insect soldiers surged forth from the rift. These insect monsters, as dense as ants, rushed forward one after another, quickly filling the gaps created by the explosions. Worse still, with the emergence of larger and thicker-shelled high-level insect soldiers among the swarm. The power of the ship's cannons began to show its limitations. Regular ammunition striking those above LV 70 could only leave a faint white mark on their pitch-black shells. They didn't even stop their steps, continuing to press forward despite the cannon fire. Inside the command tower, sharp alarm bells began to ring out one after another. Report. The number of insects is still increasing. The pressure on the front line is too great. Report. The third destroyer has been boarded by the insect swarm. The port side protection has been breached. Unfavorable battle reports continued to pour into Wen Taizhan's ears. His expression darkened to the point where it seemed it could drip water. At this moment, a staff officer suddenly raised his head, his voice tinged with an unmistakable panic. Report. A large target has been detected approaching from deep within the rift. Energy level. Super-A-class. Super-A-class. The moment those three words were uttered, the temperature within the entire command tower seemed to drop several degrees. Wen Taizhan's pupils also slightly contracted. A super-A-class energy reaction. This meant that the entity about to appear was at least at the level of a 7-turn emperor. Wen Taizhan's expression instantly grew heavier. Indeed, the swarms of insects on the sea surface were merely an appetizer. The real tough opponent was about to emerge. And this was likely just a vanguard that had crawled out from the nascent rift. He knew better than anyone. If this abyssal rift continued to expand, what kind of terrifying disaster would follow? The situation must not be allowed to worsen. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom, no, even the entire blue planet and humanity would perish. Relay my highest command. All non-combat personnel immediately evacuate to the second line of ships. Wen Taizhan took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening like a knife. All professionals aboard enter combat readiness level 1, prepare to face the enemy. This meant a shift from artillery attack tactics to professional engagement. All the professionals accompanying the fleet became serious and solemn. However, before Wen Taizhan's words fell, he suddenly sensed something abruptly. Looking up towards the sky above there, a military-painted supersonic fighter jet was slicing through the sky. It was a vehicle sent directly to the front line by the Dragon Kingdom's military under the orders of Director Zheng Yuanshan. Almost at the same time, within the encrypted communication channel of the command tower, a calm voice with not a hint of disturbance rang out. Major General, when I have arrived. Just these 6 short words made the tension in Wen Taizhan's iron-like face relax imperceptibly. Qin Mu. He slowly exhaled, his voice deep. Good, you came just in time. Qin Mu. When this name entered the command tower, several young officers who were unclear about the situation were taken aback. They then widened their eyes, glancing at each other. Qin Mu. Which Qin Mu? Why would Major General Wen suddenly be so excited? Could it be the rookie summoner who just won the Asia-Pacific Championship, Qin Mu? Why does Major General Wen seem like he was waiting specifically for him? Who knows? But it's truly the first time a rookie could be dispatched to such a level of battlefield. Could it be that this Qin Mu really has some skill, eh? No matter how great he is, after all, he's just a rookie who has only been transferred for a little over a month. What can he do in such a place? In the whispers, there was a mix of uncontainable surprise and skepticism. In their eyes, this was a catastrophic event that could make the entire East Sea Fleet desperate. A boy with no facial hair, no matter how great his reputation, could he really stand against such terrifying upheaval? Everyone's eyes flickered with unusual glances. Meanwhile, when Taizhan heard all these discussions, but merely cast them a faint look, offering no explanation. Regarding Qin Mu, any explanation was unnecessary, because those who had not witnessed that young man in action would never believe, no matter how it was said. But it wouldn't be long before they witnessed it themselves. Witness what it means for one person to be an entire legion. Witness what true top-tier talent looks like. Buzzing. The fighter jet landed steadily on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The cabin door opened. A tall, poised young figure slowly walked out. He was dressed in simple clothing. In the biting sea breeze, his black hair fluttered lightly, his expression calm, as if beneath the blue sky above. A small golden dragon no bigger than a palm lazily yawned on his shoulder. Qin Mu walked to the edge of the deck and stood quietly. His bright and profound eyes gazed past the raging waves, landing on the distant purple-black gaping rift. In that instant, segments of sealed memories slowly surfaced from the depths of his mind. Abyss. This thing he was all too familiar with. Familiar to the point of being ingrained in his bones. In his past life, he was the supreme summoning deity of the Wanling continent. He had fought against the abyssal army from beyond the void for countless years. These insect soldiers that shadowed the sky and sea had also appeared in Qin Mu's vision during that long war. However, they were the most inconspicuous among them, only fit to serve as cannon fodder for the abyssal army, filling the ranks with their lives. But the true threats had always been those that emerged slowly from the depths of the rift. Thinking of this, Qin Mu's gaze slightly darkened. The trace of the 9th summoned beast that had escaped 2 days ago pointed directly to the East Sea. Could it be hiding within this abyssal rift? Or perhaps it is the big fellow that is about to emerge behind this rift. Qin Mu remained noncommittal. Only a hint of excitement quietly ignited in his eyes. What intrigued him even more was if this 9th summoned beast was indeed hiding within the rift. Then who was pulling the strings behind this abyssal door that had been pried open in advance? Qin Mu pondered, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, the rift spanning across the sea and sky suddenly erupted with intense tremors. A vast, violent, and terrifying pressure filled with endless malice erupted from deep within the rift. It swept out in all directions. Centered on the rift, the sea surface within several nautical miles was actually pressed down by this invisible pressure, creating a massive pit. On the aircraft carrier, countless professionals felt a tightness in their chests, their blood surging. The next moment, they all bent down, nearly unable to stand. Even when Taizhan in the command tower felt his pupils suddenly contract. The magical aura surged around him, barely stabilizing his mind. At this moment, everyone's gaze was firmly fixed on the rift. The purple-black mist rolled violently. A colossal blurry figure was slowly walking from the deep end of that darkness step by step. The first thing that caught everyone's eye were two dimly burning crimson giant eyes. In those eyes there was not a hint of emotion, only an ancient coldness and arrogance that looked down upon mere ants. As if in its eyes these steel warships and the humans on the deck were nothing but a group of insects waiting to be crushed. Insignificant, lowly creatures. A hoarse and distorted voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell passed through everyone's eardrums. From this day forth this planet shall be the hunting ground for the abyss. The voice of the giant echoed. On the deck there was a deathly silence. The overwhelming sense of oppression caused many faces to show expressions of despair for the first time. Those young officers who had just doubted Qin Mu were now pale to the point of turning purple, unable to utter. The professionals on the warship who were originally ready for battle also froze in place, not daring to move. However, amidst this suffocating silence, the young boy at the edge of the deck remained standing with his hands clasped behind him, unmoving. He didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply gazed at the giant crimson eyes looming in the sky, as if looking at an old object he had passed by countless times. Hunting ground. After a long time, Qin Mu finally spoke, uttering two words calmly, as if looking at an old object he had passed by countless times. Hunting ground. After a long time, Qin Mu finally spoke, uttering in a voice only the other could hear. He murmured, "Once I heard a being 1,000 times stronger than you say the same arrogant words." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. A wisp of golden dragon breath quietly ignited at his fingertips. The scorching temperature distorted the surrounding air. Later it knelt before me, begging me for a quick end. The moment his words fell, everyone on the deck experienced an absurd illusion. The slender figure of the boy before them seemed even more horrifying than the colossal being descending from the abyss. The hunting ground of the abyss. Qin Mu raised his eyes, calmly meeting the giant crimson eyes high in the sky, his gaze steady and unshakable. In that moment of eye contact, Qin Mu's gaze actually caused those giant crimson eyes to suddenly constrict, the massive body coming to a halt in place, as if it had seen some terrifying vision. Qin Mu smiled lightly. "It seems you have understood who the true hunter of this hunting ground is. P.S. Recently I have seen some readers leave messages pointing out errors, and I would like to say that the author very much welcomes everyone to point out any mistakes and unreasonable aspects in the text, and will correct them in a timely manner. Thank you for your love and support. Keep it up." A crimson blood-red eye gradually emerged from the purple-black crack. A blurry monster panel appeared before everyone's eyes. Deep Abyss Envoy Mogras. A war machine that had slaughtered for billions of years in the abyssal purgatory. It could hardly believe that a mere ant from Blue Star could evoke even a hint of trepidation. That must be just an illusion. With this thought settled, its fierce aura surged back with renewed arrogance. In an instant, the air around the entire East Sea Fleet seemed to freeze. It was a towering behemoth standing 15 meters tall. Its humanoid body was covered in thick pitch-black armor. Two curved gigantic horns adorned its head, their tips ablaze with a sinister green flame. In its pair of eyes, red as molten lava, the pupils were vertically slit, resembling some ancient reptile. It stood there on the surface of the sea. The seawater beneath its feet crystallized into dark ice, slowly spreading outwards. A force from the abyss, distorting the laws of nature, was seeping from its body. In the next moment, Mogras raised its head, unleashing its overwhelming pressure. An invisible and immense weight spread out like a tsunami in all directions. On the deck of the fleet, ordinary soldiers fell to their knees, trembling violently, struggling to hold their weapons. Lower-tier practitioners felt their legs go weak, barely propping themselves up with their weapons. Even a few fifth-turn masters aboard turned pale when Taizhan stepped forward, shielding everyone. The overwhelming aura of an eighth-turn saint erupted, forcibly resisting the spread of that pressure. "All personnel retreat," he shouted, his voice heavy with undeniable gravity. "An enemy of this level is beyond your capability." Mogras lowered its head, gazing down at the tiny human fleet with its gigantic red eyes. It spoke again. Its voice was hoarse and deep, like two rough pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. "Insignificant Blue Star insects." With every word it uttered, the sea trembled. Your world will ultimately become sustenance for the abyss. When Taizhan clenched his jaw slowly, before him stood a seventh turn abyssal creature. Yet he knew all too well that this monster was no ordinary seventh turn. Its aura was honed to perfection, clearly a war machine forged through countless trials in the abyss. He was confident he could withstand it heat-in, but if he wanted to win swiftly, he had no confidence. The current situation left no room for delay. The crack continued to spew out swarms of insects. Each second wasted increased the danger to the coast behind. Just as when Taizhan weighed his options, a calm voice gradually sounded from behind him. Major General, let me handle this. When Taizhan turned around abruptly to see Qin Mu standing on the deck, his gaze sharp. The sea breeze tousled his black hair, and his young face was as calm as a still lake. A golden light glimmered in the palm he raised. Inside the command tower, the young officers who had just doubted him suddenly widened their pupils. He really intends to go. A rookie who has just transitioned for a little over a month facing such a monster. Regardless, he truly has courage. This time no one dared to utter the half-formed question of what can he do. For not only did Taizhan not obstruct him, but he also quietly stepped aside. Mograss red vertical pupils fell upon Qin Mu's slender body. A hint of unmasked surprise flickered in its eyes. Qin Mu ignored it. He simply called out calmly, Taichu Taigu. Come. As the words fell, two beams of light shot up from his side. One was brilliant gold, the other dark gold. They intertwined, illuminating the dark sea like daylight. From the golden beam, a 20-meter-long Genesis divine dragon spiraled out, unfurling its massive wings, and let out a long cry above the East Sea. The golden dragon shadow reflected on the ink-black sea, breathtakingly magnificent. Within the dark gold beam, a 10-meter-tall Taigu war god stood suspended in the air, emanating a tangible dark gold battle intent that rolled outwards. Mograss' perpetually haughty red eyes finally showed signs of intense fluctuation. Dragon Clan. Its voice held disbelief. On this lowly planet, remnants of the Dragon Clan still exist. Not just the Dragon Clan. Qin Mu's voice was soft, but clear. Before his words fell, the Taigu war god was already in motion. It shattered the void beneath its feet with a single step, its dark gold fist imbued with the battle intent of countless armies fiercely struck toward Mograss' chest. Mograss' arrogance swelled further as it raised a massive claw covered in black armor to meet the blow. In its view, a summoned creature from a lowly world was not worthy to confront it, a seventh-turn abyssal pioneer heathen. Bang! As their fists and claws collided, a piercing roar erupted, and the air was violently shattered. At the point of impact, the entire sea surface was lifted into towering waves dozens of meters high. Caught off guard, three destroyers were actually pushed back several hundred meters by the residual wave. And Mograss, this once mighty abyssal creature, was forced to stagger back 3 steps under everyone's gaze. A clear crack appeared on its heavily armored arm. Impossible. Mograss was filled with rage and disbelief, its red eyes suddenly wide open. A summoned creature from Blue Star could actually withstand me. Qin Mu gave it no time to be shocked. Almost simultaneously, the golden dragon in the sky dove down. It opened its dragon mouth, unleashing a dazzling golden breath like a falling sun cascading down. The light attribute breath was inherently the natural enemy of all dark and sinister entities from the abyss. Feeling the blinding magic descending from the sky, Mograss' heart trembled violently, hastily conjuring a dark abyssal shield. Yet that shield could only hold for half a second against the powerful dragon breath. Then, like thin ice, it shattered piece by piece. Crack, crack, crack. The golden breath easily engulfed it entirely. Boom! Mograss' massive body was directly blasted into the sea by the dragon breath, creating a soaring water column 100 meters high. And this was not the end. The Taigu war god leaped down, diving from the 9 heavens, pouring all its battle intent into its fist. In a full eruption of the war god's fury, it slammed its fist down into the sea. The vast expanse of the East Sea erupted completely beneath this punch. Within a kilometer radius, the seawater was instantly vaporized by the terrifying fist wind. The rising water vapor coalesced into a massive mushroom cloud resembling a nuclear explosion. After a long time, the water vapor slowly dissipated. In the center, formed by all the East Sea vessels, lay the once mighty abyssal envoy Mograss, who had boasted of turning Blue Star into nourishment. Not even a trace remained. It had been utterly reduced to ashes. All of the East Sea fleet, from the generals on the deck to the soldiers in the corners. Everyone stood dumbfounded, frozen in place. In the deathly silence, only the sound of waves crashing against the ship remained. Splash, splash. They had just been brought to their knees, pale as death, under the pressure of that abyssal crew. But in less than a minute, the colossal being that even 8th-turn saints dared not claim swift victory over was crushed into dust by a fledgling youth accompanied by 2 summoned creatures. Inside the command tower, the young officers who had previously questioned Qin Mu now stood with pale lips, unable to utter a word. One of them even felt his legs go weak and had to hold onto the console to avoid collapsing. This? The chief of staff behind Wen Taizhan swallowed hard, his voice dry. Is this something a sixth turn can achieve? Wen Taizhan did not reply. He merely stared blankly at the slender figure at the front of the deck, his chest heaving violently. For he knew better than anyone that what Qin Mu had accomplished had far exceeded the scope that could be measured by the two words sixth turn. He had just told his subordinates, "Before long you will witness it with your own eyes." Now they had seen it. But the shock was far more intense than he had anticipated. On the deck, Qin Mu slowly withdrew Taichu and Taiga War God. He stood in the sea breeze, his gaze fixed on the distant crack. With Mograss fall, the purple-black crack was swaying, flickering gently. Yet it had not closed completely. "Major General 1. Qin Mu suddenly spoke. "Yes." When Taizhan snapped back to attention, instinctively responding. He did not even notice that he had used a tone reserved for addressing superiors. This was merely an envoy. Qin Mu's tone remained calm, but to Wen Taizhan's ears each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. There will be stronger ones behind it. Wen Taizhan's expression instantly darkened. "Are you suggesting that the emergence of this abyssal crack has deeper implications?" "Yes." Qin Mu nodded. "This is likely a long-planned and deliberate invasion. The abyssal army will eventually descend in full force." Wen Taizhan fell silent for a long time. He gazed at the crack that still had not closed, exuding ominous energy, and exhaled heavily. "I will report to headquarters immediately." Qin Mu nodded, saying no more. His gaze turned once more to the depths of the crack. At the moment when Mograz was completely erased, the crack began to tremble and lose its support. A faint yet familiar wave of energy emanated from the deep ocean a kilometer below, slipping through the overwhelming force of the abyssal crack. At that moment, Thuan Shenqi that had been dormant within Qin Mu trembled without warning. Qin Mu's eyes suddenly sharpened. This fluctuation, he was all too familiar with it. It was not the aura of the abyss. Rather, he has it come. A smile slowly curved on Qin Mu's lips. But just then an unexpected change suddenly occurred beside him. Suddenly an anomaly erupted beside Qin Mu. A high-pitched and clear dragon's roar suddenly resounded from his shoulder. It echoed across the entire sky over the East Sea. On the deck, the fleet's officers and soldiers who had just barely caught their breath from the shadow of Mograss' death all shivered in unison. What happened? Could it be another enemy? And this magical aura is even stronger than the terrifying abyssal envoy from before. A creature even more terrifying than Mograss. It's over, it's over. Many people's hearts instantly leaped to their throats. They followed the sound only to see that the source of the dragon's roar was not the fierce abyssal rift, but rather, from the boy's shoulder. On Qin Mu's shoulder was the small golden dragon that had been lazily dozing off, its size no bigger than a palm. At this moment, it was surrounded by a faint golden glow. The golden glow was increasing in intensity and brightness at a visible rate. Almost simultaneously, a line of golden text appeared before Qin Mu's eyes. Notification detected that Primordial Genesis Divine Dragon has absorbed sufficient high-level abyssal energy and triggered evolution conditions. Evolving. Huh. Qin Mu's eyes flickered as a hint of astonishment crossed his gaze. Could it be that the dragon breath that killed Mograz allowed the primordial to devour and refine the source power of this seven-turn abyssal creature along with the high-level abyssal energy lingering in the rift? Whether to call it a hidden accumulation springing forth or a natural progression, Qin Mu's gentle gaze turned to the golden dragon on his shoulder. This little creature that had followed him from the very start was finally about to evolve. A sense of comfort surged within him. Just as Qin Mu was quietly sighing, the palm-sized young dragon's body suddenly began to grow rapidly amidst the golden radiance. 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. The golden scales unfurled and thickened layer upon layer from its originally small body. They glimmered with a metallic sheen. 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. The massive dragon body broke free from the constraints of the deck, suddenly soaring into the sky. Circling in the sky over the East Sea. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be scorched by the increasingly overwhelming pressure. The primordial dragon's body also grew to 50 meters amidst the heat. When that golden figure completely solidified in the sky, the originally dark and oppressive sea area was unexpectedly transformed into a dazzling golden hue by the overwhelming golden radiance. The sea breeze surged, stirring up the golden light. It was as if a divine miracle had descended upon the world. No longer was it the small adorable creature that lounged on Qin Mu's shoulder. Instead, it was a truly ancient giant dragon that looked down upon the skies. The golden scales were several times thicker than before. Each scale bore intricate and mysterious ancient patterns, subtly shimmering with the radiance of creation. The dragon's horns split and grew, resembling a majestic crown atop its head. Its expansive wings stretched out to a whopping 80 meters with membranes thin as a cicada's wing, yet harder than steel when unfurled. But the most breathtaking aspect was its pair of dragon eyes, like two suns condensed to their extremes. Deep within the golden pupils flowed strands of primordial light that seemed to span the ages. The primordial simply hovered there quietly. Its magnificent aura, powerful without anger, instilled a sense of reverence and shuddering in the entire fleet beneath it. Primordial Genesis, Divine Dragon, Youth Form Quality, Mythical Upper Tier. All attributes 5. New skill unlocked. Genesis Breath releases an ultimate dragon breath containing the power of creation capable of erasing all existence composed of matter and energy. Cooldown 24 hours. Above the East Sea Fleet, from the generals on the deck to the soldiers in the corners, everyone looked up. They stared at the golden giant dragon in the sky like a deity, speechless for a moment. The deathly shadow cast by the abyssal creature was entirely washed away by the arrival of this giant dragon. The oppressive terror that had suffocated them was gone. In its place was a shock and reverence that emanated from the depths of their souls. Some were left with mouths agape, forgetting to close them for a long time. Some raised their phones wanting to capture this unseen-a-lifetime scene, but their hands shook violently. One unlucky soul cried out as their phone fell into the sea. There were even those who, unable to help themselves, slowly knelt down. It was not out of fear of the dragon's might, but because this scene before them was simply too beautiful and too sacred. So beautiful that it made one want to worship. Hiss! An old soldier with gray hair inhaled sharply, his voice trembling. I have been a soldier for 40 years, rolling through knife mountains and fire seas for most of my life, and today, I finally understand. So this is what a true dragon from mythology looks like. In the command tower, the young officers who had previously questioned Qin Mu now looked pale as paper. They didn't even dare to take a breath. They were utterly numb. Just a short while ago, they had scoffed in their hearts, thinking a newcomer who had switched jobs just over a month ago couldn't be of any use in this abyssal catastrophe. But in just a brief moment, from the 7-turn abyssal creature that was instantly defeated to the golden divine dragon that had inexplicably evolved and became sacred, their shallow understanding of powerful beings had been shattered countless times today. Their faces felt, yet at this moment they couldn't even feel a shred of indignation, only a near reverent awe remained. And amidst the crowd's shock, one person's astonishment was even greater than the others. That was when Taizhan. As an 8-turn sage, he was more acutely aware than anyone present of the unfathomable grandeur emanating from the golden dragon above. That aura seemed to faintly surpass even him, an 8-turn sage. A new recruit's summoned beast, having evolved just once. It had transcended the realm he had spent most of his life painstakingly cultivating. This realization made the old general, who had fought through life and death and was usually as calm as still water, feel his chest rise and fall uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, barely suppressing the surging waves of astonishment in his heart. In his half a lifetime of battles, he had encountered countless strong beings. But a summoned beast could evolve right in the midst of battle, undergoing a complete transformation. Its battle power multiplying several times out of nowhere. This unheard-of phenomenon thoroughly refreshed his understanding. He turned his head to look at the calm boy beside him. His voice carried a hint of dryness that even he himself was unaware of. Qin Mu. Your summoned beast can evolve. Qin Mu scratched his nose noncommittally. He looked up at his newly formed giant dragon, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his tone casual, as if discussing an everyday matter. I guess so, after all, it's still young. When Tieshan. He fell silent for several seconds before continuing with an expression of disbelief. This is still called young. He raised his eyes to gaze at the golden giant dragon that occupied the sky, its 80-meter wings nearly blocking out the sun, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Having lived for most of his life, he still couldn't comprehend where the boy derived the term small from regarding it. What startled him even more was that Qin Mu's words did not sound like modesty. Instead, it felt as if he were stating a simple fact. This dragon, already powerful enough to command reverence from all, was merely still young in the boy's eyes. What kind of earth-shattering appearance would it have once it fully matured? When Taizhan dared not think further. Above the sky, the 50-meter golden dragon leisurely circled twice over the East Sea. Its golden body swept past the clouds like a flowing golden palace. The dragon's tail left behind dazzling golden trails in the vast sky. Perhaps feeling it had shown off enough, it finally let out a satisfied long roar and dove down towards Qin Mu on the deck. The people on the deck tightened their hearts, instinctively holding their breath. But just as that massive body was about to land, the golden light suddenly dimmed. The ancient giant dragon that looked down upon the world instantly shrank back to its palm-sized lazy form, gently and steadily landing back on Qin Mu's shoulder. It tilted its little head and affectionately rubbed its furry dragon head against Qin Mu's cheek. Squeak. It was a cute, spoiled voice. The contrast with the earlier majestic and divine ancient dragon was like night and day. The fleet's officers who had just been overwhelmed by the dragon's might fell silent. This contrast was a bit hard to catch one's breath. Qin Mu chuckled, raising his hand to ruffle its little head. All right, I know you're amazing. The primordial squinted in satisfaction, comfortably laying back on his shoulder. Just as the primordial's evolution was fully completed at that moment. Buzz. The universal spirit contract within Qin Mu suddenly resonated once more. This time it was clearer than before. And it felt even more intense. Qin Mu's brow furrowed slightly as he followed the thread of connection, his gaze slowly sinking into the still unsealed rift. The rift had sunk into the deep sea. At the very center of the swirling remnants of abyssal energy, there now quietly floated a crystal emitting strange fluctuations. Just a moment ago, before the primordial's extraordinary evolution, there had been nothing there. But now it had suddenly appeared. Qin Mu's pupils constricted slightly. But he quickly cast aside his distracting thoughts and carefully examined the mysterious crystal. It turned out that it was not some abyssal object. Rather, it was a summoning material. Moreover, it was a summoning material of a grade that even he could not discern at the moment. Qin Mu couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. No wonder. No wonder that Trace had led him all the way to this East Sea area from the Asia-Pacific competition, ultimately plunging into a 1,000-meter deep sea. It turned out that beneath this dark seabed there was such an immense fortuity waiting to be discovered. He quietly gazed at the crystal hidden in the sea. In his deep-set eyes a long-dormant interest finally ignited into a blazing fire. As for what that thing truly was, it seemed he could only personally dive down to find out. East Sea. Abyssal rift. That fierce fissure once spanning the horizon and measuring 100 meters wide is now visibly shrinking and collapsing inch by inch. With the ashes of the advance envoy Mograz dissipating, its supporting foundation has been completely withdrawn. It resembled a slowly closing ice sinking into the dark depths of the sea 1,000 meters below. But Qin Mu knew that it had not completely closed. Amidst the remnants of the collapse, that crystal whose rank even he could not discern at the moment still quietly emitted a pull towards him. On the deck the sea wind howled. Qin Mu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze deeply fixed on the dark surface of the ocean beneath him. After a long while he suddenly spoke. Major General, when I will go down for a while. When Taizhan frowned slightly at the words, go down. He quickly walked to Qin Mu's side, looking at the bottom. His voice carried a rare gravity. The abyssal aura inside the rift has not dissipated and is submerged 1,000 meters underwater. In such a place, the water pressure, coldness, and abyssal corrosive force would make it a perilous venture. Even for someone of the ordinary 7th transition, it would be a near-death experience. He paused, staring intently at Qin Mu. Are you sure you want to go down? Qin Mu responded lightly and calmly, as if that life-and-death situation described by Wen Taizhan was merely a visit to an ordinary place for him. It was that plain and understated that caused Wen Taizhan's intended admonition to choke in his throat. He recalled the 7th transition advance envoy from earlier who was crushed to powder by this young man and his 2 summoned beasts. He remembered the golden dragon that had evolved on the spot, its aura surpassing even his own as an 8th transition saint. Suddenly he realized something. His concern may have been unnecessary from the start. When Taizhan fell silent for a moment, slowly turned aside and cleared a path. Qin Mu, I will have someone prepare a deep-sea submarine for you. Thank you, Major General 1, but it's not necessary. Qin Mu smiled and shook his head. Then he pointed to his shoulder. The tiny Taichu, no bigger than a palm, lazily opened its eyes, a trace of ancient brilliance swirling in its golden pupils. It will accompany me. Just then a silent shadow darted out from the cabin, landing behind Qin Mu. He gripped the dagger at his waist. On his usually calm face a rare expression of struggle appeared. Brother Mu, I will accompany you down. His shadow step allowed him to move like a fish in water in the darkness. In terms of stealth, no one in the entire East Sea fleet could surpass him. But after he spoke, he found himself stunned. Qin Mu was heading to the depths of 1,000 meters where the abyssal corrosive force lay. That was a place where even an ordinary 7th transition would face near death. Yet he himself was merely at the 3rd transition. With his limited abilities, he would not only be unable to assist, but would likely burden Qin Mu, forcing him to divide his attention to protect him. With his limited abilities, he would not only be unable to assist, but would likely burden Qin Mu, forcing him to divide his attention to protect him. Yi Feng. Qin Mu's voice was calm. That below is not a place for you to go at this time. Yi Feng's throat constricted painfully. He knew all too well. Since returning from Asia-Pacific, he had sworn to become the blade that could stand by Qin Mu's side. But at this moment, he once again clearly recognized. The place Qin Mu was heading was increasingly leaving him, this still blunt blade, far behind. Then, I will guard you from above. After a long pause, Yi Feng squeezed these words out between his teeth. Then he retreated into the shadows again. That thin back stood straight like a blade coiled before being drawn. Qin Mu glanced at him, saying nothing more. He stepped forward to the edge of the deck. Then, under the astonished gazes of the military personnel on the deck, he stepped out. He leaped into the dark and bottomless ocean. Splash! A soft sound as the surface of the sea closed up. On the deck, several young officers gasped in surprise. He just jumped down like that. He really jumped down? That's the sea floor with an abyssal rift. Crazy, this guy is simply insane. Listening to the chaotic exclamations on the ship only when Taizhan stood calmly at the ship's side. His expression serene as he gazed at the ripples spreading outward. He said nothing. Below the surface of the sea, it was another world. The deeper one goes, the thinner the light becomes, the heavier the water pressure. After several hundred meters, the last trace of daylight was completely swallowed. All that remained was the ancient darkness where one could not see their own hand, and the decaying and cold remnants of the abyss that permeated the seawater. The moment that aura touched the seawater, it dyed it a thick, inky color. Any ordinary being falling into this place would let alone suffer from the corrosive force of the abyss. Simply the terrifying water pressure sufficient to crush steel into discs would be enough to cause their flesh to explode in an instant. Yet Qin Mu, sinking down, appeared calm and composed, for around him a layer of faint golden light enveloped him. That was the magical light emitted quietly by Taichu resting on his shoulder. Wherever the golden light reached, those greedy, corrupting auras seemed to see their natural enemy scattering and dissolving in droves. And the water pressure that could crush steel felt like a gentle breeze on him. For an ordinary practitioner, it would be a place of near death. To him, it was like walking on flat ground. In the darkness, memories from his past life quietly surfaced in fragments. In the past, he had once charged into the bowels of an abyss far darker than this. This sea. There was a miasma composed of countless souls and decay. The pressure there could crush a true deity. Compared to that hellish azura, the small deep sea before him was as gentle as a spring. As he reminisced, Qin Mu's gaze followed that increasingly clearer pulse, sinking deeper into the darkness. 1,000 meters. He finally reached the seafloor. And in front of him, the remnants of the abyssal rift about to close were swirling with the last traces of purple-black turbulence. At the center of the turbulence, a crystal quietly suspended. It was entirely translucent white, yet within it flowed strands of pure, dense darkness. One light, one dark. Contradictory, yet oddly intertwined. Qin Mu slowly raised his hand. The crystal obediently fell into his palm from the void. Cold, serene. Detected summoning material void core. Description: beyond identification range. Seeing that line of a hint of surprise flickered in Qin Mu's deep eyes. He possessed the vision and foundation of the supreme God King from his past life. Whether it was the rare treasures of the 10,000 Spirits continent or the enigmatic objects from otherworldly lands, there was nothing he could not see through. Yet this small crystal left even his experienced eyes unable to discern its origins. It did not belong to this world. Perhaps it did not belong to the abyss either. Qin Mu speculated quietly. The abyssal remnants surrounding it may merely have buried it here for an extended period, like a handful of murky sand inadvertently covering a dusty pearl. The two were inherently distinct. Qin Mu gazed at the luminous crystal in his palm, the corners of his mouth slowly curving up. From the depths of the Asia-Pacific competition to the East Sea of Longhua, that trace of aura that had pulled him for a long time once again slipped away unnoticed. It was not behind that abyssal rift, but rather this void core which had been hidden beneath the abyssal aura for countless ages. Upon reflecting on this, a deep and profound hue rose in his eyes. A creation that did not belong to the abyss, yet was perfectly buried at the center of the abyssal rift. A rift of the abyss that should not have torn open at this moment. These two things coincided fortuitously, as if a hidden hand deliberately placed this void core along with this abyssal door before him. Qin Mu. Who was it? And for what purpose? Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. But now was not the time to ponder these matters. He temporarily set aside the string of doubts. The void core in his palm was sending waves of increasingly intense heat. As if some existence sleeping within it was calling out to him silently and urgently through this layer of crystal. Don't rush. Qin Mu tightened his grip on it, speaking lightly. This place is tainted by many abyssal auras. It is not suitable for summoning. He gently tapped the sea floor with his toes, and his body soared upwards, heading towards the distant surface of the sea, breaking the water's surface. Behind him, the remnants of the abyssal rift, now devoid of any support, emitted a reluctant wail. Ultimately, it completely closed and dissipated. The tumultuous waves of the East Sea that had surged for an entire day finally came to a temporary end. That night, on the shore of the East Sea, at a temporary military base, the training ground was empty. Only a cold moon hung high, casting its clear light across the open area. Qin Mu stood alone in the center of the field. No, he was not alone. In the shadows at the edge of the training ground, a figure stood silently. Yi Feng. He knew Qin Mu would summon that creation brought back from the seafloor. He did not want to miss it. In the center of the field, Qin Mu gently placed the luminous void core on the ground. Then he spread his fingers over it. 10,000 spirits, divine contract. He whispered. In that instant, a soft golden light radiated from his palm. That unique, earth-shattering transformation began once more. Detected summoning material void core. Locking summoning quality. Talent 10,000 spirits, divine contract triggered. Quality locked mythical level. However, this summoning was entirely different from any prior ones. There was no soaring golden pillar of light when Taichu hatched. No 100-meter vortex tearing through the sky when the arbiter of the star realm descended. There wasn't even the slightest tremor of the earth. What remained was merely darkness. From within the void core, strands of thick darkness silently seeped out. They disturbed neither the moonlight nor the sea breeze, not even making a single sound. Only a silent spreading. On the training ground, those shadows originally illuminated by moonlight suddenly came to life at that moment. They flowed like rivers converging into the sea, gathering and climbing towards the crystal in the center of the field. Darkness condensed. Darkness took form. Ultimately, within that flowing, inky mass, a pair of silver-white eyes suddenly opened without warning. What kind of eyes were they? Cold, sharp, devoid of warmth. As if two shattered moons embedded within endless darkness. Beneath those eyes, the darkness slowly coalesced into a humanoid shape. Yet it had no fixed face or body. Its entire form was composed of constantly flowing and changing, at times resembling a person, at times resembling mist, at times morphing into an formless conscious ink. The only constant were those silver-white, almost tangible eyes. Congratulations. Successfully summoned. King of Shadows Void. Quality, mythical level. Skill 1, Shadow of the Void, transform into pure shadow, capable of merging into any shadow, undetectable by any means. Within the shadows, one can move unseen, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Skill 2, Deadly Assassination, launch a sudden lethal strike from the shadows. Damage increases tenfold against unsuspecting targets. Skill 3, Shadow Realm Prison, forcefully drag targets into the Shadow Realm. Within the Shadow Realm, the King of Shadows is the sole ruler. Qin Mu quietly examined the ethereal silhouette before him. His gaze shifted slightly. A pure assassin-type mythical summoned beast. It lacked Tychus world-destroying output and did not possess the defensive capabilities of Panshur. It merely pushed the two essential qualities of an assassin's speed and concealment to an astonishing extreme. Judging from Qin Mu's experience ruling over all spirits in his past life, such extreme qualities of an assassin were rare, even throughout the entire 10,000 spirits continent. This was a true lethal blade concealed within endless darkness. As Qin Mu pondered, the King of Shadows slowly knelt. That body formed of shadows slightly bowed towards Qin Mu. Master, it spoke. Its voice was soft and cold, seemingly echoing from the darkness all around. As if it were merely a whisper of the night itself, shadows await your command. Qin Mu nodded. From now on you shall be called Void. Upon hearing this, the Taichu on his shoulder opened one golden eye. It lazily glanced at the shadow and snorted softly. It seemed displeased with the abrupt appearance of such a sneaky character in the shadow beneath its master's feet. After snorting, it shrank its head back, continuing its nap. At that moment, however, the silent shadow at the edge of the field could no longer maintain its usual calm. Yifeng stared intently at the ethereal King of Shadows in the center. Even his breathing unconsciously lightened and slowed. He was an assassin, a shadow master who wielded darkness as his blade and excelled in stealth. This path he had walked from an unnamed wandering practitioner step by step. He believed his understanding of the term shadow had surpassed that of his peers. Yet at this moment, when he witnessed the existence in the center, seeing it elevate the concept of shadow to a level of pure simplicity and transcendence, he suddenly understood. His proud mastery of shadows seemed shallow, like a child's scribbles in the sand. It was a gap as vast as a chasm, reminiscent of the difference between a source and a tributary. Just like a student who had practiced calligraphy for 10 years suddenly looking up on an ordinary afternoon to see the saint of calligraphy standing before him, leisurely wielding his brush. Senior. Unintentionally, Yifeng called out softly. To see the saint of calligraphy standing before him, leisurely wielding his brush. Senior. The King of Shadows slowly turned its head. Those silver-white eyes fell upon Yifeng. In the depths of those eyes, a hint of barely perceptible kindness flickered. Little one, your path of shadows is commendable. Yifeng's breath hitched suddenly. But unfortunately, the King of Shadows shifted its tone slightly, a hint of regret apparent in its silver-white eyes. Too shallow. Those 3 short words struck Yifeng's heart like a heavy hammer. Yet he felt no anger at being dismissed, because he knew the other spoke the truth. Yifeng took a deep breath and solemnly clasped his fists towards the ethereal figure. Please guide me, Senior. The King of Shadows silently regarded him for a moment. You will. But for now, let's talk later. As the words fell, the King of Shadows figure began to slowly dissipate and vanish from the edges, ultimately transforming into a wisp of light mist, silently merging into the long shadow beneath Qin Mu's feet, as if it had never appeared. But Qin Mu knew. It had always been there, in his shadow, in all the darkness of this world, ubiquitous yet unfathomable. Yi Feng stared blankly at the empty training ground, which was once again illuminated by moonlight. For a long time he was speechless. He gripped the dagger at his waist. Something within his quiet eyes had been quietly ignited. He could not catch up to Qin Mu's figure, but at least for this night, he finally saw clearly the path beneath his feet and where it might lead him in distant realms. That was enough. The storm over the East Sea had thus subsided. Yet no one knew that in a hidden corner thousands of miles away a mysterious figure stood silently before a massive luminous screen. On the screen, the tumultuous scenes of the East Sea battle from that day played on a loop. Mograz was reduced to ashes. The golden dragon evolved in midair, and the silhouette of that youth leaping alone into the dark abyssal depths. 9 is it? A voice overly gentle slowly sounded in the darkness. It betrayed neither joy nor anger, as if merely stating a trivial matter. Faster than anticipated, he raised his hand, his fingertip lightly tapping on the figure of the youth diving into the deep sea. That object. You still managed to obtain it. In the darkness, the corners of the figure's lips curled upwards into a faint arc. Good. The chessboard is set and the pieces are nearly in place. Now, it depends on whether you have the ability to reach that step. Qin Mu. As the voice faded, the luminous screen quietly extinguished. That figure too merged into the impenetrable darkness. The abyssal rift in the East Sea closed. The sea surface returned to calm. Yet many knew in their hearts that this was merely a brief lull before the coming storm. 3 days later, in Jingzhou City Dragon Kingdom, Qinghe Academy, Qin Mu had just returned from the East Sea, the dust of his arduous journey not yet washed away when an announcement that swept the globe set the entire world ablaze, without warning. Global announcement. The World Professional Alliance officially declares this year's World Professional Tournament will be held within the Western Alliance territory in 2 months. Eligibility champion teams from each continent and wildcard teams from the Alliance format, individual and team competitions run concurrently. Other details to be announced. The World Tournament. Not a rookie competition. It was a full-fledged tournament for professionals of all ages. It was the highest stage a professional could stand upon on the entire Blue Star. The moment the announcement was made, it caused a worldwide sensation. From the Dragon Kingdom to the Sakura Kingdom, from the Nanyang Federation to the Western Alliance, countless professionals mobilized upon hearing the news. The official bodies of each country even released profiles of their seeded players overnight, flooding the scene and instantly dominating everyone's attention. And in the Dragon Kingdom, almost everyone's gaze converged on the same name. That youth who had burst onto the scene over a month ago, awakening an SS-strength talent, and who had recently single-handedly repelled the Abyssal Vanguard in the East Sea. Qin Mu. Internally within the Dragon Kingdom Professional Management Bureau, a nomination for his participation had already been quietly placed on the desk. Yet at the very center of this storm, the person in question was exceptionally calm. At Qinghe Academy outside the dormitory building, Qin Mu held a terminal device, casually scrolling through the list of seeded players exposed by various countries. Most names he merely glanced over, until a certain name caused his gaze to pause slightly. Name: Arthas von Heinrich, age 25, nationality Western Alliance, SS strength talent, Holy Judgment, rank 9, revolution, divine, combat power evaluation, 0 stars. Those few lines of text made even Qin Mu, who had weathered countless storms, halt his gaze for a moment. In the history of human awakening, globally only 11 individuals had awakened SS strength talents, and he, Qin Mu, was the latest, the 11th. As for the one displayed on the screen before him, he was ranked 3rd, the trump card of the Western Alliance, the commander of the Holy Light Legion, the acknowledged strongest melee combatant on Blue Star, Paladin Arthas. At the end of the profile, there was even a snippet of a recent public speech he had given at a grand gathering in the Western Alliance. A few brief words, arrogant without pretense. Under the holy light, all beings must be judged. The champion of this world tournament has had no suspense from the moment the curtain was raised. Seeing these words, Qin Mu had no particular reaction. He merely scrolled past them calmly. But beside him, a sharp gasp of air suddenly sounded. It was Lu Dazhuang who had somehow come over. His ox-like eyes were fixed rigidly on that 1 star combat evaluation, his entire body frozen stiff. 10,000 stars. He slapped his thigh hard, nearly tumbling down the steps. Brother Mu, you only have 5,000 stars. This person, he's a full 20 times stronger than you. Lu Dazhuang's voice rose unconsciously as his shock grew. 20 times, Brother Mu. If you really had to fight, could he just flick a finger? And he is quite strong. Qin Mu glanced at the glaring number, his expression calm, without a ripple. He casually closed the data page and said flatly, "Pity combat power ratings only count the main body. And when I fight it's never with just my main body." Lu Dazhuang opened his mouth. He felt that what Brother Mu said was really cool. It was also really arrogant. A 20-fold gap was an insurmountable chasm for any professional. Yet coming from Brother Mu's mouth, it was as casual as stating a simple obvious truth. Lu Dazhuang swallowed his saliva, wanting to say a few more words of advice. But his mind was untimely flooded with the memory of the incredible feats Qin Mu had accomplished one after another in recent days. Effortlessly winning the Asia-Pacific Rookie Championship alone. Instantly killing the 7 Revolution Abyssal Vanguard. The Divine Dragon Summon evolving in midair. Gaining a 9th mythical level summon out of thin air overnight. So the words on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back down. He suddenly had an absurd premonition. This 20-fold gap in combat power might be an unbridgeable chasm for others, a lifetime of effort. But for his Brother Mu, perhaps it was just a number one that could be punctured with a single poke. The tournament starts in 2 months. Qin Mu put away the terminal, muttering to himself with a calm gaze. Arthas, with his 100,000 star combat power, was the first mountain on his path to the world's peak. But to step onto that stage and compete with such pinnacle existences of humanity, his current 6 revolution cultivation was far from sufficient. He raised his hand, summoning the panel visible only to himself. As he expected with the battle in the EC Abyss, his 6th revolution level had also been maxed out. A brand new prompt was quietly waiting there. Congratulations, the 7th revolution quest has been unlocked. The 7th revolution. The threshold that professionals dream of, yet so many can never cross in their lifetime. It now appeared before Qin Mu. His gaze fell upon the quest description. The next moment a trace of faint surprise flickered in his usually placid eyes. Because this quest was completely different from everyone he had experienced before. It wasn't to kill a powerful boss that dominated a region. It was 7th Revolution quest: open the Myriad Spirits Temple and accept the trial of the Myriad Spirits will. Myriad Spirits Temple. Seeing these 4 words, a long-lost ripple finally stirred in Qin Mu's usually calm mind. After a moment, he steadied himself. His gaze sharpened. So I still have to go there after all. He murmured, a confident smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. That night, on his dormitory bed, Qin Mu sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes. A wisp of his consciousness quietly sank into the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. The Myriad Spirits Temple. It was his stronghold in his past life, the most sacred place on the entire Myriad Spirits continent. But on Blue Star it had never existed. Instead, it had transformed into a wisp of the most primal imprints slumbering within the spiritual space of Qin Mu's reborn body. Like a dusty seed, quietly awaiting the day its master would return. Within the sea of consciousness, Qin Mu first saw a stretch of primeval darkness. Then a point of light suddenly blazed forth from the depths of that boundless gloom. The light rapidly spread and unfurled. A temple of supreme majesty slowly materialized from the void within Qin Mu's spiritual world. Its golden dome soared 1,000 meters high as if to hold up the entire sky. Endless corridors stretched deep into the darkness with no end in sight. And on the towering walls were carved countless reliefs of summoned beings. Divine dragons, spirit phoenixes, giant apes, Qin whales, celestial wolves. Myriad forms endless. Beneath each relief seemed to lie a sealed, glorious era. Qin Mu walked step by step through the vast. His footsteps echoed in the immense, empty hall. This place was so familiar to him. In his past life, he had spent his entire life here. He remembered every pillar, every stone slab clearly. In a daze, those long-gone glorious years seemed to come vividly alive before his eyes once more. At the very center of the main hall, a soft white orb of light floated silently in midair. It revolved slowly, radiating a warm and ancient aura. The Myriad Spirits will. The guardian of this temple. It was also the only remaining old friend from his past life within this imprint. The moment Qin Mu stepped into the hall, the orb of light trembled slightly. Then an ancient, gentle voice slowly emanated from within it. Echoing through the empty hall, "You have finally stood here again." Qin Mu stood before the orb of light. In his usually calm eyes, a rare and indescribable complexity surged. In his past life, it was also within this temple that he had walked step by step from the most ordinary summoner to the position of supreme, summoning divine king. This place held too many of his past lives' memories. Spare me the pleasantries of a reunion with an old friend. After a long while, Qin Mu took a deep breath, suppressing his surging emotions. With a tone tinged with 3 parts teasing, he said to the temple's guardian with a smile, "Test me." Hearing Qin Mu's voice, the orb of light trembled lightly. It seemed to laugh. You're still the same as in your past life, so straightforward. Very well. The ancient voice gradually took on a note of solemnity. Your trial is a battle. Against whom? Qin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. Against yourself. As the words fell, the entire spiritual space began to twist and warp violently. Right in front of Qin Mu, a human figure slowly condensed from the void. The figure bore a face identical, but its aura was completely different. The figure's entire body was bathed in a brilliant light, vast and radiant like a star. Behind it, the faint silhouettes of countless summoned beings were vaguely visible, overlapping and layered, resembling a whole resplendent sea of stars. It simply stood there. The aura emanating from that figure was already vast, majestic to a point that was suffocating. This is... Qin Mu's pupils constricted sharply. He recognized it. He knew it too well. Because that figure was unmistakably him. His past self. The supreme summoning divine king, who commanded all spirits and ruled the heavens. Don't be surprised. The myriad spirit's will's ancient voice chimed in at the right moment. This projection only replicates less than a tenth of your past life's power. It paused, and its gentle tone carried a hint of rare gravity. But even if it's only a tenth, it will be no easy feat for the you of today. As if to validate these words, the projection of his past life slowly raised its hand. In an instant, dozens of massive, majestic phantoms materialized behind it. The aura emanating from those phantoms was as profound as an abyss, as deep as an ocean. Each one was above the mythical level. All of them were creation level. Dozens of creation level summoned beings unfurled behind the projection, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Like a vast, majestic ocean formed by assembled deities. What a terrifying sight this was, even as mere phantoms. The boundless pressure they exerted was enough to make any 9 revolution divine from Blue Star kneel on the spot, their souls scattering in terror. Yet facing this terrifying lineup capable of toppling a nation, Qin Mu merely stood there motionless. No one in the world understood the opponent before him better than he did. Because it was himself. He knew every step he had taken, every technique he had used in his past life, by heart. Therefore he knew better than anyone how strong this projection was. What his chances of victory were in this battle. He slowly took a deep breath. He smiled. It was not a bitter smile in the face of despair, nor a forced smile to feign calmness. It was the eager anticipation of a beast that had been lying in wait for a long time, finally spotting its coveted prey. My past self. Qin Mu slowly raised his head, gazing at the sky-covering, sun-obscuring, creation-level phantoms. In his calm eyes, the will to fight surged to the heavens. Then let me see if the me reborn can truly surpass you. Within the mental space, there are no rules, no judges. There is only the purest clash of power. The projection of his past life stood in the void. Behind him, dozens of creation-level summoning shadows obscured the sky, resembling an ocean formed by deities. Even if it is just less than 1/10 of the power from his previous life, the aura emitted by those shadows is distinctly higher than any myth-level entity Qin Mu currently possesses. This is a genuine chasm that spans across ranks. Come out. Qin Mu stepped forward, instead of retreating, uttering those 3 words lightly. In that instant, golden light, black flames, and chaotic energy erupted simultaneously behind him. 9 myth-level summoned beasts appeared in full form. With a roar, Tychus' golden body surged forth. It charged straight at the creation-level dragon shadow before him. Roar! The 2 dragon breaths collided in midair. Boom! The mental space trembled violently, and shockwaves spread out. In the next moment, Tychus' form was forcefully pushed back by more than 10 meters. The dragon breath from the creation-level shadow opposite was clearly more refined and heavier. Almost simultaneously, the ancient battle god and the boulder rushed out from either side, their 4 fists carrying the momentum to shatter mountains and crack the earth, striking towards the front line of the creation-level shadow. Yet that creation-level battle god merely raised an arm casually. With that, he blocked both of these heavy punches capable of shattering a mountain. The gap was evident. In midair, the white light sphere that had been quietly hovering dimmed slightly. For the first time, the voice of the will of all beings carried a hint of imperceptible gravity. It had seen far too many powerful beings. Yet this youth believed he could shake dozens of creation-level shadows merely with 9 myth-level summoned beasts. However, on Qin Mu's face, there was no trace of panic. He didn't even furrow his brow. It was as if the terrifying array that obscured the sky was... However, on Qin Mu's face, there was no trace of panic. He didn't even furrow his brow. It was as if the terrifying array that obscured the sky was merely an old question he had solved countless times before. Silver Moon. His voice was very soft. The dark silver divine wolf howled towards the sky as the bright moonlight poured down from the firmament, illuminating the entire battlefield. Light of the moon god. The aura of the 9 summoned beasts surged simultaneously, their attributes skyrocketing. Coupled with the ongoing amplification of all beings, the combat power of the entire legion was elevated to another level. Arbiter. The Arbiter in a starry robe slowly raised a hand as fragments of stars swirled around him silently. Star Realm Law. A cold star realm domain quietly enveloped the entire battlefield. Within the domain, the auras of the creation-level shadows on the opposite side visibly wilted, plummeting by 50%. One surge, one drop. As the two forces countered each other, the seemingly insurmountable chasm was rapidly filled to the eye. The white light sphere trembled slightly. The previously resolute tone of the will of all beings showed the first signs of wavering. But this was merely the beginning. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the dozens of creation-level shadows across from him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He understood the essence of these shadows better than anyone. No matter how they transcended the myth level in this temple, they ultimately remained as projections formed by mental energy. And spirit and soul were precisely the things that a certain being in his legion excelled at burning. Infernal Phoenix. Qin Mu said lightly, burn them. The small black bird the size of a fist suddenly soared into the air, its wings spreading 3 meters wide. Dark, chilling infernal flames surged around it. Infernal fire, burning heaven. That infernal fire did not crash into any of the shadows' bodies. Instead, it drilled straight into their soul cores like a parasitic growth. In an instant, an anomaly occurred. The creation-level shadows licked by the infernal fire began to wildly dissipate and waver, their originally solid auras collapsing. 1, 2, dozens. These creation-level projections that had just obscured the sky and felt invincible were now collapsing and melting like thin snow under the blazing sun, unable to maintain their massive forms. Within the white light sphere, the ancient voice of the will of all beings finally lost its calm, for it had instantly realized the truth. This youth was not hard competing against these creation-level shadows. With a single glance, he saw through the most fatal weakness of these projections. And then with the most exquisite method, he struck to kill. Using a myth-level legion to challenge dozens of creation-level beings was originally a deadlock. Yet he had forcefully ripped a hole from this deadlock. And once that hole was torn, it could never be closed again. Qin Mu's voice held no sign of fluctuation. Just as he finished speaking, a pair of silver-white eyes suddenly emerged from the shadow beneath a creation-level shadow. Deadly assassination. Before the shadow could react in the slightest, an invisible shadow blade pierced through its body from behind. Against an unsuspecting target, the damage was tenfold. The creation-level shadow could not even let out a muffled groan before being ground to dust. Judger, the executioner in black gold heavy armor, hefted a giant sword equal to his size and stepped forward. Sword of Judgment. With a single slash, another wobbly shadow was cleaved in half. On the battlefield, the dozens of once invincible creation-level shadows had lost more than half in an instant. But what Qin Mu wanted was not just this. He slowly raised his hand. The myth-level summoned beasts under him suddenly aligned their auras in an instant. This was his 6th transformation's ultimate killing move. Resonance of all beings. Infernal fire, star, brilliance, moonlight, chaos, battle, intent, judgment. Different powers under his guidance resonated and overlapped in a profoundly intricate rhythm. The horrifying damage of square-level power took shape in that moment. A destructive beam of light dozens of meters in diameter and mixed with 7-colored brilliance poured down from the heavens. With a thunderous sound, where the beam passed, the remaining creation-level shadows, already battered and beaten along with the void behind them, were completely swallowed and erased. The white light sphere trembled violently from the shock. The will of all beings remained silent for a long time. It gazed at the figure in the arena who had remained calm since the battle began, yet had pushed the power of a myth-level legion to its extreme. In its ancient heart, lake rare waves of turmoil surged. Dozens of creation-level beings, just like that, vanished. As the myriad shadows faded away, the vast mental space was left with only one figure. The true form of the projection from Qin Mu's past life, bearing the same visage as him. He stood quietly, surrounded by a stellar radiance that never dimmed in the slightest. From beginning to end, he revealed not a hint of emotion. As if the fierce battle that had moved the will of all beings just moments ago was simply not worth its attention. Next, Qin Mu raised his gaze, meeting the identical gaze before him. It's our turn. With his words, the golden light and chaotic energy at his feet intertwined and merged explosively. Fusion of all beings, dual mode activate. Current fusion, Taichu boulder. Taikis world-shattering light dragon power, and the boulder's heavy gentle chaos power surged into his body. In that instant, Qin Mu's aura surged to an astonishing height. He stepped forward. This time, no summoned beasts were needed. He intended to question the pinnacle of his past life with his own fists. The two figures collided violently within the mental space. The force of their punches tore apart the void, sending shockwaves that carved deep ravines into the ground beneath. 100 strikes. 200 strikes. 300 strikes. Every punch, every palm strike, every summoning technique of the past life projection was executed with precision devoid of any unnecessary movements. Yet every one of its actions seemed to have already been imprinted in Qin Mu's very blood. Because that was after all. It was every killing move he had honed through a lifetime of battle in his past life. The direction of the punches, the rhythm of the power, even the hidden traps in the next step. Qin Mu could predict them perfectly with his eyes closed. Gradually within that seemingly flawless offensive, a barely perceptible flaw was slowly magnified in Qin Mu's eyes. This was the opportunity. Qin Mu's eyes darkened. Taichu. Almost at the same moment he locked onto the flaw, the golden dragon power enveloping Qin Mu suddenly peeled away and surged. Taichu's massive golden form erupted behind him, looking up to the sky. A strand of brilliance capable of erasing all things rapidly coalesced in its throat. This was its ultimate killing move, which could only be used once in a day after evolving. Breath of creation. In the next second, a beam of pure golden light infused with the power of creation that could split heaven and earth poured out from Taichu's mouth. It struck precisely at the core of the past life projection's fleeting flaw. The movements of the past life projection froze. Those eyes identical to Qin Mu's slowly lowered, gazing at the rapidly collapsing hole in its chest. Just before it shattered completely, a fleeting expression of relief crossed the indifferent face. As if to say, "Congratulations, you." In the next moment, that stellar-like radiant form began to crumble from the void, transforming into countless golden fragments, falling like snow. Qin Mu stood quietly amidst the shower of golden fragments, his chest slightly rising and falling. In this battle he had nearly exhausted all his means. Yet he fought with great satisfaction. In midair the white light sphere began to glow softly. The voice of the will of all beings was filled with appreciation and emotion. Although your current strength is still far from your past self. But it seems you will have that day. As the words fell, the panel in front of Qin Mu suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 7th transformation task. Career advancement successful. Supreme of all beings, hidden mythical career. 7th transformation, supreme of all beings. New ability unlocked, unity of all beings. Unity of all beings. All summoned creatures under your command merge into one, sharing each other's attributes and skills. Any summoned creature can temporarily invoke the abilities of their companions, allowing the entire legion to act as one arm. Combat power evaluation, 5,000 stars, 15,000 stars. A line of golden text reflected in Qin Mu's calm eyes. From 6 transformations to 7. New abilities. New combat power. His base combat power had tripled. And this was just the surface base alone. As Qin Mu quietly felt the immense newfound power within him, the bright light of the white sphere in the grand temple began to gradually dim. The trial had been completed. This imprint, which had been asleep for countless ages, was finally returning to silence. Returner. The ancient voice of the will of all beings had grown somewhat ethereal. It paused as if pondering something. Finally it left behind a profound, low murmur. The abyss of the East Sea is just the beginning. The true enemy still awaits you in that cold void. Hearing these 2 words, a fleeting glint of cold light crossed Qin Mu's usually calm eyes. In his past life, it was the existence from beyond that void that had dragged him down from his highest position, causing his soul to return to Blue Star. The cause and effect of this life had long been planted in the dark. He asked no further questions. He merely bowed towards the gradually fading light sphere. The last wisp of white light completely vanished into the darkness. The magnificent temple of all beings, along with its endless corridors and reliefs, slowly sank into the depths of his consciousness, returning to slumber. In the boys' dormitory of Qinghe Academy, Qin Mu slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, a waning moon had quietly set in the west. A streak of dawn appeared on the horizon. He spread his palm, quietly gazing at his palm. A power far surpassing before flowed quietly within his limbs and bones. That was the power of the 7th transformation, supreme of all beings. Taichu, lying on the pillow, sleepily opened its golden eyes, as if sensing the transformation of its master. With a lazy chirp, it quickly shrank its head back and continued to sleep. Qin Mu looked at it, the corners of his lips curving slightly. Then he raised his gaze towards the distant western horizon. Somewhere in that direction was a grand arena. 2 months later, it would be the battleground filled with heroes. The self-proclaimed champion with no suspense, the Saint Knight of 100,000 stars, would also appear there. And in an even more distant, deeper place, there lay a realm known as the Void, destined to encounter him once again. Qin Mu slightly closed his eyes. He took a deep breath. 2 months. Qin Mu murmured softly, a rare, unusual emotion seeping through his calm voice. 2 months am truly a bit impatient. P.S. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Enjoy every day. Readers are welcome to leave their thoughts on this book and its plot in the comment section. On the day Qin Mu broke through to the 7th shift, he was still unaware. A piece of news was spreading across the entire blue star at an incredible speed. The cause was quite simple. The global ranking of professionals had been refreshed in real time. It was not the newcomer list, but the total ranking that included all professionals in Blue Star, gathering countless legendary figures. A brand new name quietly squeezed in. 28th, Qin Mu, 18 years old. It had only been 2 short months since his awakening. 28th on the global ranking. These few lines of text were almost absurd, resembling a poorly crafted joke. Yet it was indeed displayed so vividly on that highly anticipated leaderboard. What did this mean? It meant that this young man had already stepped over 99 of the professionals in Blue Star, leaving them all behind. It meant that the youngest 7th Shift Emperor in human history had just been born. It also meant that everyone's previous estimation of him had been vastly underestimated. A single stone stirred up countless waves. Social networks worldwide were almost simultaneously ignited. 18 years old, 7th Shift, 28th in the world. Is this something a person can achieve? The youngest 7th Shift Emperor of Blue Star. There is no other, and probably there won't be another in the future. Report, I am the same age as him. I'm still catching crabs in the wild. What light of humanity, I see he must have directly cultivated into an essence. Meanwhile, at Qinghe Academy, Liu Dazhuang raised his phone, staring at the bright red 28, completely stunned. After a moment, he suddenly jumped 3 feet high, shouting in the dormitory building, 28th in the world. My brother Mu. This is amazing. Brother Mu, as a newcomer, has directly entered the global ranking of professionals. However, what kind of old demons are those 27 ahead? Halfway through shouting, he suddenly grinned, puffing out his chest with pride. Hey, I said it. The brightest star in the crowd is always my brother Mu. Meanwhile, confidential reports from various nations were flying into meeting rooms like snowflakes. Almost all forces were urgently reassessing the threat level of that Eastern youth. Within the Dragon Nation, the positioning of Qin Mu had quietly risen to a jaw-dropping height. A national strategic asset. And miles away, in the Western Alliance, deep within a heavily guarded training base, a golden-haired youth was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a layer of sacred golden aura. On the virtual panel before him, a new Eastern name had quietly appeared at the end of the total ranking. The youth slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, gleaming golden. As he reached the 7th shift, Arthas stood up and walked to the window. Gazing out at the setting sun slowly sinking into the horizon, the corner of his lips lifted into an almost indifferent arc. This is quite interesting. It seems this world's tournament won't be too dull. His tone held no hint of regarding Qin Mu as a rival. It seemed that the youth speeding ahead was merely an interesting distraction to him, worthy of a few more glances. In a shadowy corner of the base, a feminine figure was staring at the same list, a meaningful cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. He was Victor Coulson, the holy judge of the tribunal. The faster one rises, the harder one falls. Head, just an immature genius. He slowly closed the panel, the ominous smile deepening. When the time comes for the world tournament, there are plenty of ways to make a rising star fall silently. From start to finish, he showed no intention of confronting Qin Mu directly. In the eyes of a person like him, power in the open was never meant for victory. At Qinghe Academy, in the dormitory, Qin Mu, who had just completed his job transition test, seemed oblivious to the commotion caused by him outside. His message tab vibrated. Looking down, he saw a message from one wanting. Qin Mu, congratulations on reaching the 7th shift. World tournament, let's go together. Qin Mu glanced at it, the corner of his lips moved, replying with a single word. Okay. Then, putting away the message tab, he raised his hand to summon the panel that only he could see. The 7th shift was just the beginning. He wanted to challenge the mountain named Arthas at the world tournament in 2. The current foundation was still far from enough. His gaze fell on his first Wanling Legion Taichu. In the battle at Donghai, Taichu had evolved into a youthful form, using the high energy from the abyss. But Qin Mu knew very well that with the qualifications of this creator dragon, its youthful form was far from its endpoint. It still needed a sufficiently weighty fortune to open the next door. Fortunately, he knew of such a place. One of the strongest secret realms in the Dragon Nation. S-level, the Abyss Secret Realm. 3 days later, in the Dragon Nation, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, a massive chasm whose bottom could not be seen spanned between the peaks. At the bottom of the valley, thick milky white mist swirled, resembling an ancient behemoth lying within the earth's fissures, slowly exhaling. This was the entrance to the Abyss Secret Realm, one of the only 3 publicly accessible S-level secret realms in the entire Dragon Nation. At the edge of the chasm stood a weathered metal sign, the words on it shocking. Abyss Secret Realm, S-level, recommended clearance, level 7th shift, Emperor LV. 150 or above. It is recommended for a team of more than 10 elite members to accompany. Death rate in the secret realm is extremely high, those who enter at their own risk. The clearance rate for this dungeon was less than 10%. This meant that even if a top team of 10 7th shift emperors entered, there was a 90% chance they would not return. At this moment, there were only 5 people standing in front of this warning sign. Qin Mu, Wen Wanting Song, Qinyu Yifeng, and Meng Yao. Just barely half of the recommended number. But if someone knowledgeable were present, they would likely be left speechless. Because among these 5, any one of them could stir up a storm in the entire Dragon Nation. This was far from half a team. This was clearly an extravagantly luxurious lineup of newcomers. Yet newcomers were still newcomers. There was a huge gap separating them from the 7th Shift realm. Whether they could clear the Abyss secret realm remained uncertain. Let's go. Qin Mu showed no signs of fear on his face, speaking succinctly as he took the lead. He stepped into the swirling milky mist. The other 4 followed closely behind. Buzz. With a strange humming sound from the space, the scene before them suddenly opened up. Passing through that layer of milky white mist barrier, what lay before them was a breathtaking spectacle. As far as the eye could see, it was an infinite expanse of lofty heights, deep and vast. Between the islands, they were barely connected by weak and slender bridges of light. The glowing radiance flowed, looking dazzling, yet as if it could break at any moment in this desolate void. Between the islands, they were barely connected by weak and slender bridges of light. The glowing radiance flowed, looking dazzling, yet as if it could break at any moment in this desolate void. This was the upper layer of the Abyss secret realm, the floating islands. And upon these floating islands resided monsters with menacing auras. They varied in appearance. Some had bony wings sprouting from their backs with exposed fangs. Others were shrouded in ominous shadows, their eyes blood-red. Each monster emitted an extremely fierce aura, causing one's heart to race. Their levels started at least from LV 100, with some even possessing unfathomable pressure. Just one of them could pose a city-level threat capable of devastating a large city. In a typical 7th Shift team, they would likely find it impossible to proceed. Unfortunately, today they encountered Qin Mu. Eliminate them. Qin Mu's voice was calm. In the next moment, a golden figure soared into the air. Taichu opened its mouth, unleashing a sweeping breath of golden dragon energy. The monsters on the entire floating island had no chance to scream before being turned into ashes. The Qin Phoenix followed closely behind. Wherever the cold Qin fire passed, those dark attribute monsters were completely purified. The rock transformed into a moving, chaotic fortress, silently clearing the way for everyone. Wherever they passed, even the fiercest monsters could only be flattened under a single punch. The speed of their advance was almost absurdly fast. Wen Wanting followed behind, watching as the monsters in front fell in droves. As a 4th Shift elemental mage, she had thought she could contribute at least a bit. So she held her breath, focusing as a ball of raging flames formed at her fingertips, ready to target a giant beast charging at them. But before she could even raise her hand halfway, that giant beast had already been burned to a wisp of smoke by Taika's passing breath. Wen Wanting maintained her raised hand frozen in place. After a moment, she silently retracted the ball of flame. In this battle, there was no chance for her to intervene. She turned her head quickly to glance at the calm boy, who seemed as if he was just out for a stroll. Ripples in her heart, which she herself was unwilling to delve into, quietly spread a little further. This guy, just how far does he plan to leave everyone behind? The only one in the team who found something to do was Song Qinyu. This proud sword saint volunteered to clean up the scattered minor monsters that the main force had overlooked on the flanks. His figure, dressed in white as snow, darted between the floating islands like lightning, taking down one monster after another with clean precision. He did not feel humiliated at all. On the contrary, being able to hone his sword intent in a realm of this caliber was an opportunity he coveted. Yet whenever he caught sight of Qin Mu's legendary legion sweeping through their foes effortlessly, he would silently repeat that one phrase in his heart. To be born in the same era as such a person. Is it a blessing or a curse? Meanwhile, in the most inconspicuous corner, Yifeng's figure quietly melded into the flowing shadows. A figure composed of shadows and a pair of silver-white eyes was leisurely moving alongside him. Your footwork is too heavy. The Shadow King Zua's voice floated to Yifeng's ear like the night wind. The path of shadows does not conceal one's form, but existence itself. Yifeng's gaze sharpened, and he followed the advice to suppress the last trace of his aura. In the next moment, he truly blended into the shadows like a drop of water merging into the sea. Even those beyond Qin Mu could no longer catch a trace of him. After just a short distance, his already top-tier stealth assassination skills were rapidly advancing at a visibly noticeable speed. This silent youth, who came from a humble background, had an unprecedented fervor in his eyes. He finally understood the extent to which this path beneath his feet could lead, far beyond what he had previously imagined. As for Meng Yao, she and the Qin Phoenix had teamed up to produce a terrifying killing technique. Her poison derived from the source of myriad toxins mixed with the Qin Phoenix's purest Qin fire. The toxic flames intertwined, complementing each other. Any monster targeted by this duo would within 3 breaths completely rot from the inside out, dissolving into a puddle of pus, without even leaving bones behind. calm and indifferent as she was after witnessing the Qin fire's property of purging toxins firsthand. A rare glimmer of interest belonging to a researcher flickered in her cold eyes. A temporary team was surprisingly becoming increasingly harmonious in this perilous secret realm. And this was precisely what Qin Mu wanted to see. In 2 months at the World Tournament, besides the individual competition, there would also be team competitions. This expedition into the Abyss secret realm. For him, it was both a chance to seek fortune for Taichu and to prepare this team for the upcoming world stage. 6 hours passed. The group, like a storm, finally reached the deepest part of the secret realm. The scene before them suddenly changed. It was an expansive space shrouded in eternal flames. But that fire was not the ordinary crimson. Instead, it was a pure blazing gold. Under the scorching heat, even the surrounding space slightly twisted and trembled. And at the very center of that golden sea of flames, a vague and massive bird shadow lay quietly, barely discernible. Just the trace of its aura that wafted out made the entire sea of flames seem to bow before it. The moment they stepped into this space, the myriad spirits contract within Qin Mu suddenly erupted with an unprecedented intense resonance. His eyes suddenly brightened inside this. Qin Mu's gaze was fixed on the bird shadow nestled in the center of the golden flames, speaking each word slowly. Sleeps, an ancient divine beast. When Wanning, standing beside him, had already sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from deep within the flames. It was a presence far superior to those monsters from the floating islands. Even with her composure at this moment, her fingers gripping the staff tightened involuntarily. This aura, its level, at least LV 250 or above. Rarely did a hint of seriousness seep into her voice. This far exceeds the boss specifications that an S-level secret realm should have. Now, what should we do? Everyone's hearts sank in unison. Only Qin Mu remained, gazing at the massive bird shadow sleeping in the golden flames. His usually calm eyes not only showed no signs of tension, but instead slowly ignited with a passionate glow. This was the opportunity he sought for Taichu. He had arrived. You all step back. Qin Mu calmly left behind 4 words. He stepped forward alone. Qin Mu stepped forward and entered the realm of the eternally burning golden flames. The power of the contract from the Wanling divine contract slowly circulated around him. It transformed into a layer of hazy golden light, completely isolating the searing flames 3 feet away from him. His sleek black hair gently floated in the hot air. The flickering golden flames illuminated his calm and unruffled face. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked steadily towards the depths of the sea of fire. Strangely, the ancient flames, powerful enough to melt a mountain into molten iron, actively retreated to the sides as he approached like a tide. It was not Qin Mu who was forcibly dispelling them, but rather those flames that had burned for countless years. Upon touching the aura from him, instinctively produced a sense of reverence. Outside the sea of fire, Wan Ning and the others, pushed back hundreds of meters by the residual force, were staring intently at the slender figure walking alone amidst the flames. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was a forbidden zone where even others dared not approach for fear of being burned. Yet Qin Mu walked so calmly. It was as if he was treading upon not an inferno that consumed all, but a path that had long been paved for his return. Wan Ning instinctively wanted to follow. However, as she took half a step forward, she was forced to stop by the scorching gust of air rushing towards her. As a 4th circle elemental, mage, her mastery of fire was already among the best of her peers. Yet in the face of this sea of fire, the flames she prided herself on felt as small as a candle flame in the wind. She could only watch helplessly as that figure walked further away, eventually disappearing into the golden depths. Her heart tightened as if gripped by an invisible hand. Is he really okay on his own? Her voice was soft, almost swallowed by the roar of the flames. Don't worry. Beside her, Song Qianyu stood with his sword held, his gaze never leaving that figure. His tone was unexpectedly certain. After following him for so long, can you still not see it? He never fights battles he is not confident in. Hearing this, Wan Ning was momentarily stunned. Looking towards the depths of the sea of fire again, her anxiety transformed into a near-blind, yet profoundly solid trust. At this moment, in the very center of the sea of fire, a colossal bird, so immense it was beyond estimation, lay with its eyes closed in slumber. Once its wings were spread, they would likely stretch over 100 meters. Its entire body was enveloped in pure golden flames. Rather than being in the flames, it was as if it itself was the embodiment of this fire. Each feather seemed to be forged from pure gold, radiating a warm and sacred glow. The elongated tail feathers cascaded down like a golden waterfall, trailing several dozen meters. Each tip of the tail feathers blossomed into an eternal flame flower. Qin Mu's pupils slightly this aura, this appearance. Even with his memories from his past life, he had only glimpsed a few strokes in those ancient legendary texts. The primordial phoenix, an ancient divine beast that had slept for tens of thousands of years. This was the true treasure he sought on this journey. In his past life, he was the exalted summoning god, king commanding countless divine beasts. Yet, even then, a being like this carrying the powers of rebirth and immortality was someone he had to regard with utmost respect. The Wanling divine contract resonated violently the moment he stepped into this place, a reaction unprecedented and not coincidental. This sleeping ancient divine beast was destined to be a member of his Wanling legion. As Qin Mu's footsteps disturbed the ancient silence, it slowly opened its eyes. Its golden eyes, burning with eternal fire, gazed down upon the diminutive human who dared to intrude upon its domain. In that instant, a magnificent pressure belonging to an ancient divine beast erupted with a force that looked down upon all living beings. The primordial phoenix let out a clear and soaring cry, its massive wings suddenly unfurling. Boom! Centered around it, the golden flames erupted like a suddenly exploding sun, spreading and sweeping outwards in all directions. The entire secret realm was ignited in that moment. Be careful! Outside the sea of fire, the fierce shockwave rushed in an instant. In a critical moment, the colossal chaotic body of the rock shielded everyone, forming an indestructible. Even so, when Wan Ning and the others were still swept back several hundred meters by the residual wave. What terrifying power! Song Qianyu, with his white robes singed, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His handsome face was filled with gravity. This isn't just LV. 250. The battle power of this phoenix is probably surpassing that of an 8th circle saint. What a terrifying existence even their mentors have to look up to. Wan Ning and Meng Yao's expressions changed in unison. The ancient divine beast before them seemed to be on par with that. Such a colossal being, how could they possibly shake it even a little? Its fire is not ordinary fire. Meng Yao, who had always been calm and indifferent, stared intently at the golden sea of flames. Ripples appeared in her cold and emotionless eyes. It is a fire born from the very essence of life, capable of annihilation and yet endless. My poison is meaningless to it. Standing in the shadows, Yifeng had already suppressed his aura to the utmost. With his intuition as a shadow master, the pressure from this divine beast was even more intense than that of the abyssal envoy from the East Sea. If it truly came down to it, forget about offering assistance. They might not even have the chance to retreat unscathed. But in the next moment, everyone's gaze fixed on the center of the sea of fire. Then they collectively fell silent. Because that person was still standing quietly in the middle of the fire that could consume everything, not moving an inch. The raging flames surged towards him, but parted like a calm gap 2 meters around him due to the hazy golden light. The protection of the Wanling divine contract was like an invisible wall of bronze and iron. Despite the world turning upside down outside, his robes remained unwrinkled. Qin Mu slowly raised his hand. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated the deafening roar of the flames. Each word reached the ears of the ancient divine beast. I am not here to fight you. He raised his gaze, meeting the golden eyes burning with eternal fire. His lips moved slightly. I have come to bring you home. The primordial phoenix's movements suddenly stilled. In its eyes that looked down upon all living beings, a hint of confusion flickered for the first time. The flames that consumed everything gradually subsided. It was not Qin Mu who suppressed it, but it itself was actively retracting its divine fire. Because it clearly felt a familiar yet deeply cherished aura emanating from that diminutive human. It was a call that seemed to come from the very beginning of all things, from the source of life. Warm, embracing. Even this ancient ferocious beast that had slumbered for tens of thousands of years felt a stirring desire to bow down and draw closer. This was the aura of a master. For tens of thousands of years after the great calamity at the dawn of creation, it had been lying alone in this eternal sea of fire. Sleeping, awakening, then sleeping again. It had long forgotten what it was waiting for. Until this moment, when that long-lost aura from the source of all things brushed past, it suddenly remembered. What it had been waiting for was a place worthy of its trust. Now that place had come. Outside the sea of fire, Song Qianyu and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that what awaited them next would be an earth-shattering, life-threatening battle. Yet this scene before them left their minds blank. The ancient divine beast that had just looked down upon all and nearly annihilated them now lowered its noble head towards the youth, like a fledgling recognizing its master. That massive head, burning with golden flames, gently touched Qin Mu's open palm. It was scorching, yet not. A knowing smile flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. On his palm, the imprint of the Wanling divine contracts. Ding. Talent: Wanling divine contract activated. Detecting contract target: primordial phoenix, legendary level. Summoning quality is being forcibly upgraded. Legendary level, mythical level, upper tier. Congratulations, host. Conquest successful. Primordial phoenix, nirvana. Quality: mythical level, upper tier. A series of golden prompts flowed past Qin Mu's eyes. Immediately after was the skill bar that made him feel invigorated. Skill 1 Nirvana Flame released the primordial fire capable of incinerating everything. Skill 2 Immortal Rebirth automatically revived to full status within 3 breaths after death. Can be triggered once every 24 hours. Skill 3 Rebirth and Fire grant a protective Nirvana Rebirth to all allies within a certain range for 5 minutes. Automatically triggers when allies suffer fatal damage. Upon seeing these 3 skills, even Qin Mu, who was usually composed, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Nirvana, Immortality, Rebirth. The core strength of this ancient phoenix revolved entirely around life and resurrection. This meant that from now on his Wanling Legion, and even his companions, would possess a solid guarantee capable of reversing life and death. 10. From the primordial being to the Shadow King, and now to this primordial phoenix. He had gathered a full 10 mythical level summoned beasts under his command. The moment the summoning was completed, the 100-meter giant bird shrank suddenly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fluffy golden bird the size of a palm. Flapping its wings, it gracefully landed on Qin Mu's fingertip. It tilted its round little head curiously and gently pecked at Qin Mu's fingertip, its golden eyes filled with affection. The ancient divine beast that once looked down upon all now appeared so adorable that one could hardly connect the two. At that moment, the tiny size of the primordial phoenix was matched by the similarly palm-sized Taichu, who peeked out from the summoning space. It opened its round dragon eyes and saw the new little fellow that had just stolen the limelight on its master's fingertip. With a huff, it sulkily withdrew its head. Qin Mu chuckled helplessly. This petty creator dragon was bound to throw a tantrum again, but it probably didn't realize that the strand of primordial nirvana fire from this primordial phoenix would be the key fortune to help it cross the next threshold of evolution. This little jealousy, when it looked back on the day it truly grew up, would likely laugh at its own pettiness today. Almost simultaneously, a chilling black flame quietly rose from Qin Mu's other side. The 9 nether phoenix also flapped its wings and flew out, staring wide-eyed at the golden little bird. One was black, the other was gold. The 2 phoenixes, with completely contrasting auras, silently confronted each other in midair. The Ming phoenix turned its head arrogantly and coldly snorted. The primordial phoenix innocently tilted its head, looking utterly clueless. Qin Mu rubbed his forehead. Can we not have such a scene every time a new member arrives? Though his words were filled with helplessness, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. At this moment in the path where the flames had completely dispersed, Wan Ning and the others had just awakened from their stupor and quickly walked over. Wan Ning's gaze fell upon the small and exquisite golden phoenix that had almost taken their lives. Her lips parted slightly, yet she couldn't close them for a while. She had thought she had long become accustomed to the shocks brought by this person, but reality proved she had underestimated it. From the 8th that astonished in the Asia-Pacific competition to the 9th that appeared out of thin air in the East Sea, and now this 10th. How many trump cards does this person really have? No one dared to guess where his steps would ultimately lead him. The 10th. After a long while, she took a deep breath. Looking at Qin Mu, her voice was filled with a mix of incredulity and laughter. Qin Mu, how many more do you plan to summon before you stop? Beside her song, Qin Yu remained silent. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened a bit more, his gaze growing ever more fervent. He knew that the distance between him and this person had widened again. Yet for some reason his heart was not discouraged in the slightest. Instead, a more intense fighting spirit ignited within him. Yifeng stood silently in the shadows. Looking at that figure, his eyes were filled with an unshakable admiration and determination. Only Ming Yao, with her calm and emotionless gaze, lingered a moment longer on the primordial phoenix, seemingly in thought. In response to Wan Ning's half-amazed, half-accusatory question, Qin Mu merely smiled and did not answer. He raised his hand, gently cradling the small golden phoenix in his palm. At that moment, a golden light curtain suddenly illuminated before everyone without warning. It was a global system announcement. Global announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom player Qin Mu for becoming the youngest player in history to clear the S-level secret realm, Tianyuan secret realm. Clear time 6 hours and 17 minutes. These 2 lines of text marked the youngest S-level secret realm clearing record in the history of Blue Star. At this moment, 2 months remained until the highly anticipated world competition. Qin Mu retracted his gaze, looking towards the distant sky beyond the secret realm. 2 months later, when he stood on that world stage with these 10 mythical level summoned beasts, what kind of shocking scene would this Blue Star witness? The news of the Tianyuan secret realm's first opening once again propelled Qin Mu's name to the top of global trending searches. This time, Qin Mu remained unfazed by the overwhelming honor. The 2-month deadline is approaching. He must make the final preparations for the world competition that is destined to be recorded in history. This world competition concerns himself. It also pertains to the honor and destiny of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Almost simultaneously with the global news announcement, an unexpected guest quietly set foot on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Victor Coulson. His official identity on this trip is an inspector sent by the World Practitioners Alliance to various countries. Ostensibly, he is here to inspect the pre-competition preparations of the Dragon Kingdom. With golden hair and blue eyes, he possesses a handsome visage. A gentle smile always lingers at the corners of his mouth. He speaks with courtesy and exhibits impeccable manners. A quintessential Western elite gentleman. The day after he arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, he applied to visit. Even though the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom are aware that the other party may have ulterior motives given the powerful international standing of the Western Alliance. And with Victor carrying the guise of international communication, the Dragon Kingdom has no reason to refuse this friendly proposal. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom's Practitioner Management Bureau reluctantly introduced Victor to Qinghe Academy upon receiving the notification from above. The Academy's leadership had no choice but to take him to meet Qin Mu. Mr. Qin Mu, I've long admired. Victor proactively extended his hand upon seeing Qin Mu, his smile warm. I am Victor Coulson, an inspector from the World Practitioners Alliance. The record you set in the Tianyuan secret realm is truly breathtaking. I am very much looking forward to witnessing your prowess on the stage of the world competition. Mr. Victor. Qin Mu shook his hand in polite response, not saying much more. He also noticed that Victor's palm felt unusually cool. Cool to an unusual degree, reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature lurking in the shadows. The ensuing conversation appeared cordial on the surface. Victor consistently acted like an ardent admirer. He praised Qin Mu's unmatched talent, sincerely expressing the Western Alliance's friendliness towards the Dragon Kingdom, even warmly inviting Qin Mu to a friendly match in the Western Alliance after the competition. Every word was impeccably articulated. Yet amidst this warm atmosphere, Qin Mu sensed something very unusual. Victor's spiritual energy was subtly probing him in an extremely subtle and concealed manner. It felt like nearly undetectable mental tendrils surreptitiously brushing across the surface of Qin Mu's attribute panel. Then it advanced further, attempting to delve deeper. If not for Qin Mu's spiritual perception honed from 3,000 years of battles in his past life, far surpassing that of this young body, he would have never discovered such a ghostly espionage. His hand holding the teacup did not falter. The calm expression on his face revealed not a hint of flaw. He did not expose it. Just as the mental tendril was about to probe into the deepest part of the panel, he seemingly casually lifted his gaze and met Victor's eyes. That calm and steady gaze, which felt like a bolt of lightning, inexplicably made Victor's heart shudder. Victor's mental tendril, nearly touching its target, was suddenly repelled by some invisible force. Victor's practiced, enthusiastic expression paused for a moment. This young man. What exactly? Victor narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Quickly his face resumed that flawless smile, masking the momentary daze. However, after receiving that piercing glance from Qin Mu, Victor appeared notably more restrained. Moreover, his speech became a bit hurried. Qin Mu secretly chuckled. After all, the high-ranking officials of the Western Alliance truly know how to be perceptive. Then he heard Victor exchange a few pleasantries. Not long later, their conversation reached a conclusion, and Qin Mu smiled as he saw the guest out the door. Creak, bang. The door closed. The smile on Qin Mu's face gradually faded. He did not turn back. He merely spoke to the empty room in a voice only one could hear. Yifeng. Yes, Brother Mu, what do you command? A silent figure emerged from a shadow in the corner. This person is very dangerous. Qin Mu's gaze fell on the closed door. Keep a close watch on him for me. A silent figure emerged from a shadow in the corner. This person is very dangerous. Qin Mu's gaze fell on the closed door. Keep a close watch on him for me. After leaving Qinghe Academy, Victor connected to an encrypted communication at a secret lodging. On the other end was the renowned ace of the Western Alliance. The intelligence has been gathered. Victor's tone lacked the previous enthusiasm, replaced by a cold professionalism. Qin Mu's talent is indeed genuine SS grade. And the number of summoned beings he possesses is likely no less than 10, all at least of mythical grade. A moment of silence followed in the communicator. Then a deep magnetic voice came through, calm, yet carrying a hint of surprise. Are you certain it's more than 10? Absolutely. Victor nodded, adding, among them, there is even one dragon with signs of evolution, which seems to have reached a high-level mythical grade. Upon hearing this news, Arthas fell into a longer silence than before. After a while, a restrained voice came from the other end of the communication. What do you suggest we do? No need to worry. The corners of Victor's mouth slowly curled into a chilling arc, unseen by anyone. I have already found his weakness. What weakness? Arthas' voice carried a hint of excitement. He is too young. Victor articulated each word carefully. Despite his tremendous strength, experience remains his greatest shortcoming. His seemingly unbreakable psyche has a limit to the pressure it can withstand, far less profound than outsiders might imagine. As long as enough pressure is created on the competition stage, he will reveal his most fatal flaw. Another silence followed on the other end of the communication. However, this time it seemed to carry a more complex emotion. Victor. I will lay my cards on the table. Arthas's voice suddenly turned colder, carrying an undeniable authority of an absolute powerhouse. If your methods exceed the boundaries of the competition rules, then no one will cooperate with you. Victor's previously chilling smile froze for a moment. Of course. He quickly regained his composure, his tone perfectly measured. Rest assured, everything will remain within the rules. The communication was abruptly cut off. Victor slowly set down the communicator. The last trace of feigned smile vanished from his handsome face, replaced by an unfathomable darkness. Arthas, oh Arthas. He gazed out at the brightly lit foreign city, murmuring softly. It was both mocking and lamenting. Someone like you is rather too naive. Rules. In Victor Coulson's, rules have always been merely a means to constrain the foolish. What the true victor must do is establish the rules themselves, or lead the opponent into the trap of rules that they have already laid out without them realizing it. But Arthas. A chilling shadow crossed Victor's eyes. You will understand on the day Qin Mu dies. Time flies. Dozens of days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Dragon Kingdom's capital, in front of the National Practitioner Management Bureau building's Central Square. Today, a nationwide attention-grabbing send-off ceremony is being held broadcast live across the country. On the square, the 12 members of the Dragon Kingdom representative team, dressed in unified crimson battle robes, stand proudly in a row. At the center of the team stands Qin Mu, the captain. To his right are Wenwan Ning Song Qian Yu and Yi Feng, while on his left are Meng Yao and the substitute Lu Dezhuang. This is the team he personally selected. In addition, there are 6 other top elites who emerged from nationals. This team nearly gathers the sharpest power of the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. The director of the Bureau, the 9 Turns Divine, being Zheng Yuanshan, personally ascended the platform. In front of the thousands of eyes across the nation, he solemnly handed a crimson battle flag embroidered with a dragon to Qin Mu. You are not just representing yourselves on this journey. You represent the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zheng Yuanshan's gaze slowly swept over each young face in the team, eventually locking onto Qin Mu. Especially you, Qin Mu. This time the whole world is watching you. I understand. Qin Mu nodded solemnly, accepting the battle flag with both hands. The crimson flag unfurled in the mountain wind, producing a fluttering sound. He turned around, facing the array of cameras that resembled long guns and short cannons on the square. Behind the cameras were countless gazes from across the nation, holding their breath and watching intently. Under the public's scrutiny, Qin Mu said only one sentence: with us the Dragon Kingdom will never lose. One sentence delivered with conviction. No grandiose rhetoric, no unnecessary embellishments. Yet that deeply ingrained certainty ignited the blood of millions of citizens through the lens. In the live stream chat, comments erupted almost simultaneously. Mushin's words are so inspiring. Isn't it? My blood is boiling. This is our Dragon Kingdom's youth. Dragon Kingdom must win. Qin Mu, forever the god. Just these 9 words make me inexplicably believe. Brother Mu, take our Dragon Kingdom to new heights. At this moment, at the very back of the team, Lu Dezhuang, as the substitute, looked at the upright figure standing in front, his eyes reddening with excitement. Brother Mu is really so handsome, he grumbled in a low voice. A teammate beside him shot him an annoyed glance. Hey, I say, in front of so many people, stop crying. I'm not crying, Lu Dezhuang retorted quickly, wiping his face in a fluster. It's the wind. The wind and sand are just too strong. Soon after, boom, on the chartered flight to Geneva, Qin Mu sat by the window, quietly gazing at the endless billowing sea of clouds outside. At that moment, a new prompt quietly popped up on the panel that only he could see. Ding. 8-turn mission unlocked, early preview available. Note: it is recommended to complete this task in real combat. 8-turn. Complete in real combat. Then, wouldn't that just happen to be during this world competition? Qin Mu's gaze lingered on the message for a moment before closing the panel and slowly closing his eyes. 7 turns to become king, conquered the 10th mythical being. Now another opportunity for 8 turns. One event after another is converging towards him. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. All he needs to do is extend his hands and gather everything into. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Geneva, the main venue for the World Practitioners Competition, a super arena capable of accommodating 200,000 people. 128 top teams from around the globe have gathered here. The opening ceremony officially begins. Each country's representative teams enter one after another to the stirring music. When the Dragon Kingdom's delegation appears in the entrance passage, all eyes in the arena almost instantaneously converged, simply because within this team, there is a genius youth named Qin Mu. The dense flashing lights flickered around him like a storm that had suddenly descended. Click, 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 click. Qin Mu walked at the forefront of the team, his steps composed, and his expression calm, as if he were not treading on the world stage under everyone's scrutiny, but simply walking down an ordinary road. His gaze calmly swept over the stands and the teams from other countries. Finally, it settled on the Western Alliance's team. At the front of that team stood a figure clad in golden knight armor surrounded by a holy golden light. A pair of golden eyes radiant like two blazing suns. Just quietly standing there, the aura emanating from him seemed to overshadow everyone present. Arthas von Heinrich, the ace of the Western Alliance, recognized as the strongest melee fighter on Blue Star. The third person in the world to awaken an SSS talent. As the two entering teams brushed past each other, Qin Mu and Arthas passed close by. Their gazes briefly met in the air for a second. In that second, the air between the two seemed to freeze momentarily. It felt like a silent clash. Two equally powerful, unyielding auras collided in an invisible crash. Ordinary people felt nothing, but the true experts in the crowd were all startled, their hearts shaking as they turned to follow that faint magical disturbance. In the team, when Wan Ning's breath hitched slightly, she instinctively tightened her grip on her staff. Beside her, Song Qian, yes, eyes narrowed, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. They were all too aware of how terrifying that golden-haired man was. Yet their captain, standing beside the golden-haired man, did not appear even slightly overwhelmed by his terrifying aura. "You are the Qin Mu from the Dragon Kingdom." He quite interesting. Arthas turned his head slightly. A trace of surprise flickered in his golden eyes, then a proud smile curved his lips. "I look forward to battling with you." Likewise. Qin Mu did not pause his steps, merely responding to him with those two words. The two figures passed each other without looking back. Meanwhile, in the Cherry Blossom Country team, Yusuji Shinichi stared at this scene, his jaw clenched tightly. Once upon a time, he had also stood proudly opposite Qin Mu. But now he had completely lost even the qualification to enter the field of Qin Mu's vision. This feeling was 100 times more suffocating than being publicly humiliated by Qin Mu in a single move. Qin Mu. After a long while, the teams from various countries finally completed their entrance into the arena. The clamor gradually subsided. The chairman of the Professional Alliance World Tournament slowly walked onto the high platform at the center of the arena. Under the gaze of 200,000 eyes, he announced an unprecedented special tournament format for this year's team competition. This year's World Tournament team competition will adopt a brand new Real Combat Secret Realm mode. His voice, amplified by the sound array, echoed throughout every corner of the arena. All participating teams will enter the same gigantic secret realm together, competing for the scattered fragments of the gods within. The more fragments one secures, the higher the ranking. After clearing the secret realm, or upon reaching the time limit, rewards and points will be awarded according to the rankings. The team with the highest total points will become the champion of this tournament. A wave of suppressed gasps and discussions arose from the audience. 128 teams entering a single secret realm, competing against one another. This meant that the team competition would be a chaotic battle filled with gunpowder smoke and danger from the very start. The chairman's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of captivating gravity. This gigantic secret realm for the team competition is called Battlefield of the Gods. Battlefield of the Gods. The countless spectators present widened their eyes in unison. Just then, a massive translucent light screen appeared before everyone's eyes. Secret Realm Battlefield of the Gods. It is said to be an ancient battlefield relic entirely replicated from a distant other world. As for what kind of earth-shattering battle between gods and demons once erupted there, and why it was named Battlefield of the Gods, no one knows anymore. Brave warriors venture into this legendary place to uncover the past and ancient secrets hidden within. Everyone was captivated and shocked by the introduction of the Battlefield of the Gods. Even Qin Mu, usually calm, suddenly displayed a hint of unusual color in his eyes. This was because the contract of all spirits that slept deep in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, without warning. This tremor was faint and fleeting, but it caused Qin Mu to slowly squint his eyes deep in thought. He raised his gaze towards the vast battlefield projection that slowly materialized above the arena. A thought flashed through his mind. The so-called Battlefield of the Gods was likely not as simple as the organizers claimed. However, it was still not time for the team competition in the Battlefield of the Gods. The light screen shifted, illuminating another line of text. Individual competition, top 128, single elimination. This has always been the rule of this tournament. The individual competition proceeds first. 128 top professionals from around the globe will face off, with the losers being eliminated. Qin Mu's first-round opponent quickly projected onto the celestial screen. African Alliance Abubakar Diallo 6th turns Sovereign S-Class talent, earthly power. Before Qin Mu could carefully browse the information on the screen, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before his eyes, and in the next moment, he had been transported to the arena. In the World Tournament, dozens of independent arenas opened simultaneously. These were all venues prepared for the individual competition. Among them, the arena where Qin Mu stood was the one receiving the most attention. Qin Mu regained his focus and looked at the wide arena. Opposite him stood a burly man whose build resembled a small iron tower. His dark skin gleamed with a metallic sheen under the lights. With bulging muscles, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure just by standing on the arena. He was clearly aware of Qin Mu's reputation. Yet his eyes held no fear whatsoever, but rather burned with fierce battle intent. The genius of the Dragon Kingdom, I have long admired your name. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. However, I, Abubakar, am not afraid of you. Below the stage, the Dragon Kingdom's team seats. As a substitute, Lu Dazhuang leaned his head forward, clicking his tongue. This big black guy is indeed intimidating, but unfortunately, he is facing my brother Mu. Below the stage, the Dragon Kingdom's team seats. As a substitute, Lu Dazhuang leaned his head forward, clicking his tongue. This big black guy is in the ground of the entire arena instantly softened, turning into a viscous swamp. Countless sharp stone spikes shot up from beneath his feet, quickly covering the area around Qin Mu, sealing off all space for maneuver. His strategy was simple, yet cunning, using the terrain to immobilize his opponent's movements. Then with absolute power, he would crush the opponent. This land is your grave. Abubakar growled with a sinister laugh. In the center of the arena, Qin Mu didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply said calmly, "Come." A black golden figure appeared in response. Clang. The black golden heavy armor reflected a cold gleam, and a gigantic sword as tall as his body was firmly propped on the ground. With eyes like two clusters of burning black golden flames, the abyssal judge descended. It knelt on one knee and made a deep, respectful oath. "Master, my sword shall fight for you. Go clear away that mud." Upon receiving the command, the abyssal judge immediately stood up. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, it raised the pitch-black, giant sword high above its head. Black golden destructive sword light surged and gathered frantically at the blade. Sword of Judgment. With a single strike it fell. That strike carried a terrifying momentum, sweeping across the entire battlefield from above. The dazzling black golden sword light, like a crescent moon that judged all, instantly engulfed the entire arena. Whoosh! Wherever the sword light passed, the overwhelming stone spikes and the viscous earthly power, along with everything Abubakar was proud of, were all cut into nothingness. On the arena, a straight cut mark over 100 meters long, unfathomable, appeared. And that cold sword blade, it was unclear when it had been firmly positioned at Abubakar's throat. Thousands of gazes in the arena focused on this battlefield. This six-stern sovereign, whose build resembled a tower of iron, stood frozen in place. His Adam's apple moved with difficulty. "I concede." He slowly raised his hand. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the vast dome of the arena. The massive light screen above everyone's heads abruptly changed text. First round of individual competition, first winner, Dragon Kingdom's Qin Mu. Time taken 6 seconds. 6 seconds. A moment of silence fell over the crowd, quickly followed by an uproar. Every audience member who saw this text stared in disbelief. And this was merely Qin Mu's first match. Soon the second, third, and fourth rounds would arrive. Qin Mu even grew weary of changing tactics too much. In each match, he still only summoned a single summoned beast. Each time his opponents couldn't even withstand a single move before being cleanly swept off the arena, including the first round. The total time taken for the first 4 rounds did not exceed 40 seconds. The commentators responsible for the commentary were left utterly speechless by the end. So, should we just fast forward through Qin Mu's matches? I haven't even unwrapped my snacks and the match is already over. I just set up my seeds and bench, and you're telling, ahem. Qin Mu, could you leave your opponents a bit of dignity? Another commentator laughed bitterly and added, "I'm afraid not." Below, in the Dragon Kingdom's team seats, Lu Dazhuang crossed his arms, filled with pride. He stood tall. "Did you see? This is the best-looking guy in the arena, my forever brother Mu." The others beside him, Wanqing and Song Qianyu, remained exceptionally calm. They had witnessed such scenes countless times before, from the Asia-Pacific tournament to the East Sea and then to the Tianyuan secret realm. The shock this person brought had long since become a habit for them. On the other side of the stands, a few gazes were filled with shock and deep meaning. In the Western Alliance's team seats, a man clad in golden knight armor rested his chin on one hand, a glimmer of interest passing through his golden eyes. He quietly watched the figure of the youth in the arena, becoming increasingly focused. A proud curve formed at the corner of his lips. Arthas did not speak, yet the battle intent in his eyes was stronger than ever. Deeper in the shadows, a feminine figure was also fixated on the same arena. Victor Carlson clasped his hands together, hiding a scheme invisible to others beneath his gentle smile. The more effortless the crushing, he whispered to himself, the more spectacular the fall later on. The battles in the early rounds of the tournament soon came to an end. The individual competition had entered the top 16 phase. After a brief break, two names were displayed side by side on the big screen. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire arena changed dramatically. Top 16 match, 3 Dragon Kingdoms, Qin Mu versus Sakura countries, Yusuji Shinichi. Yusuji Shinichi. Everyone held their breath. The man who had publicly provoked Qin Mu at the Asia-Pacific tournament only to be crushed and left hospitalized by a 7-colored beam. Is this for real? After their encounter at the Asia-Pacific tournament, the two would meet again on the same stage. Was this a coincidence of fate, or? Countless speculations and astonishment raced through the minds of every spectator present. Meanwhile, from the direction of the Sakura country's team seats, a figure slowly stood up. He was clad in dark black samurai armor, a legendary sword named Amaterasu hanging at his waist. Although it had been shattered by Qin Mu's strike, it had now been reforged, the blade even colder than before. However, more than that sword, what drew attention was the aura radiating from Yusuji Shinichi himself. At the Asia-Pacific tournament, he was merely a newcomer, barely touching the 1,000 stars. Yet now an overwhelming aura, far surpassing before, was slowly circulating around him. Wait, did I see that wrong? Why is he exuding a 5th turn aura? 5th turn? Surprised exclamations filled the seats of several national teams. From their perspective, within a mere 2 months, this person had somehow advanced from a shattered Dao heart at the 4th turn to the realm of a 5th turn sovereign. His core combat strength had surged from a mere 1,000 stars to an astonishing 5,000 stars. Such a breakthrough could be deemed astonishing even on a global scale. Everyone understood. Perhaps during these 2 months, Yusuji Shinichi had put his very life on the line in pursuit of that arduous path. What he sought was this battle today, to avenge the humiliation against the young man from the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Yusuji Shinichi's expression was devoid of emotion as he stepped onto the arena. He raised his head to gaze at the familiar figure across from him, his eyes filled with an unshakable malice and madness. Qin Mu. His voice was as cold as iron, each word dripping with intensity. This time I am different. Upon hearing this, the thousands of spectators in the stands erupted in discussions. Did you hear that? He says he's different now. It seems those earlier remarks were right. He must have truly reached the 5th turn. Yusuji Shinichi actually broke through to the 5th turn. It's only been 2 months. 5,000 stars, he must have risked his life for this. But the one across from him is Qin Mu, who just dealt with a 6th turn sovereign. You're thinking too simply. Yusuji Shinichi's profession is not ordinary. Reaching the 5th turn, he's probably much stronger than other 6th turns. Agreed, this time Qin Mu is likely in for a tough fight. Looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's team seats, Lu Dazhuang initially wanted to scoff. But after sensing Yusuji's terrifying aura, he swallowed hard. Then he leaned closer to Song Qianyu and whispered, "Brother Song, it seems Yusuji has really trained up something." Training up something, so what? He calmly glanced at the serious Lu Dazhuang. The gap between everyone and Qin Mu should never be measured by star count. Brother Song is right. Lu Dazhuang managed to steady his emotions slightly. Wiping his sweat, he turned back to focus on the situation in the arena. On the arena, the chief referee raised his arm high, then suddenly swung it down. The match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Mu didn't hesitate and directly summoned Primordial. A blinding golden light shot up into the sky from his side. The golden light coalesced into a several-meter-long golden young dragon lazily opening its mouth. The power of the light attribute Dragon Breath was quietly gathering between its teeth. This was Qin Mu's sharpest spear. It was also his closest companion. Most people thought this battle would end just like the countless ones before, cleanly finishing as the golden Dragon Breath poured down. However, just as Primordial revealed itself, an unexpected change occurred. Yusuji Shinichi moved. He showed no hesitation, as if he had been waiting for this moment. A white light stone suddenly flew from his bosom, hovering in midair. "Holy light barrier," he shouted. In an instant, the light stone erupted with dazzling white light, transforming into a massive light screen that descended from above. It completely enveloped Primordial, who was about to unleash its dragon breath. Wherever the white light reached, Primordial's body was forcefully restrained in place by that light screen. In its golden dragon eyes, confusion appeared for the first time. Primordial struggled vigorously, but the holy light barrier clung to it like a parasite, making it impossible to break free for the time being. Realizing it was trapped, Primordial clearly panicked, casting a glance at Qin Mu. At this moment, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. What is that? Qin Mu's dragon is trapped. What kind of item is that white light able to restrain a mythical level summoned beast? Primordial is being controlled. Qin Mu's trump card is wasted. I said it, this time Qin Mu is in for some suffering. Oh my god. This young man from Sakura country is truly impressive. Shocked are we. Our Yusujikin is extraordinary. Go for it. Yusujikin slapped the Dragon Kingdom's face hard in front of everyone. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's team seats, when Wanqing suddenly stood up, gripping her staff tightly. Song Qianya's pupils also narrowed sharply. They were all too aware of what the creation dragon represented. Qin Mu's strongest card had been tightly sealed by an unknown item right at the start. What would happen next? No one could predict. More importantly, this was the long-awaited opportunity for Yusuji Shinichi to strike. Now's the time. At this moment, the madness in Yusuji Shinichi's eyes could no longer be contained. His blood surged explosively. A golden warrior phantom erupted from behind him, merging completely with his body. War God descends extreme state. This was the result of him pushing his S-class talent to its limits over the past 2 months. A terrifying aura surged out from him. His core combat strength doubled in that instant, soaring to a staggering 10,000 stars. A tsunami of magical energy roared through the entire venue. Clang! Amidst this uproar of magical energy, Yusuji Shinichi resolutely drew the Amaterasu from his waist. The blade gleamed like a silver thread. Carrying an unstoppable intent for battle, it slashed directly toward Qin Mu, who had lost the protection of his summoned beast on the opposite side of the arena. Seal the summoned creature, slay the summoner's true body. This move was planned to near perfection. The summoner's true body is weak. This has been common knowledge in the Blue Star for decades. As long as that divine dragon is incapacitated, a full-force strike will follow. Even a genius ranked 28th in the leaderboard would find it impossible to escape unscathed. Yusuji Shin's determination grew sharper. In the stands, countless hearts were in their throats. Among the seats of the Western Alliance, Victor Coulson's lips curled into a cold smirk. It seems the plan is about to succeed. The blade light of Amaterasu had already closed in on Qin Mu's throat. Yet the youth in the center of the arena did not retreat a single step. As if facing the very essence of death, Qin Mu stood calmly in place, confronting the blade light capable of cutting through steel. A seriousness flowed through his expression. Void. He softly uttered 2 words. At the moment those words fell, from the shadow cast by Yusuji Shin's foot, a pair of silver-white eyes, seemingly real, suddenly emerged, cold as 2 shattered moons embedded in darkness. King of Shadows, Void. No one knew when it had infiltrated Yusuji Shin's shadow, or rather from the moment the match began. In this arena, there has never been a truly safe place from the darkness. The King of Shadows silently emerged from Yusuji Shin's shadow. Not a sound was made. Then an imperceptible shadow blade extended from that ethereal body, striking precisely at the light stone that maintained the holy light barrier, suspended in midair. Ultimate concealment, ultimate assassination. It even deemed it unnecessary to use the skill Assassinate, with fatal precision that dealt tenfold damage to unsuspected targets. With just this seemingly casual strike, it severed the energy link sustaining the barrier. Crack! The white light stone shattered in response. The holy light barrier enveloping Tai Chu collapsed with a resounding blast. Roar! Freed from captivity, Tai Chu's golden dragon pupils ignited with a furious wrath. It raised its head to the sky, a dragon's roar resonating throughout the arena. The golden dragon breath, which had just been forcefully interrupted, suddenly coalesced into a more magnificent form. At this moment, Yusuji Shin's full-force strike, powered by 1,000 stars, had yet to land on Qin Mu. But Tai Chu's dragon breath had already arrived. Boom! A brilliant golden dragon breath, carrying the power of light's origin, poured down from above. It struck Yusuji Shin directly on the crown of his head. The martial god's illusory figure, which had just exuded overwhelming might, instantly melted away like thin snow in the face of pure light power. Yusuji Shin let out a muffled grunt. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string, violently hurled 20 meters away, crashing heavily towards the edge of the arena. The Dark Warrior armor cracked inch by inch. He struggled to rise. But that previous strike had used up all his strength, and the dragon breath had scattered all the blood and energy in his body. At this moment, let alone standing, he didn't even have the strength to lift an arm. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone remained stuck in the suffocating reversal from earlier, unable to regain their senses. Seal the divine dragon, unleash 1,000 stars, and deliver a full-force strike towards Qin Mu. Yusuji Shin's plan was intricately linked, a masterpiece of perfection. But just as everyone thought Qin Mu was about to suffer this hidden loss, the King of Shadows, who had been lurking in the opponent's shadow, with a single strike shattered this seemingly flawless assassination plot. Or perhaps it was Qin Mu's layout that was superior. Thus, from start to finish, Qin Mu had not moved an inch. A perfect tactic. A commentator's voice was dry to the point of being out of tune. Unfortunately, he is facing Qin Mu. Yusuji Shin forgot that under his feet lies an invisible blade. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, Lu Dazhuang first gaped in shock. After a moment, he jumped up 3 feet high, shouting at the top of his lungs. Damn, Brother Mu's King of Shadows. It actually snuck under that kid's feet without anyone noticing. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, puffing out his chest with pride. Heh, want a trick, Brother Mu. Train for another 100 years. Beside him, Wan Ning slowly relaxed her grip on her staff. She gazed at the calm figure in the center of the arena, and the heart lake which she herself was unwilling to probe deeply rippled slightly. This youth, his strength it seems is not just his combat power. And Song Qinyu merely withdrew his gaze in silence. He looked at Yusuji Shin's unwilling expression and quietly repeated what he had said earlier. I told you the gap is never measured by star numbers. At this moment on the other side of the stands, Victor Coulson's previously determined smile was completely free. He watched helplessly as the holy light barrier stone he had meticulously prepared collapsed under that shadow blade, seeing his seemingly foolproof assassination plot easily neutralized by the opponent. A crack appeared for the first time in the gentle facade of his handsome face. He instinctively tightened his hand, concealing the fleeting shock and darkness in his eyes. How could this young man from the Dragon Kingdom? How could he have defended against my move? On the arena, Qin Mu stepped to the edge of the stage, looking down from above at the defeated and still unwilling Yusuji Shin. He did not look at the face filled with hatred and despair. Instead, he personally bent down to pick up the shattered white barrier stone fragment from the ground. The cold fragment fell into his palm. He closed his eyes briefly, a strand of mental energy quietly probing in. The remaining energy characteristics on the fragment were extremely faint. In the next second, Qin Mu's pupils shrank slightly. This aura he recognized. Not long ago in the Qinghao Academy, he happened to have encountered it. The guest who had held a teacup with a warm smile, yet secretly probed into his panel with spiritual tentacles, emanated the exact same aura. This barrier stone of yours. Qin Mu slowly stood up casually, grinding the fragment into powder between his fingers. He uttered a low murmur devoid of emotion. Who gave it to you? Yusuji Shin, lying on the ground, clenched his teeth, not uttering a single word. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Qin Mu did not press further. Because Yusuji Shin's reaction had already said everything, Qin Mu no longer needed his answer. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes like blades directed towards the direction of the Western Alliance in the stands. That gentle and gentlemanly face, along with the cold energy in his palm, merged quietly in his mind. Victor. He silently mulled over the name in his heart. His eyes gradually sank into a cold abyss. It seems that beneath the surface of this world competition there lurked an unseen dark hand. And the owner of that hand seemed far from realizing what kind of existence he was attempting to scheme against. When Shangshan Sini was carried off the arena on a stretcher, the murmurs throughout the Colosseum had not yet died down. The individual tournament's round of 16 had concluded. The remaining bouts would not resume until the following day. During the brief intermission, Qin Mu did not rush back to the quarters. Instead, he first went to the Longwu delegation's temporary command room. The Longwu official on site had proactively reached out to him. It concerned the Holy Light Barrier Stone. Qin Mu reported the matter to the Longwu official in full. Upon hearing it, the Longwu official immediately presented the case to Zheng Yuanshan. The nine-turn adept listened and fell silent for a moment, a glint of coldness passing through his eyes. To deploy an unreported forbidden device upon the arena is a violation in itself. Zheng Yuanshan said slowly, moreover its implications reach beyond the Shangshan family of Yinghua to an inspector of the Western Alliance. We cannot simply swallow our indignation, nor allow Qin Mu to be wronged in silence. That afternoon, the Longwu delegation filed a formal protest with the tournament committee. They also submitted a request for an investigation into Waikijuo Kirsen. The reason was simple: someone had attempted to employ extra-legal measures against a Longwu contestant on a stage governed by strict rules. Meanwhile, at the Longwu team's lodgings, the mood was far lighter than in the command room. The committee had arranged a standalone villa for them, facing Renaiwa Lake. A few of the starters had for once gathered in the living room. Lu Dazhuang clutched a tablet, playing that day's match back frame by frame in reverse. Look at this. He dragged the timeline back to the instant the Shadow King broke the lock, spitting excitement. Those tenths of a second when the void crawled out from that kid's shadow. I recorded them for Brother Mu frame by frame. Send it back home. I'll let all of Quanjingzhou see how fierce our Brother Mu is. He was meticulous in recording, unwilling even to fast forward the split second when the void's silver-white eyes showed. After the boisterousness, the simpleton suddenly grew a little dejected. As the team's sole substitute, he had not been fielded for a single bout at this world tournament. Sigh. He scratched his head and mumbled in a bass voice, to be honest, I'm a pathetic substitute. Every day, I just carry bags by food record videos. I don't even get near the edge of the arena. At those words, the living room fell silent for a moment. Oh, Lu Dazhuang, you do have moments of self-awareness. Wen Wanning crossed her arms and leaned against the sofa, raising an eyebrow without malice. Lu Dazhuang was momentarily stumped, opening his mouth to retort. Carrying bags, buying food, recording. A calm voice interjected. Everyone turned to the sound. Qin Mu had somehow entered the living room and carelessly draped his outer robe over a chair back. There are 12 of us on the team. Someone has to handle these chores. He said softly, without you doing these things we would be in so much trouble. You do them very well. That simple sentence made Lu Dazwang's eyes instantly redden. Mu, brother Mu. He inhaled sharply, straightened his chest, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. Did ever? Brother Mu said I do it well. I Lu Dazwang am the most reliable logistician on the team. You were the one sulking earlier too, Song Qinyu added dryly from the side. Everyone in the room was amused. After the laughter subsided, Song Qinyu remained composed. Dressed in white, he sat by the window with his sword across his knees. He was methodically wiping the blade with a soft cloth inch by inch. Though the sword remained sheathed, his heart had already found its calm, an unshakable habit he had kept for years. Thinking about the opponents ahead, when Wanning glanced at him. Song Qinyu did not lift his eyes from the blade. This world tournament is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just among those I noticed there are several 8 turns. He brushed a fingertip along the spine of the sword, expression calm. A year ago, I might have thought such a stage was far beyond my reach. He lifted his gaze toward the figure in the living room, smoothing Lu Dazwang's hair, a faint smile touching his lips. But now not anymore. There's a man walking ahead. I always want to see how far I can follow. He said it calmly, but there was an unmistakable streak of stubborn resolve in his bones. Not long ago, the Longwa newcomer who fell in the top 8 to Qin Mu's sword and thereafter tempered his pride, the former Jingdu #1, was no longer the youth who would be disheartened by being unable to catch up. To be born in the same era as such a person was never a cause for despair to him. On the contrary, it was why is everyone staring at him one by one? One Wanting pursed her lips, her tone carrying a stiffness even she hadn't noticed. As if he's the only one on this team who can fight Humph. Though she said it, her gaze unconsciously settled on that figure. She had been more nervous than anyone during that daytime match. When Taichu was sealed by white light, and Shangshan Yaiwangsing's blade slashed toward Qin Mu himself, she had almost reflexively grasped her staff, so tightly her heart rose to her throat. Only at the moment the Shadow King broke the deadlock did she realize that her palm had already become lightly sweating. This discovery left her inexplicably agitated. She was after all the daughter of a Longwa army major general, a 4-turn elemental prodigy. At such an age, she was already someone countless looked up to. Yet in front of this young man, that prideful composure would inexplicably unravel. Ripples quietly spread across the lake of her heart she had long refused to probe. One Wanting shook her head and forcibly suppressed the indistinct feelings. Then in a half-teasing, half-annoyed voice, she called out to Qin Mu, "Hey, Captain Qin. If the next match keeps us this on edge, you're buying the banquet." Qin Mu glanced back at her, seemingly not understanding why she had suddenly gotten angry. He did not probe, and replied simply, "All right." When Wanting was briefly at a loss for words, her ears warmed inexplicably, and she turned her face away to avoid looking at him. Only Meng Yao in the corner of the living room remained largely silent. Hooded, she sat alone on a single armchair, her fingertips gliding across a compact energy analyzer, the instrument's faint glow reflected in her cool, mysterious eyes. When he stepped down from the arena, Qin Mu had handed her a sample of the residual energy from the Holy Light Barrier Stone. "Any results?" Qin Mu asked as he walked over. Meng Yao lifted her eyes, her voice cold and clear as water. "A very pure source energy of the Holy Light. Its purity is extremely high and comparable to the shoddy products of the black market. There are very few people in the entire Western Alliance who can produce energy of this quality." Meng Yao calmly nodded, then put away the analyzer. "The organizing committee may not be willing to acknowledge this evidence, but at least we know the truth ourselves." After saying that, she casually glanced at Qin Mu. In her usually calm eyes, a glimmer of secret interest belonging to a researcher flashed. In Meng Yao's eyes, this man who was willing to bow to the source of toxic poison seemed to have an endless number of mysteries. She was a bit curious about what Qin Mu's next move would be. While Meng Yao was talking to Qin Mu, a voice of doubt echoed from the living room of the lakeside pavilion. "Where's that kid Yifeng? Why hasn't he shown up?" Since the last match ended, this silent shadow-type practitioner has once again melted into the unnoticed. He has his own battlefield. Meanwhile, in another location within the interview room of the event organizer, Victor Coulson sat at the table wearing his signature gentle and harmless smile. Calm, elegant, and impeccable. The barrier stone. Faced with the investigator's inquiry, he helplessly shook his head. "Oh, my friend, this is truly a huge misunderstanding. In fact, I am unaware of where the contestant Yusuji obtained such an item. Perhaps from the black market. You all know that there are underground trading markets around the world that engage in unsavory transactions. However, the energy characteristics of that barrier stone closely match your own." The investigator interrupted. "This is the most direct evidence provided by the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this information, Victor did not even raise an eyebrow. The energy characteristics matching can at most only indicate a similarity in magical aura, but it is not sufficient to serve as evidence. He slowly spread his hands, his posture impeccable. In this world there are at least 800 practitioners of the holy light source. It was merely a coincidence. You wouldn't want to convict an alliance inspector based on mere similarity, would you? Indeed, no one dared to slam the table and declare that it was 100 his magical aura, even if everyone knew it was highly likely his. Victor spoke with conviction, leaving no room for flaws. The investigator fell silent. Without ironclad evidence, they indeed could not pin down an inspector of special status based on just a wisp of similar energy. This interview ultimately could only end inconclusively. The investigation was temporarily shelved. Victor calmly walked out of the interview room, his smile unchanged. But when he turned the corner of the corridor and confirmed that there were no others around, his gentle mask suddenly shattered. What replaced it was an expression as cold as ice. All previous elegance and harmlessness vanished in an instant, leaving only a snake-like malice. Qin Mu. He silently mouthed the name, grinding it between his lips. You are much more vigilant and fortunate than I expected. A fledgling young man was actually able to discern his killing scheme in that fleeting moment and turn the suspicions back onto him with a lingering trace of energy. This far exceeded Victor's understanding of an 18-year-old rookie. He took out an encrypted communicator from his pocket and dialed a mysterious number. At the moment of connection, the last trace of calmness on his face faded. Plan A has failed, he said softly, his tone revealing no emotion. That waste Yusuji couldn't make good use of what I gave him. On the other end of the communicator, there was a moment of silence. Then a low and indistinct echo came through. So what is your next move? Victor's gaze slowly turned towards the dome of the arena, towards the vast phantom of the battlefield of the gods that had yet to dissipate. The World Championship is not over yet, he said word by word. In the team competition, the battlefield of the gods. There are no judges in such places. So, as his voice fell, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile once more. But this time the smile was 10 times colder than that in the interview room. The night deepened. At the Dragon Kingdom team's base in Qin Mu's room, the shadows by the window shifted without warning. Yifeng quietly emerged from the darkness, as if he had always been a part of the shadows. Over the past 2 months, he had been influenced by the Shadow King, and his skills in stealth and concealment had improved tremendously. Tonight, Yifeng had closely followed that Western inspector who had not noticed him at all. Mu Gu. Yifeng clasped his fists, his voice as steady as ever. Victor's interview ended inconclusively. The organizing committee found no reason to act against him. This was expected. Qin Mu leaned against the window, his expression calm. A person who dares to tread on the red lines of rules would not be foolish enough to leave behind irrefutable evidence. Long before, in the meeting room of Qinghao Academy, when he sensed the probing of that mental tendril, he realized he could not rely on rules to bring down this treacherous and despicable opponent. The next day, the top 8 of the individual competition. As Qin Mu's figure appeared on the most prominent arena, the stadium of 200,000 spectators fell into a momentary silence. Facing Qin Mu was an undeniable behemoth. Ivan Volkov, the ace of the Arctic Federation. At 30 years old, nearly 2 meters tall, his shoulders broad like a door panel, his bronze skin concealed a terrifying physique. His ice blue pupils calmly settled on Qin Mu, emanating an undeniable, bone-chilling aura. As he simply stood on the arena, a layer of white frost rapidly spread across the ground beneath him. The temperature around the arena dropped suddenly by more than 20 degrees. At the same time, information about Volkov appeared on the giant screen above the arena. Qin Mu versus Ivan Volkov. Ivan Volkov, Arctic Federation, Icefield Tyrant SS, Level 8 Transformation Sage, Combat Power 30,000 stars. Just these few lines had already made countless spectators in the stands secretly break into a cold sweat. For this genius of the Dragon Kingdom, 7 transformation against 8 transformation. Qin Mu's draw is indeed unfortunate. Not to mention Ivan's base combat power is a full double that of Qin Mu. This match is likely to be precarious. Exactly, those earlier 6 transformation emperors were somewhat lacking, but this Icefield Tyrant is no joke. No matter how monstrous Qin Mu is, he is ultimately just a 7 transformation. Ivan Volkov paid no attention to the discussions from the stands. He simply gazed silently at the boy standing opposite him, a full head shorter. Qin Mu. He began slowly, his voice steady like an ancient glacier that has never melted. I have reviewed your achievements. I respect every strong individual who has made it this far. He paused, the chill around him suddenly intensified. But on the arena, I will show no mercy. All right. Qin Mu's response was as brief as ever. His calm demeanor, however, appeared to some as being oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In the Arctic Federation's team seat, several of Ivan's companions had already begun to chuckle softly. The genius of the Dragon Kingdom. In Lord Ivan's Icefield domain, he won't even last 10 moves. Just wait and see. Ha ha. No matter how fierce the fire in the face of absolute cold, it will only end up frozen into an ice sculpture. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the stands, Victor Carlson was holding a glass of red wine, a gentle smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Only he knew what kind of anticipation lay beneath that smile. A young man whose psychological pressure was still shallow. If he were to be brutally crushed by an 8 transformation sage under the spotlight, the defeat and turmoil would be utterly devastating. And it was precisely this kind of experience that Victor yearned for. Young man, a proper setback will do you no harm, he whispered to himself, gently swirling the wine in his glass. But the premise is that it must be proper. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's stands felt somewhat different. Lu Dazwang's fists were clenched tightly. He grumbled angrily about the treacherous discussions from the opposite side. A bunch of fools, what do they know? My brother Mu hasn't even made a move yet, what's there to sweat about? Yet despite his words, a hint of barely perceptible tension lingered in his eyes. After all, this was the first formidable opponent with the title of 8 transformation since the competition began. When one had not spoken, merely tightening her fingers resting on her knees. However, Song Qinyu and Meng Yao beside her appeared unusually calm. Aren't you two even a bit worried? Lu Dazhuang couldn't help but turn to ask. Song Qinyu gazed at the tall figure in the center of the arena and said lightly, worried. When he faced Kamiyama Shinichi's full-powered strike of 10,000 stars, he didn't cause concern, so what is there to worry about now? Meng Yao toyed with the edge of her hood, her tone cold. Everything relies on the arrangement of fate. Lu Dazhuang was taken aback. What do you mean? Meng Yao did not elaborate further. Only a glimmer of understanding flashed in her usually calm eyes. On the arena, the chief referee raised his arm high and then lowered it. The top 8 match begins. As soon as the words fell, Ivan moved first. He uttered not a single word of nonsense, and the extreme cold aura around him erupted completely at that moment. Icefield domain. He shouted, his ice-blue pupils suddenly lighting up. In that instant, the entire arena was rapidly frozen, centered around him. The 100-meter arena instantly transformed into a silver-white ice field. The temperature plummeted drastically, plunging below -100 degrees in an instant. The chilling cold even spread to the edges of the stands, with a thin layer of white frost forming on the protective formation surrounding the audience area. And this was merely the beginning. Ivan slowly raised both hands, and above the entire ice field, countless ice crystal spears began to materialize out of thin air. Icefield Tyrant Billion Ice Spears. In the next moment, those billion ice spears blocking out the sun descended from the sky, from the ground, and from all directions like a torrential death rain. All aimed at the solitary figure in the center of the arena. This scene made the entire audience collectively gasp in shock. It's over. The ice field at -100 degrees plus these billion ice spears, even a deity wouldn't withstand it. The genius of the Dragon Kingdom seems to be meeting his end here. Meanwhile, a suppressed cheer arose from the Arctic Federation's team seat. Victor's grip on his wine glass tightened, his anticipation nearly overflowing. Even in the stands of the Dragon Kingdom team, Lu Dazhuang suddenly stood up shouting, Brother Mu, be careful. Yet that shout of be careful ultimately got stuck in his throat. For the figure that had remained still in the center of the arena suddenly moved. Qin Mu did not summon any familiar. He simply raised his hand calmly, and a dazzling golden flame erupted around him. With a thought dual fusion. That was the second combination he truly mastered after Primordial Rock. The radiant creative power of the primordial lineage and the primordial phoenix's source of all things rebirth fire were inherently connected and mutually beneficial. Unlike the extreme yin and yang that clashed, they fused together like the blazing sun overlapping the scorching sun, blending harmoniously. In the next second, a pair of golden dragon wings exploded behind Qin Mu. The radiant creative power of the primordial lineage and the primordial phoenix's source of all things rebirth fire were inherently connected, as if he were a blazing sun fallen to the mortal realm. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. The audience erupted in astonished exclamations. At this moment, within a radius of 3 meters centered on Qin Mu, that icy cold ice field at -100 degrees unexpectedly evaporated without warning. And those billion ice spears that had shot towards him, when they were just about to reach within a meter of him, they all turned into wisps of white vapor without exception. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The people who had just been laughing, cheering, and sweating for the Dragon Kingdom now stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. Where are the ice spears? How did not a single ice spear touch him? What kind of flame is burning? The thousands of spectators were dumbfounded, discussing among themselves. The voice of the foreign commentator suddenly rose sharply, then abruptly cut off. It's simply unbelievable. Ivan's billion ice spears, capable of freezing everything, didn't even graze the edge of Qin Mu's clothes. I can't be seeing things right. The faces of those who had just mocked Qin Mu in the Arctic Federation team seat turned pale. Even Victor in the shadowy corner had a hint of a frozen crack in his previously gentle smile. Everyone's stunned gaze converged at one point. On the arena, Qin Mu was stepping forward. He walked step by step slowly toward Ivan. With each step he took on that solid ice, it would melt into a puddle of water with a sizzling sound, then re-solidify behind him. The entire ice field that had once been bone-chilling seemed to be actively yielding a path for his blaze. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ivan watched as that figure traversed the sea of ice spears, shattering his proud ice field domain, gradually closing in. In his deep ice blue eyes a hint of shock finally cracked through. "How is this possible?" he murmured. His voice carried a dryness he hadn't even noticed. "My ice field domain can freeze even 8 transformation sages. Why is he?" Ivan's overwhelming talent, which oppressed the Arctic, failed for the first time in front of an opponent a full realm lower than him. This left him quite flustered. Meanwhile, Qin Mu had already reached his front. He gave Ivan no time. He simply raised his right fist entwined with golden dragon flames and phoenix fire and casually swung it out. Whoosh! This punch, enveloped in the dual power of radiant dragon breath and primordial rebirth, unleashed a terrifying wave of heat before it even reached its target. Seeing this, Ivan's pupils constricted. Under the instinct for survival, he quickly conjured a thick ice shield almost half his height in front of him. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, crack! The ice shield shattered. The ice field spanning hundreds of meters beneath his feet broke apart. The ice armor that had condensed the power of 8 transformation also shattered. Bang! An unmatched torrent of heat surged forth. Ivan, robust as a mountain, was instantly sent flying like a leaf caught in a tempest. He was violently slammed against the edge of the arena. The vast arena was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. 200,000 spectators utterly. When the 8th Transcendent Saint personally intervened, billions of ice spears blotted out the sky. It all happened in just over 30 seconds. This overwhelming contrast left everyone's minds blank. After an unknown amount of time, the dead silence of the arena was shattered like a thunderclap. Did he win? 30 seconds. Qin Mu defeated an 8th Transcendent Saint in 30 seconds. That was a freezing domain capable of immobilizing 8th Transcendent beings. In front of him, it was no different from being made of paper. To have a 7th Transcendent defeating an 8th Transcendent with such a method. This is simply astonishing. The earlier voices of mockery, predictions, and anxiety had all turned into an overwhelming wave of shock and fervor. The North Polar Federation's team was completely silent. No one could manage a smile anymore. Meanwhile, Victor, who was cowering in the shadows, had spilled red wine all over his hands without realizing it. The gentle mask on his face had completely cracked, and the depths of his eyes churned with an inexpressible astonishment. 7th Transcendent. Dual fusion. He fixed his gaze on the figure in the arena, his throat tightening. How many more hidden cards does this young man from the Dragon Country possess? His carefully crafted plan of defeat not only failed, but instead allowed that youth to crush all doubters once more in a show of overwhelming strength. This not only made Qin Mu famous across the world, but also greatly elevated the prestige of the Dragon Country on the international stage. At this moment, the stands of the Dragon Country team erupted with deafening cheers. Lu Dazhuang finally felt the weight lift from his heart. He immediately jumped up, laughing loudly. All the earlier tension was forgotten. "Ha ha ha! Did you see that? I told you my brother Mu hadn't shown his true strength yet. One punch. Just one punch." He boasted as if he had won the match himself. "What 8th Transcendent Saint? They are no match for my brother Mu." When Wan gazed at the figure in the center of the arena, who had withdrawn his fist, his expression calm, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed. In the moment her suspended heart landed, a certain emotion, she couldn't quite articulate, surged within her. She quickly turned her eyes away, though her ears secretly flushed red. Meanwhile, Song Qinyu simply watched the scene, a knowing smile gradually forming at the corners of his lips. He repeated the words he had spoken before the match. His voice was soft yet strangely resolute. Indeed, competing with this man should never be measured by star ratings. At the edge of the arena, Ivan struggled as he propped himself up on the icy surface, slowly rising to his feet. His burly figure swayed slightly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The ice armor he had condensed with 8th Transcendent power had long since shattered. When he raised his head to look at the center of the arena, in his icy blue eyes there was no trace of unwillingness to accept defeat. Only genuine admiration remained. This man, known as the Ice Field Tyrant, who dominated the North Pole. He walked step by step to stand before Qin Mu, then straightened his back and solemnly gave a military salute from the North Polar Federation. "You are much stronger than I imagined." He spoke in a weak voice. "I concede with full respect. Thank you for the match." Qin Mu looked at him, nodding slightly, and returned a respectful gesture from the Dragon Country. Respect among the strong is nothing more than this. This scene fell into the eyes of a figure high in the stands. At the Western Alliance's team table, a man clad in golden knight armor quietly observed everything from beginning to end. Unlike the shock that filled the arena, a serious and solemn expression appeared on Arthas's face. He picked up the wine glass beside him and took a small sip. In his golden eyes, the flame of battle intent burned brighter than ever before. On this grand stage where heroes gathered, a worthy opponent who could compel him to use his full strength had finally appeared. That youth was approaching the height he had been waiting for at a terrifying speed. A bit faster, Qin Mu. He murmured to himself, a near-expectant smile forming on his lips. I am greatly looking forward to it. The quarterfinals of the individual competition have come to a close. The scene of Qin Mu crushing the Icefield Tyrant in 30 seconds still lingers in the city of Geneva. Another highlight of the event has quietly begun. Before the horn of the semifinals has been sounded, the team competition has already commenced. In the battlefield of the gods, as a massive beam of teleportation light enveloped 128 teams from around the world, transporting them all into the legendary secret realm. Even the seasoned experts from various nations held their breath the moment they set foot on this land. It was a vast expanse that felt almost hopeless. The sky was a solid dark gray golden hue. There was no sun or moon, only a layer of seemingly eternal dust and haze pressing heavily down. The ground beneath was cracked and charred as if repeatedly burned and crushed by a force far beyond the mundane. What truly sent chills down one's spine were the relics scattered throughout this land. In the far-off horizon, several enormous pillars stood tall enough to pierce the heavens. The broken ends were jagged, clearly belonging to a structure so grand it was beyond imagination. Yet now only these remnants stood silently in the haze. Only the towering vertebrae as high as a building, and the sharp claws embedded deep in the rock layers silently spoke of its terror. Only the towering vertebrae as high as a building, and the sharp claws embedded deep in the rock layers silently spoke of its terrifying life. On the earth, many rusted and broken weapons were half buried in the scorched soil. A broken sword was slanted into the ground, with its exposed part towering like a small mountain. The wind swept across this ancient battlefield, emitting a wailing sound like the mournful cries of countless souls that had yet to disperse. Every inch of this land was soaked with the remnants of a brutal ancient war long sealed by the passage of time, as if it had occurred countless eons ago. Once a group of transcendent beings had fought fiercely in this realm, exhausting all their efforts, until they dragged each other and this entire world into an irreversible destruction. Qin Mu stepped out of the teleportation glow from the Dragon Kingdom team. Raising his gaze at the vast ruins of the battlefield, his pupils slightly contracted. Just moments ago, the silently resting divine contract of all spirits within his mind trembled unexpectedly. This reaction was far more intense than when he first heard the words battlefield of the gods during the opening ceremony. It was an inexplicable flutter akin to the nervousness of returning home. This place. Qin Mu's gaze sharpened slightly, a sense of indescribable familiarity brushing past his heart, yet he couldn't grasp the source of that thought. It really isn't that simple. Just as Qin Mu sighed inwardly, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Attention, everyone. Team competition rules: participants will compete for the scattered fragments of the divine in the battlefield of the gods. The more fragments collected, the higher the ranking of fragments can be taken freely. When the secret realm is cleared or the time limit approaches, rankings will be determined based on the number of fragments collected. As the announcement concluded, 128 teams were about to engage in a smoke-free battle on this battlefield the size of a small nation. Monsters, hidden treasures, and each other. All were prey. Qin Mu from the Dragon Kingdom team showed no hesitation and quickly made arrangements. One Wanting Song, Qin Yu Meng Yao Yu 3 lead the team north and collect fragments along the way. Qin Mu from the Dragon Kingdom team showed no hesitation and quickly made arrangements. One Wanting Song, Qin Yu Meng Yao Yu 3, everyone nodded in unison. And, what about you? One Wanting asked softly. Me. Qin Mu blinked, then replied calmly, "They'll go take a look in the depths of the secret realm." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. By yourself? When Wanting's elegant brows furrowed sharply, her tone revealing undeniable concern. We still don't know what lies within this secret realm. It's too dangerous for you to act alone. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was a deathly secret realm where even 8 transcendence experts might perish. Although everyone had almost blind faith in Qin Mu's strength, hearing he was going to venture alone into the unknown made them worry for him. Qin Mu looked at Wen Wanting. His tone remained as calm as ever. "Don't worry, acting alone is actually faster." He said no more. As he finished speaking, the space around him rippled slightly, and 10 imposing figures vast as oceans, the creator dragon, the chaos giant ape, the primordial war god, the star realm arbiter, the shadow king. 10 mythical beings clustered around the seemingly fragile figure in the center. At that moment, the words Wen Wanting had nearly spoken were swallowed back. Yes. When was he ever true? This one person was more terrifying than an entire guild battle group. Fine. One Wanting gazed at him intently, eventually gently reminding him, "You. Be careful." Qin Mu nodded slightly. Then he turned and walked alone into the depths of the vast battlefield. The news of Qin Mu's solitary venture did not remain hidden for long. Behind a broken wall in the depths, several figures were watching the solitary boy intently. They were a strong team from a certain country in West Asia. All 6 were experts above the 7th Transcendence, and the leader was a formidable 7th Transcendence Emperor. Isn't that Qin Mu from the Dragon Kingdom? The leader's eyes flashed with a greedy light. He actually left his team and is wandering here alone. Captain, this is a golden opportunity. One of the team members whispered excitedly, "If we take him out, it would be like severing an arm from the Dragon Kingdom team. And the fragments he carries along with the bounty on his head." "I understand." The captain licked his lips. He had seen the match where Qin Mu crushed an 8 Transcendence opponent in 30 seconds. But that was a unknown arena battle. Here there were no rules and no referees. This was the battlefield of the gods. The 6 experts above the 7th Transcendence had the advantage of terrain. With careful planning, they could easily encircle and eliminate a lone 7th Transcendence newcomer, giving them a great chance of success. He's too arrogant. Arrogant enough to think he can walk through this battlefield alone. The captain sneered, slowly raising his hand. Then let's surround and kill him. The next second, 6 fierce attacks surged forth, infused with overwhelming killing intent. They shot towards Qin Mu simultaneously from 6 directions. In that moment, they worked in perfect harmony, sealing off all escape routes for their target. Anyone watching would feel that the slender figure could hardly escape. However, Qin Mu, locked in by the 6 killing intents, did not even bother to pause his steps. Anyone watching would feel that the slender figure could hardly escape. However, Qin Mu, locked in by the 6. In the next instant, a 10-meter-tall figure enveloped in dark golden battle intent thunderously stepped out beside him. The primordial war god. The West Asian captain's pupils contracted sharply. However, that war god had already thrown a punch. With no embellishments. That punch, carrying the terrifying pressure of 10,000 armies, crashed down. 6 supposed fierce attacks were utterly torn apart before this absolute power like thin paper. Whoosh! Following that, a wave of overwhelming fist energy surged forth. It obliterated the 6 West Asian experts along with the broken wall behind them into fragments. Puff! From encirclement to defeat, it took merely a breath. The 6 crashed heavily into the scorched earth, their faces pale as death, their eyes filled with unshakable horror and disbelief. They could never fathom how 6 experts above the 7th Transcendence with careful planning could fail to withstand even one of his summoned beasts. Qin Mu didn't spare them even a glance. He continued on his way. To him, they were merely a few clueless stones that had gotten in his way. He stepped over the wreckage. His figure quickly vanished into the deeper haze of the battlefield. The deeper he went, the more ancient and heavy the aura of this battlefield became. And the tremors of the divine contract of all spirits in Qin Mu's mind grew clearer and more intense, as if pulling him towards some unknown destination. Approximately 3 hours later, in the depths of the battlefield of the gods, at a corner concealed by massive rocks and dust, Qin Mu suddenly stopped. Before him stood a ruin. A grand yet severely dilapidated ancient ruin. The ancient architectural complex was half hidden behind the rocks, silently enduring the relentless erosion of endless time. Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the entrance of the ruins. There he saw an ancient stone door engraved with old characters. The moment he laid eyes on it, his usually calm pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. Because those characters, he actually recognized. No, it was more than recognition. It was a script so familiar it seemed engraved deep within his soul. The script of the Wanling continent. Qin Mu's breath almost stopped at that moment. After a moment of shock and astonishment, Qin Mu slowly stepped into the ruins. The instant he entered, a familiar feeling that was reminiscent of dreams enveloped him. The intricate carvings on the stone pillars, the mottled murals on the ruined walls, and the arrangement and direction of the corridors, all bore the style of the Wanling continent. These memories from his past life perfectly overlapped with his current experience. In a daze as he walked through the ruins, Qin Mu felt as if he had returned to the homeland he had fought for and protected throughout his life. But reason screamed to remind him, this is Blue Star. Why would the architecture from my homeland, the Wanling continent, appear in the secret realm of Blue Star? Qin Mu, puzzled, fell into deep thought. Suddenly, an absurd and horrifying idea quietly took shape in his heart. With a mind full of doubt, Qin Mu made his way to the deepest part of the ruins. There, on an ancient stone platform, floated a palm-sized crystal emanating a gentle blue light. Is this a memory crystal? Qin Mu's eyes flickered. This was a treasure used by the Wanling continent to store information and memories. He was all too familiar with it from his past life. His gaze sharpened as he slowly raised his hand, gently touching the warm blue light with his fingertips. In an instant, ancient images that had been sealed for thousands of years surged into his mind like a tide. Thousands of years ago, Blue Star and the Wanling continent. Between these two unrelated worlds, there had once been a hidden ancient passage. Through this passage, the two worlds had experienced a brief, yet beautiful exchange. However, beneath the calm, an endless and profound shadow had already quietly enveloped that passage. The void evil god. As the images flowed, Qin Mu saw that the evil god lurking in the void was deliberately guiding and pushing the two worlds closer together, even towards fusion. Because during the process of fusion between the two realms, a colossal energy would erupt capable of shaking the stars. And that energy was precisely the nourishment upon which the void evil god depended to grow stronger. The images changed again, and familiar yet grotesque scenes flashed by. The abyssal rift tearing through the east, see the abyssal demon clan surging forth like a tide. It turned out that the abyssal invasion had never been accidental. The abyssal demon clan was merely an advanced pawn sent by the void evil god to Blue Star. Their mission was to create endless chaos and destruction on this planet to accelerate the fusion of the two realms. And when the last piece of information entered his mind, the calm in Qin Mu's eyes finally erupted into a storm. Because in the dimming of the image at the end, he heard a deep voice in the darkness, the fall of the Supreme Summoner King orchestrated by the void evil god. Qin Mu's fists clenched tightly in that moment. In his past life, he had been the Supreme Summoner King of the Wanling continent, fighting against the invading void evil god until he perished in the final clash. Now, having been reborn, he had always believed until this moment that it was merely a defeat due to his inferior skills in a fair battle. But now he realized that from the very beginning it had been the despicable scheme of this evil god. His fall, everything he had lost, was inextricably linked to that hidden hand in the void. Elikit. Qin Mu pronounced the name of the void evil god word by word between clenched teeth. His voice was very soft. Yet deep within his pitch-black eyes there lay a freezing coldness, a hunger for vengeance. In this life he was determined to ascend to the peak once more. What he needed to settle was far more than just the petty clowns before him. Just as Qin Mu's emotions surged, he suddenly noticed that beside the memory crystal another object quietly floated. It was an ancient emblem swirling with rainbow colors. Wanling imprint fragment. Qin Mu's pupils contracted instantly. He recognized this aura. This was clearly a fragment of power he had left behind during his past life as the Supreme Summoner King. As if by some unseen force, he had crossed over 10,000 years of time to leave a gift for his reborn self. Qin Mu couldn't help but think more deeply, raising his hand to beckon. The rainbow emblem transformed into a stream of light, merging into his brow. In the next moment, the Wanling divine contract in his sea of consciousness erupted with unprecedented intensity. A new piece of information slowly surfaced on his panel. Wanling divine contract evolution. New effects. Summoned creatures under the contractor's command can break through the myth level shackles and ascend to the highest tier beyond myth, Genesis level. Trigger condition: the contractor's cultivation must reach the 9th turn, Genesis level, surpassing myth, the highest tier that transcends all legendary in its own right. Qin Mu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging waves in his heart. But the prerequisite was to reach the 9th turn. Yet now he was still only at the 7th turn. This fragment from his past life pointed him towards a path leading higher. That was already enough. A flicker of battle intent glimmered in his eyes. To reach the great door named Genesis, all he had to do was continue moving forward. With this in mind, Qin Mu no longer lingered. He turned and walked out of the ruins. However, when he stepped back through the mottled stone door and raised his gaze towards the gray-golden light outside, his footsteps suddenly halted. Outside the ruins, a group of people stood silently, having appeared at some unknown time. The leading figure, clad in an exquisite suit, had a handsome face. A warm, impeccable smile graced his lips. Victor Coulson. And behind him stood 6 elite members of the Western Alliance, each exuding a deep aura, all at the 7th turn or above. All of them had sealed off the only exit of the ruins without making a sound. This was the battlefield of the gods, devoid of judges and rules. Clearly this was the perfect hunting ground that Inspector Victor had long conspired to create. Mr. Qin Mu. Victor elegantly opened his arms, his smile warm, yet his eyes harbored a cold calculation. What a coincidence we meet again. However, it is not a wise choice to be alone in a place like this. As those insincere pleasantries fell, the smile on Victor Coulson's face faded like a layer of thin paper being blown away by the wind. What replaced it was an unmasked chill. Mr. Qin Mu, I have always admired your talent. He lowered his gaze, speaking slowly. Unfortunately, admiration is merely admiration. Some matters must ultimately come to an end. He raised his hand, pointing at the ancient and persistent grayish-gold haze above. In this battlefield of the gods, there are no referees, no rules, and certainly no prohibition against the slaughter among contestants. He paused for a moment, and a sentence slipped from his thin lips. Light as a feather, yet every word was laced with killing intent. I, representing the Western Alliance, declare war on you. As soon as his voice fell, the 6 figures behind him who had remained silent and still suddenly erupted with overwhelming auras. The 6 terrifying presences surged forth. Intertwining and wrapping around Victor's own energy, they formed a massive oppressive force that was suffocating, pressing down upon Qin Mu from all directions. This ancient battlefield, silent for millions of years, seemed to be disturbed by this wave of pressure. The cracked earth beneath their feet emitted faint groans. The mottled words of the myriad spirits continent on the broken relics flaked off under the residual waves of pressure. The skeletal remains of colossal beasts, half buried in the haze, and broken weapons emitted a dull humming from the invisible force. It was as though the slumbering souls were murmuring in sorrow. Victor was a genuine 8-transition saint, coupled with the elite warriors behind him, whose combined battle strength had long surpassed 50,000 stars. This was a deadlock that could drive 99.9% of professionals in the world into immediate despair. Mr. Qin Mu. Victor stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the solitary young man with a condescending gaze. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile filled with determination. Do you really think that with just yourself you can handle all 7 of us? Qin Mu, firmly locked in the center by the murderous intents of 7 and the oppressive force of 50,000 stars, merely stood silently. He did not look at the 6 bloodthirsty elites. He simply raised his eyes to meet Victor's calculating gaze. Strangely, there was not a hint of the gravity of their dire situation on Qin Mu's face. What remained was an almost indifferent coldness. Just moments ago, deep within the relic, he had just learned a truth that could overturn both his past and present. The void evil god who had plotted for thousands of years, including his own downfall. Compared to such a the mere 7 clowns before him were far from worthy of igniting even a flicker of his true fire. One person. Qin Mu let out a light laugh. There was not a shred of mockery in that smile. Yet it weighed heavier on Victor's heart than any mocking words could have. In the next moment, Qin Mu slowly raised his hand. Taichu Mingfeng Pan Shi Taiga Shikong, Inyue Shinpan Zhongsai Shukong Nirvana. His tone was calm as he listed 10 names. In an instant, 10 dazzling beams of light shot up into the sky, erupting from his body, violently tearing through the ancient grayish-gold haze of the battlefield. 10 vast figures as deep as the abyss had already descended upon this ancient battlefield. A 50-meter-long golden dragon circled high above. The colossal shadow of the creator dragon obscured the sun, its vertical pupils coldly surveying all. The ancient war god, towering at over 10 meters, stepped on the scorched earth, its dark golden battle intent spreading like a tangible force, sweeping away the surrounding haze. The star realm arbiter hovered in the heavens, stars swirling around it, gazing down upon this tiny world beneath. The primordial phoenix flapped its wings and let out a long cry, echoing across the sky. Its golden flames of nirvana illuminated the entire dim battlefield, as bright as day. Yet the most chilling sight was the pair of silvery white eyes silently extending from the shadow beneath Victor. Mingfeng Pancher Shirkong Whale, Inu Wolf. 10 mythical summons surrounded Qin Mu, who appeared to be solitary, right in the center. In this moment, Victor and the 6 elites behind him all changed their expressions drastically. They certainly knew that Qin Mu possessed an astonishing number of summons. But to know and to witness 10 mythical beings descending before them were 2 completely different matters. The terrifying auras of those 10 mythical beings intertwined, bringing a visual shock and psychological pressure. It was no longer something that could be described as mere shock. It was a kind of deep-rooted despair. It turned out that there truly existed someone in this world who could single-handedly form a force capable of sweeping across the globe. It seems you finally understand. Qin Mu's voice was calm, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I, Qin Mu, have never been alone. As his words fell, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Myriad spirits resonance. This was a powerful army technique he had mastered since his 6th transition, capable of overturning the battlefield. The power of the 10 mythical summons resonated, layered, and ascended in an arcane rhythm at that moment. The might was not a simple addition, but surged madly in a terrifying fashion, almost squared. In the next instant, 10 devastating forces converged into one. A terrifying beam of light over 50 meters in diameter, swirling with rainbow colors and carrying the momentum to annihilate heaven and earth, surged toward Victor. Defense. Full defense. Victor's expression changed dramatically as he shouted hoarsely. In the face of life and death, the 7 unleashed their full potential. Holy light shields, elemental barriers, earth walls, frost barriers. 7 layers of defense infused with the power of the 7th, and even 8th transitions were stacked before the beam of light. However, in the face of that rainbow beam, these 7 layers of seemingly impregnable defenses were as fragile as layers of thin paper. The first layer shattered. The second layer shattered. In the blink of an eye, those 7 layers of defense were completely pierced and crushed by the unstoppable beam. Boom! A world-shaking explosion erupted on this ancient battlefield. A colossal wave of energy swept in all directions. The terrain within a kilometer was completely flattened and reshaped in that instant. Dense forests turned to scorched earth. Jagged hills were brutally eroded. Even the ancient relic that had stood for millions of years trembled and collapsed under the shockwave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the destructive light faded, a massive pit, 500 meters in diameter, appeared at the site. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, other teams that were still engaged in battle and searching were all stunned in place by this earth-shattering strike. What happened over there? What a loud noise. What kind of formidable being is battling with such a... As everyone was shocked and horrified, only Yifeng, who was lurking in the shadows responsible for scouting for Qin Mu, gazed at the rainbow beam shooting up into the sky. A faint smile of realization and pride slowly emerged on his typically silent face. He understood better than anyone whose handiwork it was. At the bottom of the massive pit, the 6 elites of the Western Alliance who had just been imposing now lay on the ground covered in soot and in disarray. They had long since lost all combat effectiveness. Victor, on one knee at the edge of the pit, was drenched in blood. After all, he was an 8 transition saint. By relying on his far superior cultivation, he barely managed to survive that strike. Yet he was already at the end of his strength. The gentle and elegant mask he had maintained for so long could no longer hold. What replaced it was a pure fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Mu, looking down at this man who had schemed against him in the shadows. The information you have always wanted, I can tell you. Qin Mu's voice was eerily calm. My talent is SSS level. I have 10 mythical summons under my command. In those pitch-black eyes there was no anger, no satisfaction, not even a trace of excess emotion. It was so calm, as if merely stating an ordinary fact. At the edge of the giant pit, the shattered, scorched earth continued to crumble. Victor Coulson knelt on one knee, covered in blood, with barely enough strength left to lift his head. He gazed blankly at the young figure that was so close. A few broken sounds escaped his throat, but he couldn't form a complete word. As for what you most want to know, my true strength, Qin Mu's tone was neither heavy nor light, yet every word clearly struck Victor's ears. I'm afraid it far exceeds your imagination. Victor's pupils suddenly contracted. The information Qin Mu disclosed was precisely what he had mobilized the entire Western Alliance's resources to uncover. He had arranged for spies to infiltrate, yet had failed to uncover even the slightest secret. At this moment, Qin Mu actually told him face to face. Moreover, he spoke of it so casually, as if it were an unimportant matter. Various complex emotions surfaced on Victor's shocked face. Yet Qin Mu did not stop his actions. He slowly bent down. Those bottomless eyes pierced straight into Victor's depths. The holy light barrier stone you gave to Xine and your gradual collection of my intelligence in the shadows. All of this is known to our Dragon Kingdom. Every word was like a heavy hammer striking hard against Victor's already shattered defenses. It turned out that all along the schemes he thought were foolproof had long been seen through by this young man and the Dragon Kingdom. It turned out that every step of the hidden pieces he had painstakingly set up had merely been observed coldly by the opponent. There was never a moment of panic from the beginning. This feeling was more chilling than taking a heavy punch. You think you are clever? Qin Mu slowly straightened up, looking down from above. He left him with a statement that bore no trace of emotion, yet weighed heavily. But all your conspiracies and schemes are like a joke from a malicious mind. With those words, he no longer looked at Victor. He turned around and walked toward the collapsed ruins. After taking a couple of steps, it seemed he suddenly remembered something. Without stopping, he casually dropped a line, by the way, tell Arthas something for me. What? What message? Victor stiffened all over, instinctively letting out a hoarse sound. The young man's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in this silent, ancient battlefield. In the finals, I will let him witness the power of the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Victor trembled violently. This sentence was even more shocking than the previous, earth-shattering. Such an aura and sense of intimidation are rare in the world. Victor suddenly understood. From beginning to end, that young man had never truly regarded him, Victor, or the entire massive Western Alliance, with any seriousness. The opponent he truly anticipated had always been Arthas. As for Victor and this meticulously planned ambush, they were merely insignificant pieces that could be erased at will in that young man's chess game. Victor stared blankly at the figure that gradually walked away without turning back. His body uncontrollably trembled violently. Not from pain, but from a kind of bone-deep fear he had never experienced before. It was only at this moment that he finally realized. From the very beginning, what he faced was not some novice genius, but a true powerhouse he could not even begin to imagine. With a soft sound as the last trace of combat power faded away, Victor's figure began to grow faint. He had been judged out of the game by the rules of the divine battlefield, about to be forcibly teleported out of this secret. But in the final moment before his figure completely vanished, he exhausted his remaining strength and trembled as he sent a short message to the encrypted communicator at his side. The content of the message was brief, but carried a heavy sense of foreboding. The threat level of the target far exceeds all previous assessments. The original plan must be changed. The moment the message was sent, Victor's figure completely disappeared from the divine battlefield. No one knew where this message would be sent. More importantly, no one knew what kind of undercurrents it would stir beneath the surface of the World Championship. Now the spectators outside the secret realm only knew that in this team competition of the divine battlefield, that boy from the Dragon Kingdom had single-handedly wiped out a Western Alliance elite team led by an 8-turned saint. And he himself, without looking back, walked toward the deeper, more unknown areas of this ancient battlefield. Outside the divine battlefield, in the center of the super arena in Geneva that could hold 200,000 people, a massive light screen floated. The screen projected every battle situation within the secret realm in real time to the outside world. When Qin Mu's rainbow light beam shot into the sky, exploding and leveling the ancient battlefield within 1,000 meters, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. 200,000 people, not a sound. After a moment, someone finally managed to make a broken, cracked sound. One person. He really defeated the Western Alliance all. At the same time, the screen flickered slightly. It revealed the scene on the other end of the secret realm. The Dragon Kingdom team led by Wan Ning was also advancing with unstoppable momentum. A girl clad in silver armor hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling elements of red flames, blue frost, and purple gold thunder. Her eyes, which always held a refreshing smile, were now sharp as an eagle's. Song Qinyu left wing. Meng Yaoxiu off the right flank's retreat. Dazhuang protect the backland's fragments. With just a few commands, the entire team was organized and coordinated both offensively and defensively. The command ability of the daughter of the military major was fully displayed at this moment. And in the shadows of the secret realm, where no one could pay attention, a silent blade was swimming alone. On the left flank, a figure in white against the dust approached a fierce team. The leader wore a heavy shield that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. It was Park Jahun, the captain of the half. In the Asia-Pacific arena, he had fought with Song Qinyu for 30 rounds, ultimately defeated by a single sword that broke his shield. At this moment, facing each other on a narrow path, a flicker of shadow passed through Park Jahun's eyes. It then transformed into a cold smile of determination. Song Qinyu, last time I underestimated you, allowing you to win by luck with half a move. As he spoke, 12 layers of light shields suddenly illuminated around him. Layer upon layer, it resembled a moving fortress. This time I will see whether your broken sword can break through my 12 heavenly shields. Song Qinyu did not reply. He simply raised his hand, lightly brushing over the cold spine of his sword. Just as he did before every strike, the sword had yet to be drawn, but its solitary towering sword intent had already begun to spread. 12 heavenly shields, you say? He finally lifted his gaze, and in his calm eyes a scorching brilliance ignited. If it were earlier, I might have needed to fight you for 30 rounds. But now, one sword is enough. As the words fell, he transformed into a stunning streak of light. All swords returned to the source. The myriad sword lights poured down like a cascading galaxy. In an instant, they all converged onto the long sword in his hand. With a single sword thrust, there was not a hint of flamboyance. That 12-layered shield, said to be as solid as a fortress, shattered under this one strike like thin ice, crumbling piece by piece. Park Jahun trembled violently. He looked down at his protective true essence, pierced by the sword energy, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? In the next moment, his figure quickly became transparent under the rules of the secret realm, fading away. Until the last moment, he was forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. The expression of shock in his eyes had not faded in the slightest. He couldn't comprehend it. In such a short time, how had that boy who had only barely matched him reached such a level of sword intent? Outside the screen, countless commentators and spectators were in an uproar. The captain of the half-island country. And Song Qinyu used only one sword. The sword saint from the Dragon Kingdom. He clearly was only at the third turn. No one knew what kind of feeling the owner of that sword had, a mixture of relief and reluctance to be able to stand alongside the strong. As he honed his sword day after day until it became unmatched. Meanwhile, deep in the secret realm, unnoticed by anyone, another silent slaughter was quietly unfolding. A formidable European elite team surrounded a densely fragmented ruin, carefully searching. Suddenly, the elemental mage responsible for the main output in the team let out a muffled groan. He crumpled softly to the ground. The others turned back in shock, but only caught a faint shadow that vanished in an instant. Before they could react, another muffled sound was heard. The second core member felt a chill in his throat and his breath ceased instantly. There's an assassin. Form up, quickly form up. Before the captain's scream could finish, everything before him went black and he lost all sense. From beginning to end, no one saw how that blade struck. In the shade several dozen meters away, Yifeng slowly retracted the dagger that was glistening with cold light. He looked down at his hand, a trace of certainty sweeping through his eyes. In these 2 months following that senior's elusive figure, his stealth and killing skills had transformed completely. The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. He whispered to himself, his figure merging back into the thick shadows. I can finally become the blade that accompanies Brother Mu. Time passed. On the east side of the secret realm, another scene unfolded. A Middle Eastern elite team of up to 12 members surrounded Meng Yao's small squad. As they were about to rely on their numbers to overwhelm the few, the leader of the team grinned and was about to order the attack. Suddenly the girl in the hood raised her delicate hand. An inconspicuous little jade bottle gently fell right in the middle of the 2 teams' lines. With a soft pop, a faint, nearly colorless and odorless purple mist rose from the bottle. The 12 fearless Middle Eastern warriors turned pale at the moment they saw the purple mist. They might not recognize the face under the hood, but among those who walk the world, no one would fail to recognize the unmatched 10,000 poisons returned to origin of the poison sovereign of the southern frontier. Surrender. We surrender. Clang. The captain was the first to drop his weapon, his voice filled with panic as if he had survived a calamity. Fragments, all the fragments are yours. We admit defeat. At this moment, not a single one of the 12 iron-willed men dared to step forward. Instead, they retreated. This scene was quite comical. Under the hood, Meng Yao's clear and captivating eyes flickered with a hint of prideful amusement. It's funny how they are terrified even before they touch to drop. She murmured softly, her tone betraying no hint of emotion. How boring. Then she happily accepted the precious fragments into her pouch. Similar events were happening at various locations throughout the secret realm of the divine battlefield. But the truly unexpected highlight moment